Liberated by a single strike, Claire unexpectedly finds herself transported to a fantastical realm. No, wait, a magical world where she becomes a 4-year-old young girl. Subsequently, she becomes bound to a mystical light, which informs her that after rescuing all those with unresolved grievances, she will be granted a splendid opportunity to make a wish. However, what should Claire do if she harbors no particular desires for a wish? Ultimately, after relentless persuasion from the light, Claire reluctantly accepted this task. Since the light asserts that this world is akin to a game, she realizes she is merely a chosen corrector. Apart from refraining from interfering with certain outcomes, she is free to act as she pleases. Beautiful women? Naturally, she must indulge. Handsome men? Certainly, she ought to flirt a little. Claire, the level 10 master of verbal duels, declares it to be a piece of cake, a mere drizzle. Yet, as Claire revels in her newfound freedom, she remains oblivious to the changing glances of those who had vowed to be her best friends. Chapter 1. The Liberation by a Single Strike. Bang! With a single blow, the once arrogant man collapses to the ground, writhing in agony. Blood cascades from his head, pooling beneath him in a crimson puddle. Without granting the man a moment's respite, countless strikes rain down upon his legs, waist, and back. Eventually, the man lies motionless on the ground, unconscious, resembling a lifeless dog. A woman bends down to check the unconscious man's breath, and upon sensing he still has life, she raises her hand. The burly men behind her swiftly approach to carry the unconscious man away, discarding him outside the venue. Remarkably, this act of violence fails to disrupt the surrounding atmosphere. People continue to numb their minds with alcohol and tobacco. Simultaneously, they place bets on their own lives at the table, one after another. The woman, after the man is removed, gradually stands up, tilting her head to stretch her neck, then retrieves a cigarette from her left pocket and places it between her lips. This woman sports no extravagant attire. She wears a simple black fitted t-shirt, black jeans, and black shoes, rendering any blood splatters nearly invisible. Her sharp purple eyes scan the crowd, and the expression in her gaze indicates that she is not one to be trifled with. After placing the cigarette in her mouth, she need not speak. A perceptive man promptly offers her a lighter, igniting the cigarette for her. Claire plants the large wooden stick, which she had just used to strike the man, into the ground, and with her purple eyes looking down upon the bowing figure who lit her cigarette, she smiles. What? Do you wish for me to pave the way for you? Upon hearing this, the man who lit her cigarette immediately bends even lower, akin to a eunuch from the Qin dynasty, nodding and bowing before the girl. Alas, Claire, dear girl, I am merely operating one last machine, and should I fail this time, I solemnly swear never to return. I vow. With that, he raised 3 fingers of his left hand towards the heavens to lend credence to his oath. After taking a drag from her cigarette, Claire removed it from her lips and cast a frosty glance at the obsequious man before her, the next moment expelling a plume of smoke directly into his face. I'm afraid you have nothing left to wager. You cannot play a single hand. Upon hearing these words, the man, about to utter another retort, found himself silenced by Claire's impatient gesture, prompting the attentive security personnel nearby to approach. The man, witnessing this, timidly hunched his shoulders and scurried away. However, no one noticed as he cast a final glance back at Claire, his eyes now alight with a blend of resentment and loathing. Having dealt with the man, Claire felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She waved dismissively at the bodyguards and settled into a secluded corner not far away, pulling out her phone to begin typing furiously. Mama Wong, what delightful late-night snack have you prepared for your precious Yuan this evening? Rest assured, there will be plenty for you, you little glutton. Tonight, I've made dumplings. Really? That's wonderful. I've been craving your pickled cabbage dumplings for ages. I must eat 20 of them once I finish work. All right. I assure you there will be enough dumplings. Just be cautious on your way home, my dear. If you feel uneasy, simply take a taxi. The fare is of no concern. Your safety is paramount.
Okay, I understand, Mama. I will certainly be careful. With one hand clutching her cigarette and the other typing away on her phone, she communicated with the director of her orphanage, Mama Wong.
In the swirling smoke, Claire sought the sole anchor for her emotions. Yet, Claire was not her true name. She was Wang Tuanyuan, an orphan who, as Mama Wang recounted, had been found on New Year's Day, just a month old and teetering on the brink of death. At that time, Mama Wang had no money, yet she still cradled Claire from the orphanage's entrance, nursing her with water and cold medicine, wrapping her in blankets. Fortunately, Claire had survived. She was discovered on New Year's Day, a time for family reunions. Hence Mama Wang named her Wang Tuanyuan. Wang Tuanyuan cherished this name, believing that reunion was not solely about family, but also about the camaraderie shared with Mama Wang and her fellow orphans. Thus, Wang Tuanyuan thrived within the Angel Orphanage, where Mama Wang later discovered that Tuanyuan possessed violet-hued irises. In the outside world, such a trait would invite ridicule, but within the orphanage, having enough to eat and a warm bed was of utmost importance. As the director, Mama Wang ensured that all the children bore her surname, and she was kind. Even when the orphans harbored emotional struggles, they seldom voiced their troubles. Consequently, although Wang Tuanyuan lacked parents, she led a joyful life, learning survival skills from a young age and foraging beautiful flowers with her peers during summer to craft garlands for sale to support the orphanage. Mama Wang dedicated herself to ensuring every child received an education, yet most did not complete their studies due to financial constraints, with many dropping out after the compulsory 9 years. Wang Tuanyuan was relatively fortunate, as she attended high school, being among the most gifted children in the orphanage, and she did not feel inferior due to her unusual irises or her background. The reason for her confidence lay in an incident during middle school when she confronted a girl who mocked and slandered her, leaving the girl speechless and subsequently bursting into tears as she inadvertently interrupted a live broadcast at the school. Thus, Wang Tuanyuan gained notoriety. Not only did the girl face repercussions, but she also withdrew from school as the small community quickly spread the news of Tuanyuan's fame. As a result, Wang Tuanyuan's high school experience was relatively smooth. She aspired to attend university, but the circumstances of the orphanage compelled her to relinquish the easily attainable acceptance letter. Even when Mama Wang learned of this and tearfully grasped Tuanyuan's arm, Tuanyuan remained resolute, firmly assuring Mama Wang, "Do not worry about me. I can manage quite well." Thanks to her newfound fame from that confrontation, she was spared from the petty bullies. Yet due to her high school education, she struggled to find suitable employment, as the available jobs as waitstaff were insufficient to cover the costs of the orphanage. At that moment, a man adorned with tattoos approached her, a cigar clenched between his teeth, bearing a fierce expression as he declared, "Room and board included, night shifts, and a daily wage of 300. It's a deal." Wang Tuanyuan recognized the man before her. He was the proprietor of a bar, though this establishment was far from a conventional one, frequented not by those seeking mere drinks or flirtations. This bar was filled with reckless lunatics and desperate fugitives. Claire had honed her physique and abdominal muscles through relentless training in the orphanage, and her height of 1.76 meters was sufficient to intimidate those around her. It was not that the man was unwilling to hire a brawny individual, but the bar's chaotic nature meant that only those who were truly desperate for money dared to work security there. The day before starting her job, Wang Tuanyuan received a call from her employer. "Your name is unappealing. Change it." "I will not. An additional 200. "Very well." Thus, Wang Tuanyuan transformed into Claire, as the owner, inspired by her violet eyes, initially sought a more fashionable name. However, his unrefined mind could conjure no more than the commonplace name of Claire. Consequently, Claire spent her days as an apprentice tattoo artist and her nights as the bar's love security. To alleviate any worries for her mother, Wang Tuanyuan deceived her by claiming she had secured a job with room and board, albeit requiring night shifts, allowing her to slumber during the day. Claire elevated her role as a tattoo artist in conversation. Wang's mother, having aged and unfamiliar with the concept of tattoos, found it peculiar that one would get inked at midnight, yet she continued to fuss over Claire on the phone. "Tuanyuan, do take care. Night shifts can be perilous with many unsavory characters. If it becomes too much, we can always find another." "All right, I understand, Wang Mama. I can return for a visit mid-month. I long to savor the late-night snacks you prepare." "Very well, very well." Thus, Claire assumed her role as the bar's security. Initially, the gamblers, upon noticing that Claire was a beautiful girl, attempted to take liberties, but Claire was not one to tolerate such behavior. With a swift maneuver and a wooden stick, she brought them to their knees, begging for mercy. "Claire, drawing upon the hardships she endured during her years in the orphanage and the self-taught skills she honed. Successfully triumphed over a group of security guards who had bulked up on steroids, ultimately rising to the position of head of security. Her daily wage was elevated to $800. Aside from her basic necessities and meals, Claire generously allocated the rest of her earnings to the orphanage. When Mama Wong received the funds, she was somewhat astonished that tattooing could yield such a profit. However, Claire merely smiled and replied, "Oh, I draw quite well. And the clients adore the designs I create for them." Having cultivated her artistic talent from a young age, Mama Wong was reassured. Thus, Claire would catch up on sleep during the day and patrol the premises at night, armed with a sturdy wooden stick. Whenever she encountered disturbances, she would swiftly address them with a decisive strike. Claire's weapon was no ordinary stick. It resembled a baseball bat, albeit heavier. A single blow guaranteed a bloodied resolution. Claire's once compassionate heart had been dulled by the harsh realities of life in the orphanage, though she did not wish to engage in this line of work. Many who had promised to earn money to support the orphanage had vanished after completing their compulsory education, leaving no trace for years. The orphanage could not survive on public donations alone, especially in an era where more and more individuals bore children without providing for them. Claire vividly remembered the warmth of the New Year celebrations. In this environment, showing leniency could cost one their life. Claire had been working for a considerable time, and she had grown accustomed to the chaotic individuals who frequented the establishment. They, too, had become familiar with her presence whenever they contemplated causing trouble. The sight of Claire approaching with her bat silenced them. After all, they knew they could not overpower this formidable woman. Before high school, Claire had abstained from smoking and drinking, but the filth of this place had twisted her innocence into a perceived vice. Even the mightiest of warriors could not stand alone against a crowd, and she recognized this locale for the cesspool it was. She never anticipated becoming a tranquil white gardenia amidst such turmoil. Thus, Claire tattooed a black gardenia at the uppermost part of her left arm, slowly acclimating herself to alcohol and tobacco. Despite her reluctance, the smoky scent of the bars was incessant, compelling her to endure it, for it was the highest-paying option available. Today marked Claire's sole day off within the month, so she had just settled in a place to type a message to Mama Wong. After returning home this evening, she would enjoy a restful day tomorrow. At that moment, the disdainful glint in Claire's eyes had faded somewhat, replaced by gentleness and elation. Perhaps it was the anticipation of returning home that made even the troublemakers scarce. Aside from the man she had just incapacitated, there were no other rowdy individuals in sight. Today, in an effort to mask the scent from Mama Wong, Claire had only smoked one cigarette and borrowed some perfume from the front desk before leaving. With no makeup on her face, after all, she was going to work as a security guard, not to compete in a beauty pageant. And applying makeup would only leave her face feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Claire handed her bat to someone else to take back, slung her black canvas bag, sewn by Mama Wong, over her shoulder, and exited the bar. Naturally, she could not afford a taxi, as it would cost 20 yuan, a steep price. Instead, she opted to borrow her friend's black motorcycle, which they were always happy to lend her. After placing her bag in the designated spot, she cheerfully hummed a tune while attempting to fasten her helmet in preparation for her ride home. Perhaps in her exuberance, she became careless. Just as she was about to don her helmet, she felt a chilling sensation at her waist. She slowly glanced down to discover a gleaming silver dagger had been thrust into her side, and the owner of the blade viciously withdrew it, plunging it into her back. Summoning her remaining strength, Claire turned to see the man she had just ejected from the bar, his face contorted with rage, brandishing the dagger at her. "You wouldn't let me play?" he spat, venomously. In truth, he could have played, for the money earned here was tainted. But Claire had refused him entry because he had gambled away his entire fortune, even bringing his wife along on his last visit. Claire had expelled him then, but he had returned, a phoenix risen from the ashes. Her scant compassion had ultimately cost her life. Claire felt the world around her blur, the man's grotesque visage fading into obscurity. She sank to her knees, breath steadily escaping her, and in her final moments, her thoughts were not of regret for confronting him, but rather a lamentation. Had she known this would happen, she would have transferred all her money to Mama Wong. Chapter 2. My apologies, but I am unwilling. Claire found herself in a dimly lit, gray expanse. As she drifted in and out of consciousness, countless specks of light surrounded her, seemingly eager to merge with her being. Eventually, one particularly powerful luminescence surged forth and penetrated her forehead, after which Claire succumbed to unconsciousness once more. When Claire finally awoke, she opened her eyes to discover a beautifully adorned ceiling, indicating she was lying on the ground. "Am I being reincarnated?" she mused, raising her hand to examine it. She was astonished to find her once calloused and scarred hands had vanished, replaced by soft, plump, childlike fingers. Upon seeing these tiny digits, Claire's eyes widened in disbelief. How have I become a child? She sat up abruptly, only to notice with dismay that her once tall frame had transformed into that of a toddler. Likely no older than 5, clad in a lovely dress she had never worn in her previous life. Claire scanned her surroundings, taking in the European-style architecture she had only seen on her phone. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she observed the heights of towering buildings. And a wave of frustration washed over her as she tugged at her hair. What on earth is happening? Am I still in my home country? As she surveyed her surroundings, Claire spotted a mirror reflecting her image. Steadying herself against the nearby crib, she wobbled to the mirror. Upon catching her reflection, she emitted her first cry of outrage for the day. What is this nonsense? In the mirror, Claire saw herself with silvery white hair and violet eyes. Her features more pronounced than in her previous life, resembling an exotic beauty. Had she not known better, she would have praised her own cuteness upon seeing this visage. She scrutinized her face, uttering in disbelief, "No, this truly isn't my home country." After a moment, Claire composed herself. This was her new appearance. And though she did not understand why she had been thrust into this reality, she was aware that Mama Wang would be heartbroken to learn of her demise. With 5,000 yuan remaining on her phone, she lamented that she should have transferred it all beforehand. She still had 10,000 yuan in her bag. Originally intended as a delightful surprise for Wang Mama, but now that money was likely in the possession of that man. The thought filled Claire with an overwhelming sense of irritation, causing her to instinctively reach for a cigarette from her left pocket to collect her thoughts, only to realize halfway through that she was merely a child now and had no such thing. Damn it. How frustrating, Claire muttered, just when she was feeling particularly exasperated. A sudden buzzing sound like electrical currents filled her mind, prompting Claire to furrow her brow. Having read novels in her previous life, she instinctively felt this was akin to a system described in those stories, as the buzzing noise suggested a reset to factory settings. Indeed, as Claire anticipated, the buzzing ceased, replaced by a charming voice. "Greetings, host. This is Light Point 511, here to serve you." In the next moment, a bright little light appeared before her, bouncing with enthusiasm. Annoyed, Claire raised her hand impatiently and got straight to the point. "Where am I? What do you want to bring me here for?" The bouncing light immediately responded, "Claire, you were stabbed to death in an alley at the age of 23. Due to your exemplary performance in life, you have been chosen by the Light Point. By completing the tasks in this world, you can fulfill any wish of the host in all kinds of ways." Upon hearing this, Claire's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any reaction. Light Point? Really? You think that's a grand name for a mere system? Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the once lively light fell silent upon hearing the word system. It then swiftly darted towards Claire and whispered dramatically, "Shill. We mustn't let anyone hear the word system. Let me tell you, the last time my superior, Light Point 863, called itself a system, another Light Point reported it out of jealousy, leading to its removal. It's still under maintenance now." "Reported for removal?" Claire retorted, puzzled. "Aren't the names the same? How could that even succeed?" The Light Point leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, "You know, each Light Point has its evaluation tasks. The one that reported 863 did so because it plagiarized another's approach and lost its host. But it managed to cling on, all the while being envious of the rapid progress of another Light Point. It took advantage of departmental shortages to get it removed." Claire raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Is that true?" The Light Point nodded vigorously, its voice firm. "Absolutely. To claim that 863 plagiarized it is utterly ridiculous. It lost its host precisely because it copied someone else's methods." "Wow, so even Light Points engage in scheming," Claire remarked. The little light, while expressionless, conveyed an air of indignation. "Indeed, our entire department is shrouded in silence. We no longer dare to use the term favorability." After a moment, the Light Point continued. "As a result, many departments have ceased their strategies, and task difficulties have diminished. We fear being left in disarray. After all, the hard work we put in could be abruptly halted for maintenance, and anyone would feel uncomfortable about that. Right now, there are significant gaps in departments, making it easy to be ambushed." Claire acknowledged this with a nonchalant without further comment. After a pause, she spoke directly. "Moreover, my name is not Claire. I am Wang Tuanyuan. This world, what is it? What is the name of the owner of this body? How did she die? What is the time frame and the task?" Upon hearing Claire's words, the Light Point hurriedly responded, "This is the world of Harry Potter. Due to the high death toll, the task is to save those who perished in the battle. Oh, and your current body's owner is named Claire Paidnick, aged 4, born the same year as Harry Potter. She fell from the 3rd floor because the sliding door was not properly secured. I just reversed time to before her fall and brought you here." "Harry Potter?" Claire frowned. She recalled reading that book long ago and vaguely remembered the plot. Claire, a character not present in the original narrative, seemed to be an identity arranged by the system. "Save the world? Claire couldn't help but laugh. If it weren't for the need to care for the orphanage and Wong Mama in her past life, she would have long since taken a leap from the top floor. She didn't even want to save herself, let alone the world abroad. Saving the world? Did they truly think she was some kind of hero? She had no wishes of her own. Claire contemplated whether dying once more would allow her to return. After all, she had earned enough money, yet she was reluctant to part with Wong Mama. Truth be told, Claire wasn't very keen on living. Thus, she unsteadily rose to her feet and slowly walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window. The window had a small balcony outside, and it was indeed how the 4-year-old girl had inadvertently fallen from the 3rd floor. Thankfully, it wasn't at the hands of those unscrupulous light points, who would intentionally concoct such scenarios to fulfill their tasks, leaving her to unwittingly inhabit the body of a little girl and become the antagonist. The nearby light point continued to sway and said, "We understand. You've read these books. If you're not familiar with the plot, I can provide details. Once you complete the task, not only can you have a wish, like returning home or acquiring vast wealth, we can fulfill it all." As she spoke, Claire pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window and stepped outside. The gaps in the balcony railing were indeed quite large. Typically, it would be shut, but this time the little girl's mother must not have secured it properly, allowing the curious 4-year-old to push it open and inadvertently create a tragedy. The light point, seeing Claire's lowered head as she gazed downward, boasted, "See? I'm quite impressive. I reversed time to save you." Claire regarded the little light with a smile that belied her age, a smile devoid of vitality. "Apologies, but I'm not inclined." Without waiting for the light point's reaction, she leaped through the wide gap, plummeting directly to the ground. Blood instantly stained the once pristine surface, soaking her beautiful clothes with an indelible red hue. Claire concluded her life in the familiar manner. Saving the world? She was not particularly enthusiastic about it. "Apologies." The light point, who had intended to say something, erupted into a sharp wail upon witnessing the scene. "Ah!" Chapter 3. Perhaps it's acceptable. Could you possibly get off me first? Claire, just awakened, looked helplessly at the light point sprawled atop her. She hadn't anticipated that this floating light point would have weight, rendering her completely immobile in her current 4-year-old body. The light point lamented loudly, "Oh, I won't get off. Do you have any idea how terrified you just made me? Why didn't you warn me beforehand?" Claire replied, "Didn't I tell you I'm not inclined?" The light point continued to wail, "Ah, but you can't do it this way. I've worked so long without encountering such a situation." Claire, feeling irritable, rubbed her forehead and then glanced down at the glowing orb resting on her chest, saying, "All right then, I shall reiterate. I am unwilling. So may I return it now?" Upon hearing this, the orb sniffled and timidly replied, Haha, can we not go back?" Claire remarked, "You're quite the little thief, aren't you?" Nevertheless, she maintained her expressionless demeanor and stated, "I'm sorry, but I must decline. While I can return to history to save New Huaxia, this is simply beyond my capacity, and I do not comprehend English." As soon as she finished speaking, the orb began to wail again. "Aw, it's been ages since I've claimed a host. I worked so hard to get you. Please, let me fulfill my performance quota, or I shall perish." Claire sighed in exasperation at the orb's lament. "Why did you choose me? You know very well what I was in my past life." The orb, hearing Claire's words, quickly responded, "Of course not. You treat the orphanage so well, which brings in a substantial amount of money, and you even help the beggars outside. Sometimes, when they resort to desperate measures, you ignore the boss's warnings and chase them away." Claire smiled wryly. "What does that matter? The people I chased away ultimately ended up killing me." The orb, like a stubborn child, lay on Claire's chest and insisted, "You must have been an exceedingly good person in your past life to be chosen by us. We do not select individuals at random. Moreover, this world is familiar to you, and the task is exceptionally easy." Fearing Claire might change her mind, it added, "Do not worry about the language barrier. I implanted an English system in you from the very beginning." Claire raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why must I save the world? Isn't there a designated savior for this realm?" The orb continued, "Because there are numerous regrets intertwined within this narrative, leading the audience to experience profound sorrow for the deceased when witnessing the conclusion. Thus, we select a host to facilitate healing." Claire pondered this and replied, "So, this is essentially a game, is it? The people here aren't real?" The orb responded with a hint of uncertainty, "Well, of course, it can be considered a game." Haha. Its answer lacked the previous conviction, tinged with a hint of guilt and hesitation. Claire questioned, The orb quickly regained its previous tone, "Yes. It can indeed be classified as a game." A game. Meanwhile, in a whisper that Claire could not hear, it added, "It can be considered a game, I suppose. That reasoning is acceptable." Claire then inquired, "So, little orb, my task is to ensure a high survival rate and ultimately achieve a favorable wish, correct?" The orb eagerly affirmed, "Absolutely. Any wish you desire." Claire nodded. "Firstly, I have yet to decide on a wish, but you must agree to one condition first." The orb responded promptly, "Speak. As long as it's reasonable, I can comply." Claire articulated her conditions. "First, transfer all the money on my phone to Mama Wong, including the cash, regardless of the method. Second, clear my browser history." After a brief pause, the orb hesitantly asked, "Is that all?" Claire retorted, "What else would you like to add?" The orb, upon hearing this, exclaimed in excitement, "No problem. I guarantee I will complete the tasks." With that, the glowing orb shimmered even brighter for 10 seconds before returning to its original state, jubilantly announcing to Claire, "All done." Claire sighed in relief upon hearing this. It seemed the money had been successfully transferred to Mama Wong, which would sustain her for a while, and her browser history was cleared as well. Though she was dead, she could at least leave a clean slate behind in this world. The orb cautiously, yet obsequiously, suggested, "Shall we begin? No need for strategies or anything. Just ensure the final resurrection of the characters, and you can easily fulfill a variety of wishes." Claire gazed at the little orb bouncing on her chest and sighed, "Fine. I'll consider it as my final good deed. After all, I have never experienced a magical world. I might as well enjoy this game." With a reluctant nod, she said, "All right then, can you move off my chest now? I wish to sit up." The orb realized it was still perched on Claire and promptly floated into the air, allowing her to sit up. Once upright, Claire wasted no time and instructed the orb to transmit information about the little girl prior to her 4th birthday, along with details about her family. No, she shouldn't call the girl that anymore. She should refer to her as Claire and her parents. For minutes later, Claire absorbed the information. Her identity was now Claire Padnick, the sole child of the Padnick family. Although her parents were not part of the esteemed Sacred 28, they were a lucrative asset in the wizarding world. However, their only daughter had been frail since birth due to certain complications. Upon learning this, Claire understood why a 4-year-old girl, who fell from the 3rd floor, had perished so easily. Ordinarily, a child of that age would not succumb to death from such a fall, even if it resulted in severe injuries. It seemed this little girl's already fragile body had accelerated her demise after the unfortunate incident. Yet, the one detail that pleased Claire was the family's considerable wealth. After receiving the information, she glanced around the lavishly adorned room. For a child to have such a spacious bedroom, they must be affluent. A villa on the 3rd floor. Finally, she was living in the kind of place she had envied while watching videos in her past life. Setting aside everything else, this treatment was quite favorable. If she couldn't save the girl, she could at least indulge in wealth here. After processing the information, Claire asked the orb, "Little orb, can my physical condition improve as I progress?" The orb nodded vigorously, "Of course. The faster you advance, the more your body will recover." Claire nodded, then staggered to the mirror, scrutinizing her appearance. Her eye color was remarkably beautiful, not much different from her previous self, her hair a silvery hue, and her features remarkably defined. Claire grinned at her reflection and noticed that she had 2 adorable little canine teeth on either side, quite reminiscent of her past life. Aside from her hair and defined features, Claire realized her facial characteristics had not changed significantly. It was as if the Claire from her previous life had merely dreamt and awakened in this 4-year-old body. With a deep sigh, she reflected on her family's financial standing, which appeared quite promising. Moreover, according to the system's information, she was considered pure blood, which would undoubtedly facilitate her endeavors. At the very least, it was not as if I had been thrust into a catastrophic scenario reminiscent of a typical overpowered male protagonist from a fantasy tale. In comparison to my fellow transmigrators, my situation could be deemed relatively favorable. The tasks ahead appeared rather effortless, verging on the leisurely. Yet, a peculiar longing for demise gnawed at me. The luminous entity, bouncing excitedly beside Claire, exclaimed, "See? I told you this task would be a breeze. Once you grasp the entire narrative, all you need to do is complete it to earn a splendid wish." Claire responded, "All right then, I shall only offer assistance during crucial moments." After all, in her previous life as a citizen of China, Claire had also relished the thrill of vicarious adventures. At the tender age of 11, she had no intention of meddling in the fantastical escapades of others, particularly since she did not wish to overshadow anyone's moment of glory. Although she retained the physical prowess and techniques of her past life, this realm brimmed with magic, which promised to be far more convenient than mere brute force. A swift spell could eliminate adversaries in an instant. Moreover, Claire mused, despite the absence of mobile communication devices in this wretched place, there were also no surveillance systems. Should anyone provoke her, she would relish the opportunity to retaliate. After all, this was merely a game. Once she completed her tasks, she would gracefully drift to an unknown location, never to reside here permanently. This world offered a remarkable degree of freedom, as long as she fulfilled her assignments. She could engage in conversation as she pleased, provided she adhered to character guidelines and refrained from interfering with the overarching plotline. However, the thought of narrative progression made Claire's head throb. Originally, She had intended to leverage her parents' capabilities to locate Dumbledore and disclose the whereabouts of the 7 Horcruxes, thereby swiftly retrieving the items and vanquishing the basilisk in a blaze of glory. Yet, the luminous entity shrieked in protest. No, that would alert the forces of fate. We must adhere to the grand narrative. Claire replied, oh. At that moment, while the radiant being reveled in its clever deception, claiming this was merely a game, it remained blissfully unaware of Claire's true thoughts. Suddenly feeling a chill down its back, it turned but found nothing amiss, leaving it to return to its previous state of confusion. After standing, Claire recognized the frailty of her new form. It was indeed gravely ill, reminiscent of Lin Dayu's plight. The little luminous entity, still eager, inquired, so, host, what plans do we have? Claire was not one to make promises lightly. Once she committed to a task, she would see it through by any means necessary, just as in her previous life, where she diligently honored the kindness of her adoptive mother by fulfilling her obligations. Anything Claire agreed to, as long as it resonated with her inner self, would be executed to perfection. Although she harbored disdain for this merciless world, she was determined to complete her tasks with unwavering dedication. After all, leaving no trace of her existence in this wretched realm would render her life utterly meaningless. Yet, as she navigated this unfamiliar world, she felt uncertain about her next steps in what appeared to be an ostensibly simple, yet profoundly challenging endeavor. Consequently, Claire waved her hand dismissively at the little luminous entity, saying, let us not dwell on this for now. I am merely 4 years old. Allow me some time to acclimate to this body. However, I must admit, the compatibility of this form is rather high, and I hope that the little girl in the other world can live happily. Observing her host's demeanor, the luminous entity conceded, all right, we can take our time. Claire chuckled at the entity's tone, all the while adjusting the system panel that had just been presented to her. She mused, discussing the past feels like lamenting. Contemplating the future resembles dreaming. It is far better to take things as they come without haste. I will undoubtedly complete my tasks. After reassuring the luminous entity, Claire turned her attention to the glowing panel before her, which recorded her physical data and details of events prior to her 4th year to prevent any inconsistencies. Only she could perceive the information displayed on this panel. Claire Padnick. Gender: female. Age: 4. Date of birth: May 1st, 1980. Physical condition: concerning. Family situation: happy and affluent, with loving parents. Appearance: exceedingly beautiful. After skimming through the mundane details, Claire noticed a gray box in the upper left corner labeled System Mall. She inquired of the luminous entity, why is this System Mall gray? The entity hopped with excitement, responding, it will only be accessible when the host turns 11 and enters Hogwarts. Well, that posed no immediate concern. Claire then stored the panel away and shakily approached her infant chair, plopping down with a sigh. This body, I scarcely wish to discuss it. In her previous life, she had been a formidable presence in underground bars, robust and unyielding, yet now, at 4 years old, even taking a few steps felt insurmountable. As a child in the orphanage, she had already begun to confront bullies demanding her food at the age of 4. Thankfully, her current home was free from such pressures. Claire sat on the floor, lost in thought, her mind drifting back to the task she had just received. Saving the world? Claire doubted the notion of salvation. The world was fundamentally rotten. Even if the magical realm were rescued, the Muggle world remained embroiled in conflict, with no one able to thrive in isolation or emerge victorious. Rather than salvation, it felt more like a quest for harmony in a world beyond repair. Little 5, I believe this should not be termed saving the world. What would that be called? Harmony. Seeking harmony in this irreparably flawed world. Although I am uncertain of my role here, I can at least contribute something. Chapter 4, Daily Life and the Finest Maid. Shortly after, Claire encountered her mother, who had just returned, and according to the luminous entity, her name was Moira. Although Claire had not been an actress in her previous life, and was now merely a 4-year-old child, she possessed the soul of a 23-year-old. To her astonishment, upon seeing Moira, her previously rehearsed intentions to act flawlessly without revealing her true identity manifested effortlessly. It felt as if she were not merely a reincarnated soul in the body of a 4-year-old, but rather the genuine daughter of the beautiful woman before her, named Claire. Although surprised, the 4-year-old girl could not allow her astonishment to show on her face, so she embraced her mother, behaving as any typical 4-year-old would. Prior to Moira's entrance, Claire had scrutinized her mother's features. Her hair was brown, and her eyes a captivating sea blue. Yet the little girl had perfectly inherited Moira's enchanting almond-shaped eyes. Claire marveled at how effortlessly she, a 23-year-old soul, navigated the act of cuddling and conversing with her mother as if it were second nature. At this moment, Claire did not dwell too long on her thoughts. She merely considered that the light points were enhancing her physical adeptness, thus allowing her to better integrate with the game's progress. Behind her, she spotted her father, Vanit. The instant Claire laid eyes on him, she realized from whom she had inherited the color of her pupils. Vanit possessed a pair of violet eyes, indicating that Claire had indeed inherited her father's ocular hue. However, while Vanit's hair was black, Claire's was a shimmering silver, a trait neither of her parents seemed to have passed down. Claire surmised that something must have occurred during childbirth, leading to this alteration in hair color. Yet, when she inquired with the light points about the cause of this change, they too could not provide clarity, merely stating that difficulties during childbirth had resulted in a weakened constitution, leaving her with no further explanation. Although Claire found this perplexing, she had no means to investigate further. Ultimately, she resolved to focus on her primary quest, deeming the color of her hair inconsequential. She would not mind even if it were a kaleidoscope of hues. Initially, Claire had not been particularly familiar with her adoptive parents, but as time progressed, she gradually acclimated to her new life in this body and actively engaged in physical training. By the age of 4, Claire had already begun consuming the bitter potions of the magical realm, when she encountered that peculiar, odorous black liquid once more. Even her typically resilient nature faltered, and she instinctively swallowed hard. Moya, ever the nurturing figure, gently patted Claire's back as she offered the potion, saying, "Darling, this is a special brew made by Mr. Snape, and it will greatly benefit your health. Once you feel better, we can go outside and play. Afterward, I promise to treat you to the most delectable peach gummy candies, all right?" Moya was acutely aware of the potion's unpalatable nature. Even she had to take a deep breath upon seeing it. Nonetheless, for the sake of her daughter's health, she dutifully brought the potion daily to comfort Claire. Initially, Claire resisted the potion vehemently, causing Moya great distress, yet there was no alternative since this was the most effective remedy available. Though Claire found the experience agonizing at first, she was obedient. Despite her discomfort, she swallowed the potion after Moya's encouragement. Afterward, she said nothing, simply sucking on a piece of candy while quietly weeping in her mother's embrace. Thus, despite being only 4 years old, Claire had already been taking medicine for 3 years. Goodness, were it not for my presence in this magical world, one might mistakenly believe I had truly arrived at a grand estate, she mused. Claire had no choice but to accept this reality, summoning her courage to lift the potion bowl and drink deeply. She had intended to employ the technique she had used in her past life when taking traditional Chinese medicine, holding her breath until she finished. However, Claire soon underestimated the potency of the magical concoction, and thus, she received a rather extravagant lesson, even holding her breath. The bizarre taste of the potion lingered in her mouth for an extended period. After hastily popping a piece of candy into her mouth, Claire nestled into her mother's arms, attempting to mask the contorted expression on her face. The agony was unbearable, akin to an elderly woman, aged 80, laboriously hauling water from a well 2 kilometers away under the scorching midday sun, only to discover she had watered the very plot of land belonging to her quarrelsome neighbor. A profound sense of helplessness, pain, and despair enveloped her. The thought of enduring this potion for an extended period deepened her sense of hopelessness. Dear heavens, could the magical world show me a modicum of kindness? After finishing the potion, Claire sat on her bed, her heart heavy as she addressed the light points that had emerged. I am starting to contemplate abandoning this task. Let me disintegrate into ashes, for I cannot bear to drink even a drop more. Upon hearing Claire's lament, the light point rushed into her embrace, wailing, "No, my host. Please don't give up on the potion." Claire retorted, "No, I wish to abandon the task." The light point exclaimed, "I shall lower your sense of taste, I promise." "Deal." Claire replied, amused. Upon witnessing Claire's almost sardonic expression, the light point realized it had been outwitted and, in a fit of indignation, attempted to bump against Claire. However, recalling Claire's frail condition, it transformed its vigorous assault into a gentle nudge. Claire reached out to stroke the small light point, finding it surprisingly soft and pleasantly comforting. Thus began Claire's leisurely existence within the Padnick Manor. Given her fragile health, she was unable to venture far, and the high cost of her potions necessitated that her parents earn a living. Initially, Moya would remain by Claire's side. Yet as their business flourished, being the proverbial golden goose of the magical world, they could not afford to falter. Van had found it challenging to manage alone, leading them to discuss the creation of a perfect house elf for Claire after a long, contemplative night. By this time, Claire had turned 5, enjoying a year of tranquility in the manor, as the main quest would not commence until she turned 11, leaving her without immediate plans. Having been implanted with an English language system by the Light Point, Claire, now 23 in spirit, had mastered most of the words long ago. Moya began teaching Claire various academic subjects and the fairy tales of the wizarding world when she turned 5, with the most famous being the tale of the boy who lived. The story's immense popularity meant Claire had heard it no less than 10 times before she reached 5, ultimately enabling her to recite it verbatim. While listening to this story, Claire pondered that the boy must be of a similar age to her, though he was likely enduring hardships at his aunt's home. How pitiful, Claire thought. Now, Claire enjoyed the love of parents she had lacked in her previous life, along with an array of beautiful clothes and toys. Nevertheless, she found herself unaccustomed to the dresses of this world and decided to wait until she was a bit older to don something more comfortable. Having never worn a dress in her previous life, she regarded them as cumbersome. However, in this new environment, with no high-impact activities to engage in, she felt free to indulge in her childhood dreams of being a princess, harboring a fondness for lovely dresses. Despite the absence of mobile phones and entertainment products, and her need to consume potions daily, Claire found satisfaction in her life, enriched by the love of her parents and the comforts of her privileged existence. Moreover, the light point frequently emerged to converse with her. Unlike the oppressive light points she had encountered in books, this one seemed to flow naturally into her life, advancing at an appropriate pace and occasionally playing delightful background music she had once cherished. At last, it seems money has entwined itself around me through legitimate means, Claire quipped. Thus, the couple deliberated and decided to find a suitable house elf for their daughter as Claire approached her 6th birthday. Throughout the year, they had observed their daughter becoming increasingly well-behaved and more understanding. She no longer cried as frequently, listened attentively to stories, and her health had gradually improved. She no longer suffered from feverish episodes as she once did. Hence, they resolved that since Claire's health was on the mend, it was an opportune moment to seek a house elf for her. After much deliberation at the elf market, they finally selected a house elf that appeared tidy and exuded a sense of confidence rather than servility. They brought it home and first entered their daughter's bedroom. Claire, due to her health conditions, had been confined to bed for an extended period and had transitioned from a crib to a small bed after turning 4. Consequently, apart from meals and essential rehabilitation exercises, she spent most of her time in bed. Upon entering, the couple beheld their adorable daughter, sitting quietly on her bed engrossed in the books they had purchased for her. They kissed her gently on the cheek, and then Moira spoke to her daughter, saying, "My dear, your father and I have been a bit busy, so we prepared a house elf to take care of you. Would you like him to look after you? If you don't like him, we can continue to care for you ourselves." Claire gazed at her mother, who spoke to her with such tenderness, and smiled sweetly, replying, "Of course, that would be wonderful, Mama." Having lived a long life in her previous existence, Claire was not truly a 5-year-old child. She could sense her mother's passion for her career through her occasional expressions. Naturally, she wished to fulfill her mother's aspirations, as having a mother dedicated to her profession was something Claire admired deeply. After all, she wasn't genuinely a 5-year-old. She would find refuge indoors during rainy days, eat when hungry, and sleep when tired. As long as she didn't act foolishly, she could live quite well. Moreover, Claire had never encountered a house elf before. In her mind, they were powerful beings capable of providing care, and at least they wouldn't turn against her. So why not indulge in this opportunity? Her mother could advance her career, and Claire herself was in no significant distress, having felt ample maternal love throughout the year, more than she had in her previous life. Therefore, one should never harbor guilt while enjoying life's pleasures, especially considering the hardships that lay ahead. Upon hearing Claire's agreement, Moira was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. She embraced her daughter once more, but recalling her daughter's fragile health, she hesitated to embrace her too tightly. Claire reciprocated this fragrant embrace, as she had come to rely on Moira during the past year, especially since Vanid was often occupied with work and had less time to spend with her. However, Claire certainly would not become estranged from her father, for he was indeed their family patriarch. When Vanid observed Claire's health improving, he was elated and promptly presented her with a bag filled with universal currency from the wizarding world. Upon opening it, Claire was nearly blinded by the golden gleam within. If her mother were to go to work now, not only would Moira feel joy, but Claire would also receive a windfall of money. Had she possessed a mobile phone at that moment, she would undoubtedly have shared pictures of their grand villa, accompanied by a caption that read, "I desire not wealth, but an abundance of love." Claire mused, "Ah, just the thought of it brings such delight. This is a role I am meant to play." Thus, upon receiving Claire's approval, Vanid snapped his fingers, and the house elf that had been waiting outside materialized in Claire's room. Claire took a good look at the house elf. To be honest, its appearance matched that of characters from films, though she had only seen Dobby previously. This elf's eyes sparkled brighter than Dobby's, and it lacked his timidity, donning attire that was clean and neat. Though perhaps not conventionally attractive, it was undoubtedly adept at its tasks. Upon entering, the house elf bowed deeply and exclaimed, "The elf is delighted to serve Ms. Moira, Mr. Vanid, and Miss Claire." Vanid smiled at Claire and said, "This is the house elf your mother and I acquired for you. If anything arises, you must communicate with it, dear." Claire nodded obediently, and Moira kissed her forehead, saying, "Now, why don't you give him a name, dear?" Claire gazed intently at the house elf before her. She was not particularly skilled at naming. If it weren't for the language barrier, she might have whimsically opted for names like Iron Pillar or Dog Egg. Unfortunately, due to the language differences, she pondered and recalled a name her high school English teacher had taught her, which was associated with healing and health. Considering her own frail condition and occasional pains, she felt this name would suit the house elf well. Thus, Claire addressed the bowing elf, saying, "You shall be named Asa." Upon hearing his name, Asa bowed even lower and respectfully replied, "Thank you, Miss Claire, for bestowing a name upon Asa." The couple understood the significance of the name, and their hearts ached as they gazed at their daughter, whose complexion was somewhat pale. Vanad then turned to the house elf and said, "Your sole master will be Claire. You must follow her every command without question." The elf bowed profoundly and answered, "Asa understands. Asa will not defy Miss Claire's wishes." With that, Vanad waved his hand, and the elf vanished from the room. The hour was growing late, and at the tender age of 5, Claire should have been settling down for sleep. The couple each kissed their daughter's cheek and gently said, "Rest well, dear." Claire, snug under her covers, looked at her parents and said, "Good night, Mama and Papa." Once they saw Claire's south eyes close, the couple quietly exited the room, turning off the light behind them. After they left, Claire opened her eyes in the darkness, recalling the name she had just given. A smile spread across her face as she thought, "How sophisticated I must be. It is indeed my time to shine." And that name carries such beautiful meaning, embodying all I hope for. After all, I must regain my health. Even if I struggle with magic, I can still wield physical prowess. In my previous life, my routines were merely foreign. Now, my very essence is intertwined with it. With these thoughts, Claire closed her eyes, surrendering to slumber, for at 5 years old, a little girl easily succumbed to sleep. The stars outside twinkle, often altering the trajectory of destiny in the unseen. Asa, the healer, a divine benefactor. Chapter 5, Novice Benefits. After finding a suitable house elf, Claire's parents returned to their usual routine of early mornings and late nights. Moya gradually resumed her previous work intensity. Though it was tiring, each time she beheld her daughter's smile, she felt rejuvenated. Since acquiring the house elf, Claire's life had not changed significantly. She still had to take her potions, endure hardships, and suffer pain. However, anything concerning her was now entrusted to the house elf. Though there had been other house elves before, Asa was specially procured for Claire, a singular companion. Thus, this elf was not tasked with cleaning gardens or cooking, but devoted solely to serving Claire. At present, Claire's health remained frail. Even at the age of 5, she could not consume heavily flavored foods. Daily, she had to drink that potion and eat tasteless meals. Her body was as fragile as the dignity of Kuria, and her spirit felt as feeble as when confronted with an enchanting male teacher in her past life. Each mealtime required immense courage. Her stomach insisted it was full, yet her mind screamed of hunger. The first second that food entered her mouth made her contemplate writing 10 farewell letters. In these moments, the light point would gently reassure her, saying, "Do not worry, host. Once you regain your health, you may eat whatever you desire." To further enhance the allure of the food, the light point would play the background music from a bite of china, attempting to deceive her senses. After a long day, Master Claire found herself dizzy after consuming the insipid meal. Ultimately, it was only after she could no longer endure it that she struck the light point, prompting it to cease the music. In her past life as a citizen of Huaxia, even the buns in the orphanage, though not particularly soft, could be enjoyed when soaked in porridge. However, here, while the bread was soft when freshly served, if Claire ate even slightly slower, it would quickly turn into a desiccated lunch. Claire pondered, how could she, merely 5 years old, feel as though her life was nearing its end? The magical world and the Muggle realm were disparate, and Claire was acutely aware of this. Yet she could not fathom why the cuisine was universally so unpalatable. It was not merely unappetizing, it was an affront to human spirit. She would never forget the gaze of that lifeless fish, which she was told would enhance her nutrition, staring back at her from the plate. Those desiccated fish, eyes wide open in death, seemed to glare at her. Claire thought to herself, "No, thank you." At times, when Claire could no longer bear it, she would employ clever ruses to deceive the naive light point into providing her with a few slices of French bread, despite the packaging being inscribed in Chinese. Initially, when the light point fell for her tricks, it would become quite irate, yet eventually, Claire's deceptions became so consistent that the light point adopted a stoic demeanor. In the end, it even grew weary of her antics, remaining perplexed by how Claire could conjure such elaborate lies. However, the offerings from the light point were limited to minor snacks and conveniences. The true treasures lay within the system shop, accessible only upon turning 11. Claire seethed with indignation. Why must the system shop remain closed until her 11th birthday? Who could say whether it contained any means of redemption? Even a simple pre-prepared meal would suffice. Yet, despite the distasteful food and bitter potions, life persisted in its slow passage. With no schooling to attend, her progress remained stagnant at 0. Yet Claire's health gradually improved, attributed to her age, daily consumption of the bitter potion, and her subconscious inclination towards exercise. Thus, 2 years flowed by in tranquil monotony. Claire was now 7 years old. No longer confined to her bed like a doll, she could occasionally stroll in the garden accompanied by the house elf. However, such excursions were limited. As Claire calculated, she would need to wait until she was 9 or 10 to participate in gatherings and form friendships. Whether she had friends or not mattered little. Claire managed to find joy in her solitude. Although there were no mobile phones here, she was surviving well enough. After all, she had only acquired a phone in her first year of high school, and upon graduating, she found herself far too busy to indulge in social media. To her surprise, Claire discovered that this little girl shared her fondness for gardenias. At 5, she had also realized that the gardenia tattoo from her previous life had somehow followed her here. The only difference was that the gardenias she saw were white, and due to her fair skin, she momentarily failed to notice. When the realization struck her, she seized the light point beside her and exclaimed, "What is this? How did my tattoo come to be here?" The light point trembled in her grasp, stammering, "I do not know. Perhaps it is a remnant of one's physical traits." Upon hearing this, Claire could only sigh in resignation and release the light point. After all, it was not the little one's fault. How could it have known how her tattoo had manifested here, and in a different hue? Fortunately, it was located on her left arm, making it less conspicuous. Later, Claire learned more about the Ministry of Magic. Initially, she had contemplated applying for a position there, thinking it would be a delightful diversion. However, upon discovering the gardenia tattoo, an instinctive dread seized her. She feared it would hinder her aspirations. Yet, she soon realized that the ministry was not as stringent as she had imagined. After all, Death Eaters with their extensive tattoos roamed freely within its walls, and surely her small mark would go unnoticed. But those matters could wait. For now, Claire indulged in a leisurely existence. In her mind, the ministry was merely a collection of individuals cashing their paychecks, lacking purpose, save for the Aurors, who seemed to be the only ones of any significance. Claire recalled a pink toad she had encountered in a book, her brow furrowing as it bore an uncanny resemblance to her high school math teacher. Clad in pastel hues, the 40-year-old donned a kaleidoscope of dresses. While an appreciation for beauty is universal, that teacher's gaze upon smiling boys and furrowed brows of girls was quite disconcerting. Claire, the old wall lamp has found its second spring at school. During her school years, Claire, with her naturally violet pupils and striking beauty, often found herself the target of ridicule from a certain teacher. However, this teacher refrained from harsh judgment, for she was well aware of Claire's past mischief in middle school and her status as an orphan. Yet, she still sought to provoke her. On one occasion, when the math teacher made a snide remark about Claire's lack of parents, Claire promptly accessed the surveillance footage from the academic office and submitted it to the Education Bureau. The officials at the Bureau, having become familiar with Claire after previous incidents, watched as this 40-year-old teacher's second spring came to a perfect and abrupt end, leaving her without employment due to her negligence. Claire, a flawless victory for the 40-year-old flirt. Here I come, darling, fear not, witness my prowess. Time meandered on, and a year passed effortlessly. Claire found herself relishing the joys of her 8-year-old life. Throughout this year, she encountered little to no significant issues, aside from the customary fevers that struck once in spring and once in winter. Dinner time was a delightful affair. As she sat at the table with her mother and father, enjoying another evening of familial warmth. Halfway through the meal, Vanid suddenly recalled something and turned to Claire, saying, "Ah, my dear, we have guests arriving tomorrow, the Palavdi family. They have a 9-year-old boy. Perhaps you might like to meet him and make a friend." Palavdi? Claire felt a flicker of confusion, as she was unfamiliar with this name. However, her mother quickly dispelled her uncertainty with a gentle pat on her head, saying, "The Palavdi couple have been our colleagues for quite some time. Uncle Claude and Aunt Alina became good friends long before you were born. In fact, Aunt Alina was pregnant a year before I was." Vanid added with a smile, "Later, we jokingly said that if the ages were right and a boy and girl were born, why not arrange a marriage?" At this, the couple erupted in laughter, while Moira wiped away the tears of mirth that had escaped her eyes, continuing, "Eventually, Alina had a boy whom they named Rooted. Then I had you. However, your health was a concern, and so the verbal promise gradually faded from memory. Just yesterday, Claude mentioned it again, expressing a desire to see our precious child now that your health has improved. But fret not, dear, it was merely a promise, and we have always respected your choices." Moira continued, "If you two get along, you could become friends. Rooted will start school a year before you, and having a familiar face there would be advantageous. It would also make it easier for you to communicate with us if you ever need assistance." Upon hearing her parents' words, Claire obediently nodded. Though internally, she was fervently urging Light to investigate this Rooted. Light swiftly scoured the data, but regretfully informed Claire, "I'm sorry, host. But this information will only be accessible when you meet him in person." Claire mused, facial recognition, is it? Thus, she resolved to wait until tomorrow to unlock the details about him. Her curiosity piqued about this individual, who was not mentioned in the original narrative. An arranged fiancé? Claire raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of interest in this impending encounter. In her previous life, she had been burdened with the cares of a large family. Despite her beauty, she had never experienced romance, having witnessed the ephemeral nature of modern love in her workplace. In her past life, due to her physical prowess and height, romantic advances were scarce. However, some overly confident individuals, emboldened by her beauty, would approach her with misplaced bravado, only to receive a swift reprimand. Thus, Claire had little insight into love, yet now she was presented with an arranged fiancé, a most fortuitous development. A golden opportunity. Whether he is a gem or a mere donkey will be revealed tomorrow. Consequently, Claire turned her attention away from Rooted and began to negotiate with Light about the possibility of learning some magic before attending Hogwarts. After prolonged and vigorous discussions, they reached an agreement. Claire could be rewarded with some basic spells, but they could only be utilized once she acquired a wand. The added benefit was that these spells would go undetected by the Ministry of Magic, which relieved Claire considerably. In this unmonitored space, she could indulge her whims freely. Claire felt an overwhelming curiosity about her forthcoming fiancé, wondering if he would possess striking good looks. After all, she considered herself rather discerning when it came to appearances. Should he resemble Dave from Plants vs. Zombies, she would prefer to keep her distance. As these thoughts flitted through her mind, she recalled all the handsome foreign celebrities she had known in her past life. Despite her previous tendency to comment abandon in the comment sections, her English had only been at a high school level. Now, however, not only was her English fluent, but her mastery of Chinese remained intact. In awkward moments, she could effortlessly weave in some Chinese phrases for flair. How perfect it was, an effortless acquisition of bilingualism. No longer would she have to endure the sour face of her English teacher or the garish skirts, nor the meaningless dialogues filled with incomprehensible listening exercises and reading comprehension. Thus, she hoped her so-called fiancé would be somewhat handsome, for he would be standing before a woman adept in 2 languages. After negotiating with Light, Claire engaged in a unique physical exercise she had developed through extensive experimentation with her body's capabilities. In this endeavor, she fancied herself a modern-day Hua Tuo. However, while Hua Tuo practiced the 5 animal frolics, hers was a rather unorthodox version. Nevertheless, she reasoned that as long as it kept her fit, that was what mattered. After completing her workout, despite the moderate intensity, Claire found herself glistening with sweat. Following her evening routine, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. And without further contemplation, she lay down on her bed and closed her eyes in a deep slumber. As dawn broke, Claire opened her eyes to the light of day, her life having settled into a remarkably stable rhythm since her arrival here. Being somewhat of an invalid, she adhered to a strict bedtime before 10 p.m., allowing her ample sleep, and consequently, she awoke at 8 a.m. Given her health circumstances, her sleep quality was remarkably good, resulting in infrequent bouts of insomnia, and she enjoyed a restful 10 hours of sleep each night. In her previous life, Claire had never experienced such a luxurious slumber. Consequently, her dark circles had remarkably faded during this time. Upon awakening and staring at the ceiling in a moment of daze, she suddenly remembered that today she was to meet her yet unfamiliar fiancé. Gradually, she sat up in bed, patted her face to rouse herself, and then descended to wash up. Today, Claire could not dress as casually as she did during her solitary days at home, where she favored loose, flowing dresses. However, with guests arriving today, it was imperative that she refrain from donning attire akin to a nightgown. Fortunately, Moya had gifted Claire a plethora of beautiful dresses, affording her ample choices. After completing her morning routine, Claire drew back the bedroom curtains, allowing sunlight to flood the room and caress her face. Her silver hair shimmered under the radiant light. With squinted eyes, she stretched languidly at the windowsill before approaching her wardrobe to select her outfit for the day. After all, Claire was merely a petite girl of under 10 years and could no longer afford to be as indifferent to her appearance as in her past life, where a simple black garment sufficed. The clothes she now wore had to reflect her current age. Since arriving in this world, she had developed an aversion to darker hues. Thus her wardrobe was replete with light-colored dresses and other delicate items. After a thorough selection process, Claire finally chose a lovely light blue dress. Cinched at the waist with a grand bow, the hem adorned with embroidered white gardenias, creating a striking blue and white contrast. The summer weather made this dress perfectly suitable. even though she needed to avoid overly revealing attire. After donning the dress, Claire styled her hair into a side braid, the end secured with a pale yellow ribbon, and adorned the left side with a blue gardenia hairpin. Claire typically did not experiment with hairstyles, as her daily activities were confined to her bedroom and the garden. However, this did not imply that she lacked skill. On the contrary, during her time at the orphanage, she had adeptly cared for younger girls, showcasing her nimble fingers. Although her silver hair did not possess the same vibrancy as dark locks, it was surprisingly smooth. Claire had managed to escape the risk of hair loss that had plagued her in her previous life due to her erratic sleep patterns. An 8-year-old girl required little adornment. A simple accessory sufficed to enhance her beauty. As Claire admired her reflection after completing her braid, a flutter of excitement surged within her. If it weren't for her physical constraints, she would have delighted in executing a series of martial arts moves on the floor. How splendid it felt to embody the image of a pure and innocent flower once more. Her silver hair and slightly gaunt face, a result of her illness, suited this persona perfectly. In preparation for the meeting, Claire even managed to procure a tube of lipstick from a beauty point, a high-quality item from the Palace's collection. Renowned for its longevity and moisture, non-transferable and remarkably affordable. In truth, it had cost her nothing, as she had acquired it from her own beauty point. The shade was a delicate cherry blossom pink, perhaps not ideal for warmer skin tones, but a divine choice for fair complexions. Once she felt ready, Claire opened the door and descended the stairs slowly. Upon noticing their daughter gracefully appearing in her lovely dress, her parents' affection for her was palpable and irresistible. Moya immediately approached, enveloping her daughter in a gentle embrace and bestowing upon her a fragrant morning kiss. "Good morning, my dear." Claire reciprocated the affection. "Good morning, mother." Not wanting to show favoritism, she also planted a kiss on her father's cheek. Initially, Claire had felt a twinge of awkwardness regarding the custom of kissing among foreigners, but over time she had grown accustomed to it. After all, these were her parents. What was wrong with a little affection? Given that Claire had no parents in her previous life, relying on them a bit more in this one was perfectly acceptable. The family gathered around the dining table, enjoying breakfast together. As Claire consumed her rather bland meal, she silently clenched her fist beneath the table. She vowed that one day she would feast on Chinese food at the dining table, though perhaps not today. After breakfast, as per her parents' words, they were expecting the arrival of their guests around 9:30 a.m. Following the meal, their house elf tidied up the table and prepared suitable tea and fruits. The family engaged in light-hearted conversation while awaiting the guests' arrival. However, as the moments ticked by, Claire's nerves began to intensify. After all these years in this place, she had yet to encounter any strangers apart from her parents. Now, she was about to meet her so-called fiancé. Could there not be a cooling-off period for such encounters, just as there was for divorces? Unfortunately, it seemed that Merlin had not heard her silent plea. Moments later, a house elf appeared, bowing respectfully as it announced, "The Pahlavi family has arrived." Upon hearing this, Vanid stood up to greet them at the estate's entrance while Moya remained seated with Claire on the sofa, awaiting the visitors. Claire appeared obedient, yet her hands tugged anxiously at her exquisite dress, threatening to ruin its fine craftsmanship. After approximately 2 minutes, the sounds of animated conversation could be heard from outside, signaling that her moment of confrontation was drawing near. Claire stood alongside her mother and proceeded to the entrance. As her father ushered the visiting family inside, Claire finally beheld them clearly. Leading the way was a gentleman clad in a white shirt and black trousers, accompanied by a lady in a stunning iris-purple dress. The couple's striking appearance indicated that they were Mr. Claude and Mrs. Alina. The moment Alina entered the room and caught sight of her dear friend's daughter, her silver hair elegantly braided to the side, large violet eyes gazing back at her, her maternal instincts surged forth. After greeting her sister, she affectionately crouched down to kiss Claire's cherubic face. "Oh my dear Claire, do you remember me?" Claire, sifting through her memories, recalled that the Pahlavi family had visited when she was 2 years old, though her recollections from that time were somewhat hazy. Nevertheless, she obediently replied, "I remember you, Aunt Alina, and Uncle Claude." Hearing his friend's daughter greet him so sweetly, Claude affectionately ruffled Claire's hair. "Indeed, it has been a long time, little one. You seem to have recovered quite well." Vanid chuckled from the side. "Indeed. You are growing larger and more independent by the day." Alina, gazing affectionately at Claire, inquired, "Is that so? How impressive." She then stood up and gently guided the little boy behind her forward, saying, "This is your little fiancé, Claire. You may call him Rooted." At that moment, Claire finally caught a clear glimpse of the child trailing behind the adults, and upon recognizing his features, she gasped in astonishment. My goodness, what a gem. The boy before her had inherited his father's chestnut hair and his mother's chocolate brown eyes, which sparkled like translucent amber. His nose was straight and regal, his lips a vibrant red, and beneath the corner of his right eye, a small beauty mark added to his charm. At that instant, although Claire maintained an air of calm and wore a sweet smile, her inner self was in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Such a treasure has been bestowed upon me." While Claire outwardly displayed a composed smile, the thought of having such an exquisite fiancé nearly rendered her speechless. However, having lived for 20 years in her past life, she managed to gather her emotions just in time to see the little boy smiling at her, extending his hand and saying, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, Claire." Claire thought to herself, "Thank goodness he is not overly charming, or I might have fainted." With a nudge from her inner light, she successfully restrained her nearly uncontrollable grin and extended her hand to clasp Rooted's. "I am also delighted to meet you, Rooted." Observing the two children's initial meeting without any conflict, their parents inexplicably released a sigh of relief. After exchanging a knowing glance, Emoya and Alina simultaneously bent down to their children, saying, "All right, now that our Claire has acquainted herself with Rooted, why don't you take him for a stroll in the garden?" "Yes, why not accompany Claire to the garden? Your Aunt Emoya has much to discuss with you." With their mothers issuing such invitations, the children had no choice but to nod obediently. Claire then turned and led her freshly acquainted little brother and fiancé into the garden of her estate. Along the way, they exchanged little conversation. Claire, still processing the situation, was fervently querying her inner light for information about Rooted, while Rooted observed the girl, who was a year younger than him, with curiosity. Rooted had known since he was 5 years old that he had a fiancée, but at that time, he had not grasped the significance of the term. He only knew that his parents had informed him that his fiancée was unwell and could not meet him just yet. Thus, he had not given it much thought until yesterday, when his parents mentioned that they would be meeting his fiancée the following day. It then dawned on him that his fiancée would now be 8 years old. Rooted was not particularly enthusiastic about the idea, having never met her before. After all, adults had mentioned that it was merely a verbal agreement and could be rescinded at any time. Thus, he accompanied his parents to visit his fiancée, mentally preparing himself, as he was aware of her health issues and felt little emotional turbulence. However, upon seeing Claire for the first time, his heart, which usually beat steadily, suddenly raced. He was captivated by the sight of the girl with silvery hair, her dress harmonizing beautifully with his own blue shirt. He marveled at how well their outfits matched, and noticed the sparkle of joy in her violet eyes. Rooted found himself thinking that perhaps the adult's promises were not so bad after all. He felt somewhat satisfied, and he considered that this wealthy little girl might be beneficial to his family as well. Meanwhile, Claire did not glance back at Rooted. Instead, she was engrossed with her inner light, delving into Rooted's background. She was already aware of his surname and age, and also knew that his parents worked in the Ministry of Magic, and that he had a rather composed character, although there was little else to uncover. Still, that was sufficient for Claire, who was not seeking to strategize against him. A basic understanding of his background was all she required. Thus, the two children, each harboring their own thoughts, arrived at the swing where Claire often played. After sitting down and sharing a smile, an awkward silence enveloped them. Claire had never encountered such an attractive boy in reality. Aside from those seen on her phone, she had never engaged in any simulation games either. Initially, she had approached the situation with the intent of playfully teasing the 9-year-old boy before her, but the reality proved to be far more daunting than her fantasies. Claire was the type to exuberantly express herself online, yet in reality, she found herself rendered shy and reserved. Consequently, she ceased her conversation with Rooted and began to strategize with her inner light about how to initiate dialogue. Rooted watched Claire as she sat on the swing. Lost in thought, sunlight illuminated her hair, casting a radiant glow. Her left hand absent-mindedly fiddled with the ribbon of her braid, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile graced her lips, reminiscent of a painting. The youthful roundness typically associated with an 8-year-old girl was diminished in Claire due to her health condition, making her appear quite slender. Rooted felt an inexplicable pang of concern for her health, wishing fervently for her swift recovery. He understood why Claire was reluctant to speak. After all, his parents had mentioned that she had not ventured outside before the age of 8 and had never encountered others. Thus, he felt it was his duty to break the silence. Gradually, he ventured, "Do you have any favorite things, Claire?" At that moment, Claire was deeply engaged in animated discussion with her inner light, contemplating the inclusion of a beautiful background melody. While her inner light even presented her with a guidebook on 100 ways to charm your fiancé for her perusal. Yet, amidst the commotion, no resolution was reached. When Claire finally registered Rooted's voice, her instincts kicked in, and she instinctively thought another greasy man had approached her, asking about her preferences. As a reflex, she blurted out, "I like money." Only after the words left her lips did she realize that she was no longer in that chaotic underground bar, but rather conversing as if she were the heroine of a TVB drama with a handsome boy. How could I make such a blunder? Rooted, taken aback by her response, was momentarily speechless, astonished that a girl would so candidly declare her fondness for money when asked about her interests. However, when Rude-Eyed observed the sudden flicker of panic in Claire's previously tranquil eyes, he found her utterly adorable. With a smile, he remarked, "Indeed, who doesn't cherish money? I certainly do." Hearing this, Claire exhaled in relief, her heart racing as she gazed at the boy's radiant smile. She couldn't help but lament her own lack of composure. "Calm down, heart, slow your pace." Nevertheless, Claire, having lived over 20 years in her past life, found herself undeniably stirred by such a handsome boy, perhaps even feeling a tinge of inferiority. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she was quite beautiful herself. Those silvery locks and violet eyes, that lovely visage. She could have earned a fortune as a model in her previous life. How could she possibly feel inadequate? Moreover, this charming lad was not from a wealthier family than her own, for her records indicated that her family was the richest. Thus, how could she be unworthy? With her attributes and lineage, she was more than a match for 10 suitors. In her past life, Claire's principles had faltered in the face of financial allure. Had she possessed wealth, she could have strutted into a nightclub and summoned a dozen male models, scattering wads of cash upon the table. Watching them kneel before her as she gently caressed their cheeks and sang, "Your suffering, my heart longs to alleviate." At this thought, the lingering self-doubt within Claire vanished, replaced by renewed confidence. She was a formidable woman who had bested all challengers, having experienced death and emerged anew in this game of life. Why not follow the main storyline and flirt with a few handsome boys? It was entirely within her grasp. Thus, Rude-Eyed witnessed the transformation of Claire, who had just moments ago appeared somewhat evasive, now radiating confidence. She shifted from her previous timid posture, extending her hand to lightly rest on the swing's frame. Reclining gracefully and turning to face Rude-Eyed, the expression in her violet eyes sparked a sudden intensity in Rude-Eyed's heartbeat, prompting him to clench his fists, internally grateful for this engagement. Meanwhile, our dear fiancé seethed as he observed the throng of men surrounding his betrothed, each vying to dissolve the engagement, only to be mocked for the mere verbal agreement, leaving him sleepless with frustration. Unperturbed, Claire effortlessly caught Rude-Eyed's earlier words. "Indeed, who doesn't like money? As it happens, I have plenty." After a brief pause, she added a whimsical detail. "However, I have a fondness for gardenias." Upon hearing this, Rude-Eyed promptly replied, "Gardenias are indeed exquisite and suit you well." Claire chuckled. Of course, any flower would compliment me. Empowered by her realization, Claire embraced her confidence. After all, this was her fiancé, and she possessed greater wealth, along with a sense of pride. Why should she be shy? Furthermore, while this boy was slightly more composed than most children his age, he was no match for the seasoned denizens of underground clubs. An 8-year-old? Claire could easily handle that. As Rude-Eyed absorbed Claire's confident smile, his heart began to race in turn. From that point onward, Claire seized control of the conversation, languidly reclining on the spacious swing, which comfortably cradled her with cushions. The topics of discussion flowed effortlessly from her, with Rude-Eyed following her lead. Yet, Claire refrained from delving into overly complex subjects, focusing instead on inquiries about the outside world and typical conversations one might expect from an 8-year-old. Rude-Eyed, captivated by Claire's gaze as she looked at him with neither fear nor evasion, but rather with an interest and confidence he had never encountered before, found himself increasingly curious about his fiancée. Chapter 7. I am meant to be an emperor. This exchange rapidly brought the once awkward pair closer. Though not to the point of complete familiarity, the shyness dissipated considerably. Light, observing the transition from Claire's initial awkwardness to her burgeoning confidence, was astonished and, upon Rude-Eyed's departure, expressed her admiration for Claire's prowess. "Host, you are truly remarkable." Claire waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing, really." When her mother inquired about Claire's interactions with Rude-Eyed, she candidly replied, "It's wonderful, Mom. I believe we can become great friends." Upon hearing this, Imoya breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing that if the two children became friends, Rude-Eyed could offer assistance to her daughter at school. Meanwhile, Rude-Eyed's mother, Alina, questioned him about his recent experience with Claire in the garden. Leaning against the carriage, she asked, "Did you enjoy your time with Claire, dear?" Instantly, Rude-Eyed was reminded of Claire's confident gaze and her charming smile revealing her subtle canine teeth, as well as her commanding presence. His ears flushed with warmth at the thought. Thus, Rude-Eyed earnestly conveyed to his mother, "Claire is wonderful. I really like her." Alina chuckled heartily and affectionately ruffled her son's hair, exclaiming, "Oh, this is the first time I've heard you express affection for someone. What kind of affection is this?" After a moment's contemplation, Rude-Eyed replied earnestly, "She is exceptional. Aside from her frail health, she is perfect in every way." Alina nodded appreciatively and teased her son, "So, are you satisfied with your fiancée after just one meeting?" This time, Rude-eyed did not respond but lowered his gaze, lost in thought, though the flush on his ears betrayed his youthful emotions. Alina, amused by her son's demeanor, chose not to press further, allowing him a moment to collect himself. At this juncture, Rude-eyed was uncertain about the implications of this marriage for him. He admired Claire for her eloquence and poise, which belied her sheltered upbringing. Being in Claire's company brought him comfort and relaxation. He mused that perhaps he was indeed pleased. After all, he found himself eagerly anticipating their next encounter. After turning 8, Claire, having established a new playmate in Rude-eyed, found that he no longer arrived via carriage after their initial meetings with their respective parents. Instead, he would directly traverse the connecting fireplace between their homes. Gradually, Claire grew accustomed to Rude-eyed's presence, relishing the novelty he brought with him on each visit, often presenting her with delightful trinkets and popular treats from the outside world. Though things remained unchanged in many respects, at least Claire found her palate somewhat appeased. Claire would often sit with Rooted in the garden on the swing or in a rocking chair, quietly engrossed in a book. While they may not have an endless stream of conversation every time they met, the ambience during those moments of silent reading was undeniably delightful. Had it not been for certain circumstances in her past life, Claire would never have dropped out of school. She had shown great promise and was on track to enter a prestigious university. The principal lamented her departure for quite some time when she left. However, the orphanage was on the brink of collapse during the pandemic, and Claire felt compelled to leave her studies behind in pursuit of employment. Little did she anticipate that she would spend 7 or 8 years working in an underground bar. Yet now, she found herself in a new world where her parents wholeheartedly supported her decisions. Here, she could pursue her desires freely, with the only restrictions being against vigorous exercise and the absence of electronic devices, making everything seem so blissful. Through her interactions with Claire, Rooted gradually uncovered the myriad of virtues that resided within her. She was never prone to self-doubt and possessed an astonishing ability to read quickly, retaining everything she encountered. Each exchange of ideas left Rooted in awe of Claire's insights. Yet, what truly astonished him was the shift in Claire's demeanor since he last witnessed the confidence in her eyes. That expression had become a rare sight, replaced by an air of indifference, as if the world held no significance for her. She appeared as though she were a sorceress dispatched by Merlin to fulfill a mission, unconcerned with the possessions she held, embodying an unsettling detachment. Rooted suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him, confounded by his own feelings. He made an effort to avoid meeting Claire's gaze during their conversations, for the moment their eyes met, an inexplicable panic would seize him. Though they were ostensibly engaged, neither seemed to take the contract seriously. Claire would sweetly call him brother only when she endeavored to bring him something delightful. Rooted delighted in presenting her with novel trinkets, merely to elicit one of her radiant smiles in return. As time passed, Claire soon reached her 9th year, and during this time, the bond between the two children deepened. Claire became more integrated into this society, growing accustomed to the customs of this nation. She would occasionally lean against Rooted, finding comfort in the subtle scent of violets that surrounded him, which soothed her. Rooted readily welcomed her proximity, allowing her to rest against him whenever she felt weary from reading, for he was far more comfortable than any pillow. At first, Claire felt a twinge of shyness, but then she reasoned that she was merely 8 years old. What could a child of that age possibly understand? Moreover, he was her designated fiancé, and it would be foolish not to take advantage of the situation while she could. Over the course of that year, Rooted grew increasingly accustomed to Claire's presence, as if his life were incomplete without her. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would seek her out. In fact, within the Padnick household, Rooted had even been given a room of his own. Claire had also become familiar with Rooted, remembering the way his stunning visage had captivated her from the very first glance, as well as his manner of speaking and the fragrance that enveloped him. As time flew by, summer arrived once more, and Claire had just celebrated her 9th birthday on May 1st, a holiday in her homeland. Although there were celebrations, she was still subjected to laborious tasks, returning home dusty and disheveled after completing her good deeds, her once clean face now smudged with grime. Claire's birthday had always been on May 1st, although she had been found in the orphanage on the first day of the Lunar New Year. The year of her birth was recorded in her swaddling cloth. According to the zodiac of her previous life, she was a Taurus, typically characterized as gentle. However, Claire's sharp tongue and fiery spirit belied any notions of softness, often leaving even the most confident souls feeling a chill. At times, the light orbs surrounding her would exclaim, "Something feels off. You hardly embody the traits of a Taurus." Claire would chuckle and retort, "What do you mean? I am gentle." The light orb would shudder at memories of Claire wielding a stick against others, shivering at the thought. "No, not gentle at all." Claire playfully flicked the light orb, saying, "Be grateful. The fact that I could be so kind in that underground bar is already remarkable. Anyone who provoked my gentleness must have been a truly exceptional breed." And since they are social creatures, they would often incite my ire. The smile on Claire's lips as she spoke caused the light orb to tremble, silently wishing luck upon those who had fallen victim to her wrath. After all, they were merely knocked unconscious, not killed, had they encountered her in an unmonitored setting. She could have easily sent them to their graves with a single blow. Now, let us return to the main narrative. During the summer, Claire's health improved slightly. As the season lacked the harsh chill of winter, the unexpected cold of spring, or the desolation of autumn, though summer was indeed sweltering, it was just right for Claire's constitution. Rooted was also not one to easily succumb to heat, and the garden featured a shaded area where the temperature was just perfect. That year, Claire had discussed clothing styles from her homeland with her mother, and as a result, she no longer wore the loose, ordinary dresses, but instead donned a loose-fitting version of a traditional cheapao. When she first tried it on, her foreign features felt somewhat out of place. Yet the fabric was undeniably comfortable and beautiful. Claire's face could pull off any look with ease. As usual, Claire leaned on the swing, perusing her book. But today she found herself feeling a bit lackluster. With a snap, she closed the book and stared vacantly at the gardenia blossoms across from her. Rooted, accustomed to Claire's whims, also closed his book and inquired, "What's wrong, Claire? Are you feeling unhappy?" Claire did not respond directly to Rooted's question. Instead, she remarked, "Anger, greed, lust, suspicion. Indeed, I am fit to be an emperor." Rooted chuckled at her response, recalling that the term emperor was one Claire had taught him. Knowing her fondness for the civilization of her homeland, he had taken the time to learn much about it, including the nature of emperors. He had long since grown accustomed to Claire's tangential remarks and her occasional bursts of vocabulary. Indeed, Claire is certainly suited to be an emperor. Long live the emperor, he exclaimed. Claire, amused by Rooted's enthusiasm, chuckled before asking, "So, when you say your Christmas ball rotates among each family, which family is it this year?" Claire inquired this because she was now 9 years old, and following a recent medical examination, her health had improved sufficiently to allow for some outdoor activities. Aside from meeting Rudide, she had not made any acquaintances in this area, and having spent so much time at home, she found it rather stifling. Therefore, she was particularly eager to attend the local festivities and meet new people. Rudide pondered for a moment, then replied to Claire, "Ah, what a coincidence. This year, the Malfoy family is hosting the Christmas gala." Malfoy? Little dragon? Upon hearing the name Malfoy, Claire's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of seeing Draco thrilled her. Perhaps she could even unlock hidden characters. With exuberance, Claire exclaimed to Rudide, "This year, I must attend the Malfoy event. I'll discuss it with my parents." Rudide certainly did not miss the fleeting excitement in Claire's eyes, but he attributed her joy to her improved health and newfound ability to enjoy outings. However, when he later observed Claire engaging animatedly with Draco and that young lad from the Knot family at the gala, Rudide wished he could turn back time and suggest other venues to her. At that moment, though, he refrained from overthinking and simply said to Claire, "That sounds splendid. We shall go together." Claire resumed her languid pose and nodded. Of course, no problem at all. After discussing the gala, Claire lost her desire to read and became engrossed in Rudide's tales about the attendees, including the elusive Knot heir, who had only appeared a few times in the books, and the legendary Mrs. Zabini. Claire began musing with Rudide over what attire she should wear, as over the years, their choices often coincided in color. Additionally, Rudide surprisingly possessed a certain knowledge of women's fashion. In reality, he had secretly researched this after learning of Claire's fondness for gardenias. Consequently, Claire delightedly debated with him, pondering where to place lace on her dress to make it more striking and where to position the gardenias for maximum beauty. At that moment, the sun shone brilliantly, and the cicadas buzzed incessantly, yet Claire yearned for time to hasten to winter. Chapter 8, Merry Christmas. Thus, with Claire's anticipation, Christmas arrived as scheduled. This year, the Padnig family, prompted by their daughter, had sent a letter to the Malfoy estate well in advance. When Lucius received the letter, he was somewhat taken aback. He was aware that the Padnig family had a fragile little daughter, likely the same age as his son. If so, she would be a girl who had not ventured out in 9 years. With this thought, Lucius instructed the house elf to raise the indoor temperature for the gathering and magically clear the snow from the garden while casting a few warming charms. After all, this Christmas gala was a time for children to revel, but for adults, it was an excellent opportunity to exchange information and forge alliances. The Padnig couple had never attended such gatherings before, but Lucius surmised that they were here, driven by their daughter's desire to join, for even without attending, numerous individuals would eagerly seek collaboration with them. Lucius was acutely aware that his son and his peers were particularly exclusive, and it was unlikely that they would treat a girl they had not seen in 9 years with kindness. However, he could not simply overlook this. She was no ordinary pureblood girl. If the interaction went well, Lucius could profit from it. He disregarded others, and, after receiving the letter, called his son to the study, saying, "At Christmas, a girl named Claire Padnick, who is your age and whom you have never met, will be attending. Remember to engage with her." Draco looked at his father, puzzled why. It was no wonder he was confused. Throughout his life, he had always been the object of others' flattery. His father had only ever instructed him to uphold the Malfoy family's honor, never to treat any child with kindness. Suddenly being told to build a rapport with a girl he had not seen in 9 years left Draco feeling rather displeased. Lucius gazed sternly at Draco. "Because we cannot underestimate this girl's family, do you understand? Draco, you must maintain the dignity befitting a Malfoy." Seeing his father's serious demeanor, Draco reluctantly nodded. Already harboring a dislike for Claire, yet a flicker of curiosity arose about the girl who had elicited such gravity from his father. What sort of girl could provoke such seriousness? Before long, Christmas arrived. Claire eagerly unwrapped gifts from her parents, rude-eyed, and the Palavdi couple beneath the Christmas tree early in the morning, then began discussing jewelry with her mother for the day. The dress had long been decided upon, a pale blue princess gown that Claire and rude-eyed had chosen together, adorned with several white or yellow gardenias, layered beautifully. Although it featured some plush lining, it was not cumbersome, and Claire found it easy to wear. Moreover, Moya had prepared everything for her daughter. As Claire was still merely a 9-year-old girl, revealing her ability to style her hair might raise suspicions. Thus, Claire allowed her mother to arrange her like a Barbie doll. Having never celebrated Christmas in her past life, Claire recalled that during her previous Christmas, she had been at school, where such festivities were forbidden. Even gifting an apple would earn reprimand. While working, Claire gazed out at the falling snow, her thoughts drifting. In her previous life, she had never contemplated Christmas. And during New Year's, she often found herself in a bustling underground bar. New Year's was the busiest time, as those returning home sought to partake in the lively atmosphere, which only intensified as more patrons arrived. Consequently, during those times, Claire barely dared to embrace the holiday spirit, wandering around with a stick in hand. What use was there in wearing beautiful dresses or donning exquisite jewelry? In those days, she often found herself clad in nothing but a black t-shirt after dealing with the chaos. Claire had not spent New Year's with Mama Wong in a long time. So after finishing her work one New Year's, she made a wish to the sky, hoping for a more relaxed year ahead. "Next year, may my father's troubles vanish. And may it be even livelier than before." Claire mused, "Oh heavens, I shall not wish again. Every time I do, you seem to enjoy playing tricks on me." While Claire was lost in thought reminiscing about her past, Moya had swiftly styled her hair and adorned her with jewelry. When Claire gazed at her reflection in the mirror, she was taken aback. In the mirror, the girl's silvery hair was meticulously braided at the back, forming an elegant bun, with delicate little braids cascading on either side and gathered at the back. Adorning her hair was a modest warm yellow gardenia, adding a subtle touch of charm. Around her neck hung a rabbit pendant, a cherished gift from her mother last Christmas, while the necklace itself was strung with gardenia blossoms. On her left wrist, she wore a gardenia bracelet gifted by Rude-Eyed, who claimed it would endure for a long time, with the fragrance of the flowers lingering for ages. Claire, accustomed to a leisurely demeanor at home, was nearly taken aback by her formal attire today. A glimmering orb flitted around her face, exclaiming, "Oh my, host, you look stunning." Claire, filled with pride, responded with a haughty hum. "Of course, just look at who it is." The orb, invisible to anyone but Claire, audaciously perched itself atop her head. Due to Rude-Eyed's parents needing to confer with Lucius, they had not made the customary arrangements to visit the Malfoy residence together. Given Claire's health circumstances, she was unable to endure flu powder travel, prompting her parents to opt for a carriage ride in the afternoon instead. Once Claire was ready, the time gradually approached, and the carriage had long been prepared by the household house elf. Thus, clad in her attire, and after her parents cast several warming spells, Claire climbed aboard the carriage with her mother and father. The carriage soon glided smoothly along, and through the window, Claire could see it gently ascending towards the sky. The interior was warm, yet due to magical properties, the windows remained free of frost. Claire watched as the carriage ascended above the clouds, reminiscent of an experience she had never actually had on an airplane in her previous life. Nevertheless, with this carriage in her current life, she felt a sense of fulfillment. The journey was remarkably smooth, and in less than half an hour, they arrived at Malfoy Manor. It was worth noting that the Padnick couple had chosen a location for their estate far removed from the wizarding community due to Claire's health. Once the carriage came to a steady stop, Claire gently tugged her mother's hand as they disembarked. She had draped a fluffy shawl over her shoulders, nearly burying her small face within it, with only her expressive eyes peeking out, evoking a deep sense of tenderness in onlookers. Being the Padnick family's carriage, it was not required to halt outside the manor but instead drew directly to the entrance, allowing them immediate access to the warm interior. As Claire stepped inside, she attracted numerous gazes. However, she remained unfazed, having endured similar scrutinizing stares during her past experiences in underground bars. The malicious glances from these individuals paled in comparison to the more aggressive stares she had faced previously. Therefore, Claire's expression revealed no hint of timidity. Instead, she surveyed the room with an air of aloofness and confidence. Those present recognized the Padnick couple and were taken aback, as their family typically did not partake in such gatherings. However, upon spotting the small girl being led by Moya, a look of realization dawned upon them. It was Claire, the frail child who had never set foot outside the estate in 9 years, raised in isolation. They initially presumed she was unfamiliar with the world, but when they met her in different gaze, they were compelled to retract their previous judgments. The way she regarded them suggested a depth of experience far beyond that of a sheltered girl. Some empathetic ladies, noticing Claire's pale face nestled in her shawl, felt an immediate surge of compassion. Unbeknownst to them, Claire was engaged in a lively exchange with the orb in her mind. Goodness, it's quite warm here. And it's evident that the Malfoys are rather affluent. Indeed, host, the Malfoy family possesses considerable wealth. As Claire's eyes scanned the golden columns, they sparkled with excitement. And she discreetly inquired, "Go, little one, scan those columns to see if they are made of pure gold." Scanning complete, host. They are indeed pure gold. Claire's eyes sparkled even brighter at the orb's confirmation. While she was well aware of her own family's wealth and the lavishness of their decor, it was of a more understated elegance, unlike the Malfoys, who boldly displayed pure gold in their architecture. Just as Claire wished to examine the columns more closely, she noticed Rudide approaching. "Merry Christmas, Claire. Do you like your gift?" Rudide, upon spotting Claire, immediately made his way over, his smile brightening further as he noticed her joyful gaze. In truth, Claire was more interested in scrutinizing the golden columns. This momentary misunderstanding lent Rudide's distant smile a genuine warmth, and upon seeing Claire's splendid attire, his smile radiated even more. "You look absolutely stunning. It's as if the dress we chose together has come to life." Claire returned his greeting. "Of course, Merry Christmas. Rudide, I adore my gift." Rudide nodded in approval. "I'm glad to hear that." Then, Claire took her mother's hand and approached the host of the gathering. At that moment, Draco, having just been pulled over by his mother and feeling somewhat displeased, caught sight of Claire walking towards him. Her violet eyes sparkled with a smile, each step embodying grace and decorum. "Given that you are my father's special request, I shall be a bit friendlier towards you," Draco remarked. Lucius, noticing the two approaching, swiftly raised his glass in greeting and clinked it with Venade, exclaiming, "Long time no see, Venade. How have you been?" Venade replied with a smile, "Oh, quite well, actually. I'm delighted that my daughter's health has improved." Lucius then turned his attention to Claire, who graciously said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Uncle Lucius. And Aunt Narcissa." Lucius nodded with a smile, while Narcissa, with a warm expression, bent down to look at Claire and introduced Draco. "Hello, Claire. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is my son, Draco Malfoy." Claire nodded politely in acknowledgement of Narcissa, then extended her hand to Draco, saying, "Hello, Draco. I'm Claire." Draco, in a rather pompous manner, extended his hand in return. "Just call me Draco." Claire thought, what a little show-off, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Instead, she smiled as she released Draco's hand and discreetly glanced at his hair, which gleamed under the light due to an excessive application of hair gel. "That bald spot is well-deserved. That's a lethal amount of gel. Goodness." After Narcissa observed the two getting acquainted, she kindly urged, "All right then, Draco. Take Claire to the children's area. There are many young wizards there who are your age, Claire." Claire nodded obediently, and as Draco proudly lifted his chin and turned to lead the way, she bid farewell to her parents before following him. However, the typically impetuous Draco curiously slowed his pace this time, as he inexplicably recalled his father's admonition regarding Claire's frail health, advising against brisk movement. Thus, he walked considerably slower than usual, ensuring that he could catch a glimpse of Claire following closely behind. Once Claire trailed after Draco, she instantly attracted the attention of a group of children, albeit not in a favorable manner. Their gazes were filled with curiosity, scrutiny, disdain, and even aversion. Undeterred, Claire maintained her composure amidst their stares and settled into the seat that Rudy had prepared for her, right in the center of the sofa, beside Draco. Claire found this position quite fitting. After all, with her family's considerable wealth, why not flaunt it? Such a spot was indeed befitting of someone of her stature. The moment Claire sat down, the previously subdued children unleashed a barrage of inquiries, a mix of bizarre, probing, and mocking questions. Yet, Claire chose not to respond immediately. Instead, her violet eyes swept around the room, assessing the dynamics of her surroundings. The girl who glared at her with contempt, while casting affectionate glances at Draco, was undoubtedly Pansy Parkinson. Not far off sat Theodore Knott, distinguished by his blue eyes and dark hair, and beside him was the notably mature-looking child, Zabini. After familiarizing herself with the seating arrangement and overall atmosphere, Claire smiled and introduced herself. "I am Claire Paidnik. You may simply call me Claire." Upon hearing her introduction, the children suppressed their curiosity and stepped forward to introduce themselves, including those from the Knot and Zabini families. Gradually, Claire began to address their questions with clarity and a logical coherence that was nothing short of impeccable. Draco observed Claire with a mix of suspicion and intrigue. She certainly did not resemble a girl who had been confined to her estate for 9 years. Others shared this sentiment, but had Claire been aware, she would have likely laughed aloud. How amusing it was that a group of children, still in their infancy, believed they could pry into her life. After all, she had struggled for years in a rather dismal environment. If she couldn't articulate herself well, it would indeed be a monumental embarrassment. Despite her apparent maturity, she remained a minor, and some experiences and perspectives simply could not be compared. Did they truly believe her to be a character from a romantic narrative? A domineering CEO who became a top hacker at 3, solved global dilemmas at 4, and became a premier mercenary at 5? Certainly not. Thus, Draco's curiosity about Claire intensified. Aside from her frail constitution, she seemed flawless. Rudy, observing Claire gracefully responding to the surrounding inquiries, felt an involuntary surge of pride welling within him. She was his fiancée, the betrothed he had chosen long ago. In that moment, he remained blissfully unaware of the growing interest some boys were developing towards his fiancée. He would later be infuriated to witness them vying for her attention. Chapter 9, Presently. Yet, amidst this seemingly harmonious atmosphere, a sharp female voice abruptly interrupted. "Miss Claire, given your condition, you should not be present in such a setting. You ought to rest. Otherwise, your attendance at Hogwarts may be in jeopardy." Claire's smile faltered instantly, and upon turning, she found Pansy Parkinson glaring at her with furrowed brows. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the room. Rudy frowned, poised to speak, but Claire waved him off, smiling as she addressed Pansy. "Miss Parkinson, my mother instilled in me the value of politeness towards others. I have always endeavored to treat everyone with courtesy. However, upon encountering you, I realize not everyone is fortunate enough to have a mother." This snarky retort immediately infused vitality back into the previously tense atmosphere as the children exchanged glances. Even Draco cast a surprised look at Claire. Moments ago, she had been exceedingly polite and gentle, and now she was delivering such a scathing remark. The boy who had intended to defend Claire slowly retreated into his seat. Claire was unconcerned about Pansy's pureblood lineage. Her family's wealth spoke volumes. Pansy, her pride swelling, pointed an accusatory finger at Claire, exclaiming, "Aren't you merely relying on your family's fortune?" Claire burst into laughter at this feeble insult, shifting into a more comfortable position as she replied, "Indeed, I can rely on my family's resources, but you, my dear, may not be so fortunate. After all, you do not possess the wealth that my family does. Just imagine how much your family's assets might dwindle if I were to inform my father." Glancing at Draco, an idea sparked in her mind, and she added with a smile, "Just wait, I shall tell my father." Claire, the mere thought of it makes me want to laugh. With that statement, Claire struggled to contain her mirth, while Rudy, aware of the comment's origin, couldn't help but smirk. Only Draco remained puzzled. Why did that phrase seem so familiar? Pansy, mistaking Claire's laughter for mockery, seethed with anger yet felt too intimidated to retort. Realizing she could not best Claire in a verbal duel, with a stomp, she glared at Draco before storming outside. After laughing for a moment, Claire looked up and locked eyes with a pair of cerulean ones, radiating joy. She recognized him instantly, Theodore Knott, the cool, ethereal figure who had swiftly risen to prominence among the Slytherin elite. He was indeed as handsome as she had imagined. Claire winked at Theodore, causing his previously cheerful blue eyes to widen in surprise. Theodore, taken aback by Claire's playful gesture, had initially assumed that the daughter of the Paidnik family would merely make a brief introduction at his father's behest. However, he was astonished by how articulate and impressive this girl, who had been sheltered for 9 years, turned out to be, discussing points that intrigued him. Thus, he found himself captivated by her eloquence, often stealing glances at Claire as she spoke. He had noticed her beauty at first sight, enough to capture many people's attention. But witnessing her fearless dismissal of Pansy's taunts only deepened his interest. When she winked at him, Theodore felt his heart race, as the simple gesture quickened his pulse. Claire considered the wink a mere friendly gesture, having never seen Theodore display such warmth in his gaze before. Little did she realize that, unknowingly, she had piqued Theodore's interest. After Pansy departed, the atmosphere returned to its former exuberance. However, everyone treated Claire with heightened courtesy, as they could not ascertain whether they could outwit her. After conversing for a considerable time, Claire began to feel slightly dizzy, as it was her first experience surrounded by such warmth from a multitude of people. Thus, Feeling unwell was inevitable. For the first time, Claire yearned to step outside into the garden to breathe in the cold air. Resolutely, she addressed both Ruddy and Draco, stating, "I am going for a stroll to clear my mind. You need not accompany me." Turning to the group of children, she added, "Continue your conversation. I shall take a brief walk in the garden alone." Ruddy initially intended to follow her, but Claire insisted, "I can manage on my own." Having reached the age of 9, Claire had always been accompanied when venturing outside, but today she particularly desired solitude. She informed Draco of her intentions, primarily to ensure that Lucius would not need to summon Draco in case of any issues. Draping her shawl around her, Claire sauntered towards the garden. The snowfall from Christmas had been meticulously cleared, and with the sky now devoid of snow, the moonlight illuminated the magically enduring flowers, rendering them particularly enchanting. Claire did not wander far, opting instead to linger beside a small corridor where she found herself alone. A gentle breeze swept through, though it was not overly chilly. Thus, Claire stood quietly, allowing the wind to refresh her muddled thoughts. This was indeed rather pleasant, she mused. However, fate had other plans. It seemed the heavens had overheard her thoughts and decided to stir up a bit of trouble. She soon caught the sound of hushed voices near a wall beside her. "Why is that sickly child here?" One voice complained. "I don't know. It's truly unfortunate. My father insists I should cultivate a good relationship with that girl." What need does a 9-year-old child have for such relationships? From the tone, Claire deduced that the speakers were 2 boys, slightly older than herself, but certainly not exceeding 11 years. She chuckled to herself, thinking, "Do they truly believe I am a sickly child?" Glancing back, she noticed a wooden stick resting against the wall, presumably left behind by a house elf. It was not particularly long, and when she picked it up, she found it pleasantly weighted, perfect for her needs. As she tightened her grip on the stick, she heard the boys laughing again. When she raised her eyes, she was met with the sight of Blaze, casually leaning against the wall. When did he arrive? She wondered, noticing the puzzled look on her face. Blaze smiled and remarked with interest, "Ah, it appears you've overheard something you shouldn't have." Claire grinned, revealing her small canine teeth, and retorted, "Then let them silence themselves." It mattered little to her what he had heard or how he had materialized. In that moment, Claire conversed with the light in her mind. "Could you play Gimme On Up as I put on my airs?" "Why?" came the reply. "No reason. It simply makes me appear more sophisticated." Such as when. Claire weighed the stick in her hand and flashed a smile at Blaze. Now, Chapter 10, I told you not to get ahead of yourself. With that, Claire untied the shawl draped around her shoulders and tossed it to Blaze. Then, clutching the stick, she strode out. Upon receiving the shawl, Blaze was even more perplexed. Initially, while seated, he had seen Claire preparing to leave and, for reasons unknown, felt compelled to follow her. Perhaps it was the softness of her smile directed at him, devoid of the obvious infatuation that other girls often exhibited. During the banquet, when Blaze's gaze met Claire's, he nearly fancied himself some chosen object. The absurdity of this thought almost made him laugh. However, at that moment, Claire had been cosplaying as an empress, gazing at Blaze as if selecting a consort. Shortly after Claire stepped outside, Blaze concocted an excuse to follow her, tracing her path until he overheard the 2 boys mocking her. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Claire smile at him and toss her shawl his way. The rich fragrance of gardenias enveloped Blaze, leaving him momentarily dizzy, his heart racing. The image of Claire's smile, revealing her small canine teeth, lingered in his mind. Only when he regained his composure did he realize the absurdity of her carrying a stick. It was potentially detrimental to her health. Outside, the air was not as warm as within the corridors, and she would be cold without her shawl. With this thought, Blaze draped the shawl over his arm and hurried outside. He could not fathom why Claire chose to wield the stick, but he feared the worst, that she might use it to intimidate those boys. Yet, as he turned, he witnessed the most astonishing scene of his life. Claire, holding the stick, appeared behind the very boys who had spoken ill of her, shivering slightly in the chilly breeze, her head spinning. However, the soundtrack of empowerment playing in her mind made her feel like the heroine vanquishing aliens, prompting her to swing the stick at each boy. Due to her small stature, the impact was not as effective as she had hoped. It merely caused them to yelp in pain and turn around. Claire felt a twinge of disappointment, for in her past life, such a strike would have rendered them incapacitated. Nevertheless, she swiftly followed up with several more strikes as they turned to face her. The 2 boys, bewildered by the sudden onslaught, cried out in shock and anger. Eventually, as they finally ceased their movement, they found Claire standing before them, stick in hand, wearing a bemused expression. Observing their initial fury transform into astonishment and disdain, she smirked and declared, "You are finished." Upon hearing this, the boys seemed to recall the formidable family Claire belonged to, realizing that provoking the Padmage family could result in dire consequences. Their expressions shifted from surprise and disdain to sheer terror, followed swiftly by indignation. Claire tightened her grip on the stick, her body wavering under strain. But she refused to succumb to embarrassment. At that moment, sensing the gravity of the situation, Blaze rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Claire. Addressing the two boys with authority, "Why are you not leaving?" The fleeting change in the gazes of the two boys was imbued with a sense of desperation, a willingness to risk it all. After all, Claire, frail and sickly, had struck them a few times, yet they remained unscathed. However, upon catching sight of Blaze, they instinctively recoiled and turned to flee, supporting each other in their retreat. They could not ascertain whether they could triumph over a grown man, despite being a year older than Blaze. Once the boys had departed, Blaze quickly turned to Claire, who, moments before, had stood with a wooden stick and an air of disdain, now appeared pale, her lips tinged with blue, and her face unnaturally flushed. Blaze promptly draped his shawl around her shoulders once more and supported her. The moment Claire saw the boys leave, she felt as though she might shatter into pieces. After nearly 5 years in this place, she had not engaged in such vigorous activity. This sudden exertion rendered her body, honed over 5 years, as if it had been depleted. Claire murmured, "I feel utterly drained." Thus, after the shawl was wrapped around her, she instinctively grasped the nearest support, understanding that there were times to display strength and times to rest. Grasping Blaze's arm, Claire, in a voice tinged with fatigue, responded, "I'm perfectly fine. It's been ages since I've engaged in something like this." Her nonchalant tone elicited a smile from Blaze. Indeed, it was the first time he had witnessed a girl, especially one as frail as Claire, charge at someone with a stick. He found himself increasingly intrigued by this enigmatic girl. However, the immediate priority was to escort Claire to the warmth of the indoors, as her recent exertion necessitated a slow and careful pace. At that moment, the light in Claire's mind transformed into a gentle melody, bouncing around her, anxiously asking, "Host, how do you feel? Are you all right?" Claire suppressed the metallic taste of blood rising in her throat and managed a smile, assuring the light, "It's nothing. A good night's sleep will set me right. I merely dealt with a few confused adolescents. I have experience in such matters, so there is no need for concern." As they neared their destination, Claire felt sufficiently recovered and instinctively released her grip on Blaze's arm, turning to him with a grateful expression, "Thank you. But I can manage on my own now." In Claire's experience, children abroad tended to mature earlier than those at home, who were still playing in the mud while these youngsters had already begun to experience the pangs of young love. Thus, she preferred to minimize contact with outsiders. Her earlier reliance on Blaze had been a last resort, as she had been on the brink of collapsing without his support. Nevertheless, she had emerged victorious this time. If she could simply reach the sofa, this ordeal would conclude, especially since the two boys had likely retreated to some corner, hiding. Though Blaze politely released her arm, he remained close behind, hands subtly raised, ensuring he was ready to assist as Claire took her slow, deliberate steps towards the sofa. Upon seeing Claire return, Rudy felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. Her safe return was all that mattered. Moments earlier, he had been perched on the edge of the sofa, restless and anxious to slip away, but Claire's earlier words echoed in his mind. He knew she would be upset if she discovered he had followed her. Now that she was back, all was well. Draco also exhaled a sigh of relief. If anything were to happen to that frail girl in his garden, he would have to offer a heartfelt apology. However, as he drew closer, Rudy noticed something was amiss with Claire. When she had first returned, her complexion had been relatively normal, paler than the usual rosy hue of children, but not alarming. Yet now, her lips were ashen, and her face bore an unusual flush. Concerned, Rudy furrowed his brow, sensing something was gravely amiss, and stood to approach Claire. At that moment, Claire appeared to be walking slowly, yet her vision swam with darkness. And despite the warmth of the room, she felt an unsettling chill. She envisioned numerous little angels swirling around her. Suddenly, the metallic taste of blood, which she had previously managed to suppress, surged forth with an unstoppable force, spilling from her lips. "Blood, I'm free." Claire thought, "I told you." His father wouldn't he allow a champagne toast in the middle of the match? As the young ladies and gentlemen prepared to speak upon Claire's arrival, they were met with the shocking sight of her, once steady, suddenly expelling blood and collapsing to the ground. Rudy's eyes widened in horror the instant he witnessed Claire's distress, his heart racing as he desperately sought to reach her, but it seemed he was too late. Fortunately, Claire collapsed right beside Theodore. Theodore, who had been observing the girl moments before, instinctively sprang into action as he witnessed her fall, swiftly rising to embrace her, then gently kneeling down to lay her flat while still holding her close. His heart raced, and worry creased his brow as he pondered how someone who had seemed fine just moments ago could suddenly faint. Draco felt as if his very soul had been shaken from its core. It couldn't be Claire. How could anything go wrong at his family's gathering? What had transpired with Claire? At that moment, His concern for her well-being eclipsed any thoughts of how this incident might affect his family's reputation. Rudy dashed to Claire's side, taking her from Theodore's arms, as others gathered anxiously around them. Rudy trembled as he wiped the blood from Claire's lips, and news of her collapse quickly reached the Patil couples. Upon learning of their daughter's condition, they rushed to her side. Lucius, fulfilling his role as host, promptly sent a house elf to summon a healer from Street Mungo S, while also penning a letter to Snape. In an instant, the once perfect Christmas gathering descended into chaos due to Claire's collapse, but she was swiftly transported to the hospital for the necessary treatment. Although Snape was somewhat displeased to be summoned in the middle of the night to deliver potions, he complied. Once Claire's condition stabilized, it was time for accountability. Blaise promptly informed everyone of the identities of the boys involved and how they had treated Claire, though he conveniently omitted the details of her retaliatory strike with the stick. Although the boys had confessed, no one chose to believe them. They certainly regarded the two young boys as being disingenuous. For who would believe that a frail little girl could wield a stick against them? Ultimately, the outcome was that the two boys were left with grievous injuries, with no place to weep for their misfortunes. Upon learning that Claire had been stabilized after being taken to the hospital, Theodore involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance and, upon inspecting his sleeve, realized it emanated from there. This prompted him to recall the rich scent of gardenias that enveloped him when he had held Claire in his arms, a scent that astonishingly lingered even now. Theodore now reminisced about the embrace. The 9-year-old girl did not possess the robust health typical of her peers, her frailness a consequence of illness. Yet, when she fainted into his arms, he could not help but acknowledge that he experienced a profound sense of urgency for the first time in his life. This initial urgency spawned countless intertwining paths thereafter. Following Claire's transfer to St. Mungo's, Draco frequently defied his father's orders to visit the unconscious girl. Although he was mildly chastised by his father for this, Draco felt a twinge of anger, for Lucius, aware of Claire's request to keep others away, surely recognized his son's innocence in this matter. Nevertheless, Draco continued to visit Claire daily, and upon seeing her, he found that his anger dissipated. All he wished for was her awakening. "We'll settle the score once you are awake." After all, he had never encountered such an intriguing girl and found himself rather enjoying her companionship. Theodore, through discussions with his father, secured visitation rights, presenting an enticing proposition. Since he had caught Claire when she fainted, fostering a relationship could yield mutual benefits. Theodore's father, unable to resist such a lure, consented to his son's visits to Claire with the intention of fostering a friendship once she regained consciousness. Rooted had not closed his eyes for an extended period, remaining steadfastly by Claire's bedside until others employed magic to induce his slumber. Otherwise, given his relentless vigil, he might have collapsed from sleep deprivation. As Rooted sat beside the pale, unconscious Claire, he resolutely vowed to protect her at all costs, swearing to Merlin, "Please bear witness. I shall forever use my strength to safeguard Claire, my fiancée, ensuring her health and happiness for all eternity. Merlin above, I beseech you to awaken her." Chapter 11, Awakening. Claire felt as though her mind was engulfed in a haze, unable to discern anything clearly, only perceiving that someone had been shouting in her ear for what seemed like an eternity before a profound silence fell. She sensed a persistent ache in her head and pain radiating from various parts of her body, reminiscent of a time when she had been weak and surrounded by others who had assaulted her. Claire had no pleasant dreams. The pain was overwhelming, and though she felt a flicker of consciousness, she could not awaken, as if submerged in an endless abyss of the sea, struggling to breathe. At that moment, Claire's once pale cheeks flushed a fiery hue, followed by a rapid onset of breathlessness. Draco happened to be nearby, while Rooted, having kept vigil, had been forcibly placed in bed by the adults, now lost to slumber. Initially irked by Claire's condition, Draco's demeanor shifted upon witnessing her labored breathing. He immediately felt a surge of panic. Touching her forehead, he recoiled in shock. "Good heavens, she's burning up." He dashed outside, seizing the doctor and pulling them inside, exclaiming, "Hurry, what on earth is happening to her?" The medical staff, drawn in by Draco's urgency, were taken aback by Claire's condition. Her teeth chattered while beads of sweat adorned her skin, yet she appeared chillingly cold, her cheeks flushed in an unnatural manner. Upon feeling her forehead, the medical personnel swiftly elevated Claire's head, administering several vials of potion while employing wands to facilitate her recovery. At that moment, Claire was fervently striving to swim upwards, believing she could glimpse the light ahead. Just as she felt on the verge of breaking the surface, she choked on several mouthfuls of water. In the next instant, an inexplicable force yanked her from the depths, and she sputtered, slowly opening her eyes. When the medical staff observed Claire finally awaken after a prolonged period of administering remedies, they exhaled in relief. It was a considerable relief to see her awake. Nothing must go awry at this juncture. They had encountered numerous influential figures in the past few days, and the significance of this young girl had become abundantly clear. She had been a frequent visitor to their facility since childhood, often brought in for fevers that her family could not manage. Even as a small child, despite being feverish and disoriented, she would greet them with a sweet smile. As she grew, her visits became less frequent, leading them to believe she had gradually improved. However, she was unexpectedly brought back on Christmas, in a condition more dire than before. Fortunately, they had a comprehensive plan in place for Claire's health, and upon assessing the situation, they seamlessly began to implement it. Now, witnessing her revival was a moment of profound relief. Draco, too, felt a weight lift as he saw Claire slowly opening her eyes to regard him. Her awakening was a comfort. In that instant, the grievances he harbored against her dissipated, especially as he gazed into her weakened eyes, rendering him incapable of uttering a single reproachful word. Once the medical staff adjusted her pillows and propped her up against the bed, they proceeded to notify Claire's family. In the brief interlude, Draco settled back into his former seat, observing the frail Claire. Meanwhile, Claire was grappling with a tempest of emotions. "Oh, you know I couldn't reach you while you were in a coma. I couldn't even enter your dreams. I was terrified for you. You must never do this again." Claire, unable to voice her thoughts without alarming those around her, could only converse with the irritable light in her mind. All right. I promise I won't do this again. You can trust me, and you must swear it." Fine, I swear. If I act recklessly again, I'll remain, in a whisper, healthy for the rest of my life." "All right, I'll take your word for it." Claire mused. Freshly minted foolishness is easily duped. "I assent it." After Claire had dealt with her irritable little light spot, she finally lifted her gaze to Draco, who had been intently focused on her. Upon meeting her eyes, his demeanor shifted back to seriousness. He immediately furrowed his brow and said, "What on earth did you do in the garden? Your fainting has caused me to face my father's wrath." Did he not know? It seemed that Blaze had deliberately concealed the matter. Regardless, who would believe that a fragile girl, who would succumb to a mere gust of wind, could harm anyone? Thus, Claire feigned weakness, though she was genuinely frail. She exaggerated it slightly, looking at Draco with a furrowed brow and saying, "Cough. I'm so sorry. Cough, cough. I was just, cough, too angry to control myself. Cough. Forgive me, cough." Draco, who had intended to confront her, lost his irritation upon witnessing her struggle to speak through her coughs. He hurriedly reached out to comfort Claire, saying, All right, I understand. Just rest well and don't speak." Claire nodded meekly and listened quietly as Draco recounted the events of her week-long unconsciousness. It turned out she had been in a state of oblivion for an entire week. Those two children didn't seem to fare well either. Her fiancé had been tending to her while she was incapacitated. He appeared to be a good man. At that moment, Claire felt inclined to grant Rudy a pardon for his missteps, considering he had selflessly cared for her during her unconsciousness for several days, enduring until she was ultimately rendered unconscious again. As long as it wasn't a grave mistake, Claire could overlook it. After all, Rudy would likely have to clean up her mess later. It mattered not. She would inevitably create chaos and then sit amidst the beautiful ruins, puffing on a cigar. Once Draco finished his rambling, the Padmore couple arrived promptly. Draco, displaying remarkable discernment, took his leave. When the couple saw their daughter, who had awakened after a week, weakly calling for them, they were nearly overcome with tears. They rushed to Claire's bedside, holding her hand while inquiring about her well-being and if she needed anything. Staring at her tearful parents, Claire was momentarily lost in thought. They had been by her side for several years. If that girl had not encountered misfortune, she would likely be in a similar situation now. It was truly a happiness that made her not want to lose them, a sense of security where she felt they would resolve any issues for her. Observing the anxious expressions and tears of her parents, Claire gently reached out to wipe the tears from their eyes and softly said, "Thank you, Mom and Dad. I will be more careful next time. I love you." She then embraced them tenderly. If her earlier banter with the light spot had been a jest akin to a vow, her sentiments towards her parents were an earnest promise. Claire would never be so reckless again unless faced with something truly outrageous. The 5 years had gradually allowed her to lay down her defenses. She was no longer a neglected child, but rather a treasured jewel cradled in her parents' hands. "You are too, dear ones." Following the doctor's advice, Claire needed to remain in the hospital for another week until her condition improved sufficiently for her to return home. The next day, Claire encountered a waking Rudy. He had not rested well, having just endured 2 sleepless nights. During the past week, he had only managed to sleep twice, both times through forced unconsciousness. Therefore, even though he had been unconscious long enough, his eyes still bore the traces of red veins. His typically well-groomed attire was now disheveled, and even his hair, which he always styled neatly for Claire, was somewhat unkempt. However, upon seeing Claire, Rudy felt that everything he had endured was worth it. His prayers had finally been answered. Merlin had allowed Claire to awaken after his own lapse into unconsciousness. As long as Claire was awake, everything would be manageable. Even if she were to fall ill for a long time, he would never abandon her. When Claire saw Rudy standing at the door, a genuine smile blossomed on her face. She lazily waved him in, saying, "Come in." At that moment, Rudy hesitated at the entrance, feeling unkempt. In the past, he would meticulously prepare for visits with Claire. But now, his white shirt was wrinkled, his hair was disarrayed, and his face looked haggard. Claire noticed the hesitation in Rudy's eyes and deliberately frowned, saying, "If you don't come in today, you can forget about ever coming in again." This statement had an immediate effect on Rudy, and in the next moment, he hurried inside and approached Claire's bedside. Claire, noticing that Rudy seemed a bit reserved, smiled and said, "I truly appreciate you taking care of me while I was unconscious." Rudy immediately replied, "It was my duty. I had to do it." Claire waved her hand dismissively, saying, "There's no need for talk of duty. That engagement is merely a verbal promise. I am just grateful for your care." Rudy pressed his lips together, choosing not to speak further. Instead, he picked an apple from the nearby fruit bowl and began peeling it. He longed to express that he did not wish for the engagement to be just an empty promise. He genuinely considered her as his future wife. Yet, he refrained from voicing it, understanding that Claire had a world of possibilities ahead of her and should not be tethered by a mere engagement. She deserved the freedom to choose, to select whomever she wished. All he could do was treat her well, always be by her side, protect her, and care for her. Whatever choice Claire made, he would forever respect her decision. However, the thought of other men vying for her affection troubled him. As Rudy continued to peel the apple, he slowly recounted the events that had transpired during Claire's week of unconsciousness. In truth, Claire had already heard much from Draco. Rudy's account was not as detailed, for he had not stepped foot outside the hospital since her fainting, receiving information solely from the Padmore couple and her own parents. Their family had played a part in the downfall of those two children. Thus, Claire began her week of rest, filled with her usual banter with the light spot, timely fruit feedings from Rudy, and visits from her parents. Oh, and let us not forget the occasional appearances of Draco, Theodore, and Blaze. When Theodore came to see Claire, she was somewhat surprised, as it seemed they had never exchanged a word before. Aside from the moment when she fainted and realized that Theodore had caught her, Claire had intended to personally express her gratitude once she recovered. However, she was taken aback when Theodore unexpectedly came to visit her. Upon seeing him, Claire expressed, "Thank you for catching me. Otherwise, my situation could have been far worse." Theodore smiled gently, placing a neatly arranged bouquet of gardenias by Claire's bedside before sitting beside her. "It was nothing," he replied. Anyone would instinctively do the same upon witnessing such a fall. This marked the beginning of their first conversation. Claire, to be honest, was unsure how to engage with Theodore, as she had never been particularly adept at communicating with the taciturn. After all, she had not achieved her own redemption. How could she seek to redeem others? Consequently, Claire found herself at a loss for words, uncertain of Theodore's interests. Her gaze drifting towards the bouquet of gardenias he had brought. The pristine white flowers, elegantly tied with a blue ribbon and placed in a vase, exuded a delightful fragrance. Claire gazed at the bouquet and inquired, "Where did you purchase these?" "They are beautiful. I truly adore gardenias." Theodore chuckled softly and replied, "I grew them in my own garden." "You grew them yourself?" Claire's eyes widened in surprise, as she could scarcely imagine such delicate flowers flourishing in the Knot estate. Noticing her astonishment, Theodore elaborated, "This particular patch of gardenias was planted by my mother during her lifetime, which is why they remain." His father had advised him to cultivate a good rapport with Claire, not only due to his deep impression of her, but also because, like his mother, Claire had a fondness for gardenias. The lingering scent on his sleeve evoked memories of his mother, fostering a peculiar longing to befriend Claire. At the tender age of 9, he harbored his first earnest desire. "Oh, I see," Claire reflected, recalling the information she had encountered regarding Theodore's mother, who tragically passed away shortly after his birth. She had been unaware of her preferences, but in this moment, she felt a connection. "Gardenias are indeed lovely. I am delighted to share this fondness with Aunt Knot." Theodore smiled and lowered his gaze to peel an orange. The delicate fragrance of the gardenias intertwined with the citrus aroma, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Chapter 12, Miss Gardenia. The day after her awakening, Claire encountered Bress, who also arrived bearing a bouquet of gardenias. From her vantage point at the door, she noticed Bress's attire, which, though less formal than that of the Christmas gala, was still well-tailored and devoid of overpowering cologne, instead carrying a subtle, pleasant scent. If Claire were to describe it, she would say it resembled jasmine. She suddenly craved jasmine tea. Observing Bress's smiling face before her, Claire, despite having met her fiancé, could not help but acknowledge the striking handsomeness of Bress, rivaling her own. It made sense, after all. His mother, despite the ominous rumors surrounding her, had countless suitors, drawn in by her beauty. Yet, Claire believed those rumors were mere fabrications. In her homeland, the formidable Lady Zabini seemed to possess a fortune that ordinary men could scarcely withstand. Presently, Lady Zabini was endowed with beauty, wealth, and a son, beyond the scandalous whispers. Her life resembled that of a fairy tale. Claire yearned for such a lifestyle, even if it meant facing criticism from those who deemed her materialistic or insincere. But what did it matter? Claire shed tears, not from the sting of harsh words, but from the realization that others finally understood her. However, she was already financially secure enough to indulge in extravagance for 10 lifetimes. When she reached middle age, having accomplished all her aspirations, she envisioned herself traveling the world with her wealth and perhaps even keeping a young model. This thought brought an involuntary chuckle to her lips. Yet she had momentarily forgotten that Bress was still present. Thus, Bress observed Claire, who had just smiled at him, only to burst into laughter a moment later for reasons unknown, her eyes sparkling with delight like a kitten that had successfully caught a small fish. Bress could not help but smile in return, clearing his throat softly to regain her attention. This gentle interruption pulled Claire back from her reverie, and she suddenly remembered that she had company. She quickly feigned seriousness, coughed lightly, and shifted her posture, gazing at Bress with a composed demeanor. It doesn't matter. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the awkwardness lies with you. Then, Claire began to inquire. Why didn't you inform them of the true events that transpired in the garden? Bress, meeting her inquisitive gaze with a smile, replied, I did. But they wouldn't believe it, would they? You know that, Miss Gardenia. Claire pondered this. Indeed, even if Bress had claimed to have struck those two children, it would hardly be taken seriously. After all, her reputation was that of a gentle, kind, and frail beauty. Her very presence elicited a protective instinct in others. At least, that had been the case before Bress witnessed her in action. Today, Claire fully grasped the advantages of being perceived as a delicate beauty. Previously, she had wondered why the protagonists in novels did not heed the provocations of the antagonists. Now, as she found herself in a similar position, she realized how effective it could be. Even if one committed misdeeds, as long as they remained undiscovered, one could feel utterly at ease. Was this wrong? Perhaps. Was it enjoyable? Certainly. And was that not enough? Enjoyment was indeed the goal. Claire liked this approach, though she genuinely hoped for a swift recovery. After all, she wanted to be able to confront those who had wronged her without fear of retribution. Yet, the mention of Miss Gardenia struck a chord with Claire. It suddenly dawned on her that Bress had just called her that. With a smile, she asked, What did you just call me? Bress raised an eyebrow, his enchanting eyes meeting hers as he reiterated, Of course, I called you Miss Gardenia. At that moment, Claire couldn't help but cover her mouth, laughing. For the title reminded her of a previous life. In that past existence, her boss had been a burly man who, despite barely completing his 9 years of compulsory education, insisted on adopting a facade of sophistication. He had given himself a foreign name and had done the same for Claire. In the midst of a chaotic underground bar, he had even set up a bizarre, contrived scene of flowing waters, a stark contradiction to the setting. For a time, her boss had become obsessed with spy movies, insisting on assigning code names to each employee based on their tattoos. There was White Tiger for the one inked with a white tiger on his arm, and Shark for another with a shark on his back. Lacking formal education, he simply relied on these tattoos to create identities. Thus, Lau became known as Gardenia due to the brilliant flower that bore the same name. During that period, the boss insisted that the employees use code names. Otherwise, their wages would be docked. Consequently, every time Claire overheard someone refer to her as Gardenia, the smirks and sly glances from those around her made her wish she could burrow into the ground like a tortoise. Today, when Blaise called her Miss Gardenia again, it successfully evoked the memories of that period when she felt so embarrassed she contemplated self-harm. Claire then lifted her head, a smile gracing her lips as she looked at Blaise and said, Why not call me Miss Silkflower, or Miss Wealthy Blossoms, or even Miss Tangent Twist? Blaise sighed helplessly, shaking his head, and replied, I merely thought you had a fondness for Gardenias. It is merely a term of endearment. Claire responded with a knowing hum. Of course, I understand. Are you only doing this for me, or does everyone else have one too? Blaise could no longer suppress his laughter. He fought to contain his amusement, and said, It's just for you. Claire, already weary from the jesting, found herself further exasperated when Guangdian chimed in cheekily. So it's just for your little sister. What do the other sisters get? Upon hearing Guangdian's remark, Claire nearly lost her composure and exchanged a glance with Blaise, who was also struggling to contain his laughter. Suddenly, the previously quiet room erupted into peals of laughter. Ha ha ha. Claire had to restrain her laughter. Otherwise, the exertion would cause her stomach to cramp. However, Blaise felt no such restraint, laughing heartily for the first time in front of others, tears nearly streaming down his cheeks. It took a considerable time before their laughter began to subside. Wiping the tears from his eyes, Blaze gazed at Claire, who also had tears of joy glistening in her eyes, and he paused, reflecting on his unabashed laughter. He suddenly felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He could not comprehend why he felt so relaxed in the presence of Claire, someone he had only met twice. As if she were an old friend he had not seen in years. From a young age, he had learned of his mother's reputation through the whispers of others, absorbing the malice directed at her when he was still too innocent to grasp the complexities of right and wrong. He had witnessed his mother in tears and had seen other young wizards maliciously slander her. Thus, he had become adept at concealing his emotions. He was acutely aware that he had inherited his mother's striking features, no matter how much others resented him because of her. The witches would still harbor a few alternative thoughts due to his looks. At the tender age of 4, he had accompanied his mother to various social gatherings, where numerous men would swarm her with flattery, leaving him the forgotten one. He often overheard other young wizards speaking ill of his mother, which ignited a fierce anger within him, compelling him to confront those children physically. However, he refrained, not wishing to upset his mother. Even during that recent Christmas gathering, when he overheard disparaging remarks about Claire, he had managed to remain calm. Yet, when he heard others speak ill of the frail girl before him, he felt an unexpected surge of anticipation. He wondered how this delicate girl, whom he had never encountered before, would respond to such malice. Would she weep bitterly? Or would she threaten them? To his astonishment, the girl brandished a stick and defended herself with vigor. It was the most direct and satisfying method of retaliation he had ever witnessed. Although she fainted afterward, at least the two families involved were now bankrupt. This was the source of Claire's courage, a family that would always have her back, no matter the circumstances. He had seen many ways of countering malice. Some were sharp-tongued, others hysterical, and some merely wept silently. But he had never seen anyone confront their tormentors so boldly with a stick. Brave, confident, and undeterred, even in illness. This inspired in him a desire to visit the infirmary to see the girl. He wanted to understand her better, to discover if she was indeed a more intriguing presence than the average person. The answer, of course, was affirmative. By Claire's side, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, free from the fear of malicious gazes and the anxiety of saying something deemed inelegant. He could joke freely in her presence, share amusing anecdotes, and laugh heartily as he had just done. It had been a long time since he had laughed so openly. Yet, he relished it. Blaze wiped away the tears from his eyes and said to Claire, "You are far more interesting than I had imagined." Claire, still recovering from her earlier exuberant laughter, coughed violently a couple of times. Upon hearing Blaze's words, she lifted her head to meet his gaze. "A wizardess life is long. I refuse to be a mere product of the assembly line. I aspire to be unique. I possess that capability." At that moment, the girl, clad in a white fleece dress, was illuminated by the sunlight, which danced across her face and sparkled in her violet eyes. Despite her frail condition, it could not conceal the confidence and vibrant spirit within her gaze. Blaze pressed his lips together, feeling his heart racing. How peculiar. Was it the warmth of the day that made him feel slightly flushed? Chapter 13. A subtle ambiguity. After a week of recuperation and examination by the doctor, Claire was finally cleared to leave the hospital and return home. However, prior to the start of school, she was prohibited from attending any social gatherings. This meant that Claire would be confined to her home, resting quietly until she turned 11, when her health could be sufficiently fortified to ensure she would not frequently find herself in the hospital upon her arrival at Hogwarts. Claire was not pleased with this outcome, of course. Yet, judging by the doctor's expression, she could ascertain that her health had regressed significantly. If she did not improve by the time she turned 11, her entrance to Hogwarts would be delayed for several more years. The thought of what she would become after such a delay was daunting. Though Claire expressed her disdain for the idea of attending school in a world devoid of mobile phones, televisions, and the ability to travel due to her health, school became her only source of solace. Eager for a change of scenery, she was curious to experience the boarding system of British students. Though Hogwarts posed its own dangers, including the occasional basilisk and unspeakable creatures, it promised the freedom to converse openly and perhaps even to fall in love, along with less stringent academic pressures. In her previous life, Claire had already begun lodging in order to save money. The accommodations she experienced then were devoid of a scheduled hot water provision, coupled with the daily irritation of a stern dormitory supervisor who roamed the halls with a flashlight. In stark contrast, Hogwarts offered a more flexible arrangement for hot water access, which she deemed a significant improvement. Thus, Claire remained perplexed as to why her father's homeland made the pursuit of education resemble a perilous endeavor. Upon her discharge from the hospital, Claire retreated to her bedroom, recreating the scene of her initial return to life. She spent her days nestled in bed, only emerging for personal hygiene or restroom visits, even dining on her bed. This porcelain doll-like existence persisted until the summer of her 10th year. During this half-year period, however, Claire did not remain idle. She enlisted Rudy to procure a multitude of books from various sources, perusing them while seated on her bed. On days when her strength waned, she would have Rudy sit beside her and read aloud, a task he seemed to relish, and so Claire indulged him. Throughout that year, Draco, Theodore, and Blaise would occasionally pay visits to Claire, with Blaise being the most frequent visitor, sometimes arriving just in time to find Rudy reading by her bedside. It was her fiancé, however, who came most often. Since Claire's return from the hospital, his visits had escalated from once a week to 2 or 3 times weekly, occasionally taking on the responsibility of caring for her. Even the house elves appeared to be somewhat at a loss, casting peculiar glances at Rudy before huffing and vanishing from sight. "This is my master. Why are you so eager to ingratiate yourself?" Rudy would assert, "This is my fiancé," to which the elf would react with indignation and disappear. Yet, such occurrences were not frequent. Despite Blaise's regularity, he seldom lingered for long. Draco would often come to check on Claire, typically stating, "My father insisted I see how you were faring," before puffing up and taking a seat beside her. Claire, disinterested in conversation, would fixate on his impeccably styled, gelled golden locks. Draco, feeling the weight of her gaze, would clear his throat and awkwardly inquire, "Why are you staring at my hair?" "I'll have you know that maintaining neat hair is a gentleman's duty." Claire chuckled and, feigning a sinister tone, replied, "Didn't those gentlemen inform you that consistently applying gel can lead to thinning hair and a receding hairline?" Draco's reaction was immediate. He instinctively reached for his hair, a flicker of panic crossing his face, though he stubbornly retorted, "No way. You're lying." With a nonchalant sigh, Claire shrugged, "Believe what you will. If you choose not to heed my warning, what can I do?" Draco had braced himself for an onslaught of evidence supporting her claim, ready to refute her. But Claire merely stated, "I don't care." How could she not care? After all, she was conversing with a Malfoy. Being friends with a Malfoy was a privilege of the highest order. Unbeknownst to Claire, her casual remark had stirred a whirlwind of thoughts within Draco. Heaven knows, her intention was merely to caution him. If he chose to ignore her, she would not nag incessantly. After all, his hair loss was of little consequence to her. However, she noticed Draco's once fair complexion darken into a frown before flushing a vibrant red. Oh my, what a crimson complexion! It was evident that Draco was easily flustered, as his pale skin rendered him susceptible to such transformations. After shooting her an irritated glance, he huffed and bolted from her room, slamming the door behind him. Wait, what just happened? Claire pondered, perplexed as to why Draco had reacted so explosively, akin to a pressure cooker on the verge of bursting, yet chose silence as he departed. Their next encounter revealed a changed Draco. The boy who had once sported a gelled hairstyle now wore his hair down in a natural, flowing manner. Claire, upon seeing his silky golden locks cascading around him, felt an irresistible urge to touch it, having never felt the texture of such hair before. She glanced at Draco's hair and complimented, "Your hair looks splendid today. It's so smooth, and the color is lovely." To her surprise, the previously composed Draco flushed again at her praise, leaving Claire utterly bewildered. He suddenly appeared flustered, resembling an innocent youth being teased, and stammered, I know that. Didn't you say it?" Claire, still confused, slowly extended her hand from beneath the covers, leaning forward to touch Draco's hair, exclaiming, "Ah, it truly is delightful." The little spark of light beside her commented dryly, "Host, your hand is quite bold." Claire shrugged indifferently, "And what of it? This is merely a game. What is wrong with a little freedom? After all, how could anyone resist such splendidly soft hair, especially that of a young lad not yet 11? Yet, to her astonishment, Draco shot up from his seat as if ignited by fire, tremblingly pointing at her. "Why you?" Claire, bewildered, replied, "Me? What have I done?" Ultimately, Draco, his face flushed like a monkey's rear, managed to utter only, "Shameless," before making a hasty exit, his retreat marked by evident embarrassment. Is it not a trait of Slytherins to be a bit unhinged? Claire rolled her eyes in exasperation, settling back into her bed, prepared to immerse herself in her reading when she was abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream from the spark of light beside her. Host! The volume was the highest Claire had encountered since her reincarnation, nearly overwhelming her ears. She swiftly covered the light's mouth, forcing a smile that barely concealed her irritation. "What is it? If it's not urgent, you'd best keep your voice down." Despite trembling in her grasp, the light declared, "Host, our exchange about hair was interpreted here as flirting and an invitation for a date." Claire's eyes widened in shock. "Oh, I see. Wait, what? A date? Flirting?" She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, collapsing backward as frustration bubbled within her. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" The light, equally exasperated, replied, "I forgot. We usually communicate in Chinese, host." Claire rose, Inhaling deeply, stay calm, stay calm. When we meet next, I'll just claim ignorance regarding the implications. Alas, how fortunate it is that my corporeal form is but 10 years of age. Had I been 23, Claire's admiration for Draco would have undoubtedly cast her as a lecherous aunt, toying with a minor. Claire exclaimed, "By Merlin, I truly meant no such thing." She yearned for an opportunity to clarify her intentions to Draco. However, she was perplexed as to why he had not graced her presence since their last encounter. With only a well-groomed owl visiting her intermittently, delivering several precious items, Claire pondered, isn't it I who ought to be apologizing? Yet, she certainly did not refuse the gifts. After all, turning away wealth is the folly of a fool. She resolved to reciprocate with a few small presents for Draco. Theodore occasionally visited Claire, bringing with him a vibrant bouquet of gardenias each time. For a while, the gardenias gracing Claire's bedside were not from her own garden, but rather from the Knot estate. When Claire once again observed Theodore approaching with a fresh bouquet, she could not help but inquire, "Theo, you needn't bring these. They are cultivated by Aunt Knot. If possible, might you take my gardenias to her instead?" Theodore smiled, offering no verbal response, but instead stepped forward to replace the wilting blooms in the vase with the fresh ones he had brought. Once everything was arranged, he turned to Claire and assured her, "It's perfectly fine. My mother has cultivated a vast patch, and they continue to flourish." Theodore did not disclose that the gardenias left behind by his mother were but a small cluster, and that only the initial bouquet he had presented was indeed from her cultivation, while the others had been planted solely by him after the age of 5. His father, recognizing the beauty of the gardenias, had merely turned a blind eye rather than uproot them. Through her interactions with Theodore in recent days, Claire gained a deeper understanding of his character. Previously, her insights had been drawn solely from the original narrative and various adaptations, but now, her direct engagement painted a more vivid portrait of his personality. The moniker Cold, White Moonlight aptly described Theodore, despite spending half a year in his company. Claire had yet to witness the full spectrum of his smile. He possessed a keen intellect and a steadfast stubbornness, rarely swayed from his convictions by others. Thus, when Theodore made his assertion, Claire did not press the matter further but instead smiled and nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, once I recover, I must see the gardenias cultivated by Aunt Knot." Theodore merely nodded in silent acquiescence to her request. Time flowed gently onward, and it was not until after Claire's birthday that she could once again roam the garden. Ruddy was now 11, and Claire recalled that he was a year her senior. Thus it was time for him to receive his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. On July 1st, Claire summoned Ruddy to her bedroom early in the day, positioning herself at a table by the open window. After a lengthy wait, a gray owl appeared on the horizon, and Claire immediately spotted the acceptance letter clasped in its talons. As anticipated, the owl alighted upon Claire's table, promptly dropping the letter before indulging in the bread and water laid out for it. For the first time, Claire bore witness to the Hogwarts acceptance letter, a tangible reality rather than a mere cinematic portrayal. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Ruddy, who, equally exhilarated by this first correspondence, carefully retrieved the letter, inhaled deeply, and began to unfold it. Claire leaned in to read the contents, which mirrored perfectly what she had encountered in the books. How utterly enchanting. After perusing the letter, Ruddy swiftly pinned a reply on parchment he had prepared beforehand, affixed it to the owl's leg, and released the gray bird into the sky. Watching Ruddy, Claire felt a sudden curiosity. To which house would he be sorted? From her understanding, he embodied traits from all 4 houses. His kindness resonated with Hufflepuff, his intelligence with Ravenclaw, his cunning with Slytherin, and his bravery with Gryffindor. It seemed he was suited for any of them. She inquired of Ruddy whether he knew how the sorting ceremony unfolded, but he, as expected, shook his head in uncertainty. At that moment, Ruddy viewed Claire's smile as if she had conjured an amusing thought, while in truth, she pondered the universal parental penchant for withholding the particulars of such an event from their children. Claire recalled the fervent debates she had encountered online regarding the sorting ceremony. Although she did not immerse herself in that realm, she had stumbled upon it during her browsing. The discussions were rife with absurdities. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were said to be non-existent, Slytherin overcrowded, and Gryffindor filled with brashness. Stereotypes abounded, and the portrayals were utterly outlandish. Claire remembered the fervor surrounding the Harry Potter franchise after a mobile game collaboration, which had catapulted the IP into unprecedented popularity, flooding social media platforms. During that time, Claire had witnessed the rich tapestry of diversity among the fandom. However, those were tales of the past, not to be dwelled upon. Ultimately, Claire cherished each house, believing each to be exceptional in its own right. Thus, the question remained, to which house would Ruddy be assigned? Claire could not ascertain. Nevertheless, it was time to select a wand. Chapter 14, a full health mount granted from the start. Several days after receiving the acceptance letter, Ruddy ventured to Diagon Alley to procure his own wand. Aware of Claire's immense curiosity regarding wands, he returned the following day, wand in hand, along with an assortment of delightful sweets and snacks he had acquired in the alley. As Claire sat in the garden, her eyes lit up upon seeing Ruddy approach. She quickly shifted aside to make room for him, brimming with excitement as she exclaimed, "What is your wand like? Let me see, let me see." Ruddy chuckled as he settled beside Claire, extending the wand towards her while stating, "Blackthorn, unicorn hair, 13 inches. Claire examined the wand in her hands, absorbing Ruddy's description, and could not suppress her awe. This wand was not a mere straight rod, but rather possessed a slight curve at the tip, with an exquisitely pointed end. Its color was a deep black with hints of purple, a truly beautiful sight. After a thorough inspection, she returned the wand to Ruddy and, with a wistful expression, mused, "What might my wand be like?" Ruddy smiled and replied, "In a year's time, you will discover. Each wand possesses its own unique characteristics, a marvelous combination waiting to be unveiled." Upon hearing Rudder's words, Claire nodded appreciatively, for she knew that by next year, she would finally be reunited with her wand. Perhaps, due to the presence of the light dots, she might even acquire some exquisite materials. Thus, Claire cast aside the matter of selecting her wand and turned her attention to the delectable treats that Rudder had brought from Diagon Alley. During the 6 months she spent languishing in bed, the unpalatable meals at home nearly drove Claire to despair. The only sustenance that kept her barely afloat were the small loaves from the light dots and the occasionally brought desserts by Rudder, which were far from sweet. In a place where everyone relished jam tarts and donuts laden with copious amounts of sugar, these unsweetened confections truly rescued Claire from her plight. Claire mused, "Sometimes, I genuinely wish to become the antithesis of life itself, for the antonym of those two words is death." Due to her physical condition, Claire did not accompany Rudder to school. She merely spent some time at his home the day before the term commenced. Currently, the confines of her world were limited to her own garden and Rudder's abode, as only at the Palavdi residence did preparations abound for her needs upon her arrival. Before departing, Rudder gazed at Claire, who lazily rested a book upon her face, and remarked, "Once we reach Hogwarts, I shall write to you." At that moment, having lingered for quite some time in the warm weather, Claire felt drowsy. Upon hearing Rudder's words, she murmured in agreement and sleepily replied, "Of course. Won't you write to me?" Rudder chuckled softly and assured her, "Indeed, I shall write to you." As the swing gently swayed, Claire unexpectedly dozed off, and the book that shielded her from the sun began to slip away. Noticing her slumber, Rudder instinctively reached out to retrieve the book resting on Claire's face. He then observed the sunlight illuminating her features, causing her to instinctively furrow her brow. In response, Rudder slowly positioned the book to shield her from the sun, while also adjusting the sunshade slightly forward. Although the sun was now entirely obscured by the shade, Rudder felt compelled to remain close to Claire as she slept. He held this position for an extended period, his gaze fixated upon her serene visage. As if she were a precious treasure, his eyes unwilling to blink. A gentle breeze swept through, causing Claire's silvery hair to dance, brushing softly against Rudder's face. In that moment, Rudder felt an urge to grow his hair long, envisioning their strands intertwining in the wind. He delicately reached out and gathered a lock of Claire's hair, its silver hue shimmering even in the shadows. He did not bury his face in her hair. Instead, he lowered his head gently, resting his forehead against the strands. Closing his eyes and inhaling the subtle fragrance of gardenias that wafted from her tresses. Thus, they remained in this tranquil state for what felt like an eternity. So much so that when Alina arrived to call the children, she merely observed the scene in silence before quietly retreating. Claire awoke swiftly, having only slept for less than an hour, and at that moment, Rudder had also returned to his usual self, though the distance between them remained unchanged. Unaware of the events that had transpired during her slumber, Claire resumed her customary chatter with Rudder, inquiring about any exciting gossip from school. Thus, the two spent the final day of Rudder's solitary existence before turning 11 together. The following day, September 1st, Rudder departed with his parents for the train station, bound for Hogwarts. With Rudder's departure, Claire's daily life quieted, as his visits had been her primary source of companionship. However, she did not feel particularly sorrowful, for she, too, would be journeying to Hogwarts the following year, where she anticipated the raucous energy of a group of spirited 11-year-olds. In truth, this final year, from age 10 to 11, could be considered Claire's most serene time. Although Rudder was far away at Hogwarts, he penned a letter to Claire every week, providing her with glimpses into his life at the distant school. He had been sorted into Slytherin, receiving commendations from professors and excelling in his assessments. Thus, Rudder's weekly letters chronicled numerous events, each missive thick with anecdotes. Claire reciprocated with letters of her own, though her experiences at home were rather mundane. She chose to share only the topics that piqued her interest, responding to the matters he mentioned in his correspondence. And so, a year slipped by slowly, during which Rudder's absence resulted in more frequent visits from others. Blaze became a more regular presence, no longer finding Rudder seated beside Claire upon his arrival. Theodore also visited often, always bringing a beautiful bouquet of gardenias to place on Claire's bedside. Draco, for reasons unknown, refrained from visiting, seemingly reluctant to encounter Claire. Yet he continued to write her letters, venting about his daily encounters. Claire, in turn, responded, finding solace in the written word during an era devoid of mobile communication. Despite the complaints and grumbling that filled his letters, Claire still appreciated the connection. In sunny weather, Claire would continue to sit on the swing, basking in the sun. And during the cold winter months, she found comfort in quietly reading in bed with a cup of hot tea, performing a series of exercises she invented, all the while conversing animatedly with the light dots. On this Christmas Eve, after bidding farewell to Rudder, Claire sat on her bed, having completed her evening routine, and opened the long-neglected system panel. At that moment, the application marketplace remained gray, yet Claire understood that a countdown had begun the instant she stepped into the hall. The marketplace would unveil itself, offering her a selection of intriguing items. It was then that Claire recalled that her acceptance letter would undoubtedly require her to bring a pet next year. A slight headache crept in as she remembered her fondness for small animals in her previous life, often buying treats to feed stray cats and dogs on the streets. Each time the animals nuzzled against her leg after their meal, Claire felt her day's fatigue dissipate perfectly. However, due to her previous work commitments, she had never owned a pet, and now, arriving in this world, she longed to have a companion of her own. However, the state of health in this world is rather poor. Fortunately, aside from the cat and allergies, Claire finds herself not averse to the fur of other animals. Yet, she hesitates to select other pets. Given her own frail constitution, she is uncertain whether she possesses the energy to care for a pet. Moreover, should the pet experience stress or any other issues, Claire fears she would be unable to tend to it properly. Typically, domesticated animals are quite delicate, and some of the higher-bred varieties possess a fineness that rivals her own. You want me to touch cold water? I'm afraid I might end up with a minor ailment worth $2,000. Today, as freeze-dried food lacks beef, I'm sorry, but I shall resort to fasting. Animals, after all, are not particularly understanding, and Claire, being rather impulsive, experiences considerable anxiety despite her fondness for them. Just then, the little light point noticed Claire's furrowed brow and approached her cheek, inquiring, "What troubles you, host?" Claire stroked the soft warmth of the light point against her face and suddenly had an epiphany. She pulled the little light point closer and asked, "Can you exchange your points for a skin?" The light point pondered for a moment before replying, "In theory, yes, but it can only transform into an animal, not a human." Upon hearing this, Claire eagerly perused the system panel and discovered next to her points the option, "Would you like to spend 500 points to exchange for a skin of your choice?" Claire glanced at her points, noting she had accumulated 1,000 points, courtesy of a beginner's gift from the light point and the spell she acquired after obtaining her wand. Turning to the light point, she asked, "Do you wish to become an animal, little Woozy?" The light point hesitated, knowing that becoming an animal would limit its ability to float freely. Just as it was about to voice its thoughts, Claire pointed decisively. "Agreed." Instantly, the panel displayed the option to spend 500 points for various animal skins. The light point sighed, leaning in to view the system panel alongside Claire. Ultimately, Claire, who preferred simple and easy-to-care-for creatures, selected a tabby cat skin, which the light point found quite appealing, exclaiming, "It looks splendid." Although the points were successfully exchanged, the skin could not simply materialize out of thin air. Claire needed a plausible explanation for a cat suddenly appearing in her room. Thus, the following day, accompanied by Rooted, she donned a thick shawl and ventured outside to admire the falling snow on Christmas. At that moment, light snowflakes danced from the sky. But the garden snow was not particularly deep, having been cleared by the household's little elves. A few remnants of snow lingered on the flowers, deliberately left by Claire for aesthetic appeal. While they stood in the flower arch, gazing at the snowy scene, they simultaneously heard a faint meow. This was the cue for Claire and the light point's prearranged performance. The light point would transform into a little tabby cat, feigning an accidental intrusion into the garden, allowing Claire to adopt it. Upon hearing the meow, Claire hurried towards the source of the sound, with Rooted trailing closely behind. Soon, they found Claire crouching in the snow. Reaching out, Rooted leaned in to discover Claire cradling a small tabby cat in her arms. He promptly took the cat from her, brushing off the snow while cautioning, "This stray cat likely wandered here by mistake. It's not particularly clean, and your health may not tolerate it." Gradually rising, Claire gazed at the cat in Rooted's arms and continued her charade. "I wish to adopt it, especially with Hogwarts starting soon. I want to bring it as my pet." Though Rooted instinctively wanted to refuse, Given the cat's uncertain origins and its unkempt appearance, he hesitated upon meeting Claire's imploring gaze. Very well, let us keep it. He finally conceded, and we can have Asher check it for any ailments and disinfect it. If it truly belongs to someone else, we can see about purchasing it. Thus, this rather flimsy act unfolded seamlessly, earning the approval of Mr. and Mrs. Padwick for their daughter to keep the beautiful cat. When it came time for Claire to name the little feline, she found herself at a loss. After all, she had always referred to the light point as Little Woozy. It would be absurd to continue that name for a cat. After much contemplation, she finally declared, I'm Claire, so you shall be called Lyle. How convenient. Thus, their little tabby acquired its name, Lyle, although Claire still affectionately called it Little Woozy when alone. Chapter 15. The task is about to commence. Please prepare, host. Following the passing of Christmas, several months went by, leading to May 1st, Claire's birthday. Today marks Claire's 11th birthday, signifying that come September, she must prepare for her journey to Hogwarts as autumn approaches. Contemplating this, Claire felt a headache brewing. She not only needed to practice spells and brew potions, but also observe celestial phenomena and maintain harmony in the world. Were it not for the constraints against altering the timeline, she would have wished for a swift resolution. On her birthday, Claire did not extend invitations to others, as Rooted was at school. Thus, the celebration was a simple affair among the Padwick family. Yet, despite their absence, gifts arrived. Rooted had an owl deliver a package, which Claire opened to reveal a garland made of gardenias, exuding a delightful fragrance. Attached was a note that read, "This flower is everlasting, continuously emitting its sweet scent. Perfect for you. Happy birthday, Claire." Without hesitation, Claire adorned herself with the garland, twirling before a mirror, pleased with her appearance. The other gifts were mostly conventional, the majority themed around gardenias, as if everyone knew of Claire's fondness for them. Notably, Draco presented her with a straightforward notebook, its cover illustrated with a blooming gardenia. Upon opening it, Claire discovered it was filled entirely with English words related to gardenias, devoid of any other sentences. And Draco had slipped a note inside. This was a bargain at only 100 galleons. It even emits the fragrance of gardenias, making it a fitting birthday gift. Claire regarded the standard notebook and its lackluster content, along with the faint scent of gardenias that required effort to detect. Just wait until you all grow old. I'll be the one selling health supplements to you Slytherins. However, Claire merely uttered those words, then placed the ornate notebook into a drawer filled with numerous gifts, both large and small, that she had received, all neatly arranged. After Claire's birthday had passed, Rudy also began his holiday, and by September, he would be entering the 2nd grade. Claire, gazing at Rudy, whom she hadn't seen in half a year, blinked in surprise. What was it about school that made everyone grow at such an astonishing rate? In just 6 months, Rudy had shot up in height, his demeanor transformed entirely. While Claire led a rather conventional life, she couldn't help but envy Rudy's rapid growth. After all, she had once stood at a proud height of 176 meters. A true woman among women, a king among kings. Thus, once everything settled and she regained her strength, Claire resolved to intensify her training, striving to make up for the physical deficits she had endured over the years in the shortest time possible. Time swiftly flew by to July 1st. On this day, Claire rose early and sat at the table with Rudy, her gaze anxiously directed towards the sky, while Rudy stood behind her, leisurely braiding her hair. Since returning from Christmas, Rudy had developed a particular enthusiasm for styling Claire's hair, adeptly crafting everything from braids to elegant updos and chic ponytails. Due to her physical condition and her own reluctance to move, Claire often let her hair fall freely. With Rudy's skillful hands at work, she was more than happy to let him continue, as the results were undeniably lovely. In the midst of this hair braiding session, Claire noticed a shadowy figure approaching her window. As it drew closer, she realized it was a black owl. The owl swiftly alighted at her window, and Claire eagerly reached out to untie the letter bound to its leg. Upon seeing the letter sealed with the Hogwarts crest, her heart raced, and even her steady hand trembled slightly. Though Claire had never been a fan in her previous life, who among children had not yearned to receive a letter from a charming owl at the age of 11? Claire had certainly entertained such thoughts during her middle school days. This book had been a required reading, and though she had borrowed it from others, she had always felt a swell of excitement as the plot unfolded. Once, she had dreamed of an owl swooping into her classroom, delivering a letter from across the ocean. As she grew older, she found this childhood fantasy amusing. Yet she still managed to carve out time to watch the film adaptations. Now, finally holding this letter in her hands, how could she not be exhilarated? At this moment, Rudy had finished styling Claire's hair, creating a low ponytail with strands from either side. Leaning in closer, he said, "Go on, open it." Taking a deep breath, Claire slowly tore open the letter with her trembling left hand. Miss Claire Paddening, at the writing desk by the window on the 2nd floor of Paddening Manor. Sir Merlin, First Class Order of Merlin, Chief Wizard of Wisengamot, President of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Miss Claire Paddening, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and items. The term begins on September 1st, and we await your owl's reply by July 31st. For confirmation of attendance, inquiries, or assistance, please use the contact information provided above. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Required books: A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phillida Spore, Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. Required items: 3 or more plain black school robes, 2 sets of standard size, 2 pewter cauldrons. Your own wand. Additionally, you may bring an owl for convenient communication, or, alternatively, a cat, toad, or rat. Finally, it's time to embark on the journey to Hogwarts. A voice nearby cheered, "Congratulations, host. The notice has been received, and the main quest is about to commence. Please prepare yourself." Although the voice had transformed into a small tabby cat at home, its consciousness could still take the form of a glowing orb to accompany Claire. While the little cat, once the vessel, curled up in its nest to sleep. Upon seeing Claire open the letter, Rudy smiled and adjusted Claire's hair, then leaned down, resting his chin on her left cheek with a grin. "Welcome, Miss Claire, to Hogwarts." To her right, the glowing orb cheered, and to her left, Rudy offered his congratulations, igniting a surge of excitement within her. Do not underestimate the bond we share. The Paddening couple, though confident that their daughter would receive the letter, could hardly contain their elation upon seeing Claire holding it. They exchanged words of encouragement and joy at the dinner table, making it abundantly clear that they believed their daughter would become an extraordinary witch. That evening, the couple decided on a day to visit Diagon Alley, considering Claire's recent health. They chose a day in late July, blessed with splendid weather, perfect for an outing. Although Claire had felt a thrill of excitement the night before, she had managed to go to bed early to gather her strength for the day ahead. Dressed in a light orange dress adorned with a small bow at the waist, her hair styled in a diagonal braid by Rudy, embellished with delicate gardenias, she was ready to set off after donning a matching hat. Rudy was accompanying Claire that day, as he also needed to purchase books for the upcoming semester. He stepped into the fireplace of the Paddening home first, followed closely by Claire, who had never attempted this mode of travel before, having always taken a carriage when visiting others. This was indeed her first experience in 11 years. Gripping the flue powder tightly, Claire inhaled deeply and called out the name, Diagon Alley. Surrounded by emerald flames, the girl found herself transported to a new place. As Rudy noticed Claire arriving, he quickly stepped forward to steady her arm. Claire allowed Rudy to support her as she slightly bowed her head to emerge from the fireplace, only to find herself in a bar that could hardly be described as tidy. Inside, numerous men and women donned peculiar robes, making Claire's vibrant dress stand out as a breath of fresh air amidst the crowd. The patrons merely glanced at Claire before returning to their own conversations, while she took the opportunity to survey her surroundings in search of the oddly dressed individual with the pink turban. In that fleeting moment of observation, the Paddening couple followed suit and stepped out of the fireplace, leaving Claire little time to scrutinize further before her mother grasped her hand, urging her towards Diagon Alley. As they nodded at the bartender and prepared to advance, a figure suddenly rushed towards them. Instinctively, Rudy shielded Claire, furrowing his brow at the approaching individual. This person, adorned with a bizarre pink turban, seemed reluctant to remove it despite the sweltering heat, and their eyes darted nervously, leaving their identity shrouded in mystery. The Paddening couple remained equally perplexed, yet Claire, shielded by 3 protectors, widened her eyes in shock. Chilo. At this moment, her astonishment was akin to a meteor colliding with Earth, for had Claire not been privy to the storyline, she would have been a stranger to Chilo. Yet, the man boldly approached, stuttering under the scrutiny of 3 imposing figures, yet refusing to retreat. He kept his head lowered, allowing the turban to direct its gaze towards Claire. A pungent scent of garlic wafted through the air, prompting Claire to wrinkle her nose in distaste. To her surprise, neither Rudy nor her parents could utter a word in response to Chilo's inquiries, and even as he remained steadfast, he suddenly took a step back after Claire's expression of discontent. "Who are you?" Vanit inquired of Chilo. At that moment, Chilo abruptly turned to face them, his previously stammering voice now flowing with a newfound fluency. He nodded slightly and remarked, "It appears your daughter is a first-year student at Hogwarts." Moya replied cautiously, "What does that have to do with you?" Chilo smiled, addressing them, "It matters little. I am the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. I noticed from afar and thought this little lady would excel in my class. So I wanted to extend an invitation for her to visit my office whenever she wishes to learn." Upon hearing Chilo's words, the trio exchanged skeptical glances. With Rude-eyed contemplating deeply, he had heard whispers regarding the defense against the dark arts professor, and if the rumors were true, the position was indeed changed annually. Perhaps this stammering man was truly this year's professor. As the three pondered their response, Claire, standing at the back, cleared her throat and stepped forward, looking up at Chilo. All right, I understand. Thank you, Professor Chilo. I will certainly visit if I have time. Chilo regarded the girl with a knowing smile, nodding. I shall await you at Hogwarts, Miss Claire. Claire nodded in return, choosing not to engage further, and instead pulled her parents away. Though the three remained curious, they refrained from questioning her decision. This was Claire's choice, and they would follow her lead. Arriving at a wall adorned with a garbage bin, Vanid produced his wand and tapped the wall in sequence. Suddenly, the previously empty wall began to part, revealing an opening wide enough for the group to enter. Moya smiled at her daughter, saying, Welcome to Diagon Alley, dear. Claire gazed at the wondrous and bustling scene with wide-eyed interest, eager to explore the treasures within. As they entered, Claire turned her head just in time to catch a glimpse of Chilo, who was watching them with an expression that was not mere amusement, but rather one filled with ambition and possessiveness. Unfamiliar with Voldemort, Claire could not comprehend why that man had commanded Chilo to make her acquaintance. She sensed that something about her had caught the attention of the mysterious figure, and that she possessed a certain value. However, she resolved that her treasures were not so easily taken. In the 2 seconds before the opening closed, Claire flashed Chilo a smile that was both provocative and dismissive, causing him to momentarily freeze in place. Do you wish to help the mysterious one steal my delightful little spark? Dream on. As the passage sealed, Claire turned back with a refreshed demeanor, cheerfully dragging her parents along to shop, oblivious to the fact that after Chilo regained his composure, a knowing smile crept upon his lips. She remains unchanged. Chapter 16, The Elegant Wand. Claire was undaunted by the various uncertainties that lay ahead. She did not dwell on the matter, preferring to address such issues once she reached Hogwarts. After all, her life motto was, take each day as it comes. If you can act, do so. If not, let go. Yet, in the early stages, it was wise to cherish her own life. As she had committed to this journey and could not afford to abandon it midway, there was still ample time, and solutions often outnumbered difficulties. Claire felt a vague, inexplicable attitude emanating from Chilo. No, that man whose face seemed to consist solely of features. Forget it. I shall explore other places for now. Following her parents to the bank, Claire, due to her physical condition, remained outside with Rude-eyed while the Padnig couple ventured into the vault with Claire's bag. Her bag, a soft yellow adorned with white gardenia embroidery, was enchanted to expand, capable of holding anything. Claire felt no worry that her parents would shortchange her. Rather, they were likely eager to fill it to the brim for their daughter. Indeed, the contents of her bag would suffice for an entire year of indulgence at Hogwarts, merely comprising what her parents had casually tossed in, along with Christmas gifts. Ah, how delightful it is to have money. Wealth certainly expedited matters. The goblins, upon seeing the Padnig couple, rushed to assist them, prioritizing their needs. Thus, in less than half an hour, they emerged from the bank. Moya bent to fasten the bag back around her daughter's waist, while Vanid glanced down at Claire and asked, Where would you like to go, dear? The wand shop. We must go to the wand shop. The spells I earn can be used the instant I acquire my wand. How can I not be excited? Thus, the couple led their daughter to the wand shop, which, as Claire anticipated, was indeed Ollivander's wand shop, marked by a prominently displayed sign, Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. Thus stands the monopolistic merchant of the magical realm, the invisible magnate, the Ollivander family. Rude-eyed took the initiative to step forward and push open the door of the wand shop, causing the wind chime at the entrance to ring melodiously as the door swung open. Upon entering, Claire, as was her custom, surveyed her surroundings. Ollivander's wand shop was no different from its depiction in the films, appearing as a seemingly cramped room, yet densely packed with thousands upon thousands of wands. This was indeed an illusion. Then, Claire noticed an elderly gentleman with hair as white as snow, who approached unsteadily from around a corner, a smile adorning his face. He greeted them warmly, saying, Welcome to Ollivander's wand shop. May I inquire which wizard is here to select a wand today? Claire stepped forward and politely addressed Mr. Ollivander. Good day, Mr. Ollivander, it is I. Upon hearing Claire's response, Ollivander smiled kindly and inquired, What is your name, child? Claire replied, Claire Paternoeg. At the mention of her surname, Ollivander's eyes lit up with recognition. Ah, you are the daughter of Vanid. How swiftly time has passed. It seems just yesterday that your father was here selecting a wand. I recall the materials of his wand were cherry wood, with a dragon heartstring core, yes? Vanid nodded, smiling. Indeed, Mr. Ollivander, you remember so well. Claire internally chided the light, thinking, what if you forget the family tree? No worries, just consult Ollivander. He could trace your lineage back 18 generations and accurately recount the wand's composition. After a brief chuckle, Ollivander turned to Claire and asked, "Which hand do you prefer to use, child?" Claire raised her right hand and replied, "The right, sir." Ollivander nodded and retrieved a measuring tape from behind him, proceeding to measure Claire's right hand while murmuring, "I have a feeling today you shall be an exceedingly fortunate girl." Claire remained silent, merely smiling and nodding, while internally she was engaged in a fervent dialogue with the light dot. Little 5, wasn't it said that I would be rewarded with a wand? Where's my reward? No starting reward? The light dot responded excitedly, Yes, host. It's just that the delivery is a bit slow. It's on its way." At that moment, Ollivander set down the measuring tape and began to select wands. Within 2 minutes, he presented a wand to Claire, saying, "Mahogany, with a thunderbird tail feather. Give it a wave, child." At this very moment, the light dot completed all procedures and joyfully announced, "All set. The reward wand has been perfectly allocated into Ollivander's box." Realizing that this wand did not belong to her, Claire waved it nonchalantly, and as anticipated, a brilliant white light erupted from the wand's tip, shattering a nearby vase. Pretending to be startled, Claire looked apologetically at Ollivander and said, "I'm terribly sorry, sir. I didn't mean to." Ollivander shook his head, taking the wand from Claire and reassuring her, "This wand is not suited for you. Do not worry. It is the wand that chooses the wizard." He then turned to rummage through a multitude of boxes. Ollivander felt a strong guiding force leading him to open a particular box. However, it was not among the obvious choices. He eventually discovered a hidden box made of sandalwood in a secluded corner. Upon opening the box, he instantly recognized that the wand within was indeed the one he had envisioned, and he promptly closed the box and brought it before Claire. To her astonishment, Claire beheld a sandalwood box adorned with cloud patterns. At this moment, the light dot gleefully declared, "This is the wand awarded to the host by the system. It is truly unprecedented." Ollivander cautiously opened the box, explaining, "This was gifted to me by a traveler from the distant land of Huaxia during my sampling expedition. He claimed this wood is the most precious part of sandalwood, and even the core of the wand is extraordinarily rare." As Claire beheld the wand's full splendor, she noted its dark purple sheen, with delicate gardenia patterns near the grip and a slight twist in the middle, enhancing its exquisite appearance. Small leaf sandalwood, fox fur, 14 inches, imbued with powerful, mysterious magic. Upon hearing Ollivander's description, Claire's eyes widened in astonishment. "My goodness, small leaf sandalwood. The very heart of it. This little piece could fetch hundreds of thousands." Claire excitedly exclaimed to the light, "Oh my heavens, small leaf sandalwood. To be honest, that fox fur is no ordinary fur." The light dot replied with pride, "Indeed, not only is the wood the most central part of the ancient small leaf sandalwood, but that fox fur comes from a 100-year-old fire fox." Claire gasped, her eyes wide with shock as she gazed at the wand in her hand. Goodness gracious. To have such treasures in Huaxiao would be akin to singing tears of the iron bars. And here it is, effortlessly in my grasp. One must understand. These are among the most protected species. If discovered, I might end up alongside a certain Mr. Wu, laboring over a sewing machine. Moreover, such items are not easily acquired even with wealth. Yet now, they belong to her. This was indeed a wand befitting an emperor. Claire erupted in silent laughter within, maintaining an outward composure as she gently accepted the wand and waved it slowly. The outcome was, of course, splendid. Glowing gardenias blossomed at the wand's tip, signifying that this wand was rightfully Claire's. Ollivander, witnessing this, joyously remarked, "It appears this wand is meant for you. It has remained unclaimed since my youth, and now it belongs to you. I have no doubt you shall become an exceptionally talented witch." Claire nodded enthusiastically, thanking Ollivander for his kind words. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "In your hands, it will surely create wonders. I am merely the craftsman." The couple beamed with pride at their daughter's acquisition of such a precious wand, realizing her potential was indeed remarkable. Rude-eyed shared in their joy, confident that with such a wand, Claire would undoubtedly excel. Vanid, brimming with happiness, inquired of Ollivander, "How much do I owe you?" Ollivander pondered for a moment before responding. Given the rarity of the materials, the cost is 14 galleons. However, Claire did not perceive this price as exorbitant. After all, she had secured treasures worth thousands in Huaxia for merely 14 galleons here, a tremendous bargain. After settling the payment, the group exited the wand shop and proceeded to purchase each item on their list one by one. First, Claire procured a cauldron essential for her potions class, followed by acquiring various other items. As her pet Lao was already taken care of, she did not visit the pet shop. Thus, she proceeded directly to the bookstore to assist Rudy in purchasing the books required for first grade. Meanwhile, Claire's parents took her to the final destination of the day, where she would create her plain school robe. This process unfolded smoothly, and as Claire calculated the time, she realized it was not the day Harry was scheduled to arrive. Although she felt a tinge of regret at missing the opportunity to meet the famous savior, she still enjoyed her day. She knew that soon, due to her responsibilities at school, she would frequently encounter such matters. However, this led her to ponder about her own house. Which house would she be sorted into? If it were Slytherin, communication might prove rather challenging. Yet, Claire did not perceive herself as possessing any remarkable traits. Due to her physical condition, she lacked the fiery spirit of Gryffindor, did not embody the kindness of Hufflepuff, was not as intellectually sharp as Ravenclaw, nor did she exhibit the cunning typical of Slytherin. Nevertheless, Claire mused that her previous life, where she wielded a stick to hit others, might have warranted a direct passage to hell upon her death. Consequently, she whimsically concluded that it would be far more efficient to bypass 7 years of schooling and head straight to Azkaban. The thought amused her, for it was merely a fanciful notion, one that could not disturb the timeline. She must act according to the time as demands. With the aid of magic, the robes were crafted with remarkable speed. In the Muggle world, custom orders would take at least half a year, yet here, 3 school robes materialized in under an hour. Indeed, magic enhances the advancement of human life. Once Claire's robes were finished, Rudy arrived with the necessary books. Thus, all the supplies for school were completed, marking the end of Claire's eventful trip to Diagon Alley. Not only did she acquire the essentials for her education, but she also gathered an assortment of intriguing novelties and delectable snacks. The day concluded splendidly, culminating as the last coin slipped from her pocket. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the train on September 1st. Welcome to Hogwarts. The magical gateway has been flung wide open. Chapter 17, Departure for Hogwarts. After completing her school supply shopping, Claire remained at home, diligently studying and practicing the Light Point reward spells. In truth, the Light Point reward magic was not particularly formidable and lacked any aggressive spells akin to those that might cause severe harm. Most were benign or capable of inflicting minor area damage, such as clear water like Spring, disarm your weapon, shatter, and the dragon emerges. Observing Claire as she aimed her wand at a nearby vase, the Light Point remarked leisurely, "You 1T encounter powerful spells until you enter Hogwarts. Each spell will materialize in accordance with your task progress." Claire lazily nodded, then raised her wand to cast Shatter upon the vase. A brilliant light emanated from her wand, and soon after, the vase crashed to the ground with a cacophony of sound. Fortunately, Claire had previously cast a silencing charm on the door while performing the spell. Otherwise, explaining the incident to her parents would have proven quite challenging. Slowly, she approached the shattered vase and crouched down to examine the extent of the damage. The shards were scattered widely, rather than densely packed. The Light Point explained that the precision of spells enhances with the wizard's age, the older one gets. The better one's coordination with the wand and familiarity with spells becomes, thereby increasing their potency. After a brief observation, Claire stood up, but not long after. A wave of dizziness overcame her, causing her to collapse to the floor. As she fell, her hand landed dramatically on the broken vase, and a sharp pain shot through her. All right, my suffering seems to amuse you," Claire exclaimed, sitting on the floor as she took time to recover from her momentary blackouts. Flipping her palm over, she beheld her once fair hands now marred and bloodied. The Light Point shrieked, "Host, are you all right? Are you all right? Can't you see I'm bleeding?" Claire retorted, gritting her teeth as she cast numerous healing spells upon her hand. Waves of white light enveloped her hand, and the bleeding eventually subsided, though the pain lingered. With great effort, Claire performed clear water like Spring to wash her hands clean, but she could muster no more magic afterward, collapsing on the floor, weakly inquiring, "What just happened?" The Light Point, recalling something, sheepishly replied, "Well, host, our spells must align with your physical magical capacity. Overexertion can lead to magical depletion." Truly, every path leads to the grave, Claire mused, gazing at the shards strewn across the floor. Logically, she should clean up the mess herself. Yet the dizziness and her drained energy reminded her that her magical reserves were depleted. Thus, with no other option, Claire snapped her fingers to summon Asa. Upon seeing his mistress seated amidst the porcelain wreckage, Asa exclaimed, "Miss Claire, are you all right?" Claire waved her hand dismissively, instinctively restraining the house elf's urge to harm her, despite having previously insisted that it was unnecessary. Yet, at times like these, Asa still defaulted to his protective instincts, akin to a child ignoring parental admonitions. "Everything is fine. I merely knocked over a vase. Please tidy it up," she instructed. For a house elf, cleaning a vase was a mere flick of the wrist. Once Claire observed Asa had completed the task, she said, "You may leave now. I need to rest." If she didn't assert this, she would be met with a torrent of complex admonitions akin to a monk's relentless chanting. The first time Claire heard Asa's incessant nagging, it felt as though she was engulfed in a cacophony of sound, leaving her feeling as though she must endure hardship to merit such a lamentation. My head aches terribly, Claire lamented after Asa departed. She took a moment to gather herself, then staggered to her bed, simultaneously lifting the silencing charm on the door. Once seated on the bed, she took a deep breath and opened her palm. The blood had vanished, but faint red marks remained. Claire had sensed that if the wound were not promptly addressed, it would continue to bleed uncontrollably, with her platelets proving ineffective. Thus, she had desperately cast healing spells while battling the encroaching darkness to halt the blood loss. One can only express gratitude for the magic, for without the aid of bandages and potions, such swift recovery might have been improbable. Yet alas, Merlin's misfortune still clings to him. Claire remarked, I shall sue Merlin for my body. The journey has been filled with the melodious songs of birds and fragrant blossoms. The light spot interjected, Host, just wait. I shall fetch you a few vials of stabilizers from the neighboring medical light spot. Claire retorted, Begone. In the days that followed, Claire came to understand the limits of her body, mastering a balance as she meticulously assessed her physical condition and magical energy each day before embarking on her journey to refine her magical prowess. Occasionally, she would engage in discussions with Theodore and Blaze about the contents of their books and various realms of knowledge. Although Draco had yet to arrive, his weekly letters of complaint continued unabated. Claire found Draco's gripes amusing, recounting tales of familial disputes, the persistent attentions of Parkinson's daughter, and tales of young romantic escapades. The gossip surrounding pureblood families captivated her interest, though it paled in comparison to the plethora of scandals prevalent in her previous life's entertainment industry. However, Claire could understand, indeed. The more advanced technology became, the more frivolous the amusements of people seemed. Rudyard frequently visited to impart knowledge pertinent to first-year studies. While Claire excelled in spells, she recognized the importance of diligently studying potions and magical theory. The mere thought of Snape sent a chill down her spine, prompting her to concoct a plan. Should he dare to insult her, she would unearth his secrets. But that was a matter for another day. As time meandered along, September 1st, her day of departure for school, arrived swiftly. In the days leading up to September 1st, Claire's luggage required no assembly on her part, as Asa busily packed 3 or 4 large trunks, lamenting, What shall I do when my young master goes to school? He also managed to secure the little tabby cat in its cage, placing it atop the unified cart. In truth, Claire did not have much to take. She merely directed Asa on what to pack. Having previously resided in a school setting herself, she was well aware of what needed to be prepared. Rudyard's luggage was minimal, consisting of only a single large trunk. On the fateful September 1st, both families arrived at the London station together with their children. At that moment, the station buzzed with well-dressed men and women hastening toward their trains, oblivious to the peculiar sight of 2 families burdened with so much luggage. Gradually, they approached the space between platforms 9 and 10, which was shielded by a muggle-repelling charm, rendering it invisible to non-magical beings. Rudyard pushed Claire's cart, and, glancing at her, said, We must pass through this wall to reach platform 9. Claire nodded in agreement, steadying herself against the cart as Rudyard jogged forward, leading them directly through the wall. Before Claire's eyes lay a momentary darkness, which swiftly transformed into a wondrous new scene. The cacophony of the bustling crowd and the steaming trains left her utterly astounded. Even though she had witnessed such sights in films, the experience of being immersed in it was overwhelmingly exhilarating. Following closely behind were the parents from both families, their expressions tinged with reluctance as they gazed at their daughter, who had been cherished for 11 years and was now set to embark on her own adventure at Hogwarts. It was undeniable that they felt a pang of sadness. Vanad gently stroked his daughter's head, squatting to meet her gaze. My dear, if anything happens at school, be sure to inform your father and mother. We will always be there to help you. Moreover, I have written to Dumbledore and become a shareholder of Hogwarts. Regardless of which house you are sorted into, you shall have a private dormitory. Claire's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this the power of wealth? To effortlessly secure a luxurious single suite within a 4-person dormitory. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I promise to study diligently, she exclaimed, beaming at her parents. Claire's parents were unconcerned about which house she would belong to. They were confident in their ability to support her for a lifetime. Their primary concern was her happiness. Meanwhile, Rudyard's parents, having imparted their usual advice regarding school, added an extra admonition. Be sure to look after Claire. Although we do not know which house you will be sorted into, make it a point to take care of her whenever possible. Rudyard nodded in agreement. Even without his parents' urging, he would prioritize Claire's safety. After exchanging a few more words, the automobile emitted a series of humming sounds, and billowing white smoke signaled that the young wizards should board the train to school. Claire clasped Rudyard's hand, glancing back at her parents with each step as she embarked on the train bound for Hogwarts. where she would delve into the magic she had yet to encounter and fulfill the tasks set forth by her system. There, the passage of time would unveil many more secrets. Fortuitously, Claire and Rudyard discovered an empty compartment within the train, devoid of other passengers. Thus, as Claire settled in, she could recline comfortably, for an 8-hour train ride could be quite the trial for one's posterior. As she gazed out at the scenery rushing past, feeling the gentle breeze wafting through the window's crack, she inhaled deeply, her hidden fist tightening momentarily. Soon, she would arrive in the wizarding world at Hogwarts, a realm that transcended mere children's literature. She must rise to the occasion and save those fated to perish. The concept of fate is notoriously difficult to alter. To rescue one marked for death requires defying destiny itself. Of course, such defiance comes at a price. It is not merely a straightforward act of prevention that ensures success. The ensuing butterfly effect unfolds swiftly over time. Although Claire had once been a soul whose life was claimed at the stroke of midnight, she instinctively valued her existence. Yet, having accepted this mission, she was resolved to see it through. What of defying fate? Throughout history, countless individuals have attempted to alter their destinies, and Claire was no exception. The Hogwarts Express, true to its reputation, lulled her into a state of fatigue almost immediately. "Goodness, my derriere aches," she murmured, gradually leaning her head against the window. Observing her discomfort, Rudyard kindly provided her with 2 soft pillows before sitting beside her. Claire felt grateful that, while the Hogwarts train may have been slow, it was far more stable than the tumultuous buses she had once endured. Otherwise, leaning against the window would have transformed her from a pure and delicate maiden into a mere ragdoll tossed about. And so, accompanied by the train's rhythmic whistle, Claire gradually succumbed to slumber, while Rudyard quietly immersed himself in a book, enveloping the compartment in a tranquil silence. Thus, Claire missed the candy vendor and a little girl inquiring about toads, both of whom were turned away by Rudyard. It was uncertain how long Claire had been asleep when she finally roused, and as she rubbed her eyes and gazed out the window, she noticed that the once bright sky had succumbed to darkness, with only a few luminous stars adorning the heavens. Upon seeing Claire awaken, Rudyard reached out to tuck her stray locks behind her ear and said, "Awake? Now that you're up, we should change into our school uniforms. We shall soon arrive at Hogwarts." Claire, still in a daze, nodded and followed Rudyard to change. After they had donned their uniforms, they lingered for another half an hour before the train gradually came to a halt at the terminus. They had arrived at Hogwarts. Claire inhaled deeply, and together with Rudyard, stepped off the train onto solid ground. They had reached their destination, and the main quest was about to commence, with hopes for the host's successful challenge. Chapter 18. Goodness. There are variables. Once they disembarked, Rudyard could no longer accompany Claire, as he was now a second-year wizard and had to proceed through a different passage. Claire could hear Hagrid's booming voice calling for first-year students to gather by the Black Lake. With concern etched on his face, Rudyard urged Claire, "Be sure to stay safe and keep your distance from others. Do you understand?" Claire, distractedly glancing toward the gathering, nodded absent-mindedly. At that moment, all the first-year witches and wizards had congregated, with Claire being the last to join. Rudyard released Claire only after a deep breath, his gaze trailing her as she walked toward the assembly, where the giant surveyed the crowd before bellowing for to a boat, board in an orderly fashion. Only when she was no longer visible did Rudyard turn, worry weighing on him as he hurried toward the great hall. Eager to take his seat and await Claire's arrival for the sorting ceremony, he pondered which house Claire would be sorted into. Secretly, he hoped she would join Slytherin. Yet, everything remained uncertain. Regardless of her house, Rudyard vowed to protect Claire, even if she were to be placed in Gryffindor. Not long after Claire boarded, the orderly process of boarding the boats began. Claire thought to make her acquaintance with the main characters, but arriving late, she could not glimpse the front. Thus, she decided to wait until they reached the Great Hall, where the sorting ceremony promised an exciting spectacle. Randomly, she chose an unoccupied boat and settled in, knowing that soon others would join her. Indeed, shortly after she sat down, a girl bounced over and asked, "May I sit in this boat?" Claire noticed a girl with golden hair and hazel eyes, brimming with vitality. Nodding, Claire replied, "Of course." The girl cheered and quickly hopped into the boat beside Claire, instantly launching into introductions. Hello. My name is One Yuanmu. What's yours?" "Yours so pretty. Is that white hair hereditary?" "One Yuanmu?" Claire frowned slightly. That name did not seem typical for this region. A descendant of Huaxia? She did not quite fit the appearance, though her accent was clearly not local. Claire introduced herself. "I am Claire Pedrige. Judging by your accent, you don't seem to be a local." One Yuanmu nodded enthusiastically and replied, "Of course. My mother is from Huaxia. I can speak Chinese, too." Speak Chinese. Claire was astonished to discover this mixed heritage, a presence that had not appeared in the original story. Just as Claire was reeling from the revelation, a light flickered beside her. The light, surprised by the mixed heritage, quickly typed a flurry of words before scratching its head to inform Claire. No signals indicate this person is an outsider. I sense no other signals from her. She appears to belong here. Upon hearing this, Claire nodded slowly, though she felt elated to meet a fellow countrywoman. She knew that if this compatriot bore any signals that could hinder her mission, she would not hesitate to act decisively. After all, she had nearly harmed many in her previous life. There would be no mercy in the moment of action. Fortunately, this mixed-blood girl was a wizard existing in this world, and thus could be considered a good friend. Moreover, with a mother from Huaxia, could she perhaps join her for a meal? Claire had long grown weary of stargazing and craved some sweet and sour ribs or scrambled eggs with chives. Is that so? How wonderful! Claire responded, this time in Chinese. Although she had been immersed in the English language, she had not forgotten her native tongue. Wan Yuanmu's eyes widened in delight as she exclaimed, you can speak Chinese. Oh my goodness, that is amazing. Claire smiled and replied, I have a keen interest in the culture of Huaxia. Due to health reasons, I cannot venture out for long. So I took it upon myself to learn Chinese and some cultural aspects. Just as when Yuanmu was about to speak again, they heard voices from the direction of the other boats. Turning to look, Claire spotted Blaze and Theodore. Blaze, with a grin, addressed Claire. Might we lovely ladies share a boat with you too? Rolling her eyes, Claire retorted, stop with the banter. Hop on quickly. We're about to depart. Blaze chuckled and, followed by Theodore, boarded the boat opposite the two girls. Meanwhile, Wan Yuanmu, having just met Claire and discovering she could speak Chinese, had already considered her a close friend. Unable to suppress her nature, she leaned toward Claire and whispered, he sounds like the kind of playboy my mom warned me about. Blaze interjected, I heard that, miss. Claire could no longer contain her laughter. Realizing Wan Yuanmu had misunderstood their relationship, she was unaware of Claire's long-standing friendship with Blaze. Thus, Claire could only stifle her laughter and explain to her newly acquainted friend, this is a friend I've known for a long time. He is always like this. So don't mind him. Oh, Wan Yuanmu replied. As they spoke, the wooden boat set sail, gliding slowly across the black lake toward the illuminated Hogwarts. The camaraderie among the four had already softened due to their earlier banter, and Claire and Wan Yuanmu excitedly conversed in Chinese, while Claire remained vigilant not to reveal her modern origins. After all, Wan Yuanmu was not an outsider but a genuine girl from the 1990s. Every time Claire inadvertently lets something slip, she observes Wan Yuanmu's puzzled expression, which leaves Claire with a belly full of mischief that she has no outlet for. Claire muses. The most awkward part about playing inside jokes is explaining them. Occasionally, Blaze interjects a few words. Having spent considerable time with Claire and picked up a few phrases in Chinese, albeit limited to have you eaten, his accent, however, earns him some playful mimicry from Miss Wan. Yet, this inadvertently brings them closer together, while Theodore remains silent, quietly watching the two girls interact, his gaze consistently fixed on Claire. Claire begins to discern the nature of this newly arrived mixed-race girl beside her. Despite being from the 90s, she embodies the capricious spirit of a 21st century girl. Although Claire occasionally slips up, her reactions are undeniably amusing. While she is taken aback by the unexpected presence of this mixed-race girl, she feels a sense of control over the situation. As long as the girl remains her friend and nothing goes awry, they can continue along the narrative path. Should any unforeseen events arise, they would be beyond Claire's capacity to resolve. Thus, as she converses with the girl, she silently implores the light orb, aside from unexpected windfalls. I hope for no further surprises. At that moment, the light orb fervently taps on the screen in her mind, responding, understood, host. Fortunately, Claire reflects. It has been nearly 7 years since she last spoke Chinese with a human, and this experience aboard the ship has allowed her to express herself sufficiently without feeling stifled. As the vessel glides through the water, the magnificent castle of Hogwarts soon comes into view, illuminating the eyes of all who gaze upon it. Both Claire and Wan Yuanmu widen their eyes in astonishment at the breathtaking sight. Even though Claire has seen it in films, nothing compares to the unparalleled shock of being there in person. Upon reaching their destination, the young witches and wizards disembark in droves. Wan Yuanmu leaps off first, then gently helps Claire down, having noticed her physical discomfort on the ship. She earnestly assures Claire, if you ever feel unwell, come find me. I'll help you. Claire gazes at the earnest girl before her and feels a sudden warmth. At over 30, surrounded by so many pivotal 11-year-old friends, she feels a fleeting sense of youth. As if she too were 11 again. How wonderful it is to forge meaningful friendships. After all, isn't the purpose of having good friends to stand by you when you err? Hagrid, observing the young witches and wizards disembark, bellows, now, young witches and wizards, form 2 lines and follow me into the castle. Obediently, the children align themselves, gradually trailing behind Hagrid into the brightly lit castle, where countless adventures and knowledge await their exploration. When Hagrid leads them to the Grand Hall's entrance, He turns to them and declares, "All right. Now you must wait here for a moment. Professors will come to guide you for the sorting ceremony. I wish you all the best in being sorted into your desired houses." With that, he ambles away, lantern in hand, while Claire moves forward through the crowd, anticipating the forthcoming excitement. As Claire expected, the next moment, Draco adjusts his attire, steps forward, and addresses Harry Potter directly, saying, "My father mentioned that Harry Potter would be enrolling this year. You must be him. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." At that instant, Ron, with his fiery red hair, stands next to Claire, not fully aware of how to enhance her completion rate before embarking on her task. Claire decides to subtly alter the course of events within her control. As Ron nearly bursts into laughter, Claire gently nudges him. When he turns to see the delicate Claire before him, she apologizes, "I'm sorry, I accidentally bumped into you." Ron, struck by her beauty, quickly waves his hands, exclaiming, No, it's fine." This brief interjection successfully diverts Draco and Harry's attention to the pair, allowing Harry to notice the lovely silver-haired girl conversing with his friend. Meanwhile, Draco, upon seeing Claire, recalls her last words during their previous encounter, causing his previously proud demeanor to falter as a blush creeps across his face. Claire, hearing Ron's response, smiles and turns her gaze toward Draco, saying, "It's been a while, Draco, but let us hold off on conversation for now. The professors will be here shortly." Aware that these two are destined to be adversaries in the original narrative, Claire contemplates how to navigate her task with ease. If their paths were to diverge, it would certainly lighten her load. While the Malfoy family is reputed for their loyalty, survival is a prerequisite for such loyalty. The thought of this responsibility weighs heavily on Claire. Well, I've committed myself to this, and there's no option for a do-over. It's a one-shot deal. If I fail midway, it truly is game over. Although Claire has grown indifferent to the value of life, she understands the importance of fulfilling her task. Having accepted it, she must see it through. If she exhausts her efforts and still falls short, she cannot hold herself accountable. Nevertheless, she must employ her utmost strength and means, even if they seem somewhat unscrupulous. After all, effectiveness is paramount. Ultimately, it is Claire's mission that takes precedence. As soon as she finishes her thought, Professor McGonagall appears behind Draco, tapping him on the shoulder. Draco can only nod at Claire before retreating back to his group. Professor McGonagall surveys the young witches and wizards before her and slowly announces, "I am delighted to welcome you to Hogwarts. I am Professor McGonagall, your transfiguration instructor. You may call me Professor McGonagall. Now, I will lead you to the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony." Following her lead, the young witches and wizards line up as they had previously arranged, entering the hall as the grand doors swing open, ready for their first-year sorting. At that moment, as Claire steps through the entrance, the words of the light orb echo in her mind. The system mall has been activated. Please enjoy, host. Chapter 19, The Right Person. Upon hearing the light orb's proclamation, Claire feels a surge of excitement. It's here, my much-anticipated relief. Stepping discreetly to the back, she uses the crowd as cover to access her personal panel and clicks on the newly illuminated icon for the system mall. Subsequently, Claire began to skim through the system mall with remarkable speed. It was truly a marvel that an 11-year-old could access such a marketplace, where she discovered a plethora of essential food items, as well as bandages and potions that could be redeemed in times of dire need. Moreover, as she scrolled further down, she even found potion ingredients that could only be foraged from the Forbidden Forest. However, the points required were somewhat steep. Yet, the cost of food and medicinal supplies was within a reasonable range for Claire. Should she find herself utterly famished, she could always utilize them to stave off hunger. Among the offerings were various offensive weapons, such as daggers and scissors. These items would prove to be of significant assistance to Claire in the future, though that was a tale for another time, as she soon heard a voice resonating in her mind, emanating from the luminous point. "Welcome, host, to Hogwarts. The main quest has been initiated. Throughout these 7 years, your sole task is to foster harmony within the world and ensure the survival of as many individuals as possible. You may commence your mission in any manner that does not contravene ethical standards or hinder the progression of the main storyline. Wishing you a pleasant journey." As Claire listened to the gravely mechanical voice, she surveyed the bustling hall around her. The stark seriousness of the announcement felt rather discordant amidst the lively atmosphere. However, she understood that this moment of warmth was fleeting, and the faces of her fellow young witches and wizards, filled with dreams and joyous anticipation for the future, were blissfully unaware of what lay ahead. Yet, knowing the storyline, Claire suddenly felt a sense of despair wash over her. Despite the laughter of her good friends nearby, the warm amber glow of the lights above, and the flickering candles that embodied the flame of hope, she felt an inexplicable heaviness. With a sharp clap, Claire discreetly slapped her own face in a corner where no one noticed. What was wrong with her today? Why had she succumbed to such pessimism? "Comrade Claire," she admonished herself, Such thoughts are unacceptable. The mission assigned to you by the organization must be embraced and fulfilled. Nevertheless, Claire cherished her delicate visage. So she merely gave herself a gentle smack to clear the fog from her mind, then shifted her gaze forward. At that very moment, while Claire was absorbed in exploring the system mall and lost in her thoughts, Professor McGonagall had already commenced the sorting ceremony. Hannah Abbott. Indeed, our esteemed Queen Hannah was the first to ascend the throne, thus solidifying her pure-blood lineage. Stamped. After Hannah was sorted into Hufflepuff, Professor McGonagall began to read the names from the parchment one by one. Since the names were arranged alphabetically by surname, Claire found herself positioned somewhat further down the list, meaning she would have to wait a little longer for her turn. At this moment, she leaned gently against the yew tree, pondering where she would ultimately be sorted. This was, after all, Claire's first experience of such eager anticipation upon entering a school. Previously, whenever Claire stepped through the school gates, all her virtuous qualities would vanish in an instant, leaving only the lifeless shell of her former self. Although this institution was not as strictly governed as schools in her homeland, Claire still harbored deep-seated resentment towards it, particularly the persistent bullying that had plagued the school throughout its history and the mutual disdain among the houses felt akin to a grand battle of mean girls. Each time Claire recalled the cold glares and derisive laughter depicted in the books, a darkness would cloud her vision of the future. At times, she contemplated erasing everything, including this wretched world. Thus, the prospect of confronting two bitter adversaries at the source and subtly threatening a certain long-haired professor during class to spare students' self-esteem had its allure. You don't speak, do you? If you can't speak, then kindly remain silent. Lost in her thoughts, Claire suddenly heard Professor McGonagall call out the name Harry Potter. Instantly, a wave of excitement swept through the hall as the young witches and wizards craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the boy who had survived against all odds. True to the story, the boy who lived was sorted into Gryffindor, just like his father. The moment the sorting hat proclaimed the result, thunderous applause erupted from the Gryffindor table. Claire witnessed the scene unfold as described in the narrative, with the twins rising to their feet, clapping enthusiastically. "We have Potter! We have Potter!" She observed Harry, who wore a hint of a joyful smile as he took a seat beside Ron, while the other Gryffindor students gathered around him. Watching Harry's delight amidst the crowd, Claire felt compelled to express her sentiments to the luminous point. In a certain sense, this book can be regarded as a grand ensemble piece, a tapestry of vibrant lives interwoven together, each showcasing their brilliance in their respective domains. Despite occasional discord and ultimate tragedy, yet, the luminous point delivered a crushing blow. Those who survive will scatter, scatter, scatter. Claire, startled, immediately covered her luminous point in her mind. All right, at least the three main characters in this book have a good ending, and I am here now, aren't I? No more morose thoughts, especially not curses upon myself, lest the heavens truly interpret them as wishes. After all, God seems to enjoy hearing contrary statements. I wonder if Merlin is the same. Then, Draco and Theodore were also sorted into Slytherin, and soon after, Professor McGonagall glanced at the parchment and called out Claire's name. Claire Patternick. Upon hearing her name, Claire felt a tremor run through her, but she steadied herself against the yew tree and slowly approached the front. Today, as her name resonated throughout the hall, she would have to completely forget her former identity. In the manor, only a select few knew her name. She could occasionally remember being called Wang Tuan Yuan, but that name would soon vanish entirely from her mind. She was now Claire Patternick. Today, this name would echo throughout the hall, and in years to come, it would resonate throughout the magical world for vanquishing the Dark Lord. Private Marcellus, Harry. Veda Kedavra will be your assistant in saving the world. As Claire's name reverberated through the hall, the once lively atmosphere fell into a sudden hush, particularly among the Slytherin table. The other three houses were silent because they had never before encountered a girl with such stunning silver-white hair, finding her an intriguing rarity. Meanwhile, Slytherin quieted because they all remembered the girl's past exploits at Malfoy Manor, her previous fainting fit that had resulted in the bankruptcy of both families. Thus, the young Slytherins, aside from their interest in Harry's sorting, were now intently focused on Claire as she approached the podium. They were eager to see which house she would belong to, while only Blaise, who was aware of the circumstances, watched Claire with keen interest as she gracefully made her way to the stool. He was curious to see which house would claim such a remarkable girl as its own. As Claire settled onto the stool and donned the hat, she heard the ancient sorting hat, older than her great-grandmother, slowly intoning, "Ah, spirited, active, and brave, though it seems your health is rather frail. I can sense your fervent desire for vitality." Claire retorted, "Sorting is one thing, but do refrain from probing into the depths of my thoughts." Yet, she nodded in acknowledgement, admitting, "Indeed, my health has been poor since childhood." The sorting hat chuckled softly at her response before declaring, "I can see that although you lack robust health, You possess unparalleled courage. I know precisely to which house you belong. With that, the Sorting Hat bellowed Claire's house. Gryffindor. Upon hearing this, Claire instinctively sighed with relief. Being sorted into Gryffindor would facilitate her mission. She shuddered at the thought of being placed in Slytherin, where communication would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. As the results were announced, thunderous applause erupted from the Gryffindor table, celebrating the arrival of such a charming young witch into their midst. In contrast, the Slytherins looked on with confusion and disdain, their eyes filled with scorn at the notion of someone with Claire's health being sorted into Gryffindor. Has the Sorting Hat lost its senses? Blaise raised an eyebrow, confirming his suspicions that a girl with such courage was indeed suited for Gryffindor. Meanwhile, Draco slammed his fist on the table, his gaze fixed intently on Claire. How did she end up in Gryffindor? What do those foolish lions have to offer? The Sorting Hat must be senile. How could Claire withstand the company of those silly lions? Rudolph sighed upon hearing the outcome. Relieved that he had not had any unpleasant encounters with Gryffindor students the previous year, making it easier for him to visit Claire afterward. Claire made her way to sit beside Harry amidst the applause. Although the protagonist's side was perilous, her own task was no less so. She introduced herself to Harry, saying, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, Harry Potter. I'm Claire Paidnick. You can simply call me Claire." Harry nodded, his smile widening. Claire was indeed beautiful, and seeing her up close only enhanced her charm. Soon, she was introduced to Ron and Hermione, and as time passed, the sorting ceremony drew to a close. The other young wizards garnered little attention, save for one last name, Yuan Wan. When Professor McGonagall announced this tongue-twisting name, the gazes of the other students turned toward her. For she was only the second Chinese student with a name as challenging as that of the upperclassman Cho Chang. Finally, the Sorting Hat quickly proclaimed the result. Gryffindor. Claire raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting to share a house with her. This evening, Gryffindor was especially jubilant, for not only had they welcomed the boy who lived, Harry, but also the most beautiful first-year witch, Claire, along with the rare Chinese student, Yuan Wan. It was a resounding victory for Gryffindor. Yuan hopped down, squeezing beside Claire, and immediately began chattering. "I just saw a girl with super poofy hair roll her eyes at you when you went up. I really dislike her." Poofy hair? That must be Pansy, Claire thought, recalling their last encounter. It seemed not only she but also her friends shared the sentiment. Thus, friendship did not necessitate identical tastes, but rather a mutual disdain for the same thing. With Yuan sorting complete, all the wizards had found their desired houses. Professor McGonagall then tapped her glass, signaling the beginning of Dumbledore's speech. Claire watched as the most illustrious white wizard from the books rose to address them. "I am delighted to welcome not only the new students to our school this year, but also wizards from other years continuing their studies at Hogwarts. Here, you will forge friendships with like-minded individuals and learn fascinating magic. I shall not elaborate further. The rest of your journey will be for you to discover. However, I must impart a few important reminders. We have a curfew each night, so students are prohibited from roaming the halls after hours. Mr. Filch will be patrolling the corridors, and those caught will face severe punishment. Additionally, students should not enter the Forbidden Forest without permission, and if you wish to remain alive, do not venture into the room at the end of the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor. That's all from me. But I will leave you with 4 words: fool, crybaby, scum, twist." At that moment, Claire began to internally translate. "Harry, you can sneak out at night. I'll lend you an invisibility cloak. You can explore the Forbidden Forest, and even that forbidden room, and in the end, I'll give you a substantial points boost." Just then, after Dumbledore concluded his address, he waved his hands, and the once empty table was suddenly laden with an abundance of delectable food. The young wizards gasped in awe before eagerly picking up their forks and knives to select their meals. Meanwhile, Claire gazed at the still-standing Dumbledore, her mind conversing with the glowing point of light beside her. What if I were to tell Grindelwald that Dumbledore is about to face dire straits, and he must come to his aid? Wouldn't that make my task easier? The light pondered, then timidly replied, "In theory, yes, but whether Grindelwald would actually come is uncertain. I doubt he'd be inclined to heed that call." Claire smiled slightly, her gaze fixed on Dumbledore. Not necessarily. At that moment, Dumbledore, scanning the young wizards at the Gryffindor table, suddenly caught sight of the enchanting girl whose purple eyes were fixed upon him. Her gaze was not merely inquisitive, but seemed to possess knowledge of something significant. Dumbledore's heart raced at the thought, as if something had been uncovered. Yet, just as he sought to examine her further, Claire had already averted her gaze, turning her attention to the food on the table. Dumbledore could only shake his head and take a sip of the wine in his glass. It must have been a mere figment of his imagination. At this moment, Claire savored the culinary delights of Hogwarts, though she could not indulge in everything, opting for dishes with less oil and sugar. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Hogwarts fare far surpassed her insipid nutritional meals. At the halfway point of her meal, Claire noticed Harry staring intently at the staff table. Following his gaze, she spotted Snape, stroking his chin while looking in their direction, and Quirrell, whose turbaned head was turned away from them. Claire was acutely aware that this was the commencement of a misunderstanding. With a languid gesture, she extracted her wand, inadvertently reversing its orientation, and then pressed its tip against Harry's chin. The moment the icy wand made contact with him, Harry shivered involuntarily, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Claire, who had positioned her wand beneath her own chin, gently redirecting her head. She shifted her gaze from Professor Snape to a figure nearby, adorned with a purple scarf. Almost immediately, Harry felt a sharp pain radiating from the scar on his forehead. Behold, this was indeed the right person. Chapter 20. Mutual infatuation unraveled, emotional obstacles abound. The prickling sensation on his forehead compelled Harry to let out a pained exclamation, drawing Ron's attention. As Ron followed Harry's gaze, he spotted Snape looking in their direction and, in a hushed tone, remarked, "That man in the black robes is Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, and he harbors a strong dislike for Gryffindor. Do you sense something amiss?" At that moment, Harry, having been repositioned by Claire's wand, shook his head and replied to Ron, "No, it's the professor with the purple scarf." Ron cast a glance and carelessly remarked, "Ah, that one. I've heard he is the new defense against the dark arts professor this year. I wonder what he's like." Claire, lounging nearby, interjected, "Not knowing what he's like is precisely what makes him the most dangerous." Harry, still acutely aware of the throbbing pain in his scar, nodded in agreement with Claire's assertion. For even though he had averted his gaze from the man in the purple scarf, the ache in his forehead persisted, pulsing subtly. Observing his friends, Ron could only cast a skeptical look at Quirrell and muttered through a mouthful of chicken leg, "Honestly, I find Professor Snape far more intimidating." To which Claire replied, "In truth, both are equally formidable." After glancing at Harry, who had lowered his head, she turned her attention back to the man in the purple scarf, who emanated an unsettling aura, as though the soul beneath that scarf was peering into her very being. This peculiar sensation left Claire bewildered. Why did it seem as if the essence within that purple scarf was scrutinizing her? What connection could she possibly share with that soul? Claire recalled their last encounter in Diagon Alley, her sense of mystery only deepening. Logically, the concept of a light point transcended this world, suggesting that Voldemort would be oblivious to its existence. Yet, if he were unaware, why had he engaged her in conversation that day? After all, she was merely a frail little witch outside his grand designs. Unless, of course, she possessed an allure substantial enough to draw his attention. But what could she possibly have that warranted such interest? Having spent many years working in an underground bar, Claire understood that only when one exudes a significant magnetism would certain individuals divert their focus from their most pressing concerns to fixate on you. This line of thought left her with a multitude of questions. She had once inquired about the light point, but it hadn't sensed any external scrutiny. What could be the reason for this? The headache that followed was a consequence of her arrival triggering a butterfly effect, perhaps? Yet, it seemed far too premature for such repercussions. Despite her myriad uncertainties, Claire was not afforded timely answers. She couldn't simply approach Quirrell, yank off his scarf, and demand, "Why are you staring at me? Do you fancy me?" In her former unrestrained self, she might have done just that. Encounters that once left her feeling intensely observed rarely lasted long, as she would typically retaliate physically. However, now, Claire lacked the audacity and courage. If she were to confront him, she would likely find herself swiftly subdued. As the ancient Chinese proverb states, one who knows how to adapt is a true talent. Thus, Claire resolved to observe the unfolding events quietly, vowing to catch him off guard someday. With that, she diverted her attention from the enigmatic figure in the purple scarf and resumed her sampling of the delectable offerings in the Hogwarts Great Hall. After the main course had vanished, the time for desserts arrived. However, Claire found herself limited in choices, as most confections were laden with excessive sugar. Ultimately, she settled for a modest pudding or two. Once dessert was concluded, it was time to retire to the dormitory. Claire's heart brimmed with anticipation for her unique solo quarters and the luxurious bed that awaited her. Having endured a lifetime of hardships, she was finally reaping the rewards of her new existence. Following the meal, Dumbledore waved his hand before the young witches and wizards, proclaiming, "All right, everyone may now return to your dormitories. The first-year students will be escorted by the prefects of each house." Coincidentally, the current prefect of Gryffindor was none other than Percy Weasley. As Claire observed Percy diligently gathering the first-year students, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. The solemn, seemingly unambitious man, when stripped of his pedestal, would be most delightful to witness with flushed cheeks. This thought elicited a chuckle from Claire, prompting her to laugh quietly. At that moment, Percy, having assembled the first-year students, turned his gaze and spotted Claire, who was laughing in a manner that seemed rather unhinged. As she looked at him while giggling, Percy felt a chill run down his spine, and goosebumps prickled his arms. His heart began to race. Indeed, she was strikingly distinctive, possessing an appealing beauty, yet that smile was decidedly unsettling. Quickly averting his gaze, Percy attempted to suppress the strange sensation welling within him, only to find Professor McGonagall approaching. Upon reaching him, she addressed Percy, stating, "Claire's parents have prepared a private dormitory for her, as her health is not robust. Please keep a watchful eye on her." Percy followed her gaze, noticing that Claire had ceased laughing and was now engaged in conversation with Hermione. Though he exhaled a sigh of relief, he couldn't shake the odd feeling lingering in his heart. He resolved to pay her more attention, as Professor McGonagall had advised. After McGonagall departed, just as Percy was preparing to lead the group back, he heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he found a boy clad in Slytherin robes standing before him, causing Percy to furrow his brow. What business did a Slytherin have here? Who was he? Rooted, clutching a notebook, approached Percy and politely introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Rooted Palavdi, Claire's brother. As you may know, Claire's health is quite fragile, so I would like to offer her a few words of caution." In truth, Rooted wished to declare himself as Claire's fiancé, but during his visit, he had cautiously gauged her attitude, and Claire had simply reclined against her chair, appearing indifferent. "If it pleases me, then it would not be amiss to speak of it. However, I must remind you that I am but 11 years of age, and I am loath to be constrained by something as elusive as a mere promise. After all, Claire has no thoughts of matrimony at this tender age, at 11. She ought not to dwell on fanciful notions, but rather take in the splendor of the world outside and acquire knowledge that is truly beneficial before pondering such trivialities." Thus, Rudith refrained from revealing that he was Claire's betrothed, for this was merely a verbal commitment, one that Claire could rescind at her leisure. Therefore, he resolved to excel in his own endeavors and, upon Claire's graduation, declare his feelings. No, it could not wait that long, perhaps in the 4th grade. By then, he would be able to proudly claim the title of Claire's fiancé without reservation. Upon hearing Rudith's musings, Percy glanced at the notebook in Rudith's hand and nodded. He then turned to Claire and called, "Come here for a moment, Claire." Upon hearing her name, Claire turned to find Rudith mingling with the Gryffindor group. She hurriedly approached him and inquired, "What is it, Rudith?" He placed the notebook in Claire's hands and said, "This contains a list of foods you can and cannot eat, along with items to which you may be allergic, as well as some general precautions. If anything arises, you must inform me. Oh, and," he continued to chatter away, while Claire listened attentively, nodding enthusiastically. I hear you. My ears are wide open." Upon hearing Claire's exuberant response, Rudith gazed at her with gentle exasperation and sighed. "Then you must remember, I will always be watching over you." Claire nodded, and Rudith turned back to Percy, saying, "Claire's health is rather fragile, so please keep an eye on her." Percy regarded Rudith with a mixture of surprise and suspicion, then slowly nodded. Had a Slytherin ever spoken so kindly to a Gryffindor? Never had he witnessed such a thing. Indeed, today was full of surprises. Rudith then offered Claire a few more words of caution before gradually returning to his own group. Percy led the first-year students back to the dormitory, with Claire trailing at the rear, while Hermione and Yuanmu gently supported her on either side. Claire had already forged a bond with Hermione during their earlier gathering. After all, her extensive reading over the holidays was aimed at finding common ground with the top student. Thus, the trio of protagonists had successfully established their plan. Next, they would navigate the arduous journey of creating their own highlights, adding clever little tricks to ensure a smoother tale. Yuanmu quickly became friends with Hermione as well, her curiosity about another culture prompting discussions about learning Chinese. However, as Claire walked, she found herself somewhat out of breath, for the stairs here shifted unpredictably, leaving one uncertain of what the next day might bring. Thus, one had to adapt on the fly, and one could not afford to lag behind. Even with a mental preparation, Claire felt somewhat overwhelmed by fatigue. Percy, while introducing the group, turned his gaze back to see Claire breathing heavily. At that moment, a slight sheen of perspiration adorned her forehead, prompting Percy to slow his pace, walking deliberately. Fortunately, the Gryffindor common room was not too far from the Great Hall. Within approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at its entrance. At the moment they halted, Claire felt as though her feet were firmly planted on solid ground. Having been somewhat dizzy from the gaudy staircases and the clamorous portraits adorning the walls, her heart raced, but let it not be misconstrued. It was not the flutter of infatuation upon seeing a handsome boy, but rather the cerebral fatigue and mental strain induced by traversing those steep stairs and the cacophony of the portraits. At this juncture, Claire's brow glistened with perspiration, and Hermione, with a look of concern, gently grasped her arm. Claire's arm felt as fragile as porcelain, nearly shattering with the lightest touch, despite being 11 years old. Her wrists remained astonishingly slender, akin to those of children far younger. Hermione pressed her lips together, mentally elevating her awareness of Claire's health concerns. When Percy turned around, He cast a glance at Claire, who was dabbing her forehead and the tip of her nose with a handkerchief, causing him to furrow his brow involuntarily. Such fragility. Sweating over such a short distance. It was evident he must pay closer attention. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze began to wander over some of the other students. As Claire stowed her handkerchief away, Percy cleared his throat and addressed the group below. Welcome to Gryffindor. We are the embodiment of courage, and Gryffindor warmly welcomes every wizard. Here, we treat each witch and wizard with equality. This is our common room. The password changes monthly. You must recite it correctly to gain entry. The new password will be displayed on the notice board in the central common room, so be sure to check. He then turned to the portrait of the fat lady and uttered the day's password, Dragon Dung. The password was correct, and the door slowly creaked open, revealing the interior. The young wizards filed in, gazing up in wonder at their new common room, where they would reside for the next 7 years. The Gryffindor common room was adorned in hues of red and gold, exuding warmth and vibrancy, with the lion, the house's emblematic creature, hanging prominently. While red decorations brightened the atmosphere, Yuanmu marveled at her surroundings, exclaiming to Claire, "Can you believe we will live here for 7 years?" Claire smiled and surveyed the room, responding, "Indeed, 7 years it is. Yet whether it remains in good condition after 6 years is uncertain." At this thought, Claire couldn't help but suppress a chuckle. What a ridiculous jest. As the young wizards admired their common room, Percy turned to them once more, stating, "The boys' dormitory is to the left, while the girls' is to the right. Each room accommodates 4 students. You may refer to the nameplates outside the doors. Your belongings have already been placed in your respective dormitories by house elves, so you may now locate your rooms and take some rest. Sweet dreams to you all." Upon hearing Percy's words, the young wizards eagerly paired off to find their dormitories, hoping to share a room with their newfound friends. After concluding his remarks, Percy approached Claire, who looked up at him and asked, "Is there something you need, Senior Percy?" Percy lowered his gaze to meet Claire's, his violet eyes reflecting her image, momentarily rendering the usually articulate Percy speechless. However, he quickly regained his composure and cleared his throat, saying, "I have a good understanding of your health condition. And your personal dormitory is situated a bit further back, as it is quieter there." Claire nodded and then addressed Percy, saying, "All right, I understand. Thank you for your help, Senior." Percy shook his head in response, saying, "It's no trouble at all. Go on and rest." After a brief pause, he inexplicably added, "Good night, Claire." Once the words escaped his lips, Percy felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing he had acted out of character. Claire, upon hearing his farewell, raised an eyebrow in surprise. She hadn't expected Percy to bid goodnight to a girl he had just met. However, looking at Percy, Claire smiled and replied, "You too." "Good night, Percy." Upon hearing Claire's response, Percy felt an inexplicable sense of relief, though he said nothing further. He merely nodded before turning to ascend the stairs and return to his own quarters, his demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety. After bidding farewell to Harry and Ron, Claire proceeded upstairs with her friends in search of her dormitory. Hermione's room was situated in the middle, while Yuanmu's was conveniently located next to Hermione's. Nevertheless, the two girls insisted on accompanying Claire until they reached her dormitory, which was located at the far end of the corridor. Although the journey was somewhat lengthy, it served as a decent form of exercise, and it spared her from the potential disturbance of girls chatting loudly in the hallways on nights when she wished to sleep. Once Claire had seen off Hermione and Yuanmu, she stepped into her room to inspect her new living space. The layout bore a striking resemblance to her bedroom back home, suggesting it had been deliberately arranged that way. However, the original subtle colors had been replaced with the vibrant hues of Gryffindor, deep red complemented by rich gold, which enhanced the overall ambience. Claire did not dwell on this for long, as fatigue was beginning to set in. She promptly retrieved her wand, opened her suitcase, and began to unpack her belongings. Fortunately, thanks to the spells rewarded by the system upon her arrival, she would not have to exhaust herself with the task. Otherwise, she would have surely found herself utterly drained, both physically and mentally. "Don't worry, Claire," she mused to herself. "The delightful prospect of mutual affection does not seem to hover over you, while the burden of emotional turmoil certainly does." After swiftly utilizing her limited magical energy to tidy up, Claire hurried to wash up, changing into a comfortable nightgown. She then embraced the little tabby cat, a manifestation of her light, extinguished the lights on the wall, drew the curtains, and slipped into bed in one fluid motion. Gradually, she closed her eyes and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Good night, Macapaka. Chapter 21. The chill of autumn when the sun rose the following morning. The wake-up bell echoed throughout Hogwarts, signaling the start of the new semester for the young witches and wizards. Fortunately, the wake-up time at Hogwarts was similar to what Claire was accustomed to at home. Otherwise, she might have struggled to rise. Claire first opened the curtains, allowing sunlight to flood her single dormitory, and began mumbling to herself as she washed up, all the while selecting an outfit to wear beneath her school robe. Surprisingly, Claire had gradually grown accustomed to wearing skirts, as the Hogwarts uniform paired exquisitely with them. Moreover, she no longer engaged in the same vigorous activities as before, making the choice to wear a skirt quite feasible. As she dressed, she shook her head and murmured, "In middle school, they wouldn't let me live as a first year. In high school, they wouldn't let me live as a high schooler. Now at last, I am free." The little light beside her swayed and chimed, "Oh dear. The lifestyle here is quite leisurely. Just enjoy it without any psychological burdens." Claire responded to the light, "Of course, I shall indulge without guilt. Especially if it comes at no cost." The light exclaimed eagerly, "But that is not right, host. You still have to pay." Claire looked at the light and replied, "What was I in my past life? A person from Huaxia. Do you know the history of Huaxia?" "Of course. I know everything." It retorted. "Then that settles it." "Huh. Silly." Claire gently tapped the light's head. "Empress Cixi has already taken care of it for me." The light rubbed its head and protested. "But that doesn't mean you can have it for free." Standing before the mirror, Claire donned her school robe, which was no longer plain but adorned with the Gryffindor crest and a striking red tie. Once dressed, she shot a playful glare at the light and remarked, "The most frustrating part of a joke is having to explain it. Of course, I will pay. My family is not without means." The light merely replied, "Oh." Exiting her room, Claire encountered Hermione and Wan Yuan Mu waiting for her outside. As soon as the two girls spotted Claire, they flanked her. Just as they had the previous day, they began chattering excitedly about their roommates, and as Claire listened to their lively descriptions of the other three girls, she felt a wave of contentment wash over her. In her previous life, Claire had lived in a dormitory as well, though it had been a cramped space shared with 8 others, sometimes even including students from other grades. This arrangement had often resulted in discord, with frequent bickering that left Claire feeling quite vexed. During that time, she had even considered skipping school to avoid the chaos, as she already had her own troubles to contend with. "I don't want to go to high school. I have a fear of heights." However, now, with 4 11-year-old girls sharing a room, the atmosphere was much more harmonious, free from the complications of older students. Should any discomfort arise, Claire's luxurious single dormitory would always be open to her friends. As the 3 girls made their way to the Great Hall, they noted the absence of Harry and Ron. Hermione expressed concern over their tardiness, while Claire leisurely enjoyed her breakfast. Fortunately, Hogwarts breakfast was quite normal, featuring bread and milk, items Claire was accustomed to eating, although she still longed for tea, eggs, and deep-fried dough sticks. Reflecting on her previous life, Claire recalled that during late-night work sessions, her breakfast had to consist of beef noodles accompanied by a tea egg. But back to the matter at hand. Why was Claire so relaxed? Because she was well aware that Harry and Ron would undoubtedly be late that day. Luckily, they had Professor McGonagall's class. If it had been Snape's, Claire shuddered to think of the scathing remarks he might have for Harry and Ron. After all, Snape's disdainful gaze alone could reduce Harry to a mere shadow of himself. Once breakfast concluded, the 3 girls made their way to class, where Slytherin and Gryffindor would be sharing lessons. Each house stood on opposite sides, avoiding any interaction, even exchanging not so much as a glance. Even now, Claire could not fathom why past headmasters had chosen to place these 2 rival houses together. Perhaps it was simply for the sake of drama. As Claire settled into her seat, a commotion arose behind her. Turning to investigate, she saw Draco advancing towards her with an air of indignation. Claire thought to herself, although I am not at fault, what does that expression mean? Draco stood before Claire, slamming his palm on the table and angrily declaring, "How could you possibly be sorted into Gryffindor?" Claire gazed at Draco, tilting her head in bemusement. "Surely, you ought to consult the Sorting Hat about this matter, not me. Do you think I possess the power to coerce it into placing me in Slytherin?" Nevertheless, Claire responded, "It was the Sorting Hat's judgment that deemed me suitable for Gryffindor." Observing Draco's expression, she discerned that he remained unfazed by her reasoning, prompting a sigh from her lips. The rivalry between their houses was indeed profound. To be candid, the legendary battle chronicled in the books resembled a grand melee within the school. Upperclassmen clashed with underclassmen. Professors engaged students, and students retaliated against professors. Ultimately, they all hailed from the same institution, albeit the divisions between their houses escalated into a significant fray. Thus, to address the root of the issue, one must eradicate the bias entrenched within the school. Although Claire lacked both the methods and the inclination to eliminate such discrimination, should it befall her, she would take action. Apart from her primary mission, Claire was generally disinterested in other affairs. However, if such matters directly affected her, she would certainly address them. Draco, seething with anger, exclaimed, "You actually associate with that bunch of foolish Gryffindors." Upon hearing this, Claire lazily raised her gaze and replied, "And what of it? What do you intend to do?" Draco, meeting Claire's eyes, found himself at a loss for words, his mouth agape yet silent. At that moment, Claire's gaze was not the usual, but rather more fearsome, reminiscent of someone accustomed to conflict. She lifted her wand and gently placed its tip against Draco's chin, swiftly closing his slightly parted mouth with a flick. Leaning on her hand, she regarded him and stated, "My presence in this house signifies my qualities. I trust you don't perceive me as particularly foolish. Perhaps you should retract your narrow-minded perspective and observe those around you, Draco. My family's standing is hardly inferior to yours. Consider your words carefully before you speak." With a nonchalant yawn, she added, "If you persist in your previous sentiments, I dare say our friendship may no longer stand. Now, class is about to commence. Please return to your seat, Draco." At this juncture, Draco was rendered speechless, left to silently absorb Claire's words as he vacantly settled into his chair. What was this? She no longer wished to be friends? What are their promises? In stark contrast to Draco's stupefaction, the other young wizards cast astonished glances at Claire, who sat at the front, propping her chin with her hand. They had not anticipated that Claire could so effortlessly subdue the insufferable scion of the Malfoy family. Yet, upon reflection, the Pettigrew family certainly had no need to bow to the Malfoys. After all, who would willingly oppose wealth? At that moment, the perception of Claire among her peers underwent a subtle transformation. They had previously regarded her as a frail, ailing girl. Yet she proved to be far more formidable than they had imagined. The Slytherins exchanged glances rife with contemplation, while the Gryffindors looked upon Claire with admiration. Hermione and Lavender clustered around Claire, whispering, "Oh my, Claire, you were absolutely magnificent just now," savoring the fragrance of the two girls and their gentle tones. Claire felt a rush of elation. She waved her hand dismissively and replied, "It's nothing, really, just a basic maneuver." Her gaze then fell upon the tabby cat seated at the podium. Wait, a tabby cat? Suddenly, it dawned on her that her own familiar was also a tabby cat. A chill ran down her spine as she recalled that Professor McGonagall's animagus form was likewise a tabby cat. How could she have forgotten? Next time she indulged in cat cuddles, she must exercise caution and not indiscriminately grab any feline, lest it be the professor. At that moment, the professor, transformed into a tabby cat, regarded Claire with a glimmer of appreciation. She was indeed a fine girl from their house. As class time approached, the students noticed Professor McGonagall's absence, yet they gradually grew silent, halting their whispers. Hermione, turning around, realized that Harry and Ron had yet to arrive, and with furrowed brows, she anxiously informed Claire, "Harry and Ron haven't shown up." Claire comforted Hermione with a reassuring pat on the hand, saying, "No worries, they'll be here shortly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hurry, Harry." As Claire completed her countdown, Ron's voice echoed from behind her, causing Hermione's eyes to widen in astonishment as she looked at Claire. At that moment, Claire appeared to Hermione as a master strategist, though her insights stemmed from her knowledge of the original plot and her own deductions. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Hermione's growing admiration for Claire. When Ron and Harry finally entered the classroom, Ron exclaimed in relief, "Thank goodness the professor hasn't arrived yet," conveniently ignoring Hermione's anxious demeanor. Upon turning, they witnessed the tabby cat at the podium leap into the air, transforming into Professor McGonagall before their very eyes. Ron gasped. Bloody hell. Professor McGonagall proceeded to deliver a stern admonition reminiscent of the original plot, threatening to turn the boys into clocks or something similar, before directing them to their seats in Gryffindor. The other young wizards were equally captivated by the professor's transformation, and soon, McGonagall began her lesson on transfiguration, using her animagus form as an introduction. After elucidating all the essential techniques, the time for the students' practical exercises arrived. Much like the original narrative, the young wizards were tasked with transforming a matchstick into a needle using their wands. Claire had mastered this spell long before, as it was a staple in both the books and the storyline, and she had a fairly vivid recollection of it. However, it was unrealistic to expect her to succeed on the first attempt, as this would be rather unusual for an 11-year-old witch. This was not a realm where prodigies emerged effortlessly. Even if one possessed advanced spells, insufficient magical power would hinder their execution. Claire often indulged in daydreams of being a humble disciple of a grand sect, casting aside her broomstick to laugh triumphantly when the Dark Lord invaded, wielding a sword to vanquish legions. However, this was not the time for fantasies. It was a moment demanding decorum. Thus, Claire did not immediately succeed but instead fumbled through the incantation alongside her peers, seemingly striving yet achieving little. As Professor McGonagall walked through the classroom, she diligently corrected the young wizard's erroneous wand movements while reciting the incantations necessary for transfiguration. With half an hour remaining before class concluded, Claire theatrically waved her wand and transformed the matchstick beneath her hand into a silver needle. Upon witnessing Claire's success, Yuanmu immediately raised her hand and called out to McGonagall, "Professor, Claire has conjured a silver needle." Upon hearing the exclamation, Professor McGonagall hurried over to Claire, carefully examining the silver needle before addressing the other students. Miss Padnig has successfully transformed a matchstick into a silver needle, and she has done so splendidly. For this achievement, I shall award Gryffindor 5 points. Furthermore, Miss Padnig is exempt from the homework I assigned for after class. Claire felt indifferent to the points awarded but was instantly invigorated upon hearing she was excused from the assignment. Thank you, Professor. I shall strive even harder, she exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of not having to complete the homework. Was this the feeling of an academic overachiever? Once Claire settled back in her seat, Hermione eagerly tugged at her sleeve, thirsting for knowledge. Could you teach me as well, Claire? At that moment, Hermione had managed to induce a slight change in the matchstick before her, though it still lacked refinement. Unsure of how best to instruct her, Claire resorted to the methods she had previously employed when tutoring others in mathematics. To her surprise, Hermione soon began to make significant progress. By the end of class, Hermione had successfully conjured a somewhat rudimentary needle. Delighted by her swift improvement, Hermione beamed with joy. Observing Hermione's excitement, Claire couldn't help but admire her. Hermione was indeed remarkable, truly deserving of her reputation as the brightest witch of their age. In contrast, Claire felt her own accomplishments paled in comparison. As class drew to a close, only Claire and Hermione had managed to manipulate the matchsticks. The other students still struggled. Consequently, Professor McGonagall assigned a lengthy 15-inch essay to all students except Claire. As the young wizards gathered their belongings, they murmured about what delightful meals awaited them at lunchtime and made plans to go to the library together afterward to complete the professor's assignment. However, with ample time before lunch, Yuanmu decided to accompany her friends to the library in search of interesting books. Meanwhile, Hermione continued to follow closely beside Claire, discussing the earlier topic, while Harry and Ron trailed behind, listening intently to the girls' conversation. As they made their way to the Great Hall, a voice suddenly called out from behind them, "Stop!" Turning around, Claire found herself confronted by two boys from Slytherin, one robust and burly, the other notably lanky. They appeared to be upperclassmen, as their ignorance and emotional immaturity were more pronounced than that of first years. Instinctively, Claire sensed they were approaching her with ill intent, though she could not discern who might have instigated them. Regardless, she remained undeterred. She had already retrieved her wand from her sleeve and stepped forward, addressing the boys with a calm demeanor. "Are you here to speak with me, upperclassmen?" At that moment, Claire's eyes sparkled not with fear, but rather with excitement and anticipation. The rewards of her magical prowess were finally at hand. "I asked for your names today. Tomorrow, your families will bear the consequences." Apologetically, she thought to herself, "Forgive me. But in my past life, I was Chinese, and I prefer the notion of collective responsibility. After all, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will be warped." As she approached, the imposing Slytherin student growled, "So you are Claire?" Claire raised an eyebrow, responding with a hint of sarcasm. "Isn't that obvious? Anyone with functioning eyes should be able to see." Since they were clearly seeking trouble, she felt no obligation to maintain politeness. In her previous life, she would have reacted with immediate force to such provocations, treating the situation as if it were a scene from a youth novel, where one must inquire about names before engaging in conflict. The two boys, taken aback by Claire's bluntness, clearly had not witnessed the earlier events of the day. Had they done so, they likely would not have dared to approach her. Their expressions shifted to one of fear as they realized Claire's demeanor was not that of a typical girl frightened by their presence. Instead, she exuded an aura of excitement and challenge. The burly boy felt his anger flare, having been incited by others. With a brain that scarcely functioned, he raised his wand menacingly at Claire, exclaiming, "What kind of look is that? And what tone do you use when addressing upperclassmen?" Claire chuckled lightly, her voice laced with ease. "Hogwarts truly is a place where anyone can enroll. At times, I wonder if it is merely a haven for the mentally unfit." She then pointed at the two boys, adding, "You, who have been incited by others and possess no sense of reasoning, are quite amusing." Observing their indignation, Claire found the situation utterly ridiculous. They were so easily provoked by a few words. Truly, their education was lacking. In her previous life, Claire would have unleashed a torrent of words and scorn, drawing upon her family's influence to ensure that no one could escape her verbal onslaught. At that moment, it seemed the boys had forgotten their wands, opting instead to throw punches at Claire in a futile attempt to teach her a lesson. Harry, Ron, and Hermione watched in horror as the confrontation unfolded, their hearts racing. Claire sighed, her gaze fixed on the furious boy whose face resembled a ripe tomato. With swift precision, she drew her wand and uttered, "Bind him." In an instant, the boy froze in place, resembling a lifeless puppet, and his hefty frame toppled forward. Claire quickly retreated a few steps to stand beside Hermione as the boy crashed to the ground, sending a plume of dust into the air. Frowning, Claire covered her nose and glanced at the now dumbfounded skinny Slytherin. At this moment, the emaciated wizard had long since vanished, his earlier arrogance replaced by an unsteady grip on his wand. Claire waved her hand, addressing the boy. Why do you not hasten to carry this person away? Do you still wish for my assistance? It took the slender boy a moment to comprehend, and he hurriedly rushed over to drag the boy on the ground, finding the task quite laborious due to the disparity in their weights. Yet, propelled by an instinctive fear, he unearthed an unexpected reservoir of strength, swiftly pulling the other boy out of Claire's sight. After witnessing the two boys depart, Claire sighed, feeling a slight dizziness wash over her, likely a consequence of her recent spellcasting. Fortunately, it was merely a swift immobilization rather than something far more severe. Had it been a dismemberment, Claire would have surely fainted there and then, causing her carefully curated image on the very first day of school to shatter spectacularly. Upon seeing the boys leave, Hermione approached Claire with a look of admiration, exclaiming, "Oh my, Claire, you nearly frightened me to death. You were absolutely magnificent." Claire felt a twinge of guilt under Hermione's adoring gaze, reluctant to reveal that her magic stemmed from a reward of light. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, she felt a bit sheepish about her newfound abilities. She quickly changed the subject, grasping Hermione's hand and earnestly proclaiming, "You see, consanguineous marriages are highly inadvisable." Hermione, still somewhat perplexed, resolved to investigate the matter further in the coming days, taking Claire's words to heart. Leisurely, Claire addressed the 3 children. "I trust you are all aware of Slytherin, where certain families often intermarry, resulting in a close-knit web of noble bloodlines." With a subtle glance at Ron, she implied that he too had ties to other families. She continued, "This is akin to the notion of inbreeding, due to certain knowledge from the Muggle world." Claire refrained from elaborating further, merely tapping her temple thoughtfully. Indeed, many families within Slytherin formed alliances, leading to significant degrees of kinship, which could potentially hinder the cognitive development of certain offspring. Next, Claire intended to highlight a particular family that had suffered due to inbreeding. "I speak of you, ancestor of Tom." After delivering her pointed remark, she noted the dawning realization on the faces of the other 3 and chose not to explain further, instead sharing a gentle smile as they all meandered towards the great hall. "Your intellect may be somewhat lacking, yet your actions serve to magnify this flaw magnificently." News of Claire's triumph over 2 upperclassmen swiftly spread, prompting Ruddy to come and check on her well-being. He remarked, "Next time, just leave such matters to me." Claire waved him off, saying, "No need, I can handle it myself. And honestly, would you have made it in time had I called for you?" Ruddy was momentarily at a loss for words, but observing Claire's relatively good spirits brought him some relief. From that point onwards, Claire rose to prominence, fortunate enough not to incur any points against Gryffindor, and instead gain notoriety. Meanwhile, the 2 Slytherin wizards seemed to have vanished from the dormitory. For even Slytherin students held no desire to bully the weak, especially not one who had bested them. The days passed in a tranquil routine until they arrived at Snape's potions class. Upon learning they would attend Snape's class, Claire promptly changed her ordinary shirt for a fleece-lined one, for the temperature in the dungeon classroom was far from inviting. As anticipated, the atmosphere was as dreary as that of a crime scene. What constitutes a crime? Does today's incident qualify? As Claire settled into her seat, she felt a chill emanating from beneath her, causing her to gasp in surprise. What was the matter? Were even the dungeon benches as cold as Snape's demeanor? Thus, she cast a warming charm upon herself, managing to remain seated with some discomfort. Not long after she had settled, the back door swung open abruptly, and Claire knew instantly that the dungeon's Serpent King, the venomous spitter, Professor Severus Snape, had arrived. After shutting the door with a resounding thud, he strode purposefully to the front, surveying the room before folding his robes and speaking slowly. "In this class, I require neither your foolish wand-waving nor intricate incantations. I do not expect the majority of you to grasp the intricacies and precise techniques of potion-making." As Claire listened to Snape's address, her eyelids grew heavy. She had never realized before how his voice was perfectly suited for inducing slumber. It was as if the universe had crafted him for ASMR. Fortunately, Claire had considerable experience in dozing off discreetly, managing to evade detection even under surveillance. So Snape remained oblivious to the fact that one small Gryffindor lion had drifted into a daydream. Snape continued to drone on, and although Claire did not catch every word, he soon approached her from behind, slamming his hand onto Harry's desk. The sudden noise jolted Claire awake, and she quickly remembered that this was Snape's infamous series of 3 questions, instantly alerting her senses. The show was about to begin. Prior to class, Claire had written down the 3 questions along with their answers, handing the notes to Harry and urging him to memorize them thoroughly. While Claire had not studied much, these questions were notorious for their frequency, thus she had no trouble recalling them. When Harry received the note, he looked at Claire in confusion, questioning, Why should I remember this? Claire took a sip of milk and cryptically replied, do not ask, do not speak, just remember. Despite his bewilderment, Harry complied, memorizing the 3 questions on the parchment. Returning to the present, Snape had already posed the first question to Harry. Mr. Potter, tell me, what happens if I add powdered daffodil root to wormwood essence? At this query, Harry's eyes widened in shock, instinctively shifting his gaze toward Claire. However, Snape coldly interrupted. Are you hoping Miss Pettigrew will provide you with the answer, Mr. Potter? Harry shook his head and promptly answered the question. Naturally, his response was correct, as Claire had ensured he committed those 3 questions to memory that very morning. The subsequent 2 questions were met with equal success, with Harry answering flawlessly. After the trio of questions had been addressed, Snape fell silent, while Harry nervously swallowed, his gaze fixed upon the imposing figure before him. Claire curiously glanced over, eager to witness Severus's reaction after the 3 questions were answered. In the next moment, Severus slowly straightened up, surveyed the room, and sternly addressed the other young wizards. Mr. Potter's responses to the 3 questions are all correct. Why, then, are you not taking notes? Do you believe you can remember them all? No sooner had he finished speaking than all the young wizards seized their quills and began to diligently write. Claire, too, picked up her quill and pretended to jot down the 3 questions. At that moment, with her head bowed, she failed to notice that Severus's eyes had fixed upon her. After completing their notes, it was time to delve into the potion of the day, the Scabbers potion. After delivering this announcement, Severus pointed at Claire and instructed, Miss Paidnick, please tell us the ingredients required for the Scabbers potion. Startled from her reverie by Severus's sudden call, Claire's heart raced for an instant. Yet before she could fully comprehend the situation, she stood up swiftly. She silently thanked the training she had undergone in her past life in Huaxia, which allowed her to respond with such agility even in moments of unconsciousness. Once standing, she took a deep breath, relieved to remember the ingredients for the Scabbers potion, and recited them flawlessly. Severus, upon hearing her response, cast a somber glance in her direction before turning to the blackboard to begin his lecture. Is it not rather absurd, my dear friend, that despite both Harry and I answering correctly, you refuse to award us 2 points? Claire lamented. I advise you to grant me those points promptly, or you are well aware of the consequences of my lack of means. Nevertheless, even with her considerable wealth, Claire could not afford to be reckless during class. Thus, she could only fume quietly. Truly, it was a testament to the stinginess of the Slytherin king, who was notoriously parsimonious with Gryffindor. Once Severus had completed his lecture, practical exercises commenced. Claire was paired with Hermione, which alleviated her concerns. With Hermione's academic prowess and her own unique advantages, success in brewing this potion seemed assured. The potion was successfully concocted, my friend. Therefore, Claire's primary objectives were to assist Harry in overcoming challenges and to ensure that a certain student from Ravenclaw avoided a potion explosion. After all, if it splattered on her, it would surely be a scalding disaster. The first objective was accomplished, and now she awaited the second. Yet another day of saving the world. Chapter 23, Lily's Cold Remedy. At this moment, Claire wished fervently for 3 heads and 6 arms, juggling the preparation of materials while observing the actions of those behind her. Severus, cloaked in his black robe, prowled like a bat between the 2 houses, mercilessly uttering remarks that could chill one to the bone. The first time I laid eyes on your technique, I knew you were ill-suited for this class. Is your memory akin to that of a goldfish, miss? Gryffindor loses 2 points. Severus had been prowling around Gryffindor, meting out severe deductions. Harry had already lost 2 points for a mishap, bringing the total to 4. Must you always utter such disheartening remarks? Claire retorted. Meanwhile, the potion she and Hermione were concocting had reached its final stages beautifully. Claire glanced up and noticed that Slytherin and Gryffindor were indeed the fastest teams. After completing their potion, Claire raised her hand, signaling for the scowling Severus to approach. He slowly approached, took the vial of Scabbers potion from her hand, inhaled its aroma, and scrutinized its hue. Claire was confident that Severus would find no fault with her potion. After all, if she could not produce the best despite her advantages, they would be rendered meaningless. As Claire had anticipated, Severus said nothing, merely storing the potion away. Just as he lowered his gaze to speak, his eyes met Claire's. At that moment, Claire's violet eyes were fixed intently on Severus, and she blinked, clearly conveying her message. I answered the questions correctly, and I brewed the finest potion. Why then? Do you not award me points? Severus felt a slight unsteadiness in his breath. He should not dwell on it. It was anger, after all. He had known this girl long before her enrollment, having dedicated hours each month to procure rare ingredients to sustain her health. Thus, while Claire may have first encountered Severus at school, he had seen her long before, albeit only in fleeting glimpses when delivering her remedies. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. Miss Paidnick has crafted the perfect potion, awarding Gryffindor 2 points. The moment his words left his lips, the young wizards, previously engrossed in their tasks, looked up in astonishment. It was indeed a rare occasion to see Severus awarding points to Gryffindor. However, Severus's gaze swept the room, and with a dark tone, he inquired, "Have you all completed your work?" Upon hearing this, the young wizards hastily lowered their heads, fixated once more on their materials. "Ah, how venomous this serpent's bite," Claire mused, nodding in satisfaction at Severus's awarding of points. After all, he was notoriously stingy and biased against Gryffindor, so extracting 2 points from him was truly a triumph. After this, Severus shot Claire a cold huff before turning to attend to other matters. "Mr. Potter, do I need to remind you that this venomous bite is not refined enough? Gryffindor loses 2 points. Is it not said that fools enjoy good fortune? What of my fortune?" Claire sighed, exchanging a resigned glance with Hermione. Realizing that today's points would inevitably be deducted, there was no choice but to compensate elsewhere. Hermione shook her head, returned her focus to her book, and continued noting the potion-making process, while Claire diverted much of her attention to Neville behind her. Claire felt her eyes nearly cross from the effort. Finally, just as Claire noticed Neville about to add the porcupine quills without turning off the flame, she swiftly interjected, "Neville, you must remove the cauldron before adding the porcupine quills." Neville, who had been poised to add the quills, instantly withdrew his hand upon hearing Claire's warning. He glanced at his notes and confirmed that she was indeed correct. Had he followed through with his action, an explosion would surely have ensued. A shiver ran down Neville's spine at the thought, and he looked at Claire with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Claire." Claire smiled and shook her head, replying, "No need for thanks, it is my duty. Having successfully completed the second task, my life is preserved." Severus Snape, of course, took note of the happenings nearby. He approached with a slow gait, scrutinizing Neville's rather subpar cauldron, and furrowed his brow as he uttered his icy words. "Mr. Longbottom, I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. I wonder where in the recesses of your mind you have stored that memory." At the sound of Snape's words, Neville's hand trembled momentarily, and he quickly glanced at Snape, saying, "I apologize, Professor, I won't forget again." Snape cast a sidelong glance at Claire before snorting disdainfully. "I hope you remember that next time, Miss Patil will not be here to assist you." Claire looked at Snape, somewhat perplexed by the acerbic tone of his remarks. However, no matter, the class of little wizards was commencing. What to do about the professor's unpleasant demeanor? Fear not. With a pack of Sanjiu lily cold medicine, one dose could alleviate most of the professor's unpleasant phrases. Yet Claire would certainly refrain from uttering such thoughts aloud, despite his caustic speech. His prowess in other areas was undeniable. For a genius, possessing a quirk or two is quite normal, provided it does not detrimentally affect others. After all, Snape, as a perfect double agent, must juggle the demands of the Dark Lord, keep an eye on the Order of the Phoenix, teach students across 7 years, and grade the indescribable assignments, all while being the only instructor to utilize PowerPoint in class. Remarkable. 5 part-time jobs, 5-fold efficiency, 1 salary. Well, occasionally Snape would brew potions to earn a little extra, but he was not particularly concerned with wealth, as he was already overwhelmed with work. If Claire were to undertake such a workload, she would likely find herself hanging at Hogwarts gates as a weather doll by the second day. It is permissible for one to voice their frustrations, but one must not impose their burdens upon fellow students. Otherwise, how would that differ from Claire's high school political teacher in her past life? That teacher, who had been discovered cheating by his wife, subsequently divorced and lost custody of his children, ending up with nothing. He then unleashed his bitterness in the classroom, mercilessly attacking students, and of course, he resigned within a year. Claire offered Neville a reassuring glance and gently began to guide him. After hearing her voice, Neville's hands miraculously steadied, and he no longer trembled, soon producing a successful potion. Meanwhile, Snape observed from the sidelines without intervening, choosing instead to approach the Slytherin side. Before class concluded, most of the young wizards had successfully brewed a basic Scabbers potion. Snape surveyed the class and slowly announced, "Reflections and insights on the Scabbers potion, 3 inches. Due next week. 3 inches." This was the most extensive assignment they had encountered thus far, prompting the young wizards to hurriedly clutch their books, planning to write their assignments in the library or dormitory after dinner. Claire turned to Hermione and the others, saying, "You all go ahead. I need to speak with Professor Snape." Although the trio found it odd that Claire wished to speak with Snape, they refrained from questioning her, though their worried glances were unmistakable. Before leaving, Neville asked Claire, "Why do you want to see Professor Snape?" To which Claire replied with a smile, "It's a secret." Snape, of course, overheard the young wizard's conversation, remaining seated and quietly awaiting their departure. Eventually, only Claire and Snape remained in the room. Snape regarded Claire and inquired, "What is it you wish to discuss, Miss Patil?" Claire smiled but said nothing. Instead, she rummaged through her bag and produced an item. She approached and placed it on Snape's desk. Snape glanced down and felt his fingers involuntarily curl, for what lay before him was a lily flower bookmark. Why had she suddenly gifted him a bookmark, especially one adorned with lilies? Suppressing his curiosity, Snape coldly replied, "I believe, Miss Patil, that if you wish to present a gift, you might consider waiting until Christmas. Additionally, I trust you are aware that I am not particularly fond of flowers." Claire smiled gently at Snape and replied, "This is not a gift from me to you, Professor." Snape furrowed his brow and scrutinized her. Claire continued, "I believe you are aware of my health conditions, which led me to seek a pen pal in the Muggle world during my childhood. Her name is Lily White, and she has a fondness for lilies." Upon hearing the name, Snape's pupils contracted momentarily, and he coldly retorted, "I have no interest in your story about you and your Muggle pen pal." Mississippi Claire smiled faintly, undeterred, and continued, "She is quite beautiful, with flowing red hair and emerald eyes. I have seen her photograph. Oh, and she has a friend, too, with dark hair and eyes, described by Lily as rather brooding, clad entirely in black." As Claire spoke, Snape's insides trembled. He was not a fool, and he could discern that Claire's pen pal was a mere fabrication. How did she know? What else did she know? Claire, unfazed by the suspicion and danger in Snape's gaze, smiled gently and said, "Do not worry, Professor. I will not disclose anything to anyone. However, my friend named Lily mentioned in her letter that she hopes her friend can be kind to others." Snape glowered at Claire and asked, "Where did you learn this?" Claire did not answer, but replied, "If he can be kind to others, then of course I would not reveal my pen pal's name." A voice in the corner shouted, "Threat. This is a blatant threat." Snape gazed at the smiling Claire. Despite her being merely 11 years old, why did her eyes convey the weight of experience? What else did this girl know? If she possessed more knowledge, could it assist in future endeavors? Contemplating this, Snape gradually relaxed his grip on his wand and, devoid of emotion, addressed Claire, "He will do so. But I expect you to do the same." Claire nodded, politely curtsying to Snape, "Of course, no problem, Professor. This is a bookmark I am passing on to a friend. I consider my duty fulfilled. Time is of the essence. I must attend lunch now. Goodbye, Professor." With that, she did not wait for Snape's response and gracefully exited the room, leaving Snape alone to sit quietly within. As Claire left, her previously elegant smile transformed, nearly contorting into something venomous. "Oh heavens, did you see that? I was truly dazzling just now." The little light beside me was frantically cheering, exclaiming, "Absolutely stunning. The host is indeed magnificent." Once Claire managed to compose herself, she gradually made her way to the hall. Merely 5 minutes after her departure, Severus Snape appeared, striding purposefully towards the headmaster's office. Upon reaching the office, Snape wasted no time with pleasantries and directly inquired, "How could that girl from the Paednig family possibly know about past events?" Dumbledore, somewhat taken aback, replied, "What does she know, Severus?" Snape slowly articulated 2 words, "Lily." Instantly, Dumbledore, who had been savoring some candy, halted his chewing, fixating his gaze on Snape. The latter then reiterated the girl's earlier words. Following this exchange, a profound silence enveloped the headmaster's office for 5 long minutes, after which Dumbledore resumed his chewing, tossing another piece of candy into his mouth, and remarked with a smile, "Let us proceed as Claire suggested, Severus. You certainly ought not to speak to students in that manner. We shall see about the rest later." Snape cast a deep glance at Dumbledore, uttering not a word, before turning to leave. Once Snape had departed, Dumbledore's expression gradually turned contemplative. Was this a variable? Was it a positive or negative one? Chapter 24. The Arrival of the Flying Broomstick. In the days that followed, Claire overheard whispers among the wizards from other houses, remarking on how Professor Snape had seemingly softened, no longer exuding such an intimidating demeanor. Upon hearing this, Claire nodded appreciatively, acknowledging the efficacy of Lily's remedy, a single dose, and the ailment was cured. Claire, of course, realized that even under the guise of a pen pal, Snape would undoubtedly deduce whom she was referring to. He was no fool, and might very well share this with Dumbledore. Indeed, when Claire next encountered Dumbledore, he raised a glass in her direction for the first time. Acknowledging the young girl he had only known from the sorting ceremony, Claire returned the gesture with a smile, but refrained from speaking. After all, this venerable elder was perceptive, and Claire had ensured that the little light had sealed her thoughts, rendering any attempts by the greatest of white wizards to probe her memories futile. It simply was not the right time to divulge anything. It was not a matter of reluctance, but rather a question of timing. Later, as Claire was preparing to join her friends in the Great Hall following class, Professor McGonagall called her name. Turning around, Claire saw Professor McGonagall stating, "Miss Paednig, Headmaster Dumbledore wishes to see you." Claire nodded, offering a reassuring glance to her 3 puzzled companions before following Professor McGonagall to the headmaster's office on the top floor. McGonagall guided Claire to a statue shaped like a droplet of water and recited the password to the office. "Honeydukes," Claire quipped, You still have a penchant for sweets. Dear Professor. With the correct password, the statue slowly rotated, revealing the staircase below, and McGonagall turned to Claire, saying, "The headmaster wishes to see you alone." Claire nodded. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall," and then descended the staircase, pausing at the door to knock. "Headmaster Dumbledore, may I enter?" A voice from within granted her permission, and upon entering, Claire found Dumbledore seated at his desk, gazing at her with warmth. Upon her arrival, he rose slightly, offering a steaming cup of water, saying, "Have some tea, my child," with a touch of honey. After expressing her gratitude, Claire took a seat but refrained from drinking, pondering whether the sweet-loving headmaster might have added a lethal amount of sweetness. Dumbledore, observing her seated demeanor, began, "Is your pen pal still with us, Miss Claire?" Aware that many truths could not escape the discerning eyes of this esteemed elder. She offered a faint smile, responding, regrettably, she is no longer here, though she is happily living with her husband in another place." Dumbledore smiled gently at this and inquired, "What else do you know, Miss Claire?" At that moment, the crescent-shaped spectacles served as an excellent disguise, and Claire decided to speak candidly to Dumbledore. "I am indeed aware of certain matters, but it is not the appropriate time to disclose them. I shall wait for the right moment." Claire sensed Dumbledore attempting to delve into her thoughts, as the little light in her mind issued a warning. However, regrettably for Dumbledore, this method bore no fruit with Claire. After a brief silence, Dumbledore smiled and remarked, "Indeed, all matters must await the appropriate timing." Claire returned his smile, assuring him, "Fear not, Headmaster, I shall forever stand on the side of justice." After all, it was her mission. Thus, Dumbledore refrained from pursuing the topic further. Recognizing from Claire's gaze that she was not deceiving him any longer, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. With Claire's involvement, success would be even more attainable. He shifted the conversation to other academic matters, to which Claire responded positively. However, as she was departing, she turned slightly at the door and said, Headmaster. A gentleman by the name of Grindelwald asked me to convey a message. He said he misses you dearly." In that moment, Claire detected a flicker of panic in the usually composed elder's eyes. Without delay, she exited, leaving Dumbledore to contemplate the implications of her words. Once outside, Claire erupted into uproarious laughter. "Oh, this is simply delightful. Was there a misunderstanding? I, in the third person, simply presented the situation. Their reconciliation is beyond my concern. My only role was to inform." After all, the easing of their relationship was a bittersweet outcome. In the following days, Claire finally enjoyed a period of tranquility, as her remarks during Transfiguration class had led Draco to refrain from seeking her out for quite some time. The absence of his somewhat noisy banter left her feeling slightly unaccustomed. However, Harry, Ron, and the mischievous twins filled that void perfectly. Upon seeing Claire in Gryffindor, the twins quickly befriended her the very next day. By the third day, they joyfully forged an agreement, successfully persuading Claire to allocate a sufficient portion of her considerable assets to support their ventures. After all, Claire was keen on becoming a stakeholder from the outset, and when they eventually became proprietors of the joke shop, her dividends would indeed be substantial. Claire mused, "I shall not miss any opportunity to profit." Although the Weasley twins were currently focused solely on developing prank candies and other prank items with rather subtle effects, Claire firmly believed that they would only improve with age. As she watched the twins frolicking joyfully with their companions, she suddenly felt that undertaking this task was not so daunting after all. After all, they were destined to be members of her future company, were they not? The justification of a boss rescuing promising shareholders was quite reasonable. Therefore, her sole objective this time was for everyone to survive and remain in the joke shop. Time swiftly passed to the following week, which marked the flying lesson between Gryffindor and Slytherin. This morning, Claire spotted an owl from the storyline and, quite naturally, tossed a transparent crystal ball to Neville. Claire recognized this crystal ball as the memory orb that Neville's grandmother had gifted him in the original plot. As Neville examined the orb, he watched in astonishment as the previously transparent crystal began to exhibit a hint of red. At that moment, clad in a woolen sweater, Neville scratched his head in confusion, pondering what he had forgotten. With a sigh, Claire pointed her wand at Neville's attire and inquired, "Neville, did you forget to wear your school uniform?" Upon glancing down and realizing he was not donned in his Gryffindor robe, Neville gasped in surprise, quickly thanking Claire before hurriedly returning to his dormitory to change. Presently, Neville was considerably more cheerful than in the original narrative, as Snape was no longer fixated solely on him. Claire had also developed a close friendship with him, fully aware that he would one day become the Sword of Gryffindor, thus attributing at least a quarter of that success to her efforts. Meanwhile, all the young wizards were abuzz with excitement, discussing the adventures they would embark on while riding their broomsticks. Only Claire exhibited a sense of indifference toward the lesson. Due to her physical condition, She was unable to participate in the flying class and could only observe from the sidelines as they stood beside their brooms. Claire clearly witnessed Ron getting hit on the nose by a broomstick, Harry in a state of utter disbelief, Hermione struggling to ascend, and Draco reveling in the spectacle. Oh, the myriad facets of life. Yet, at this moment, Claire tightly gripped her wand, anticipating Neville's impending entrance. As Madame Hooch commanded the young wizards to mount their broomsticks and ascend into the air, Claire observed Neville precariously wobbling as he mounted his broom. His broom had become uncontrollable. Claire had chosen her spot with the foresight that Neville would soon come crashing down nearby. So when she saw him screaming as he careened toward the ground, she swiftly waved her wand and uttered, Wingardium Leviosa, with her utmost concentration. Neville cautiously avoided the sharp spire and gently descended to the earth. Breathing a sigh of relief, Neville collapsed onto the grass and glanced at Claire, recognizing her as his savior once more. Following this, Madame Hooch hurried to his side, carefully inspecting every inch of him, only relaxing once she confirmed he was not gravely harmed. Rising to her feet, she addressed the other young wizards. I am taking Neville to the infirmary. You may remain here, but remember, do not mount your broomsticks without permission. With that, she whisked Neville away. Hermione immediately approached Claire, her face alight with excitement. Oh my goodness, Claire, you just saved Neville again. When did you learn that spell? You're incredible, Claire. Truthfully, Claire felt a twinge of uncertainty. She had intended to cast a slowing charm but had not yet mastered it, resorting instead to the levitation spell as a last-ditch effort, unexpectedly succeeding. After all, prior to casting the spell, she had merely practiced on a cup from her desk. Thus, Claire shyly smiled and replied to Hermione, I learned this charm from a book. I should be able to master it soon. Just as Hermione was about to respond, a commotion erupted nearby, and Claire's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The plot was about to unfold. Simultaneously, the light orb beside her chattered, Poor Neville, it's always him. Claire sighed and retorted internally to the orb. Perhaps we should hold off on empathizing with others. We are the ones truly suffering. I can hardly empathize with my own self from 24 hours ago. The orb replied. All right then. Upon hearing the ruckus, Claire took Hermione's hand and feigned a casual demeanor, saying, Come on, let us see what is happening. With that, she leisurely led Hermione to the center of the playground, where she spotted Harry and Draco in a standoff. Draco had just found a crystal ball on the grass as Madame Hooch departed, and naturally, Harry felt compelled to demand its return. However, Draco was not one to be easily intimidated, especially after Claire's earlier remark had struck a nerve. As he noticed Claire approaching, Draco weighed the crystal ball in his hand, seized a nearby broomstick, and challenged Harry, Let us see who can grab this crystal ball first, Potter. With that, he mounted his broom and soared into the sky, prompting Harry to hastily grab his own broom and pursue Draco. Hermione watched anxiously as the two boys flew above. Professor said we shouldn't be on our brooms. What if we lose points? Claire gently patted Hermione's hand, reassuringly murmuring, Don't worry, something good might come of this. With that, she gazed skyward, unperturbed. As Hermione looked on in bewilderment, the flight was neither particularly swift nor sluggish. It lasted merely about 10 minutes before concluding. As anticipated, Harry seized the crystal ball at the last moment, carefully maneuvering his broom downwards before executing a sudden stop and rolling onto the ground. Rising, he brushed off the grass, ready to joyfully proclaim something while holding the crystal ball, when suddenly, Professor McGonagall's voice boomed from behind him. Harry Potter, how dare you ride a broom without permission? Instantly, Harry's previously jovial expression froze, and he turned to see Professor McGonagall rushing toward him, hastily concealing the crystal ball behind his back. Meanwhile, the smile on his face shifted to one of smug satisfaction directed at Draco. McGonagall quickly reached Harry's side and sternly admonished. You have the audacity to ride a broom without a professor's consent. It is far too perilous. Come with me, Harry. Harry felt a sudden wave of confusion, regretting his decision to retrieve the crystal ball. In that moment, he sensed the orb being taken from behind him. Turning around in bewilderment, he encountered Claire, who gently grasped the crystal ball and addressed Professor McGonagall. Professor, this is Neville's memory ball. May I accompany Harry to the infirmary to check on Neville and return this to him? After a moment's contemplation, Professor McGonagall nodded and replied, Very well. You may proceed together. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Claire turned to Harry, offering him a reassuring glance, and softly encouraged, Do not worry. Let us go. This is a good thing. Amidst the bustling crowd, as Harry regarded her with uncertainty and their eyes met, Claire whispered a phrase intended solely for his ears. My future Quidditch star. Chapter 25. A First Encounter. After Claire uttered those words, Harry found himself enveloped in silence. The cacophony around him faded away. He could no longer hear Professor McGonagall's voice, the taunts from Slytherin, or the concerns of his friends. The only sound that reached his ears was Claire's voice as she declared him to be the future Quidditch star. A statement made only for him amidst the throng of onlookers, expressing her aspiration for him to become a member of the Quidditch team. Harry's breath quickened, and his heart bore an overwhelming weight at that moment. Claire, noticing his dazed expression following her declaration, waved a hand in front of him, her brow furrowed in confusion. What is it? Do you not believe me? Realizing his lapse, Harry shook his head fervently. No, I believe you. Nearby, Light was equally astonished by Harry's response. Since when did Harry start listening to you? Claire shrugged, equally perplexed, but Harry felt no concern. This was a stroke of good fortune, alleviating many potential troubles for future endeavors. With renewed exuberance, Harry pondered the possibility that Claire's words were indeed prophetic. Could it be that Professor McGonagall would permit him to join the Quidditch team next year? The mere thought filled him with ecstatic anticipation. If so, it would be unparalleled news. Should Claire overhear his thoughts, she would likely chuckle and admonish him. Be bold, young man. Embrace your ambitions. For who knows if the moment is now. However, Claire refrained from voicing this and accompanied Harry toward the castle, aware that his legendary Quidditch journey was about to commence. Following closely behind Professor McGonagall, Harry and Claire entered the castle, leaving the other young witches and wizards murmuring in hushed tones. Hermione, with concern etched on her face, whispered to Ron, "Is everything truly all right?" Ron gazed ahead, his expression pensive. "I'm not sure. Hopefully, Gryffindor won't lose too many points." Meanwhile, Draco, who moments ago had been brimming with bravado, now stared intently at Claire and Harry as they walked away, his silence betraying an inner turmoil. The once arrogant glint in his eyes diminished. Harry and Claire followed Professor McGonagall into a classroom, where she instructed them to wait at the back while summoning a boy still engaged in his studies. Claire beheld the boy before her, with a buzz cut, a cherubic face, and large, expressive eyes. He stared intently at her. This was Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team and a fervent enthusiast of the sport. After calling Oliver out, Professor McGonagall addressed him. "I believe I have found a new seeker for our team, Oliver." Oliver's gaze shifted to Harry and Claire, and Professor McGonagall introduced them, saying, "This is our Quidditch captain, Oliver Wood, Harry." Harry, hearing Professor McGonagall's words, looked perplexed as he shook Oliver's hand, then turned to her, saying, "Professor, I thought first years were not allowed to join the Quidditch team." Professor McGonagall nodded, replying, "Indeed. However, as the head of Gryffindor, I believe I possess that prerogative, do I not?" Harry exchanged a surprised glance with Claire, who offered him an encouraging nod. "See, I told you I was right." At that moment, Harry was overwhelmed with exhilaration and disbelief. He was truly on the verge of becoming a seeker in his first year. If this were the case, he would indeed be making history, just as Claire had predicted, a future Quidditch star. As this realization struck him, Harry's breath quickened with excitement. Professor McGonagall, noticing their introduction, was about to speak when Oliver interjected, "Professor, is this young lady also a future Quidditch player?" Claire quipped, "If it weren't for your sincere gaze, I might have suspected otherwise." After all, Claire's athletic prowess was notoriously lacking, and she had always been perceived as fragile. Yet, Oliver had just made a remark that surprised even him. Professor McGonagall shot Oliver a bemused glance and replied, "Of course not, Wood. Claire's physical condition may prevent her from participating for quite some time." To be honest, Oliver felt a bit flustered. He recognized Claire, as her striking silver hair had made her stand out even before the term commenced. Truth be told, Oliver was unsure why he had made such a remark. Despite his obsession with Quidditch, he was not entirely ignorant of school affairs. He was acutely aware of Claire's fragile state. Yet when he saw her gaze filled with warmth directed at Harry, he found himself asking that question. Afterward, he regretted the slip, realizing he had intended to say something else altogether. Initially, he felt a pang of disappointment that someone so beautiful could not play Quidditch. However, he had inadvertently voiced his thoughts aloud, prompting him to quickly apologize to Professor McGonagall. "My apologies, Professor. I momentarily lost my train of thought." He then glanced at Claire and added, "I'm sorry for my earlier comment. I was a bit confused." If someone unfamiliar with Claire had overheard those words, they might have felt offended, but Claire understood. She realized that Oliver, aside from his Quidditch obsession, held little else of significance in his mind. That had been true in the past, true in the present, and would likely remain so in the future. Claire smiled and replied, "It's quite all right, Oliver. However, I do hope to recover soon so that I can try flying on a broomstick." Oliver, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his face and said, "All right then. I wish you a speedy recovery." Claire remarked, "It feels as though I might perish from your words." Not wanting to linger any longer, she feared that staying too long might lead to hearing something even more outrageous from the Quidditch captain. Thus, she promptly addressed Professor McGonagall, saying, "I shall return the crystal ball to the infirmary now, Professor McGonagall." The professor nodded and replied, I'll accompany you. It's a good opportunity for me to check on his condition as well. Claire then turned to Harry and said, Farewell, the youngest Quidditch player of Gryffindor. This statement caused Harry to blush profusely, and he resolutely replied to Claire, I will train diligently and become an even better seeker, just as you hope. After speaking with Harry, Claire nodded at Oliver and said, Goodbye, Oliver. Oliver waved and, along with Harry, watched Claire and Professor McGonagall depart. Once they had left, Oliver felt as though his heart had finally settled back into place. Reflecting on his earlier words, he suddenly realized that his mind had not quite caught up with the moment, and in frustration, he tapped his forehead with his hand before glancing at the still-dazed Harry. After some contemplation, he concluded that attending class at this point would yield little benefit, and it would be far more prudent to practice Quidditch instead. After all, he needed to engage in a couple of matches to calm his nerves. Therefore, Oliver grasped Harry's arm and declared, Come on, I'll take you to our training pitch. But Oliver, your class isn't over yet. Harry protested. That's inconsequential. The matter at hand is far more important. And from now on, you needn't call me Oliver Wood. Simply Oliver will suffice. Oh, all right. Meanwhile, McGonagall and Claire, unaware that the two had skipped class to train, arrived at the infirmary and found Neville seated on a chair. He appeared significantly better than before, thanks to Claire's assistance. Neville had not fallen from a great height as in the original narrative and bore no injuries, merely a fright. He had not lain in bed but had taken a potion and was quietly resting in the chair. Upon seeing Professor McGonagall and Claire approach, Neville attempted to rise. But McGonagall gently pressed him back into his seat, asking, How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Neville shook his head and replied, I feel perfectly fine. He then turned to Claire, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for saving me once again. Claire smiled and placed the crystal ball in Neville's hands, saying, It's nothing. I merely did what I could to help you. Following this, Professor McGonagall learned the details of the incident from Neville. After listening, she gazed at Claire with a look of pride and said, You displayed remarkable magical skill in a critical moment to assist Mr. Longbottom. I believe I should award Gryffindor 10 points for your actions, Miss Padmore. Upon hearing this, Claire beamed with joy and replied, Thank you, Professor. I will strive even harder. After all, the points awarded were significant, as in the near future, those three would inevitably find themselves in a series of predicaments. Claire could only hope to work alongside Hermione to accumulate points before any trouble ensued, to prevent any feelings of despair from point deductions later on. Meanwhile, Neville observed Claire's radiant smile, feeling a swell of admiration and affection. After all, this girl had saved him twice already, and ever since Claire had spoken with Professor Snape, the latter had ceased his relentless sarcasm. Neville felt less anxious during potions class as well. That evening, upon returning to the dormitory, he wrote a letter to his grandmother. I am enjoying my time at school, no one bullies me, and I have made a wonderful friend named Claire, who has helped me several times. I really like her. The following day, Claire sat gracefully nearby when Ron's astonished voice rang out. You actually became a member of the Quidditch team. Harry had intended to share the news modestly with his friends, having learned the previous day that Oliver was considering him as a secret weapon, but Ron's loud exclamation drew the attention of nearly the entire hall. Harry Potter is going to be a seeker for Gryffindor. Instantly, the hall erupted into a frenzy, and Harry, realizing he could no longer keep it under wraps, resignedly acknowledged. Yes, indeed. Ron excitedly declared to his best friend, My goodness, no first-year wizard has ever joined the Quidditch team. That means, oh my, you will be the youngest player ever. Just as Harry was about to respond, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, followed by a voice from above. Of course, little Ronnie, Harry will be one of our players from now on. The voice belonged to one of the Weasley twins, while the other leaned over to ruffle Ron's hair. But we also hope little Ronnie will become a player one day. They chimed in unison, turning to Claire and asking, Isn't that right, Claire? Claire nodded, affirming, Absolutely. After all, Ron would indeed become a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team in the future and achieve commendable results. Upon hearing this news, Harry excitedly grasped Ron's hand, exclaiming, You will be a player, you know? We will fight side by side. Although Ron was unsure why Harry trusted Claire's words so implicitly, he was nonetheless thrilled that his friend believed in him, and he eagerly nodded, Of course. I will work hard. Meanwhile, at the Slytherin table, Draco watched the scene unfold before him in utter frustration. He had expected Harry to be called in for punishment, but instead, he had somehow become a Quidditch player. Nothing that had transpired yesterday seemed normal. Oh, except for Claire's 10 points. Nothing else was normal. At that moment, one of the Weasley twins was mercilessly ruffling Ron's hair, and Ron shouted, Stop it, Fred. I just did my hair this morning. The twin, grinning mischievously, replied, Wrong guess. I'm not Fred. Observing Ron's plight under his brother's playful torment, Claire couldn't help but sigh and say, All right, he is Fred. He cannot fool me. Ron immediately turned to the person above him and said, See? I told you he was Fred. Upon hearing Claire correctly guess his name, Fred sighed and released Ron's head. Boring. After all, Claire had already experienced the game of Gemini before the school year commenced, and she could discern the differences between the two at first glance. Having worked in an underground bar, Claire had honed her keen eyesight. The lighting there was hardly bright, and if someone were to cheat, she would undoubtedly be able to notice. A more sophisticated skill involved distinguishing the subtle differences between two similar objects, which would allow one to ascertain where the error lay. The acuity Claire developed over years of employment was far from ordinary, and though she had transitioned into this new body, her old habits had not been abandoned. Just as Claire would often reach into her left pocket for a cigarette to clear her mind during moments of frustration, even after several years in this place, she occasionally found herself reverting to that habit. After all, habits are not easily cast aside, especially after enduring so much over time. While they were engaged in playful banter, an owl approached, wobbling slightly as it carried a large package, which it promptly dropped in front of Harry. The sudden motion splattered milk everywhere, drenching Ron, who had just escaped the clutches of his brother. Once the chaos settled, Claire floated over to Harry's side, observing his curious gaze fixed on the package, and playfully inquired, "Is this your parcel?" Harry shook his head, yet noticed his name inscribed on it. The package was broom-shaped, suggesting it contained a flying broomstick. Who could have sent it? Harry was equally puzzled and turned his questioning gaze toward Claire, who smiled and encouraged him. Given the circumstances, why not open it and see? Chapter 26, Progress 3. Upon hearing Claire's words, Harry nodded, inhaled deeply, and slowly began to untie the strings binding the package, revealing its contents. It was a brand new, luxurious, state-of-the-art flying broomstick. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight, and just as he was about to speak, a figure pushed through the crowd beside him. To his astonishment, it was Oliver Wood, who was now gazing intently at the broomstick, muttering to himself, "The latest model, the Nimbus 2000, is the fastest and most comfortable yet. Incredible." Ron, too, was wide-eyed with disbelief as he exclaimed, "Blimey, who on earth sent this to you? This is the newest flying broomstick." Harry, captivated by the broomstick, replied, "I have no idea who could have sent it. It seems unlikely anyone would gift me something like this." Meanwhile, Claire had been pushed aside by a throng of wizards eager to admire the broomstick, and with a sigh, she poked Harry with her wand. When he turned to her, she remarked, "Perhaps it is a gift from our privileged headmistress?" At her suggestion, Harry lifted his gaze toward the professor's table and spotted McGonagall seated beside the very owl that had delivered his parcel. As McGonagall noticed Harry's glance, she smiled and nodded while offering the owl some food. So it was Professor McGonagall who had sent it. With the sender revealed, Harry's determination to become an outstanding player intensified. Meanwhile, Draco, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his vision darkening momentarily. Not only was Potter accompanied by Claire, but he also possessed the latest broomstick and had been granted the position of the youngest Quidditch player. How utterly unfair. Enraged, Draco's breathing quickened as he fixated on the joyful tableau, and a devious plan began to form in his mind. A smirk crept across his face as he slapped Crabbe and Goyle on the back, then stood up, casting a furious glare toward the Gryffindor table before striding out of the hall. Following the breakfast debacle, the entire school was aware that Gryffindor now had the youngest seeker, Harry Potter, and had received the newest broomstick. Consequently, the captains of the other three houses frantically revised their previous strategies, eager for a chance to triumph in the upcoming matches. After finishing her breakfast, Claire accompanied Won Yuan and Hermione to class, but ultimately returned to the dormitory early due to feeling unwell, missing out on a trip to the library or a stroll outside. Lying on her bed, Claire raised her hand in despair, the soft glow of light filtering through the window casting a gentle sheen on her fair skin, illuminating her arm and seemingly allowing the light to dance upon her face. She observed the distinct veins in her arm, as if she could see the blood coursing through them, and let out a sigh. Life truly feels like a flower nurtured by love, yet it seems the world is intent on filling me with every manner of discomfort. Living in this place devoid of phones, televisions, or movies had already been a trial, and compounded by her physical ailments, she had missed out on many enjoyable experiences. Daily meals were unappetizing at first glance, leaving her with no appetite. Claire finally understood why the Engel coefficient was so accurately depicted abroad. Indeed, food abroad often served merely to sustain life. In contrast, back home in China, one would never settle for such fare, even on a tight budget. Did old Engel truly comprehend the joys of food? Had he ever tasted spicy hot pot, succulent crayfish, or dumplings? He had not. Claire felt as though she had indulged in the pleasures of appetite in her past life, only to suffer in this one. Later that evening, Claire ventured out and found the trio sitting anxiously on the couch in the common room, their minds evidently preoccupied. A memory from the original story struck her, Wasn't it about time for a certain blonde boy to issue a challenge? On a moonlit night, they would witness the most terrifying spectacle they had encountered in their 11 years of life. Of course, Claire had no intention of intervening. Such events were crucial to their development. However, a gentle nudge of warning was permissible. So, Claire settled beside Hermione and inquired softly, "What troubles you, Hermione? You seem a bit downcast." Upon hearing Claire's concern, Hermione gently grasped her hand and turned her gaze towards Harry and Ron, who were seated on the other side of the couch. Harry, with a resigned expression, rubbed his face and said, "You can tell Claire." With Harry's permission, Hermione turned to Claire, her expression filled with exasperation. "Ron and Harry just accepted Malfoy's challenge for a duel. They're planning to deduct points from Gryffindor. My advice is to avoid going." At Hermione's words, Ron immediately retorted, "No way. We can't back out now. We have to go, or we'll be seen as cowards." In truth, even before Claire's arrival, Hermione and Ron had already argued over this issue. Ron and Harry were resolute in their decision to participate, for not going would indeed brand them as cowards. Claire was acutely aware that this was a ruse, yet she gazed at them with a furrowed brow and said, "Goodness. It would be disastrous if Filch were to discover us tonight." With this thought in mind, Hermione helplessly raked her fingers through her voluminous hair before raising her head with a resolute expression. "Then I shall accompany you. It's essential to prevent Filch from catching us." Claire offered a few gentle counsel from the sidelines, yet she refrained from pressing too hard. For if they truly abstained from going, how could the narrative progress? Thus, after a few more attempts to persuade them, Claire sighed, "Very well. But you must prioritize your safety. Do not let yourselves be discovered, and upon the conclusion of the duel, return swiftly." Upon hearing this, the trio nodded firmly, and Claire smiled faintly at their agreement. "Come, allow me to grant you a small advantage." She turned to Hermione and said, "Darling, if you encounter any difficulties, try singing. It might just soothe certain things." With a playful wink towards Hermione, Claire's expression rendered even the most bizarre words seem entirely reasonable. No wonder Dumbledore was so revered. The greatest wizard indeed did not deceive me. While Hermione was puzzled as to why Claire had said this, she nonetheless nodded in agreement. Harry, having overheard, took Claire's words to heart, for she had accurately predicted outcomes on several occasions previously. Thus, Claire, having fulfilled her task, hummed a cheerful tune as she returned to her chamber. After completing her nightly routine, she reclined on her bed and opened her task progress bar. As she watched the once stagnant progress bar slowly rise to 3, she let out a resigned sigh. Well, 3 it is, at least it's an increase. After all, the real rush would come later, and she mused that the narrative seemed fond of leaving things until the very last moment. Following that, life resumed its ordinary course, though Harry had become more diligent, as the time for his duel with Malfoy was swiftly approaching. Meanwhile, Claire spotted Draco not far off, and as she flashed a charming smile, an involuntary shiver coursed through her. Goodness, how does an 11-year-old possess such a plethora of expressions? Time passed, and soon the fateful evening arrived. Although Claire was curious to witness the events unfold, her physical state and the demands of her task precluded her from joining. In this undertaking, she assumed the role of a strategist. One might say she was the prophetic seer who foresees events yet untold. Seers, however, often meet untimely ends, and thus, despite the heavy burden of her task, her life remained paramount. The very thought of her trailing behind the trio, panting as they ran, left her shuddering at the potential consequences come morning. Thus, she resolved not to worry, for the protagonists were blessed with remarkable luck. Consequently, Claire enjoyed a restful night as sleep, and upon awakening the next morning, she was abruptly seized by the arm. She turned to find none other than Hermione. Hermione's typically curly hair appeared even more voluminous, having been neglected, and although dark circles adorned her eyes, her gaze sparkled with excitement. As Claire soothed the agitated Hermione, she inquired, "What is it, dear? Speak slowly." Gradually calming under Claire's reassurances, Hermione exclaimed, "Claire, you are astonishingly clever. You actually thought of that part." It turned out that the previous night, when the trio reached the designated meeting place, they found that Malfoy and his group were conspicuously absent. Realizing they had been deceived, they saw Filch, accompanied by his cat, approaching. In a panic, the 3 fled into a room, and once they noticed Filch had departed, they attempted to exit, only to be confronted by a 3-headed dog. Their frantic screams echoed as they sought escape, but their trembling hands betrayed them, lacking the strength to act. At that moment, Harry suddenly recalled Claire's words from the previous day and shouted, "Sing." Upon hearing Harry's command, Hermione, amidst her panic, remembered Claire's suggestion and resolved to trust her. With a quivering voice, she began to sing a soothing melody, and to her astonishment, the 3-headed beast calmed, ceasing its violent demeanor and curling up to close its eyes. Breathless, the trio beheld the slumbering creature, and Ron seized the opportunity to quietly open the door while Hermione backed away, continuing her gentle song. Finally, as they shut the door behind them, the three young wizards sprinted back to their dormitory in silence, collapsing onto the floor in exhaustion. After gulping down several mouthfuls of pumpkin juice, Ron glowered toward the Slytherin table and angrily remarked, "Malfoy, didn't he even show up?" Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron, saying, "Clearly, you weren't paying attention to what Claire was saying." Harry chimed in excitedly, "Indeed. Thanks to Claire's suggestion, we managed to escape from that beast." Hermione added, "Claire is truly remarkable. Not only is she academically gifted, but she also possesses such insightful ideas. Their safety was undoubtedly attributed to Claire's guidance. Otherwise, the three of them might have met their demise." Thus, despite having spent a late night out, Hermione arrived bright-eyed and filled with enthusiasm beside Claire the following morning. Upon learning of the previous night's events, Claire smiled and patted Hermione's hand, saying, "It was merely a stroke of luck. Occasional serendipity can be quite fortunate." Hermione, brimming with excitement, took Claire's arm and declared, "From now on, we shall consult you for everything, Claire." Claire nodded, still smiling, and replied, "What matters is that you are safe." Chapter 27. The sun today shines with unparalleled brilliance. As Claire and Hermione made their way to the Great Hall, they were met with expressions of gratitude from Harry and Ron. Since that incident, the three young wizards had developed a trust in Claire's words that, while not absolute, was at least 80 reliable. This newfound faith would undoubtedly ease the burden of future tasks. Claire had never subscribed to the notion of beating around the bush. She was keenly aware of her objectives and understood the plot well enough to offer some conveniences without deviating from the main storyline. She had no intention of speaking in riddles like the exceptionally clever heroines of other tales. Her intellect did not lend itself to such intricacies. The hints she provided were straightforward enough that any reasonable person could decipher them, especially since Claire's suggestions represented the pinnacle of intelligence within the narrative. Shouldn't early tasks be navigated with relative ease? Once seated, Ron shot a furious glare at the Slytherin table and see the declare, "Draco, didn't he come at all? He deceived us. He is a coward." Ron's indignation escalated, his fury seemingly propelling him to leap from the Gryffindor table and confront Draco at the Slytherin table. Meanwhile, Draco was equally perturbed. According to his plan from yesterday, they were supposed to lose points for their nocturnal escapade, yet unexpectedly, they had managed to evade punishment. How fortunate they were, humph. At this moment, Draco's gaze fell upon Claire, who was laughing and chatting with Harry and others. And a wave of discomfort washed over him as he recalled her words from their first class. How could she have spoken to me that way? She had once praised my hair. What do our letters even signify? Theodore and Blaise were still able to converse with Claire, remaining her close friends, while he had publicly severed ties with her. Fine, if that is how it is, who needs Claire anyway? After all, becoming friends with Malfoy is quite an advantageous position, something Claire fails to comprehend. Seated at the table, Draco's anger intensified, prompting him to kick Crabbe beside him before storming out of the Great Hall. Once he returned to his dormitory, Draco collapsed onto his bed, allowing all his pent-up emotions to surface. He clenched his fists and struck the bed and pillow in frustration. In a fit of disarray, he rummaged through his drawer and unearthed the black dragon model Claire had gifted him, alongside the letters and small presents they had exchanged over the years. He had meticulously organized these keepsakes in a drawer, and as he held the gift in his hands, Claire's words echoed in his mind, causing him to grip the item tightly. Now, whenever asked about his relationship with Claire, he would assert that she had cut ties with him, even claiming to have discarded all her gifts and deliberately maintaining a close proximity to Pansy. Yet, in truth, he had preserved her gifts, neatly arranged in that drawer. And he often found himself reflecting on Claire's past words as he gazed at them. He had contemplated tossing everything into the Black Lake out of anger. But upon seeing pumpkin juice drip onto the letters, he hastily cleaned them up instead. Draco stared blankly at the items before him. Deep down, he still yearned to befriend Claire. Even in her absence, their correspondence had provided him with an emotional outlet and a repository for his secrets. Strangely, he felt a sense of solace whenever he wrote to Claire, confiding his troubles and grievances within those letters. In the time before school, he had eagerly anticipated the arrival of Claire's white owl each week bearing her letters. In truth, he did wish to rekindle their friendship, and Claire's previous assertions held some merit. Contemplating this, Draco tightened his grip on the dragon, his conflicted gaze slowly transforming into one of determination. When the opportune moment arose, he would ask her. Claire would surely acquiesce, for it was rare for a Malfoy to sever ties with someone unless that individual was of great importance or utility. In Draco's heart, Claire certainly qualified as both. Yes, that settled it. He had a legitimate reason to seek her out. This was the quintessential Malfoy approach. However, the 11-year-old boy remained oblivious to the fact that sometimes stubbornness yielded no favorable outcomes. Meanwhile, Claire had settled into a few days of peace. While Harry was preparing for the annual Quidditch match, with Oliver training him relentlessly, Ron would often watch from the sidelines during his friend's practice. Thus, Claire found herself either studying in the library with Hermione or pilfering snacks from the luggage brought by the Weasley family. Snape had ceased his reprimands. Yet points were still deducted for the truly abysmal homework some students submitted. Claire received praise from all her professors. Her magical prowess and life experiences far exceeding those of her peers, swiftly elevating her to the status of an academic prodigy within Gryffindor. It was not that Claire was exceptionally bright. Rather, her accumulated wisdom from 2 lifetimes and her privileged circumstances were evident. After all, her self-discipline was notoriously lacking. In her previous life, besides her mother, any spare money had been squandered on indulgences. Had she not been a force to be reckoned with in the underground bars, she might have ended up with a rather unappealing physique. With such a lack of self-control, Claire would likely falter in any endeavor. Nevertheless, once she made a promise. Even with her abysmal self-discipline, she would toil diligently, grumbling while begrudgingly putting in the effort. It was akin to the plight of working adults and students alike, both despising their obligations yet compelled to rise early for their respective commitments. Claire's health had improved alongside the progress of her tasks, no longer frail and weak. Consequently, she could walk independently for longer stretches, while Ruddy had been preoccupied. As every Slytherin aspired to excel, especially with the Quidditch tryouts ongoing, managing to visit Claire once a week was already commendable. After all, she was no longer a child. She could handle herself. On this day, Claire, as usual, meandered from the great hall to the common room, intending to catch some sleep. Since her arrival, while she remained uncertain about her other advancements, her sleep quality had markedly improved. However, as she made her way back to her dormitory, she was suddenly confronted by an unexpected figure. Looking up, she discovered none other than Draco, with whom she had lost contact for quite some time. As Draco stared at Claire, confusion etched across his face. The carefully rehearsed words and bolstered courage he had summoned in his mind vanished in an instant. Claire, observing Draco's expression, allowed a knowing smile to break across her lips. "Oh my, has the young master come to apologize today?" Claire chuckled quietly, watching as Draco hesitated, unsure of how to begin. "So have you thought it over? Draco, do you still wish to be friends with me?" Upon hearing the word friends, Draco instinctively nodded. After all, he had come with the intent of mending their friendship. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Though his opening words did not pertain to his realization of past mistakes, but rather posed a question to Claire. "What about the letters we exchanged when you spoke to me that way?" Claire raised an eyebrow, bewildered. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting you wrote too many? Or that your owl was simply bored? Or perhaps you were too lazy to come see me?" Sighing in exasperation, Claire continued, "Of course, they were correspondence between friends. But now I'm unsure if you still want to be my friend." Upon hearing her mention the bond of friendship, Draco immediately responded, "Of course. I want to be your friend, and I will change my perspective." Upon hearing Draco's words, Claire's face unexpectedly radiated a maternal smile, evoking an involuntary shiver down Draco's spine. Claire felt a profound sense of comfort. It was quite astonishing that one day, the scion of the Malfoy family would harbor such thoughts. This marked a significant breakthrough. Indeed, a momentous advancement. The mere presence of such an idea was commendable, considering that 11 years of ingrained beliefs were not easily dismantled. Patience was key, and there was no need to rush. Thus, Claire nodded and inquired, "So, does this mean we are reconciled now?" Upon hearing Claire's words, Draco's eyes instantly brightened. But he quickly grew flustered, exclaiming, "But you must promise not to sever ties so easily in the future." Claire smiled and nodded. "All right." Draco, gazing at Claire with a determined expression, proclaimed, "Then I swear by Merlin that I shall refrain from speaking carelessly. So what do you propose?" Claire chuckled at Draco's earnest demeanor. The boy was rather serious. She then raised her left hand, extending her pinky finger, and grinned at Draco. "Let us make a pinky promise. 100 years without change. Whoever breaks it shall be a little puppy, shall we?" At Claire's childlike tone, Draco's cheeks flushed crimson. What kind of tone is that? It's utterly unserious. Nevertheless, he raised his right hand, extending his pinky to link with Claire's. Claire playfully shook their joined pinkies, and then gave a thumbs up. Draco followed suit, raising his thumb in agreement. Claire gently pressed their thumbs together and looked up, revealing her beautiful violet eyes, sparkling with mirth as she said, "All right, I shall not sever ties easily, otherwise I would indeed turn into a little puppy." Sunlight streamed through the corridor, casting a warm glow over their entwined hands, and Draco couldn't help but feel that the day's weather was nothing short of splendid. Chapter 28. A sketch afterward, Draco resumed his relationship with Claire, no longer sulking and ignoring her upon their encounters. The Slytherins were rather astonished that these two could reconcile. After all, they had never witnessed anyone who had fallen out with Draco manage to mend their rift. It was indeed noteworthy news. However, Whenever Ron and Harry saw Draco approaching Claire, they couldn't help but feel displeased, especially since the last time he had stood them up. They had nearly been caught by Filch. Yet, Claire had little to worry about. If she truly wished to remain in this world, maintaining connections was essential for business. The rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin was a long-standing one, fraught with mutual disdain, but it was nothing new. Rivals were rivals. They could never truly become friends. In the ensuing days, the plot did not progress significantly. Claire adhered to her daily routine of attending classes and occasionally consumed the bitter potions sent by Professor Snape. Despite their dreadful taste, which made her wish to discard them, she understood the necessity of survival, if she did not endure until the story's conclusion. The thought made her chuckle. As time marched on, the annual Quidditch match approached, and Harry, already busy, was propelled into a whirlwind of activity under Oliver's relentless supervision. Claire could only catch glimpses of Harry, who appeared perpetually exhausted and on the verge of sleep during mealtimes and classes, while the rest of his time was consumed by training on the pitch. Watching Oliver, who was fervently motivating his teammates, Claire couldn't help but reflect. If only one possessed such determination, success would surely follow. Soon, it was the eve of the Quidditch match, which coincidentally fell on a Saturday. Oliver, the Gryffindor captain, was fervently training his players, while Claire sat beside Hermione, hand in hand, observing. Donning a large sun hat, Claire squinted at the players soaring through the sky, jotting down sketches in her notebook. Hermione had come merely to accompany Claire, as she had lost interest in the broomstick class after her last experience. She remained there solely to provide Claire with a distraction, eventually losing interest and immersing herself in a hefty tome borrowed from the library. Claire had always relished drawing. In times of immense pressure, it served as a means of relaxation. Whenever she felt tense or faced obstacles, she would scribble on scrap paper. Perhaps it was a modicum of talent, for her drawings were commendable enough to earn her a few coins from others. However, she never pursued formal avenues as an artist, unsure of how to price her work and finding the process slow. Yet, Claire did not abandon her passion for drawing upon arriving here. In this era devoid of the internet, it became an excellent way to pass the time. Thus, before school commenced, she had already honed her skills further. As Claire watched Oliver soaring on his broomstick, her pencil danced across the page, capturing a swift sketch. Perhaps it was the longing for what was scarce that fueled her desire, rather than sketching Harry or the synchronized twins. Her focus was on the spirited Quidditch captain commanding the field with poise. Narrowing her eyes against the sun's glare, Claire mused, if my health were better, perhaps I would join the Quidditch team in my second year. After all, such an exhilarating experience would be a shame to miss. Lost in thought, her mind wandered to the peculiarities of broomsticks. Isn't it just a stick of wood? Doesn't it feel uncomfortable to ride? Claire mused silently, communicating her thoughts only within her mind. The light within her consciousness pondered in response. Perhaps there's some enchantment involved? There must be, right? Claire nodded in agreement. There must be some form of magic to prevent discomfort. Otherwise, riding a mere stick would be unbearable. Just imagine, after dismounting, one would be unable to walk. Grimacing in pain, her thoughts wandered, vaguely reminiscent of Newt's crab dance. During her reverie, the training session concluded, and Claire glanced down to see her sketch completed. Though not overly detailed, it captured the essence of the subject, their expression, and motion. Then, she noticed the team approaching, panting and wiping sweat from their brows. The Weasley twins were the first to reach her, but as they attempted to sit beside her, Claire halted them with her wand. Just as they opened their mouths to speak, she doused them with a refreshing charm, splashing water against their perspiring faces. Immediately, they were each thrown a piece of cloth, and with a resigned rub of his temples, he remarked, "You've just finished training and yet you sit right next to me. I'm not that robust, you know." Indeed, the Weasley twins had just completed their training, and sitting beside Claire would subject her to the immediate heat emanating from them, rendering her classroom attendance tomorrow entirely unnecessary. The twins shared a chuckle, hastily wiping their faces with the handkerchief Claire had provided, before carefully folding it and stowing it away in their bags. Claire, of course, was not partial. She distributed handkerchiefs to each member of the Quidditch team, as such items were hardly extravagant. The handkerchiefs bore the delicate fragrance of gardenias, a soft cream hue, adorned with tiny embroidered blooms that retained their scent even after being used to wipe away sweat. After tidying up, the twins approached Claire on either side, and upon lowering their gaze, they spotted the sketches of figures in Claire's sketchbook. Could it be? Our captain. Goodness, Claire. You didn't draw us. How utterly heartbreaking. Claire, amused by their exaggerated tone, gently patted them both and replied, all right, I promise to draw you next time. The twins, who had initially been teasing, instantly perked up in unison. It's a promise. We eagerly await Miss Claire's artwork. Oliver, having overheard their banter, shifted his gaze to the sketchbook resting on Claire's lap. Was she drawing him? Claire, noticing Oliver's keen interest, smiled at him, then gently tore a page from the sketchbook and extended it toward him, saying, "You performed splendidly in training, which inspired me to capture this moment." Upon receiving the thin sheet, Oliver quickly wiped his hands on his clothing before accepting it delicately. He soon beheld the image of himself riding a broomstick, eyes keenly surveying the team while enthusiastically calling out commands. The depiction captured the spirited essence of youth, its few strokes elegantly outlining his form. Oliver couldn't help but touch his nose, marveling. "This is truly exquisite. Is this really me?" Claire, beaming, inquired. "So what do you think, Wood?" "I believe it turned out rather well. Wouldn't you agree?" Oliver nodded, gazing earnestly at Claire. "It's beautiful. It almost doesn't resemble me." Claire chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. "There's no need for such modesty. This is simply you, as you truly are." Reluctant to part with the drawing, Oliver turned to Claire and asked, "May I keep this piece of art?" Claire, surprised by his request, wondered why he felt it necessary to ask since she had already offered it to him. Yet she replied, "Of course, this drawing is yours. Truly mine. It was always meant for me." Upon hearing this, Oliver clutched the drawing even tighter, realizing it was the first time anyone had gifted him a piece of art. Initially intending to continue training, he decided that the day's exertion had been sufficient. He couldn't risk creasing the drawing. Should he prioritize training or hasten back to the dormitory to preserve the artwork? After a moment of internal conflict, he glanced at the sun overhead and resolutely announced to his teammates, "We'll conclude today's training here. Make sure to memorize the notes I've given you thoroughly, without any mistakes. We must strive to secure the Quidditch Cup this year." His teammates stared at him in astonishment. Something felt amiss, according to their understanding of their captain. He would typically train until sunset, yet here they were, finishing early at merely 4 o'clock. It was undeniably peculiar, but they couldn't quite pinpoint why. They could scarcely believe Oliver, typically fervent about Quidditch, was so unusually relaxed today. Ignoring the strange looks from his teammates, Oliver turned to Claire and said, "Thank you. I truly adore this drawing." Claire smiled back, "You're welcome. It was merely a spontaneous sketch. I have faith that Gryffindor will surely seize victory tomorrow." Oliver nodded affirmatively. "We will claim the championship." After a brief pause, he cleared his throat and, with a slightly distracted gaze, said to Claire, "From now on, just call me Oliver. No need for the Wood." Claire nodded with a smile. "All right, Oliver." As Oliver turned his head to gaze at the sun above, he thought, "It's so bright. No wonder my face feels so warm." Upon hearing Claire's words, Harry's excitement surged. After all, Claire's predictions often proved accurate. It seemed the chances of victory tomorrow had only increased. Unaware of Claire's prophetic abilities, the others began to rally each other with encouragement, expressing their determination for the upcoming match. After a brief period of rest, the group returned to their dormitories. Oliver held the drawing close to his chest and hurried to his room. He swiftly closed the door and rummaged through his belongings until he unearthed a picture frame, carefully placing the artwork within, next to a photograph of himself on a broomstick. Though the drawing was static, it radiated an allure that rivaled the animated image alongside it, as if it had sprung to life. Chapter 29, Congratulations. As the night faded and daybreak approached, the annual Quidditch match was set to commence. Everyone eagerly anticipated their respective houses claiming the championship, hoping to witness their seeker capturing the golden snitch in the final moments. On this day, the young wizards had no classes. Their faces bore their house crests, and they waved flags with pride, creating an atmosphere brimming with joy. Conversations buzzed regarding which house would emerge victorious, with many placing bets on the outcome. Meanwhile, Claire, privy to the match's result, maintained an unusual calmness, tinged with frustration. She finally understood why some individuals became so distressed upon learning the identities of all the culprits in an 800-episode mystery series. Knowing the outcome rendered subsequent viewings devoid of intrigue. Nonetheless, Claire was fueled by curiosity. After all, this was her inaugural experience of Quidditch, and her brother, Rudyard, had fortuitously become the seeker for Slytherin this year. As someone who was already outside the narrative, she pondered whether her brother's involvement might invoke a butterfly effect. Upon reflection, it seems plausible that certain events may undergo a transformation. After all, if one has arrived in such a peculiar manner, wouldn't it be entirely reasonable for other changes to manifest? Moreover, according to the narrative, Draco is expected to assume the role of Seeker in his second year. I wonder what Draco's current self would become in this regard. The intrigue is undeniably escalating. Claire feels as though events are evolving in a direction beyond her control, racing in an abstract manner. She must seek out Harry before the match, for his presence in the arena will undoubtedly bring her comfort. Subsequently, Claire stealthily accompanied Hermione to the rear of the Gryffindor team's preparations, where she observed Harry, visibly anxious, tracing circles on the ground with his broomstick. Oliver, brimming with enthusiasm, was energetically expounding upon the well-known rules. Upon catching sight of Claire approaching, Harry sprang to his feet, startling those nearby, only for them to soon recognize Claire. The Weasley twins were the first to rush to her side, exclaiming in unison, "This is no place for Miss Claire." Claire, unfazed, playfully delivered a light swat to each of them. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the twins always indulged in whimsical banter in her presence. Sometimes, Claire found their antics amusing, yet she refrained from reprimanding them, opting instead for gentle nudges. Nevertheless, it seemed as if they were addicted to this playful exchange, as they always required a couple of swats to quell their excitement upon seeing her. Claire quipped, "I dare say you too may possess a hint of masochism." Turning her attention back to Harry, she recalled the unfolding Quidditch storyline, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, Harry was destined to become Gryffindor's finest seeker, though the journey would not be without its trials. His methods of catching the golden snitch were often rather unconventional, which could be deemed a talent in its own right. Claire approached Harry, assuring him, "There's no need to be anxious about this match. Victory shall be ours. If any complications arise, fret not. I shall be there to resolve them." After all, this Quidditch match was marked by its inaugural incident. Upon hearing Claire's words, Harry felt a surge of confidence, his earlier tension dissipating as he resolutely replied, "I will succeed." Claire then turned her gaze to Oliver, advising him, "Captain Oliver, do keep a vigilant eye on the bludgers from a distance. While your goal-scoring smirk is indeed dashing, being knocked off your broom by a bludger is rather unbecoming." Although Oliver was uncertain of Claire's reasoning, he nodded in agreement, assuring himself he would remain alert. After their conversation, Claire and Hermione exited the Gryffindor tent and took their seats in the stands, awaiting the commencement of the match in hushed anticipation. Within 10 minutes, both the Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch teams emerged onto the field, eliciting an uproarious cheer from their respective houses. Claire spotted her brother and Harry positioned as seekers, setting aside her illustrated book, her expression brimming with eager expectation for the impending match. Following Lee Jordan's exuberantly biased commentary at Madame Hooch's signal, the players mounted their broomsticks and soared into the air to commence the game. The initial moments unfolded without incident, marked by standard scoring, though Slytherin managed to take an early lead. However, thanks to Claire's timely warning, Oliver was not struck by a bludger as per the original storyline and did not crash to the ground. Had it not been for Claire's insight, he might have found himself bedridden for an extended period, even with the aid of magic. As the tension escalated, the golden snitch was released, and both seekers, Harry and Rudius, immediately pinpointed its location, pivoting their brooms to pursue the elusive, darting figure. Rudius's broom was the latest model, and upon noticing it, Claire slapped her forehead in realization. "Oh no, I should have arranged for all my team members to have the newest brooms," she lamented. How foolish of her. Claire was aware that a mere fraction of her funds could have equipped the entire team with the latest flying brooms, especially since Rudius occasionally borrowed from her own allowance. Determined, Claire resolved that once this match concluded, she would ensure the entire team was outfitted with the latest flying brooms. Lightpoint, observing from the sidelines, remarked languidly, "Host, you are quite the spendthrift." Claire retorted dismissively, "And what of it? My parents support me. Given my wealth, I remain grounded and loyal. If I were wealthy in my past life, it is indeed time to indulge." Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable for Claire to replace the team's brooms with the latest models. At that moment, Harry's broom, which had nearly reached the golden snitch, suddenly experienced a violent tremor. Claire's eyes lit up with excitement. Action was afoot. Harry's broom began to sway precariously in midair, seemingly intent on dislodging him, causing gasps of alarm among the Gryffindor spectators below. They were baffled as to why such an anomaly occurred with the newest model. Hermione and Ron anxiously watched the wobbling Harry. And then Hermione noticed Professor Snape at the staff table, intently fixated on Harry while muttering incantations. Hermione nudged Ron, who was still gazing skyward, and pointed toward the professor's table, exclaiming, "Look, it's Professor Snape." Upon hearing their exchange, Claire's eyes sparkled with realization. They had reached a crucial juncture. As Hermione prepared to rush to the professor's table with her wand, Claire gently pulled her back, offering a reassuring smile. "It may not necessarily be Professor Snape, you know." Hermione regarded Claire with curiosity, but recalling previous events, she chose to trust her instincts and settled beside Claire, suppressing her impatience. "Then who could it be, Claire?" With a mysterious grin, Claire raised her wand and gestured toward the professor's table. "Perhaps it is someone nearby? The cunning toad may be probing your depths. The true culprit is Professor Quirrell." Utilizing her wand, Claire exchanged points in her mind for an item that concealed the color of spells, then aimed it toward Professor Quirrell and whispered, "Bottlata energy." As Claire uttered the incantation, Professor Quirrell's robes, seated far from the Gryffindor stand, suddenly ignited in flames. The fire burning in an eerie manner, singeing only him while sparing all others. It was indeed a roaring blaze. However, Claire had acquired the ability to cast spells without incantation after receiving a reward, and the previous display was merely for flair. Hermione gasped in astonishment at the sight of Quirrell's burning robes, never expecting Claire to suspect him as the mastermind behind it all. However, in the next moment, Ron pulled him over and pointed to the sky, exclaiming, "Look, Harry is back to normal." Hermione gazed in astonishment, discovering that the previously unsteady Harry was now confidently maneuvering his broomstick, swiftly darting towards the golden snitch, which was caught by an unknown hand. With admiration glimmering in her eyes, Hermione turned to Claire and said, "Oh my goodness, Claire, what spell did you just use? Is this some new enchantment? It's truly remarkable." Claire humbly waved her hand, replying, "It's a mysterious power from the East, nothing more than a secret I've learned." Upon hearing Claire's words, Hermione nodded earnestly, pledging to keep her friend's secret, her curiosity about Claire intensifying. Goodness, not only was Claire adept in magic, but her mysterious power was simply extraordinary. In the very next instant, Harry plummeted from his broom, landing in the ground below. The collective breath of the crowd was held in suspense, and soon after, they witnessed Harry stagger to his feet, spitting out the golden snitch. Rudy looked at Harry with a hint of regret, realizing that he indeed was outclassed and needed to practice harder next time. As Harry expelled the snitch, a thunderous cheer erupted from Gryffindor House, while Slytherin responded with a chorus of boos. Draco, in a fit of rage, kicked the bench and stormed away in fury. Lee Jordan excitedly announced through the microphone, "Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor has triumphed this year." With the snitch held aloft, Harry surveyed the arena like a valiant champion, finally locking eyes with Claire in the Gryffindor section. Their gazes met, and Claire gently applauded, smiling at Harry as she said, "Congratulations." Chapter 30, A Shift in Fortune. At that moment, Harry's heart raced uncontrollably. Receiving Claire's congratulations sent his pulse soaring, even more fervently than when he had been soaring through the air on his broom. Just as he was about to speak, a throng of Gryffindor students rushed past. Blocking his view, he momentarily diverted his gaze, joining in the jubilant celebration with his fellow Gryffindors. Claire observed the exuberant gathering of young witches and wizards below, basking in the sunlight as they cheered and waved their banners in celebration. Everything appeared so splendid. She suddenly felt content with her role. Due to her physical condition, Claire chose not to join the raucous celebration, instead resting her chin in her hands as she watched the jubilant Gryffindors from the stands. This moment marked the beginning of a butterfly effect. Yet, while Claire was engrossed in the festive scene, a few individuals from the Slytherin stands were quietly observing her. Theodore remained after the match, for the outcome was of little consequence to him. He was there solely for Claire. Thus, the victory or defeat held no significance. As his attention rarely strayed from her, he noticed Claire's wand raised and the chaos in the adjacent professor's box, the sunlight illuminating her face. Reminiscent of a fairy from the pages of a story, Blaise felt a sense of confusion. Upon entering school, his striking appearance had naturally garnered the attention of numerous witches. Yet he found himself struggling to connect with them as effortlessly as before. Even in laughter, his mind would drift to Claire's visage, recalling the moments spent on the hospital bed and her profile as she quietly read in the Padme Gardens. He felt lost, prompting him to attend the Quidditch match. Despite his usual disinterest in the sport, however, the flying spectacle failed to captivate him, as he merely focused on Claire, who squinted up at the sky from the Gryffindor stand. The sun was particularly bright that day. What if Claire's eyes were uncomfortable? This thought startled him, leaving him to ponder his increasingly complicated feelings toward Claire. The joyous atmosphere persisted until nightfall, with everyone reveling until they were nearly too fatigued to keep their eyes open before retreating to their dormitories for rest. Claire, initially hesitant to join in the merriment, finally descended after her nap, only to find the common room adorned with streamers and small toys. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were engaged in animated conversation. Claire took a seat beside Hermione, who suddenly recalled the earlier events. She turned to Claire and asked, "Claire, how did you know it wasn't Professor Snape?" Harry and Ron, intrigued by Hermione's question, also looked at Claire, especially Harry, who had suspected Snape was behind his troubles even after the match concluded. However, Hermione had suggested it was Professor Quirrell, and that Claire had cast a spell to restore Harry. Claire smiled faintly and replied, "If one observes closely, it becomes apparent that Professor Quirrell was intently watching Harry. Perhaps Professor Snape was aiding him. My assumptions were merely conjectures until experiments confirmed them." This statement elicited a gasp from Ron. Bloody hell. Snape would help Harry? In class, it seems he would relish tearing Harry apart. Claire smiled enigmatically and replied, "One cannot judge a book by its cover. Perhaps there lies an unspeakable secret." Ron nodded, somewhat understanding, while he muttered alongside Harry, "What secret could Snape possibly have?" Claire remarked. He possesses not just secrets, but grand ones indeed. After that evening, the matter was laid to rest. Quirrell still had not discovered who had burned his robes, and Snape remained puzzled about the incident. Ultimately, the situation yielded no resolution, particularly since Claire's connections were formidable. As time flowed gently on, the weather began to cool, prompting the other young witches and wizards to don long sleeves and skirts, while Claire not only had to change into such attire, but also into something lined for warmth. She was ahead of the others in preparing for winter. Claire felt somewhat helpless. Previously, her wardrobe consisted solely of black short or long sleeves. But now she found herself in long-sleeved garments with added warmth. Oh, how the long sleeves had color now. This morning, Claire awoke and glanced at the schedule on her desk, where a red circle marked a pivotal moment in the unfolding story. Today marks Professor Flitwick's Charms class, where Claire is expected to present the spell she used to rescue Neville last time, a pivotal moment amidst a series of unfolding events. Typically, Claire refrains from interfering with the storyline, yet there are instances where subtle intervention is permissible. After a lengthy yawn, Claire arose to freshen up. Perhaps the recent surfeit of anxieties had taken a toll, for despite an extended slumber, she bore the telltale signs of dark circles beneath her eyes. While they may not have been overly pronounced, her fair complexion rendered them conspicuously severe. Gazing into the mirror, Claire traced her cheek with a sigh, unable to resist confiding in her companion. If these dark circles worsen, I'll have no choice but to proclaim my newfound obsession with punk culture. Interjected host. You're hardly into punk. You can't even grasp pop music. Claire retorted. Shut it, or I'll bury you in the dye vat. Now let us shift the scene. Young Claire has finished her meal in the Great Hall and is now linking arms with her friends as they make their way to class. Indeed, across all eras, nations, and age groups, girls seem to delight in congregating for classes, meals, and restroom visits. Upon entering the classroom, Claire promptly plopped down beside Hermione, casting a glance at Ron, whose expression conveyed a hint of discomfort due to her gaze. Consequently, Ron leaned in to whisper to Hermione, "What is up with Claire today? She seems a bit off." Hermione turned to assess Claire and then, frowning, replied, "I'm not sure. She seems perfectly fine to me. It's you who appears to be behaving unusually." At a loss for words, Ron remained silent, for in that fleeting moment when Hermione turned away, Claire had swiftly altered her expression. Claire's quite the master of disguise, Ron mused. Claire then glanced at Harry, who was seated with Seamus, and after some contemplation, scribbled a note, discreetly sliding it toward him. Harry opened the note to read Claire's scrawled words. "Make sure to keep your distance from Seamus. Don't ask me why." With a puzzled expression, Harry looked up, and Claire merely winked at him. Having provided her warning, she felt it was no longer her concern if he failed to heed it. Although perplexed by Claire's insistence to avoid Seamus, Harry chose to trust her, subtly shifting his position to the left. Before Harry could ponder further, class was about to commence, and they soon observed a diminutive wizard struggling to ascend the podium atop a stack of books. He then proceeded to take attendance using a large roll, letting out a squeak upon calling Harry's name before tumbling off the platform, eliciting laughter from the surrounding students. Claire couldn't help but stifle a chuckle at Professor Flitwick's antics. The former dueling champion had certainly retained his playful spirit with this cohort of young wizards. As the roll call concluded, the lesson commenced, focusing on the levitation charm. The professor distributed a feather to each student, instructing them to recite the incantation and make their feather float. Wingardium Leviosa. Having previously mastered this spell, Claire found it quite manageable. She promptly raised her wand and pronounced the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. Almost immediately, the feather before her began to sway and lift gracefully into the air. The students from both houses were not particularly astonished by Claire's success, having witnessed her perform the spell in a previous flying lesson. However, Professor Flitwick, delighted, awarded 5 points to Gryffindor. Claire nodded in gratitude to the professor and turned, only to find Ron wildly flailing his wand, clearly treating it more like a stick than a wand. Hermione, unable to tolerate this, quickly intervened. "Stop. That's not how it's done." She proceeded to correct Ron, mirroring the original storyline. Ron, feeling defiant, was about to protest when he caught Claire's gaze, one he had never encountered before, devoid of expression yet undeniably fierce. This gaze sent a shiver down Ron's spine, prompting him to swallow his words. Hermione then expertly waved her wand, successfully levitating the feather after Claire. Ron watched in envy as the feather floated, feeling the sting of frustration as both Claire and Hermione succeeded while his own feather remained stubbornly grounded. In a fit of petulance, he turned away, resting his face on his book in a sulk, only to be poked in the back by Claire's wand. Upon seeing Ron's turned head, Claire gently remarked, "No need to rush, Ron. Take your time, follow Hermione's instructions, and give it another try." Hermione eagerly awaited Ron's attempt. And recalling their recent successes, Ron hesitated before nodding. He picked up his wand, recalled Hermione's movements, and slowly recited the incantation. To his astonishment, the once motionless feather began to tremble and, against all odds, floated upward. Although it did not soar as high as Hermione's or Claire's, it was at least a few inches off the table. Ron directed his wand with newfound excitement, glancing at Claire and Hermione, who both smiled encouragingly. Claire felt a wave of satisfaction, having deftly navigated a potential conflict. Without her involvement, Hermione and Ron would likely have experienced a significant falling out, leading to a moment where Hermione's tears would have drawn the troll's attention, while Ron eventually vanquished the troll, solidifying their friendship. Claire believed this narrative need not unfold in her presence. There was no need for a hero's rescue. Hermione could safely enjoy a perfect Halloween. After Ron's success, he would not harbor ill feelings toward Hermione, and this was the change Claire sought to foster. After all, even if Ron did save Hermione from the troll, the hurtful words he had once uttered could not simply vanish. They would remain etched in memory, ready to resurface when tensions flared. There are myriad ways to strengthen friendships, yet this particular path seemed far from ideal. At this moment, without conflict, Ron had successfully completed a spell under Hermione's guidance, and their relationship had improved significantly. Was that not a preferable outcome? Just as Claire reveled in her contentment, a sudden explosion nearby drew everyone's attention. Turning with an understanding glance, she beheld Seamus, who was now covered in soot, his hair standing on end, and the once pristine feather now a charred remains. Harry, on the side, bore the look of a survivor. Fortunately, Claire had just reminded herself, or else he would have undoubtedly been affected too. With this thought in mind, Harry gazed at the still smoking black rings emanating from Simon and slowly raised his hand towards Professor Flitwick. Professor, I believe we are in need of a new feather here. Chapter 31. Is your Halloween surprise authentic? After the predetermined events of this lesson unfolded, chaos was absent, and Ron refrained from disparaging Hermione behind Harry's back. However, the bond between the two had only strengthened. The weather today was quite pleasant. Although it lacked the previous heat, the sunlight cast a comforting glow over the earth. Claire squinted up at the sun and resolved to seek out her brother. No, her fiancé, although that term felt a tad awkward. So she would refer to him as her brother for now. After all, despite her brother's excellence in Slytherin and his commendable skills as a seeker, he had yet to triumph over Gryffindor. Though Claire belonged to Gryffindor, she felt compelled to offer some consolation to her brother. Thus, Claire bid farewell to Hermione and set off alone towards the Quidditch pitch. Following their last defeat, Ruddy had become even more stringent in his training, resulting in him spending more time on the pitch than ever before. Consequently, Claire had often found herself arriving only to miss him. Today, the wind was somewhat chilly, yet it was not excessively strong. For others, it merely felt like a gentle breeze, but for Claire, it was not welcome news. By the time she reached the pitch, her once fair complexion was tinged with a hint of red from the cold. Claire stood still, sniffing in discontent. This wretched weather better not turn against me. It just needs to leave me be. Upon lifting her gaze, she indeed spotted a figure soaring across the pitch. It was Ruddy. Claire settled quietly beside the field, waiting for the training to conclude. There was no rush, for as soon as she arrived, Ruddy, even in his utmost concentration, would inevitably notice her presence. He referred to this keen awareness as attraction. Within less than 5 minutes of her sitting there, Ruddy, who had been circling in the sky, descended swiftly to her side and was met with the sight of Claire's flushed cheeks, his brows furrowed with concern, and he gently removed his gloved hands to cup her slightly cold face, his voice laced with worry. Didn't I advise you to wait in the tent? The weather is growing colder. What if you fall ill? Ruddy's hands were perfectly sized to cradle Claire's delicate face, and having just completed Quidditch practice, they were pleasantly warm. Claire relished the heat, her eyes fluttering shut in comfort as she responded distractedly. I know. Ruddy, amused yet exasperated by her dismissive tone, could only squeeze her cheeks playfully, feigning annoyance. Answer properly, Claire. Claire's face was squished into an elongated form, her lips pouting, and she struggled to articulate a response, resorting to a vague nod and mumbling, I don't know. Ruddy couldn't help but chuckle at her flustered demeanor and gave her cheeks another playful squeeze before releasing them. He then took her hand and led her toward the tent. Though Claire's hands were tucked within her robes and not as cold as her cheeks, they still lacked the warmth of an ordinary person's. Thus, once inside the tent, Ruddy settled Claire beside him and enveloped her hand within his. His large hands perfectly enveloped hers, leaving no gap for the chill to intrude. In the past winters, when Claire felt cold while in the garden, Ruddy had always warmed her in this manner. As she basked in the comforting heat, Claire sighed contentedly, prompting Ruddy to smile warmly at her. What brings you here today? Claire suddenly recalled her purpose and looked at Ruddy earnestly. I'm here to offer you encouragement. You will undoubtedly achieve victory next time. To be honest, Claire felt a twinge of nerves. In her previous life, she was adept at hurling insults with creativity, but struggled to offer compliments without stumbling over her words. Consequently, although she intended to encourage Ruddy, she found herself at a loss for words. The carefully prepared script in her mind had veered off course before she could even utter it. Nevertheless, Claire remained unfazed. For she knew that even if her words were nonsensical, Ruddy would not be upset. He would only smile and affirm her. True to form, when Ruddy heard her words, he simply tightened his grip on her hand, grinning. With Claire's encouragement, I'm certain I will win the next match. For reasons unknown, as Claire gazed upon Ruddy's smile, she felt an inexplicable maternal warmth emanating from him. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to shake her head to clear her thoughts. What on earth is this? She mused, determined to dismiss the sensation. I must soon unload this mind of mine. However, Claire did experience an unprecedented sensation around Ruddy. Her penchant for mischief remained unchanged from her past life. In her previous existence, Claire had yearned for her friends to remark, "Are you out of your mind?" A sentiment that made her day feel worthwhile and gave her a glimmer of hope. Since arriving here, although Claire had moderated her antics, she still occasionally let a jest slip, yet Ruddy never regarded her with the incredulity that her former friends did. Instead, he continued to smile warmly and engage with her playful banter. Wow, a rare sight indeed. After spending some time together, Ruddy took Claire's hand and led her back into the Hogwarts castle. While the tent was warmer than outside, the castle was the warmest place of all. Ruddy had never taken Claire to the Slytherin common room, as he feared she might catch a chill in the damp, cold dungeon. With a rustle of pages, Halloween had arrived. The Great Hall would undoubtedly feature an abundance of new pumpkin delicacies, and Claire was immensely excited. Although she had celebrated Halloween at home before, this lively extravaganza was a first for her. Moreover, she did not need to wear her school uniform and could choose her attire freely. Today, Claire opted for a simple, slightly fitted blue dress adorned with her beloved gardenia elements. Although Claire harbored a strong desire to don traditional hanfu and qipao, she felt that her visage was not suited for such attire. Even though Claire was deemed exceptionally beautiful abroad, she still appeared rather out of place in hanfu. Claire possessed a keen self-awareness. Today, Hermione was clad in the garments of a professor she greatly admired in the Muggle world, while Ron and Harry exhibited no significant changes in their appearance, leading Claire to suspect that they were uncertain about what to wear. Upon seeing Claire's dress, Hermione's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she hurried to Claire's side, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, Claire, your dress is absolutely stunning." Claire smiled gently and replied, "You look lovely today as well." Hermione, upon receiving Claire's compliment, felt an unexpected warmth rise to her cheeks. It seemed that the Gryffindor common room was particularly warm today. As the two of them entered the Great Hall, they inevitably attracted much attention, especially from Draco. Today, Draco was adorned in the attire of his illustrious ancestors. Looking exceedingly formal, he regarded Claire, who wore a blue dress with a cascading gardenia at her waist, and suddenly felt that their ensembles harmonized beautifully. He resolved to invite Claire shortly. The young witches and wizards were to first savor the delectable treats prepared by the house elves for Halloween before donning their costumes and requesting sweets from the professors or older students. However, they might be in for disappointment, as Quirrell was notorious for fostering such sentiments. After Claire took her seat, she looked up to find the usually elusive headmaster and professors seated at the staff table, all appearing properly dignified. Claire's gaze met Dumbledore's, who offered her a slight smile and raised his goblet in acknowledgement. In turn, Claire lifted her pumpkin cup and returned his gesture with a polite smile. Truly, the headmaster possessed the remarkable ability to exude warmth without displaying anger. After all, Claire had just sent an owl to inform Dumbledore about Quirrell's plans to unleash a troll that evening. Yet, it seemed that Dumbledore had no intention of intervening. He was astute enough to weigh the implications of either action, allowing Claire to set aside her worries. In the midst of the lively atmosphere, Claire leaned closer to Harry and the others, whispering, "Shall I surprise you with something for Halloween shortly?" At her words, Harry turned to her with excitement, asking, "Really?" "Indeed. And it will happen very soon," Claire said with a beaming smile, counting down with Harry and Ron. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the Great Hall's doors swung open, revealing Professor Quirrell rushing in, shouting, "Troll! There's a troll!" Harry and Ron, upon hearing Claire and Quirrell's exclamations, felt their excitement turn to disbelief, their eyes widening in shock. What sort of Halloween gift was this? In the next instant, the entire hall echoed with gasps of horror, and after a brief silence, a frenzy of screams erupted upon witnessing Quirrell collapse. Dumbledore stood up immediately, raising his hand to silence the chaos, declaring, "All students, under the direction of your prefects, return to your dormitories in an orderly fashion. The professors will handle the troll." Upon hearing Dumbledore's command, the prefects promptly took charge, organizing their fellow students into neat lines while simultaneously checking off names from their rosters. This time, Hermione did not retreat to the restroom to weep, thereby saving the prefect's valuable time as no students were lost in the commotion. However, given the Halloween festivities, many young wizards were dressed in outlandish costumes, resulting in numerous outfits being damaged in the ensuing panic. Claire's dress, too, suffered from the stampede. Its once vibrant blue hem now soiled with dirt. "I wish I hadn't worn this," Claire lamented. She then took Hermione's arm, standing where they were supposed to be. Yet, the din became overwhelming, causing Claire to feel lightheaded, as if a swarm of bees was buzzing around her ears. She could not help but frown. Acutely aware of her frail constitution, the cacophony was unbearable. Indeed, it proved to be the case, as Claire gently tugged on Hermione's arm, only to feel darkness encroaching upon her vision, accompanied by a ringing in her ears from the students' clamor and screams. Claire realized her footing was becoming unsteady. Hermione was the first to notice Claire's distress and quickly supported her, asking, "Claire, what's wrong? How are you feeling?" Harry and Ron, hearing Hermione's worried tone, turned their attention to Claire as well. Claire waved her hand, assuring them she was fine, though only she knew the truth of her suffering. "I feel like I could shatter the very earth with a single punch." Initially, she had intended to exchange some potions from the system to stabilize her condition, but now, with her friends watching, any attempt to do so would surely expose her. "I should have discreetly exchanged for a potion to mix with my pumpkin juice while queuing." Taking a deep breath, Claire looked up and forced a smile at Hermione. "It's all right." Before she could finish her sentence, her legs buckled beneath her, and she instinctively began to fall backward. "This is it," she thought. Just as she was about to hit the ground, someone caught her, and at that moment, Claire was on the brink of unconsciousness. Ignoring any concerns about exposure, she mentally called out to the light point, "Hurry! Exchange for a stabilizer and put it in my pocket." The light point promptly complied, delivering the potion to her pocket. Feeling its presence, Claire shakily rose to her feet. At that moment, she was oblivious to who had been supporting her, as she could barely discern the surroundings. "Why must this happen now?" she lamented internally. "You said I was the luckiest person, yet here I am." Claire clutched the hand of her unknown savior tightly, as if desperately trying to merge with them. With her other hand, she retrieved a vial from her left pocket and hastily poured its contents into her mouth. The reason for her reluctance to use the vial was that it resembled those found in a chemistry lab, distinctly different from the potions used in class. Thus, she feared being suspected if discovered. However, with her condition deteriorating, she could no longer afford to be cautious. Let the doubts linger, for it matters not, after all. I have already been designated as a focal point of concern. It is hardly surprising that I might produce something peculiar. The stabilizing potion, which Claire had imbibed on numerous occasions, is a cool, flavorless concoction that nevertheless bestows her with vitality. Although the effects did not manifest immediately, Claire could discern the familiar chatter of her dear friends surrounding her. Who, then, is the person she is currently supporting? At this moment, Claire clutches this individual's hand tightly while endeavoring to steady herself. She feels as though she is on the verge of being enveloped in their embrace, and she can even detect a refreshing hint of mint wafting from them. Thankfully, this minty aroma helps clear her mind from its chaotic state, bringing her a sense of joy as she regains her composure. Upon opening her eyes, Claire finds her friends anxiously gathered around her. Hermione grips Claire's hand tightly, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, Claire, are you all right? How are you feeling now? Do you need me to support you on the way back?" Harry and Ron echo her concern, asking, "Yes, Claire, how do you feel? Should I fetch Professor Snape?" At their words, Claire cannot help but smile. It is amusing to think that they would summon the very person they have always feared for her sake. Is this not a sign of progress? With a wave of her hand, Claire reassures them, "I'm fine, truly. Thankfully, I still have the potion Professor Snape gifted me. To the private messiah of Snape, this burden shall rest upon your shoulders for now." Upon hearing Claire's words, her friends exhale in relief. Ron, still shaken, remarks, "Thank goodness Percy caught you just before you fainted. We didn't react in time." Percy supported her. Claire gradually lowers her gaze, realizing her hand is still tightly clasping a bony palm. How is she still holding onto Percy's hand? In a flurry, Claire releases her grip and spins around to face Percy. "Thank you so much, Percy." He gently withdraws his hand, shaking his head with a smile. "It's nothing, truly. It was the least I could do." Percy had noticed something amiss with Claire earlier, and he found himself puzzled as to why he had focused so intently on her. However, there was no time for such musings when he saw her faltering. He rushed to her side, and in that instant, she collapsed backward. Instinctively, he caught her, and as she clutched his hand tightly, he helped her back to her feet, feeling as though he were on the verge of cradling her in his arms. The rich fragrance of gardenia enveloped him, and he made no effort to pull away, allowing Claire to grip him as she needed. As he gazed down at Claire, He watched her dazedly retrieve a vial from her pocket and drink from it, still holding on to him until she regained her stability and quickly released her grasp. Even though Claire's hold was firm, he felt no pain. He only sensed her cool touch and the lingering scent of gardenia. When Claire glanced at him, he instinctively let go, an inexplicable sense of regret washing over him. Yet, he could not reveal this feeling. He could only attribute it to his sense of duty. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, as his position had provided a convenient excuse for his fleeting desire. However, there was no time for Percy to dwell on such thoughts, for the other houses were already preparing to depart. Due to Claire's earlier fainting, his own house had yet to assemble. With a shake of his head, he dismissed his lingering thoughts and reminded Claire to inform the prefect if she felt unwell, before swiftly returning to the front of the line to maintain order. With the aid of the stabilizing potion, Claire gradually regained her composure, though Hermione and Yin Yu were still by her side, supporting her. Harry and Ron followed closely behind, their worried gazes fixed on her, ever vigilant for any signs of discomfort. Other young witches and wizards cast concerned glances her way, for Claire was well-liked among the Gryffindors. Moreover, her eloquence had often intensified the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Truly, nothing had gone awry. Was this the impact of her altering the narrative? The consequences seemed monumental, akin to a sudden blow to the head. After all, it was once Claire who dealt such blows to others, and now she found herself on the receiving end. This only exacerbated her already fragile mental state. Meanwhile, the little light in her mind was frantically calling out, "Host! Host! Are you all right? You must take your restorative potion." Claire silenced the light's incessant chatter in her mind, responding wearily, "Stop obsessing over death. Do not fantasize about a painless demise. Such things do not happen in this world." The light replied, "Oh." When Claire finally reached the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, she breathed a sigh of relief. The anticipated events had not transpired. Hermione stood safely beside her, and the troll must have been dealt with by the professors. All was well. Beside Claire, Hermione too felt a wave of relief, grateful that Claire had not encountered any further complications on their journey. After ensuring the younger students were safely escorted to the common room, Percy turned to glance at Claire, noting her pale lips, but relieved to see she was not experiencing the same distress as before. After dispersing the others, he approached Claire and said, "You should rest. If you feel unwell tomorrow, I will inform the professors." Claire waved her hand dismissively. "I'm fine, Percy. I just need a bit of rest." She chuckled at the thought of how dull it would be to take a day off. If only she had a phone, a month without classes would be manageable. But without her phone, she could not fathom how to fill her day if she were not in class. At least attending lessons allowed her to learn something of value. Unlike the tedious subjects of her previous life, Claire found herself bemused at how her perspective had shifted. She once lamented attending classes, but now sought them out to avoid boredom. Humanity, indeed, is a capricious creature. After bidding farewell to Percy, Claire took Hermione and Yin Yu's hands as they ascended the stairs and returned to their common room. Percy quietly observed as Claire climbed slowly, lost in thought for a considerable time. He extended his left hand, finding no marks upon it, yet he could still feel the impression of Claire's grip. The rich scent of gardenia lingered, as if it had never left his side. The gardenia and mint, as if destined to be a pair. Chapter 33, The Eve of Christmas. With this, the incident involving the troll reached a perfect conclusion. The professor arrived just in time to escort the troll, who had been aimlessly wandering with its club, back to its original location. Following the resolution of this matter, many young witches and wizards engaged in animated discussions about who had unleashed the troll, and more importantly, how such a creature could manifest within the confines of such a secure school. Upon hearing the news of Claire's fainting episode the previous day, Ruddick rushed over to check on her well-being, only breathing a sigh of relief when he ascertained that she was unharmed. From that moment on, Ruddick's gaze upon Claire intensified, as he felt compelled to monitor her for any signs of physical distress. Consequently, he diligently compressed his own time to ensure he could always be by her side. In contrast, Claire found herself remarkably at ease. With the conclusion of this affair, she anticipated a period devoid of further peculiar occurrences, hoping that this harmonious scene would persist until the end of Christmas. However, the subsequent months would herald a surge of significant events within the first year. Naturally, Claire would return home for Christmas alongside Ruddick. In the wake of the previous incident, she had grown increasingly reticent, speaking only when prompted by the professors in class, and rarely uttering a word outside of it. Truth be told, she did not harbor any affection for this world. She was not a fan of it. Yet, had she been a true enthusiast, she might have felt a profound zeal to save it. This flicker of conscience was perhaps the only semblance of duty she felt, as her sole task bore no severe repercussions should she fail. In her past life, Claire had endured all the tribulations faced by the archetypal innocent heroine, yet she never experienced the blissful existence that typically followed their stories. She had longed to obliterate that wretched world, for it had not treated her kindly. She had borne all the hardships and injuries, yet had reaped none of the joys. Ironically, when she was finally slain, she had felt a glimmer of happiness, relieved to be free from attachments. However, she was abruptly thrust into this new world, and she had no desire to save anything. She could not even save herself, let alone others. Such a monumental aspiration could hardly ignite within her the desire to rescue this world. She held no affection for any realm. In her past life, no one had discerned her disdain for this world, for she had always projected a lively demeanor, and she continued to do so now, preferring to avoid internal strife. Indeed, Claire had initially leapt from a height, only to astonish everyone by surviving. She was reluctant to accept the conditions laid before her. But her long-standing instincts warned her that if she continued to die repeatedly, everything would reset, and her task would remain unchanged. It seemed she was ensnared in this world. No matter how she attempted to escape, she would awaken anew, compelled to accept her mission. Where others took 3 attempts to grasp a concept, Claire comprehended it in a single instance. Thus, even if she wished to abandon the pursuit, she could only embrace her task. In that moment of acceptance, she sensed a profound connection between herself and this world. Otherwise, it was unfathomable that she had arrived in this inexplicable realm, only to die and inexplicably revive. She pondered why she had been sorted into Gryffindor. Perhaps it was tied to her mission, for ever since its inception. Her mind had been consumed by the phrase, harmonious world. Due to her physical condition, Claire often preferred to sit quietly in front of the Gryffindor fireplace, lost in thought, disinclined to engage even when others spoke to her. Her body, still hindered by a lack of swift progress, endured relentless torment, often waking her in pain during the night. Aside from necessary reminders during pivotal moments, she rarely interacted with her peers. She harbored no love for this world. Claire's eyes, inherited from her mother, sparkled with a captivating allure, yet she had managed to render them devoid of interest, resembling the eyes of a dead fish. Frankly, Claire often felt as though everything happening was as real as it could be, rather than the game her consciousness suggested. After all, games had yet to evolve to such a realistic extent, allowing her to feel the pain and despair of her body. Yet, if she could ultimately escape this world, she would treat it as a mere game. For is not the essence of gaming to find joy? In this household, she enjoyed ample financial resources and loving parents, possessing everything except for physical well-being. If anything could compel someone who wished to die to cling to life, it would either be an unavoidable responsibility or cherished relationships. Claire found herself in possession of both. She must fulfill the mission of establishing a harmonious world while yearning to remain close to her parents for a little longer. Although she lacked other skills, she could certainly feign a semblance of normalcy. As time passed swiftly, Christmas approached, and Claire was set to return home. She felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, as the 3 days ahead promised a respite from the burdens of tasks, allowing her to simply be with her parents, free from any occurrences or unforeseen events. This was precisely what Claire desired, a period of inactivity. On the morning before Christmas, she prepared to board the train home with Ruddick and Hermione, ready to spend the holiday with her family. Glimpsing Harry and Ron, who had come to see her off, Claire felt a twinge of curiosity about the enchanting mirror that would make an appearance upon her return. What would she behold within its depths? At that moment, clad in thick layers of clothing, her face nearly buried in her fur collar, she greeted Harry and Ron with a languid wave, unwilling to say more. For speaking in winter was a strenuous endeavor, especially for someone unwell. After bidding farewell to her friends, they boarded the train, embarking on their journey home. The trip from Hogwarts would take a full 8 hours. Ruddick had prepared a cozy cushion for Claire to sit upon, and she leaned against the window, clad in her heavy garments. As she gazed out at the snow blanketing the earth, the frosted window captured the sunlight, refracting a spectrum of colors. It was a beautiful sight. With a long sigh, she turned to see Hermione seated beside her, engrossed in a book, while Ruddick mirrored her focus. Before Claire lay an array of delightful sweets and a steaming cup of tea. A genuine smile crept onto Claire's face, a smile that had become more frequent since her arrival in this world, perhaps a positive development. Though her body was frail, she found herself experiencing a semblance of happiness. Those who harbor disdain for the world are, at their core, individuals who have not been treated kindly by it. Claire was once such a person. She resembled a hedgehog, bristling with hostility towards everyone. Yet, at this moment, numerous individuals overlooked the sharp quills she had raised, drawing closer to her despite the blood drawn from their wounds, treating her with kindness and affection. This made Claire feel as though she was no longer a castaway of the world. If that were the case, Claire, do linger a while longer in this world. Lost in thought, Claire soon succumbed to a deep slumber, only to awaken and discover the sky adorned with a multitude of stars, signaling her imminent return home. As Claire stepped out of the carriage, supported by Rudy, she spotted her parents and uncle and Aunt Palavdi waiting a short distance away. Their faces illuminated with expressions of surprise and delight as they hurried to embrace her. The paternig couple, upon seeing their daughter, quickly grasped her small hand and enveloped her in a tight embrace. At 11 years old, Claire was frilier and smaller than her peers due to her illness, prompting her parents to tenderly caress her cheek and exclaim, "Goodness, how thin you've become." Claire, with a hint of candor, admitted that she had actually gained 2 pounds during her time at school due to the progress of her treatment. Indeed, in any world or country, there exists a notion of being thin, one that parents invariably perceive. Subsequently, the paternig couple hastily took Claire home in a carriage. Although the journey was somewhat lengthy, it was far gentler on Claire's constitution than other more jarring modes of transportation. Upon returning home, Claire felt utterly exhausted after an 8-hour train ride. Even with her deep slumber and the soothing potion she had acquired from the System S shop, fatigue still weighed heavily upon her. At that moment, Claire felt like a broken mechanical doll, every joint aching. She quickly bid her parents good night and retreated to her bedroom. Despite not having occupied her room for several months, it remained impeccably clean, suggesting that it had been maintained daily and nothing had been altered. On the bedside table lay a bouquet of fresh gardenias, seemingly placed there by Asa. Upon returning home, Claire felt a wave of tranquility wash over her. Indeed, even though she possessed a lavish bedroom at school, nothing compared to the comfort of her own home. After washing up, she donned a cozy nightgown and nestled into her soft, expansive bed. Gazing at the thick blanket of night outside, she slowly closed her eyes, knowing that her Christmas gifts were ready and would soon be delivered by an owl to their Christmas tree. Thus, she whispered, "Good night, dear. Merry Christmas." Chapter 34. The Christmas gifts. As the dawn of another day arrived, Claire awoke promptly at 8 o'clock, initially feeling a bit groggy, but soon realizing that she was no longer in the dormitory, but back at home. Stretching languidly, she approached the window and drew back the curtains with a swift motion. Perhaps due to the festive spirit of Christmas, snow began to fall heavily the moment she opened the window. The snow blanketed the earth, and Claire glanced down at the garden below, where the flowers remained remarkably intact, safeguarded by magic, preventing them from wilting in the winter chill. Beneath her window lay clusters of gardenias, not only in their natural hues, but also in enchanting colors transformed by magic. This Christmas, Claire had no intention of engaging in the intricate socializing that often accompanied the season. Although her health had improved, she was disinclined to interact with children, having grown weary of such encounters after her previous experiences. Today, in celebration of Christmas, Claire decided to wear something vibrant. Here, Christmas was akin to the new year in her homeland. Hence, she opted for a striking red dress from her wardrobe. The crimson velvet dress, adorned with frills, might be a tad chilly outdoors, but was perfectly cozy at home. Claire had even styled her hair in a high bun for the occasion. As she gazed into the mirror, she couldn't help but marvel. "Ah, how beautiful I am." Claire truly was stunning. Her unique hair color and delicate features, accentuated by her frail health, lent her an ethereal beauty. Her eyes, though often appearing dull, possessed an alluring charm. "Of course, my host is the most beautiful," chimed the light beside her in proud agreement. As Claire sat before the mirror, arranging her hair, she remarked to the light, "With such a lovely visage, in previous narratives, I would have been pursued by everyone." Upon saying this, the light sighed wistfully. Indeed, there used to be quests for that, but ever since the incident with Subject 863, my quest assignments were deleted, and my performance metrics have plummeted. Claire playfully pinched the little light floating beside her. All right, it's a festive occasion. No more sorrow. Let us see how your host can achieve the highest scores in simple tasks." Rising to her feet, she prepared to descend the stairs. It was Christmas Day, and as Claire made her way down, she noticed her parents clad in equally vibrant attire, Moya in a dazzling shade of yellow, while her father matched her mother in a couple's outfit. Claire marveled once more at the evident affection between her parents, who had never quarreled, their relationship far superior to that of any parents she had known in her past life. With a smile, she approached them. "Merry Christmas, Mom and Dad." Each parent planted a kiss on her cheek and smiled, returning, "Merry Christmas, dear. Go see what gifts await you." Upon hearing her parents, Claire nodded enthusiastically and turned toward the towering pile of gifts beneath the Christmas tree in the living room. Asa had brought her a small cushion, and Claire knelt on it, excitedly beginning to unwrap the gifts that resembled a small mountain before her. Claire hoped for something unique this year, as it marked her first Christmas since arriving at school, and she had carefully selected gifts that her peers would love. The first box she opened was a deep blue one, containing a fist-sized crystal ball with a whale inside, surrounded by floating gardenias. It was a splendid gift from Theodore, with a delightful effect when the lights were dimmed. Whales and gardenias, a truly inspired creation. Next was a gift from her brother, Rudy, who always chose gifts that delighted Claire. This year, he had given her a gardenia bracelet that emitted a lovely fragrance, one that would linger for quite some time. Draco's gift was rather straightforward, yet impactful. A resplendent golden gardenia appeared before Claire, nearly dazzling her eyes. Claire chuckled. Hee hee, I actually love it. In contrast, Blaze exhibited far more creativity. Perhaps it was his experiences at school or the influence of his mother that led him to select a gift that perfectly resonated with a girl's heart. He presented a brooch shaped like a gardenia, adorned with exquisitely carved petals and the initial CP, which stood for Claire's name, embellished with a scattering of tiny gemstones that chimed melodiously when shaken. Truly, Blaze had an exceptional talent for selecting such stunning gifts, which justified Claire's decision to gift him a meticulously crafted tie clip shaped like a jasmine flower. Hermione gifted Claire a postcard from her hometown along with some local delicacies, while the Weasley twins naturally presented her with one of their mischievous inventions. However, this time it was not a prank, but rather a beautifully crafted little gift accompanied by a card inscribed with the same phrase in differing handwriting from both twins, to the future proprietress of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Claire chuckled at the card, pondering whether they intended to recruit her to manage their joke shop. She was not particularly keen on the idea of working. Perhaps once everything settled, she would invite a few more people to join her. Moya gifted Claire a stunning sapphire necklace, not overly large, but delicately crafted with perfect cuts. Her father, ever generous, presented her with an exquisite bag filled to the brim with money, despite his uncertainty about what to gift. Claire confessed, to be honest, this is my favorite kind of gift, hee hee. Additionally, Mrs. Weasley bestowed upon her a large, red sweater, a continuation of the Weasley family tradition. Intricately embroidered with the letter C, Claire adored it, feeling its warmth and imagining how cozy it would be to wear. Wang Yuanmu gifted her an exquisite piece of embroidery from China, depicting a beautiful gardenia, which Claire cherished. Neville presented her with treats baked by his grandmother. And upon taking a bite, Claire's eyes squinted in delight as she exclaimed, "Oh my, how can a cake be this delicious?" The other gifts were from acquaintances she recognized, but one perplexed her, a warm yellow scarf with a small badger standing upright, clutching a large bouquet of gardenias. After turning the gift box over repeatedly without discovering the sender's name, she speculated that the badger design suggested it was from a Hufflepuff. However, Claire had yet to form close friendships within that house. Could it have been a mistake? But that seemed unlikely, as she was the only witch residing nearby. She decided to investigate further upon returning to school, intending to wander around Hufflepuff to discover the identity of her mysterious gift giver. With this thought, Claire carefully folded the scarf and placed it back in the box, reasoning that if it truly had been sent to the wrong person, she ought not to wear it just yet. The remaining gifts came from good friends at school, and Claire had, of course, reciprocated with her own gifts. It was only when she began preparing her presents that she realized how genuinely challenging it was, having to consider the preferences of many. Each time she contemplated her selections, she nearly succumbed to the temptation of hastily tossing in a handful of raffia as a mere formality, yet she ultimately persevered, frowning as she meticulously organized the gifts. After unwrapping her presents, Claire chose to remain seated with her parents, enjoying a book and some snacks, gathered around the warmth of the fireplace while engaging in a game of wizard chess. Her parents occasionally shared insights about their business ventures and plans, and Claire listened attentively, aware that she was now the daughter of a multimillionaire, eager to absorb knowledge. That evening marked a sumptuous Christmas feast, akin to a New Year's Eve dinner, complete with turkey and other delights. Given that their daughter had not been home for Halloween, they ensured that the turkey was a fitting replacement for Christmas. However, when it came to the turkey, Claire was at a loss for words. Initially, she had assumed it would be a traditional delicacy, likely to be exceptionally delectable. But upon tasting the first bite, she found the meat stubbornly wedged in her already tight dental spaces. No wonder Zhang, he didn't take you on his voyages. You're dry and tough. Who would want to eat you? The Christmas holiday spanned 3 days, during which Claire spent quality time with her parents. On the second day, Ruddy came to visit Claire, proudly wearing the dark green tie she had gifted him, emblazoned with his name. Claire surmised that given Ruddy's character, he would undoubtedly end up working at the Ministry of Magic, necessitating a few ties to impress and intimidate others, and she had thoughtfully prepared one in advance. However, the 12-year-old Ruddy looked quite dapper in it at that moment. 3 days passed swiftly, and before she knew it, Claire was preparing to return to Hogwarts. On the day she departed for school, the sky finally cleared, the sun shining warmly upon her. Claire nestled her hands into the gloves her mother had prepared, while Ruddy pushed their luggage alongside her. Upon reaching the station, her parents reiterated their reassurances to their daughter, urging her not to fear anything, for they would always have her back. As the train emitted its departure whistle, her parents reluctantly bid her farewell, watching as Claire and Ruddy boarded the train to Hogwarts. They randomly selected a compartment and settled in, with Claire leaning against the window, a cushion provided by Ruddy beneath her. As the train began to move, sunlight streamed through the window, melting the frost that had previously covered it. Claire squinted at the sun outside, reflecting, what splendid weather today. I hope it remains this delightful in the future. Chapter 35. I shall never engage in abstract art again. After an arduous 8-hour journey on the Hogwarts Express, Claire finally arrived just in time for dinner. Despite her thorough preparations, she felt a lingering discomfort from sitting for so long. It truly felt as if she had been ground into mincemeat. The pain was excruciating. When would the Hogwarts train hasten its pace? The Muggle world was evolving rapidly, surely. The magical realm could keep pace as well. Yet, physical discomfort could gradually be alleviated with rest and time. At that moment, what mattered most to Claire was the imminent visit to the Mirror and the upcoming Hagrid's visiting day. Upon her arrival at Hogwarts, Claire and Ruddy made their way to the Great Hall, bustling with excitement, where many were proudly showcasing their newly acquired gifts. After Rudy gently returned Claire to her seat, he slowly made his way back to the Slytherin table. As soon as Claire settled down, Hermione approached her with a beaming smile. Claire, how was your Christmas? Thank you for the gift. I absolutely adore it. Indeed, the gift Claire had bestowed upon Hermione was a theoretical book on transfiguration, a rare find in the market. Claire smiled back at Hermione and replied, Of course, my dear. I love the gift you gave me as well. Claire then turned her gaze towards Harry and Ron, noticing that Harry was wearing the glasses she had gifted him for Christmas. After all, those glasses were destined to endure many trials ahead. While some spells could repair the glasses, certain minute cracks would remain irreparable. Hence, Claire had given Harry a pair of magically reinforced glasses that were not only shatter-resistant, but also exceptionally clear. As for Ron, he had, of course, not returned home for Christmas this year, but had stayed behind to share numerous experiences with Harry. During the meal, Harry leaned over to Claire, his face lit with excitement. Claire, I've discovered something truly amazing. Do you want to come see it tonight? A mission had been bestowed upon them. Well, it wasn't quite a mission. Claire simply wished to see that mirror. She feigned curiosity, asking, What is it, Harry? With a mysterious glint in his eye, Harry replied, After 10 o'clock tonight. I'll be waiting for you in the common room. At that moment, Claire felt a surge of exhilaration. Could it be the mirror of Ariste? Claire was genuinely intrigued about what she yearned for. Previously, she had believed her desires revolved around familial warmth and wealth. After all, she was an insatiably greedy person who wished to possess all the wonders of the world. Human greed is unquenchable. Once a desire is satisfied, another emerges almost instantaneously. Thus, Claire pondered what her current desire truly was. Was it a healthy body, boundless riches, or perhaps something related to the wish she had harbored for her future? After all, upon receiving the task, Claire had not immediately articulated her wish, for she was uncertain about what she truly desired. The former Claire had resembled a clockwork machine, living her life methodically, her cravings endless yet inexplicable. Each day, she would ponder her supposed suffering. Birth. Wasn't my birth painful enough? At that moment, Hermione, visibly concerned, addressed Claire. Are you sure you're up for this? It's quite chilly tonight, and lack of sleep can leave you feeling drained. Claire chuckled and patted Hermione's hand reassuringly. It's fine, Hermione. Though my health may be lacking, this rare opportunity is worth it. I assent it. They say curiosity killed the cat, but I'm no cat. So is it not natural to be curious? After all, she had been dozing off on the train, eagerly awaiting the moment to gaze upon the mirror of Ariste. Hearing Claire's words, Hermione nodded, though her eyes still reflected concern. At 10 o'clock that evening, Claire donned several layers of clothing in her dormitory, casting multiple warming charms upon herself before venturing out. As she descended the stairs, she spotted Harry seated on the sofa. Upon seeing Claire, he quickly rose and approached her. At that moment, Claire feigned worry and asked, Will we get caught by Filch if we go out like this? Claire was well aware that Harry possessed an invisibility cloak, but she could not appear presumptuous. As she uttered those words, she couldn't help but admire her own expression and phrasing. If nothing else, her acting skills had certainly improved. Harry flashed a mysterious smile at Claire and produced an exquisite cloak, saying, I have a plan. He draped the beautiful cloak over his shoulders, and Claire marveled as Harry's entire body vanished except for his head. In astonishment, Claire exclaimed, Goodness, what is this? Harry smiled and explained, I found this in my Christmas gifts. It's an invisibility cloak. Once we wear it, we won't be seen. Nodding in understanding, Claire slipped beneath Harry's invisibility cloak. They proceeded cautiously, avoiding bright lights, allowing only a faint glow to peek from beneath the cloak as they moved forward. This was the first time Harry had been so close to Claire, and he could not help but notice the intoxicating scent of gardenia surrounding him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He felt his ears grow warm in the darkness. Fortunately, Harry was well acquainted with the route. and they swiftly arrived at the door without encountering Filch. He lifted the cloak to reveal their figures and gently opened the door, causing Claire to shiver as the cold wind swept in. Why is it still so cold? Claire coughed uncontrollably, prompting Harry to look at her with concern. Are you all right, Claire? Waving her hand dismissively, Claire replied, I'm fine, cough. But aren't you supposed to show me something amazing? Where is it? Hearing her words, Harry took her hand and led her to a mirror, saying, Look, I can see my parents in this mirror. Claire turned her gaze to the mirror. But instead of Harry's parents, she witnessed an entirely different scene. The once empty mirror before her suddenly filled with a multitude of familiar faces. Parents, her brother, the trio, the twins, several Slytherins, and even people from the previous generation. The middle-aged man resting his hand on Harry's shoulder was undoubtedly serious, yet the man beside him, sharing similar hair color and features, might be Regulus. In the mirror, all the individuals were joyously smiling, as if no suffering had ever existed, living together in bliss. Was this what her heart truly desired? Claire found herself bewildered. She was merely a traveler from another world, harmonizing with this one, destined to leave once her task was complete. Why did the mirror depict her standing in the center? Why did it not reveal the wish she had envisioned upon completing her mission? What could this possibly mean? Claire was astonished to realize that her innermost desire manifested in this manner. Was it the persistent presence of the system's task that had influenced her thoughts? Claire was uncertain, even entertaining a fleeting thought that the enchanted mirror might be a counterfeit. But her musings were soon interrupted. Perhaps it was due to the system? At that very moment, Harry was also gazing into the mirror, observing as his parents gently placed their hands upon his shoulders, with his mother tenderly stroking his hair. However, to his astonishment, the figure of Claire suddenly appeared beside him. Harry was acutely aware that this manifestation was presented to him by the mirror, for in its reflection, Claire was interlaced with his fingers, nestled closely at his side, her smile radiant. A glance at the dazed Claire beside him filled Harry with an inexplicable sense of guilt. He wondered why she was appearing in his mirror. Just as Harry was lost in thought, a voice emerged from behind him. How do you feel, Harry? Upon hearing this voice, Harry swiftly turned around to find Dumbledore gazing at him with a warm smile. Professor, he stammered. Dumbledore waved his hand, signaling Harry to relax, and with a gentle smile remarked, Have you seen what your heart truly desires? Harry nodded, and Dumbledore remained silent, turning his gaze towards Claire, who was still entranced by the mirror. Claire was certainly aware that Dumbledore would visit tonight, so she was not particularly surprised by the voice. Instead, she continued to gaze at the mirror. Standing beside the headmaster in the reflection was a man with mismatched eyes. Was that Grindelwald? Claire sighed, just as Dumbledore began to explain to Harry. This mirror is known as the Mirror of Ariste, capable of revealing your innermost desires, just as you have seen your parents. He then turned to the still staring Claire and inquired, What do you see, Miss Claire? Finally, Claire turned to face Dumbledore and replied, Peace. It was a profound concept, but she could only encapsulate the scene with that single word. Peace is something that many yearn for, yet it is certainly not the most fervent desire. Dumbledore simply smiled at her, affirming, Indeed, peace is truly coveted. Harry then posed a question to Dumbledore. What do you see in the mirror, Professor? Dumbledore gazed into the mirror and, with a hint of nostalgia in his voice, replied, Perhaps, a pair of woolen socks. Before Dumbledore could finish his thought, Claire interjected, voicing what he intended to say. Their eyes met, and she smiled slightly, not breaking the connection. Oh, I might also see two boys enjoying a lively conversation on a midsummer's night, seemingly quite close. Upon hearing Claire utter this, Dumbledore coughed abruptly, interrupting her. Well, it seems that Miss Claire and I share a certain telepathy, as you have guessed that I wish to see a pair of woolen socks. However, after tonight, I must relocate this mirror. After all, one cannot remain ensnared in fantasies indefinitely, can they? Indeed, one cannot linger in dreams forever. Action must be taken to transform those dreams into reality. For instance, when Claire saw Regulus, she found herself questioning in her mind, Is there any way to resurrect someone who has been dead for many years? The voice in her mind responded with fervor, Host, do you realize what you are suggesting? Such a miraculous feat is exceedingly difficult to achieve. Just tell me if it's possible. Yes, there is indeed a way, but it is quite challenging. It involves the highest point value, requiring 4,000 points, known as the thread of fate. When a person's destiny has descended into the void, this thread can serve as a tether, drawing the wandering soul back into its vessel, but it is only applicable to those of good heart and righteous intent. All right, that will do. It seems fitting. I understand. However, host, you currently possess fewer than 500 points. Fine, I understand. Upon hearing Claire's words, the voice let out an inaudible sigh and reviewed the description of the thread of fate. Not only would the host need to pay the steep price of 4,000 points, but it may also plunge her into a slumber lasting 6 months or more, and the cost would include a blood relative. The voice sighed again, deciding to wait until the host was ready to consider such a heavy burden, as it was not a price everyone could bear. Upon hearing Dumbledore's statement, Harry nodded in disappointment, and then Dumbledore, folding his arms, smiled at both of them. Well then, it is quite cold now, let us return. This evening shall remain our little secret. Harry nodded and draped the invisibility cloak over Claire. At that moment, Claire, belatedly realizing her hands were nearly frozen, thought to herself that despite having cast a warming charm, her body was still uncooperative. She felt a metallic taste of blood rising in her mouth and knew she had to return quickly. Thus, without uttering a word, she took Harry's hand and headed toward the Gryffindor dormitory, leaving Dumbledore alone to ponder the mirror. He gazed at the reflections and recalled the message Claire had sent him via owl. Do not panic, Headmaster. I am merely a rather accurate seer. I must elaborate, lest Professor Lupin arrives and I find myself in trouble. Lupin? Dumbledore remembered him as quite gentle. How could he entertain thoughts of harming Claire? If Claire knew that her joking tone was taken seriously by Dumbledore, she would undoubtedly be exasperated, exclaiming, Damn it, I shall never indulge in abstraction again. Chapter 36. Darkness Falls. The scent of orange blossoms. On the way back, Claire felt a dizzying sensation in her head, so upon returning to the dormitory, she exchanged not a word with Harry and retreated directly to her chamber. I must sleep quickly, or I shall surely suffer during tomorrow's classes. She recalled that it was Snape's lesson. However, misfortune awaited her, for when Claire awoke the next morning, the pain in her body felt more acute than usual. She found her head throbbing, so she gritted her teeth and exchanged some points in the system shop for a stabilizing potion. After drinking it, she slowly rose to wash up and then joined Hermione in heading to the Great Hall. It was not that Claire was merely putting on a brave face. Rather, she needed to address the recent incidents involving the troll and other matters. Indeed, following the previous Quidditch match, the three young wizards' suspicions regarding Snape had gradually diminished. They were now more focused on why Quirrell had attempted to cast a spell to make Harry fall from his broom. And since the troll incident had been overshadowed by Claire's butterfly effect, it had not captured their attention. However, today Claire was there to connect the dots for them. Claire sat beside them and slowly began to speak. Harry, did you find it painful to gaze intently at Professor Quirrell's bald head when school began? Harry nodded. And then Claire continued. Did you only discover that the Philosopher's Stone had been stolen after encountering the three-headed dog? Hermione nodded in agreement. Following that, Claire recounted how Quirrell had attempted to make Harry fall from his broomstick and later shouted warnings about the troll on Halloween. With a puzzled expression, Claire remarked, So, it appears that everything was orchestrated by Professor Quirrell. At this point, Hermione couldn't help but interject. If it was Quirrell who released the troll, then why would he caution us? Claire gave Hermione a slight smile and replied, Have you ever heard of the saying, the thief cries thief? Or the concept of misdirection? As the three young wizards began to grasp her implications, Claire smiled again and presented one final piece of evidence. Consider who at Hogwarts could harbor such a dangerous creature without attracting scrutiny. The three young wizards exclaimed in unison, It's Hagrid. Excitedly, Harry exclaimed, If that three-headed dog belongs to Hagrid, then surely there is something significant being guarded. What could it be? The three young wizards simultaneously conjectured. Could it be the Philosopher's Stone? Claire observed their dawning realization with satisfaction. They had indeed understood, as expected from the main characters. If she had been speaking to anyone else, they might have remained perplexed for hours. However, Claire had made her hints sufficiently clear. If they failed to comprehend now, it would truly be a case of lost cause. Thus, within the brief span of breakfast, the three young wizards had already delineated their tasks. They would seek out Hagrid over the weekend, while also investigating the nature of the Philosopher's Stone. Claire intended to withhold further information about the stone for the time being, as she felt no desire to elaborate unnecessarily. She was feeling somewhat fatigued, having spoken so extensively that her breath felt uneven. The thought of descending into the chilly dungeon for class further exacerbated her headache. Truly, it felt as though Hogwarts had dealt her a grievous blow just before Christmas. Hogwarts, I implore you, be kind and do not bring about my demise. Claire had considered taking a calming potion, but given that it was still a potion, medicinal remedies often harbor their own risks, she refrained. Especially since her body had developed a tolerance to Snape's potions over the years, rendering the soothing elixirs only 70 effective for her, where they would typically operate at 95 efficacy for others. In her mind, Claire lamented to her consciousness, I feel as if I am spiraling into madness. Enduring this chaos alone, with no one to care. The light within her mind cautiously reassured her, No, my host, many do indeed care for you. Claire was at a loss for words, feeling as though she were losing her grip on sanity. Once reluctant to attend class, now she found herself on the verge of collapse, yet she had to go. I truly do not understand what I am persevering for. Will anyone bestow upon me an award for exemplary studentship? Claire was also perplexed as to why she felt compelled to attend class today when she could easily take a leave, if pressed for a reason. It would be to facilitate the trio's exploration of evidence. However, she sensed her mind becoming muddled. Heavens, grant me happiness, even if it means bringing misfortune upon those I detest for eternity. Yet, in truth, she should have been beseeching Merlin. As Claire stood and exited the hall with Harry and the others, she felt a sudden darkness envelop her vision as she reached the door. It was as though she had missed a step on the stairs, and she fell forward without warning. Wait, I remember there being no stairs. Forget that for now. Oh no, I'm going to be the talk of the school. As Claire felt herself gradually descend, it seemed someone approached her. But she lacked the strength to call out. She regretted having braved the cold night air. At that moment, her vision faded completely, and as she fell, she caught a faint whiff of orange blossom, oddly invigorating, yet utterly ineffective for her. Meanwhile, Hermione, engaged in a lively discussion with Harry, noticed Claire slowly collapsing beside her. Her face suddenly filled with alarm. Just as she reached out to assist, a senior wizard from Hufflepuff caught Claire before she hit the ground. Hermione focused and recognized him as a senior Hufflepuff student, but she had no time to dwell on that. She rushed forward to check on the unconscious Claire. At that moment, Claire's normally pale cheeks flushed, but not with a healthy glow. Rather, it was a sickly hue. Harry and Ron hurried over, concerned, while the Hufflepuff boy, having caught Claire, said nothing and swiftly cradled her in his arms. He then lifted his gaze to Hermione and stated, "I need to take her to the infirmary." With that, he hurried off, and Hermione hastily followed, while Harry and Ron intended to follow as well until Hermione turned, frowning, and waved them off. "What good would it do for you to follow? You need to rush to Professor Snape's classroom and excuse Claire," she added. "Oh, and I'll catch up with you soon." When Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary saw someone carrying Claire in, her heart skipped a beat. She certainly recognized Claire, Hogwarts' infamous sickly student and a frequent visitor to St. Mungo's. Having sometimes delivered herbs there herself, she had seen Claire lying in bed. Therefore, upon encountering the unconscious Claire, Madame Pomfrey sprang into action, shooing everyone else away before tending to her based on the notes she had received from previous caregivers, just in case. Now, those notes would finally serve a purpose. When Hermione arrived, breathless, she spotted the Hufflepuff boy standing by the door and peered inside to see the curtains drawn. With Claire undergoing treatment, Hermione stood there for a while, regaining her composure, before turning to the Hufflepuff boy and expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for helping us get Claire to the infirmary." The boy shook his head, replying, "It was nothing. It was the least I could do." As Hermione observed Claire receiving treatment behind the curtain, she resolved to head to Professor Snape's class and see if she could procure some potions. "I'll be off to find Professor Snape now. Goodbye, Senior," she said to the Hufflepuff wizard. He nodded and remained standing quietly, not departing. Just as Hermione was halfway down the corridor, she spotted Snape striding briskly past, a potion bottle in hand. Upon witnessing the situation, Hermione immediately discerned that the potion in the vial was intended for Claire, although it appeared rather unpalatable. Upon noticing Hermione, Snape did not halt his stride. Instead, he regarded her with an impassive expression and stated, "If there is nothing pressing, Miss Granger, you may proceed with your potion brewing. I trust you are well acquainted with the necessary ingredients." Hermione, recognizing the futility of further discussion, refrained from voicing her desire to accompany Snape to check on Claire and turned back toward the classroom. However, her heart was heavy with concern, although Claire possessed Snape's potion. The uncertainty of her awakening loomed large. Distracted by her anxiety, Hermione found herself making careless mistakes, even in the preparation of a potion she usually mastered with ease. Realizing her blunder, she hastily rectified it, breathing a sigh of relief upon salvaging the situation. Fortunately, Professor Snape was not present, otherwise, Gryffindor would surely have lost points. At that moment, Draco, who typically found himself at odds with Gryffindor, sensed something amiss upon noticing Claire's absence from Hermione's side. Where could Claire be today? Consequently, Draco seized Harry and his friends as they hurried to leave after class, bluntly inquiring, "Where has Claire gone?" Harry and the others, uninterested in engaging in a quarrel, shrugged off Draco's grasp and curtly replied, "The infirmary," before hastily departing. Upon hearing their response, Draco stood frozen in place. Claire was in the infirmary? What had transpired today? He suspected that those foolish Gryffindors would not have treated Claire kindly. With this thought, Draco felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yet he recognized that this was not the time for confrontation. He simply followed them to the infirmary. However, upon arrival, it became clear that apart from Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape, no one else was permitted entry. Thus, the rushed Hermione and her companions found themselves denied access. Staring helplessly at the drawn curtains, Harry lamented, "Had I known, I would have never let Claire go near that object." Yet at that moment, regret was futile. All they could do was await Claire's awakening in silence. Draco, still catching his breath, began to mock. It's evident that Gryffindor is utterly unsuitable for Claire. The Sorting Hat must have been mistaken. Harry shot Draco a frosty glare, retorting, Claire is equally unfit for Slytherin. I doubt she shares your disposition. As tempers flared, it seemed they were on the verge of an altercation when Madame Pomfrey arrived just in time to intervene. There are patients inside, no quarreling. Everyone disperse. Do not congregate here. After exchanging hostile glances, Draco and Harry turned away in opposite directions, their thoughts still consumed with the hope that Claire would soon awaken. Chapter 37. The Fiancé and the Orange Blossom. At that moment, Claire found herself ensnared in a cyclical dream, endlessly replaying a particular scene. Although she was acutely aware of the scene's repetitiveness, every attempt to scrutinize it left her enveloped in a fog, rendering her vision obscured. She could discern voices and anguished cries, suggesting a tragic event unfolding. Despite recognizing this as a dream, her heart ached in synchrony with the imagery, as if it were being pierced by needles. In her dream, she was drowning yet could breathe. Her heart throbbed painfully, yet her mind remained lucid. She comprehended that she was in a state of unconsciousness, yet could not rouse herself. To an outside observer, Claire appeared flushed, her cheeks burning and her breath rapid. Madame Pomfrey, noting the girl's feverish complexion, resolved to increase the dosage, while Snape busied himself concocting a more effective potion in response to Claire's condition. As the exclusive supplier of Claire's potions, the Paddock family provided Snape with an array of high-quality ingredients, allowing him to focus solely on achieving optimal results. When Ruddy learned of Claire's unconscious state, he trembled with anxiety, dropping everything to hastily make his way to the infirmary. However, due to the severity of Claire's condition, only Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape were permitted inside the curtain. Patients must not be disturbed, he was told, leaving Ruddy to stand quietly outside the infirmary, refusing to leave. He remained there, save for classes, sometimes even foregoing meals. Other wizards who wished to visit Claire were similarly turned away by Madame Pomfrey, merely able to check in daily. Yet Ruddy stayed, silently accompanying Claire, save for essential matters. One day, when Professor Snape arrived, he found what he considered the most exceptional second-year student weakly leaning against the wall. Raising an eyebrow, he approached Ruddy with a potion in hand. Return to your common room. You will be notified when she awakens. Snape, usually stern, exhibited rare kindness toward his talented student, observing Ruddy lift his gaze slowly in response. The once bright eyes were now bloodshot, his hair disheveled. Thank you, Professor Snape. I believe I am managing, Ruddy replied. Snape scrutinized the disheveled boy, furrowing his brow. Is she truly that significant to you? Ruddy coughed lightly and replied, Indeed, Claire is immensely important to me. She is my fiancée. Fiancée? Snape raised an eyebrow, taken aback. As this was the first he had heard of the girl in bed having an intended, he regarded Ruddy as tousled hair and reddened eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, under the concerted efforts of Snape and Madame Pomfrey, Claire's fever subsided by the third day. On the third day, the hazy scenes in Claire's dream abruptly vanished, leaving her with a sensation of floating in warmth, her body feeling increasingly comfortable. The day after Claire's fever broke, Madame Pomfrey permitted one visitor at a time. Naturally, Ruddy was the first to arrive. He hurried over, but slowed his pace as he approached Claire, unwilling to stir up any disturbance. He approached with caution, taking a seat beside her, quietly observing the unconscious Claire. During her previous bout of unconsciousness, he had done the same, sitting in silence. He gently grasped Claire's hand at the bedside, wishing to hold it tightly, yet fearful of causing her pain. So he cradled it delicately, as if it were a rare and precious treasure. Tears suddenly cascaded onto Claire's hand, leaving Rudy at a loss to discern whether they were a manifestation of his own frailty or an expression of sorrow. Thus, the ever-diligent Rudy took an entire day off to care for Claire, refusing to delegate any responsibilities to others. However, given the limited number of visitors permitted, Rudy could not visit daily. Consequently, Claire remained in a deep slumber for a full week, during which many came to pay their respects, bringing with them a plethora of gifts. Hermione presented Claire with notes from the past few days, while Harry and Ron offered sweets. And Oliver brought a model of a flying broom as a token of gratitude for Claire's generous gift of the latest broom to the entire team. He gazed at the unconscious Claire lying in bed, seated quietly beside her, for today was supposed to be dedicated to training the Quidditch team. Yet, he had foregone practice to keep her company. Theodore diligently replaced the gardenias at Claire's bedside each day, while Blaise brought forth his most cherished possessions. On one fateful Sunday, as Claire hovered in her state of unconsciousness, she felt her ethereal body becoming increasingly weightless, slowly drifting toward a radiant light. At the last moment, she opened her eyes. The first sight that greeted her was the immaculate white ceiling, accompanied by the fragrant scent of gardenias and the orange blossoms she had smelled just before fainting. Turning her head with great effort, she beheld a remarkably handsome wizard clad in Hufflepuff robes, who gazed at her in astonishment, exclaiming, "You're awake." At that moment, Claire, still disoriented from her awakening, could scarcely articulate a word. She merely stared at the Hufflepuff wizard as he summoned Madame Pomfrey, who then used her wand to examine Claire from head to toe. Upon concluding her examination, Madame Pomfrey sighed in relief, smiling as she declared, "Your recovery is progressing splendidly. It seems the fever has nearly subsided." Claire sensed her body gradually regaining strength, perhaps because she had already accomplished the majority of her first-year curriculum. This awakening felt markedly different, as her fragile body was now in much better condition than before. After imparting a few essential care instructions, Madame Pomfrey departed, mindful of other patients awaiting her attention. Once Madame Pomfrey had left, Claire endeavored to sit up with all her might. The Hufflepuff wizard, noticing her struggle, swiftly supported her back against the headboard and promptly handed her a cup of warm water. After taking a couple of sips to soothe her throat, Claire felt her vocal cords returning to normal and turned to the wizard beside her, saying, "Thank you for looking after me. I remember you were the one who caught me before I fainted." The scent of orange blossoms was so distinctive that she recognized it belonged to him. Moreover, the wizard's striking handsomeness sparked a subtle intuition within her. The wizard shook his head, replying, "It's nothing, it was my duty." Harboring a secret curiosity, Claire inquired, "May I ask your name, Senior?" The wizard smiled warmly and replied, "I'm Cedric Diggory. You can call me Cedric." Claire's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing his name. Just as she prepared to express her joy, tears inexplicably welled up at the corners of her eyes and began to cascade down her cheeks. It wasn't due to any external irritation, but rather an inexplicable surge of emotion. How peculiar, Claire mused, as she observed Cedric fumbling with a handkerchief to dab at her tears. Why was she crying? As she gazed at Cedric's face, an unsettling sense of familiarity washed over her, as if she had encountered him before, perhaps in a film? Yet, that didn't quite capture the essence of her recognition, for in the movies, Cedric appeared as a sixth-year student, whereas he was merely a third-year wizard at this moment. Fleeting memories of her dreams surfaced, where a man whispered something in her ear, and the voice resembled Cedric's. Claire felt bewildered by her fever-induced haze. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her cheeks and smiled at Cedric, saying, "I'm sorry, Cedric. My eyes were just a bit dry." Cedric chuckled. "Yes, after awakening, your eyes may feel uncomfortable. It takes time to adjust." He then settled into a chair beside her and shared stories about the visitors who came to see her while she was unconscious. Claire learned from Cedric that Rudy had once again stood vigil by her side during her slumber, much like before. She resolved to speak to Rudy about this. Standing for prolonged periods was not good for his health, and she certainly could not awaken simply because he chose to stand guard. Health is paramount above all else. Cedric gazed at the smiling girl before him, marveling at the wonders of the world. He had noticed Claire, with her silvery hair, from the very start of the school year, and had lamented that she had not been sorted into Hufflepuff. Yet, as he observed her interacting with friends in and out of the library, and during meals, she seemed vibrantly alive, undeterred by her severe illness. An irresistible urge to draw closer to Claire compelled him. Thus, he took it upon himself to knit a scarf for her as a Christmas gift, infused with his own sentiments. "This is your Christmas present. Do you like it?" Cedric inquired, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Claire was taken aback by his thoughtful gesture, for they had only just begun to know one another, and she hadn't expected a Christmas gift from him. "Is it that warm yellow scarf?" she asked. Her curiosity piqued. Cedric nodded, and Claire's eyes sparkled with delight as she squinted at him, exclaiming, "So it was you. I was wondering why someone wouldn't sign their name. I absolutely adore it. Thank you, Cedric." Cedric felt a wave of joy wash over him at her words, responding, "I'm glad you like it." As Claire gazed at Cedric's beaming smile, everything felt surreal. Was she truly a visitor from another world? However, at that moment, she chose not to dwell on such thoughts, for some truths reveal themselves only in due time. Following her awakening, news spread swiftly, and upon learning of her recovery, Rudy rushed to the infirmary, his excitement palpable as he approached Claire's side. Claire, noticing his elation, smiled and reassured him, "I'm fine, brother. Please don't neglect your health like this again, or I'll be very worried." Though her words were gentle, Claire understood they were the best way to convey her concern for Rudy, who would do anything to spare her pain or disappointment. Rudy nodded fervently, taking Claire's hand and speaking with a trembling voice. "Do not succumb to unconsciousness again, Claire." Claire gently caressed Rudy's hair, which was gradually growing longer. He had begun deliberately letting it grow when he was in the first year, and now it cascaded down to his shoulders, enhancing his appearance and adding to his charm. As Claire stroked Rudy's hair, she did not respond to his words. After all, some matters must remain unspoken until the right moment, mustn't they? Claire was uncertain whether she would lapse into unconsciousness again, Although her health was steadily improving, occasional surprises still emerged. Therefore, nothing in life is absolute. One must simply embrace each day with reason. Chapter 38. All Things Bright. Claire had spent over half a month in bed post-awakening before being discharged. During this time, she received a plethora of well wishes, an array of candies, flowers, and various small gifts, all neatly arranged on the cabinet beside her. However, most of them were cleared away by Mrs. Pomfrey, as such an overwhelming abundance could impede Claire's breathing. See, she was indeed so fragile, as if on the brink of death. Throughout her illness, everyone she knew visited her bedside. There was Theodore, steadfast in his tradition of bringing her a bouquet of gardenias, and Blaise, who, despite the chilly weather, opened his collar as if to entice someone. Then there was Oliver, who approached her with utmost formality. Bowing in gratitude for the latest model of the flying broom, he had gifted the entire team. Unbeknownst to Claire, as Blaise exited with his collar unbuttoned, he brushed past Rudy, who was carrying a thermos of food. Upon seeing Blaise, Rudy halted, positioning himself firmly in front of him, his gaze icy as he declared, "Keep your thoughts to yourself. She is my fiancée." Blaise, unfazed, tightened his collar and replied with a nonchalant smile, "Ah, a verbal promise. But tell me, does anyone else know?" Hearing this, Rudy's grip on the thermos tightened, his expression unyielding as he retorted, "That is not your concern." Blaise shrugged indifferently, responding, "Likewise. My affairs are not yours to worry about." The two remained locked in a tense standoff until Rudy, fearing the food's warmth would dissipate, cast a blank glance at Blaise before stepping into the infirmary. Blaise, meanwhile, turned his head slightly, watching Rudy enter with a gentle smile playing on his lips. How could the exemplary second-year Slytherin wizard be unaware that he was not facing just a solitary opponent? Oh, and let us not forget the Weasley twins. However, they were swiftly ushered out by Mrs. Pomfrey due to their incessant noise. Had it been in the past, Claire might have tolerated it, but her body, though recovering, still required nurturing. Rudy visited daily, bringing meals rich in nutrition, varying the menu for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Thanks to the balanced diet he provided, Claire was able to leave the hospital ahead of schedule. Rudy was delighted to see Claire's satisfaction, considering that the young master of the Pavlovdi family, who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen, was now immersing himself in culinary studies at Hogwarts. Even the house elves, typically unfriendly towards Slytherins, began to assist him. And after suffering numerous burns, Rudy finally managed to serve Claire a meal. To Claire's relief, during her unconsciousness, Harry and his friends had ventured to the hut, learning from Hagrid that singing was the key to calming the three-headed dog. However, a dark twist awaited her. As Gryffindor had incurred a staggering deduction of 150 points due to Harry's escapade with dragons, Claire struggled to steady her breath, maintaining composure to avoid fainting again upon hearing this news. Had she not been aware that Dumbledore would eventually award points, she would have been tempted to unleash a tirade. Claire lamented, "Everything I endure seems to be so dramatic that others might assume I'm merely playing the victim." Just as she was catching her breath, Harry and his companions approached her with yet more queries. Having just returned from the Forbidden Forest, they shared tales of a deceased unicorn and an enigmatic figure draped in a silver-bloodied cloak, along with cryptic utterances from a centaur. Curious utterances? Claire's interest piqued. She was eager to learn what peculiar words the centaur had spoken. Hermione contemplated for a moment and recounted the centaur's words verbatim. Many events may take a turn when death seems imminent, though such changes often come at a great cost. Claire thought, is this a veiled reference to me? It must be. After all, her mission in this world was to harmonize existence, save those who perished in the original tale, and achieve a happy ending. Hearing the centaur's words, Claire understood that her future endeavors would not be devoid of challenges. Oh, Merlin, what resilience can a girl like me, who grew up playing invincible games, possibly possess? She sighed, pondering her predicament. What else could she do but charge ahead, even if it meant risking her life? At this moment, thanks to Claire's earlier insights, the trio of young wizards had shifted their suspicion from Snape to Quirrell. Harry, clad in an invisibility cloak, had even witnessed evidence of a late-night conversation between the two professors. Now, having undergone Claire's subtle persuasion, the trio unanimously believed Professor Quirrell to be the culprit, urging Professor Snape to remain vigilant. Claire observed the animated discussion among the three young wizards from her bed, sighing once more. It was evident that the protagonists possessed an innate talent for insight, coupled with an admirable sense of compassion. In just a few exchanges, Claire had managed to diminish their biases against Snape significantly. Were it her, she mused, if any professor treated her poorly in class, even knowing their innocence, she would certainly gossip about them with her friends. Glancing at Harry beside her, who, despite the harrowing loss of his parents and the mistreatment by his aunt, still aspired to save the world, Claire felt a profound sense of admiration for his kindness. If I had endured such tribulations, I would wish for all to perish. Why go on living? Claire mused, concluding that no matter how many lifetimes she lived, she would never be fit to be the protagonist. After her discharge, the first-year narrative was well underway, with many issues nearing resolution, awaiting only Harry's final exploration of the Chamber of Secrets. Indeed, it was Claire who, from her sickbed, provided Hermione with a hint regarding the magical stone, prompting Hermione to peruse a hefty tome in the library, ultimately uncovering the introduction to Nicholas Flamel. When Claire emerged, she experienced the ordinary rhythms of attending classes, while her peers diligently pursued their own endeavors, rendering everything seemingly mundane. Only those harboring secrets sensed an impending storm. Even Quirrell, who typically kept a watchful eye on Claire, appeared to have sensed something amiss, as he no longer directed his gaze towards her as frequently. Claire's peculiar feeling gradually dissipated. After all, this professor had often scrutinized her in the past. Yet, for reasons unknown, she could still feel his gaze lingering around her like a shadow, albeit without approaching her. Nevertheless, Claire breathed a sigh of relief, for the pungent scent of garlic emanating from him was truly unbearable in proximity. To cope with his classes, Claire had even exchanged for a special mask from the system's marketplace, designed to mitigate the professor's garlic-infused aroma during lessons. Within the mask, she had added a spell to enhance its odor-blocking capabilities beyond that of an ordinary mask. Observing this, the Weasley twins sought Claire's permission to create numerous masks of their own, experimenting with various colors and fragrances, which they eagerly sold to their classmates, who could hardly endure the garlic stench. After all, one's nose deserves consideration. When Quirrell beheld the classroom filled with an array of vibrant masks, he stuttered more than usual, unsure of what to say, until he seized a masked student after class. The student later recounted, "That day, I witnessed Professor Quirrell speak without stuttering for the first time, albeit with a hint of anger. However, when I mentioned that the mask was Claire's idea, he suddenly calmed, exclaiming it was a brilliant concept, truly bizarre." Claire mused, "In truth, I am the one feeling most peculiar. Don't make it seem like I have some secret connection with you. What are you trying to imply, Voldemort?" Yet, Claire soon brushed off the incident, as her life was filled with odd occurrences, and this one scarcely warranted her attention. Presently, the most significant event was her birthday. The glorious 1st of May. May Day, a celebration of labor in China, brought with it perfectly temperate weather and radiant sunshine, lifting Claire's spirits immensely. Since her reincarnation into this world, Claire had become somewhat lethargic, akin to a sloth, unwilling to exert herself unless it pertained to her responsibilities. However, she was certain assistance would be at hand. The house elves at school were not idle. Upon receiving her design, they crafted a luxurious, delectable, and visually stunning cake within mere hours. Previously, Claire's birthday cakes were made by Ozza, as her condition necessitated a low-sugar option, laden primarily with fruits. She naturally continued this tradition, baking a 2-tiered mango cake, her favorite fruit. Yet, if one were to ask her true culinary passion, it would undoubtedly be roasted chicken and its myriad preparations. Roasted chicken is a tender, juicy companion. Fried chicken is a crispy delight. Mouth-watering chicken is fragrant and numbing. Big plate chicken is perfect for mixing with noodles. And yellow braised chicken is an incomparably satisfying dish. Each one, a dear friend. As Claire spoke, Light Point diligently took notes, for Claire had promised to treat him to a feast of delectable delights once her health improved. Due to her condition, Claire did not host a grand party at school. Instead, she invited a few close friends to bask in the sun beside a warm tree and enjoy cake. While traditionally, blowing out candles is a romantic endeavor best suited for the evening, Claire's health required her to celebrate earlier, especially after just recovering. Thus, she blew out the 12 candles as the sun set, unable to wait for nightfall. Her guest list was modest, consisting of her close friends from Gryffindor, a few gentlemen from Slytherin, Cedric from Hufflepuff, and Autumn Zhang from Ravenclaw. Glancing around, she noticed that all the familiar faces were protagonists in their own right. As the sun dipped lower, the flickering candlelight illuminated the beaming smiles on each of their faces. Although Slytherin and Gryffindor were typically at odds, they momentarily set aside their differences in celebration of Claire's birthday. Claire felt an urge to play a lovely background melody, cherishing the warmth of the moment, uncertain if such a scene would ever recur. While Claire could not foresee the future, she resolved to make the most of it. With her eyes closed and hands clasped together, she gently blew out the candles, silently wishing, "May all encounters be auspicious, may blessings from the heavens bestow upon us, and may all taboos be dissolved." Chapter 39, Homeward Bound. Claire received an abundance of birthday gifts, most of which were familiar to her, as many items circulated among acquaintances, ultimately amounting to a few common offerings. The magical world lacked the novelty of the Muggle realm, rendering the gifts rather predictable. After all, most of the individuals before her were purebloods, some of whom had yet to encounter a Muggle. Well, To be honest, Claire was not familiar with them either. Following the conclusion of Claire's birthday, the academic year swiftly approached its end, signaling the trio's time for adventure. Naturally, Claire did not accompany them, after all. Her body had already protested during a late-night excursion to view the mirror of Ariste. Why would she risk further danger? Was her life not valuable? In truth, those who lament daily about wanting to end their lives are often yearning for love. Claire, too, had expressed such sentiments, yet paradoxically clung to life. Little did she anticipate that her previous life's words would come to fruition, leading her to an untimely demise at the hands of another, effectively tarnishing her legacy. Nevertheless, in this life, Claire was blessed with loving parents and a multitude of wonderful friends, making it worthwhile to persist and leave her mark on this world. Harry shared his plans with Claire, and as she listened to their more elaborate scheme than what had transpired in the story, she felt reassured. Yet, she reminded Ron to practice wizardess chess and urged Hermione to study potion brewing, while advising Harry to act decisively should any situation arise. When in doubt, strike first. The first-year narrative was nearing its conclusion, granting her the opportunity for a well-deserved 2-month respite. Thus, on a moonless, tempestuous night, while Claire peacefully slumbered with Lyle in her arms, the trio ventured into the basement, ready to engage in their cerebral duel. As Harry found himself in the dim confines of the basement, a flicker of understanding ignited in his eyes upon seeing Quirrell. With a grave expression, he gazed intently at Quirrell and declared, "It seems Claire's suspicions were not unfounded. The thief is indeed you." Just as Quirrell was about to utter a response, Voldemort commanded him to remove the purple turban that shrouded his head, fixing his gaze upon Harry. "Yes, Claire is remarkably astute. Once I am free, I shall engage in a thorough discussion with her." At the sound of those words, Harry's heart raced momentarily, and he soon caught sight of his reflection in the mirror, revealing himself withdrawing the Philosopher's Stone and concealing it in the left pocket of his robe. However, Harry, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, instinctively told a lie. As Quirrell, under Voldemort's directive, attempted to raise his wand to strike Harry, he lunged forward silently, pressing his hands firmly against Quirrell's face, refusing to relent despite Quirrell's frantic cries. Thus, under Harry's grip, Quirrell screamed, a living wizard reduced to a heap of dust upon the floor. Just as Harry exhaled in relief, he noticed a dark mist swirling towards him. Having exerted minimal effort, he deftly sidestepped the encroaching shadow. Before he could catch his breath, Dumbledore and Professor Snape appeared behind him. Naturally, Harry returned the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore, who would later find it to possess some remarkable utility. With their triumph over the malevolent Professor Quirrell, Harry and his friends emerged unscathed. When Claire awoke that morning, she was greeted with the news of their victory, prompting her to glance at her task progress bar, which had unexpectedly surged to 20. Stretching her limbs, Claire felt invigorated. As the progress bar climbed, her body gradually regained its vitality. Especially after Harry completed the final challenge of their first year, Claire experienced a level of comfort she had not felt since her arrival. She could now engage in physical activities without gasping for breath, and even in the sweltering summer heat, she no longer felt the chill that had once plagued her. Her hands warmed for the first time in ages. She could stretch languidly without the fear of straining her back, a luxury previously denied to her. Thus, Claire's spirits soared. And as she hummed a tune while opening her door, she was met with the sight of Hermione patiently awaiting her. Descending the stairs, she found Harry and Ron lounging on the sofa in the common room. The four friends exchanged smiles, their unspoken camaraderie palpable. Claire marveled once more at the purity of childhood friendships, free from ulterior motives and desires, an experience she had long been without. With the resolution of this ordeal, the narrative of their first year had reached a definitive conclusion, and Claire's life returned to its usual rhythm, while the others resumed their boisterous classes and the dizzying task of homework. As the weather warmed, the end-of-year examinations approached, and Harry would soon face his first finals. Nevertheless, Claire was confident that their impromptu study sessions with Hermione would yield favorable results, for Harry and Ron were the protagonists of their story, endowed with innate talent despite their lack of academic enthusiasm. Yet, a peculiar sensation nagged at Claire, as though she had forgotten something important. Whenever she attempted to ponder this feeling, it slipped away as quickly as it had come. Ultimately, she chose to dismiss it. If it comes to mind, I shall address it then. For now, I am content, she resolved. After the finals, the time arrived for the exhilarating announcement of the House Cup winners. During this period, Draco was insufferably smug, lingering around Claire and boasting, "This year's cup undoubtedly belongs to Slytherin. Our points are the highest in the school." Each time, Claire merely nodded and smiled, choosing to remain silent. Let him relish his moment of pride. Soon enough, reality would temper his glee. On the eve of their departure, the school prepared a lavish farewell feast for the departing wizards, adorned with banners of vibrant green representing Slytherin. The students awaited Dumbledore's announcement with eager anticipation, confident that they would retain their title as House Cup champions. Hermione, while serving herself roasted meat, sighed in resignation. Observing her demeanor, Claire gently patted her hand and reassured. "Fear not, a surprise awaits you shortly." Upon hearing this, Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged wary glances, recalling the last surprise that had startled them considerably. With the end of their first year approaching, they hoped for no further complications. Claire noticed their apprehensive expressions and understood they had misinterpreted her words. However, she chose not to elaborate further and instead smiled, waiting patiently for Dumbledore to announce the scores. As anticipated, just before concluding, Dumbledore rose, and the once boisterous hall fell silent. With a wave of his hand, he addressed the young wizards. "I am delighted to announce that you have all concluded your studies at Hogwarts splendidly this year. A 2-month holiday awaits you, during which I hope you will relish your time and gather diverse experiences. But first, I must declare the House Cup winner for this year." As he spoke, the Slytherin students puffed out their chests, their eyes gleaming with expectation. Dumbledore proceeded to announce the scores. Gryffindor with 240 points in 4th place. Hufflepuff with 300 points in 3rd, Ravenclaw with 330 points in 2nd, and Slytherin triumphantly claimed 1st with a total of 390 points. The Slytherin side erupted in jubilant applause, already envisioning the House Cup in their grasp. However, in the next moment, Dumbledore smiled at the young wizards and added, "Before we conclude, I have some bonus points to award certain students." At that instant, the previously subdued trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione brightened with excitement. Could this be the surprise? Indeed. As Claire had foretold, Dumbledore soon declared, "Harry, in his courageous defense against Professor Quirrell, has safeguarded Hogwarts. Thus, I award Gryffindor an additional 50 points." Instantly, the hall erupted in thunderous applause for Gryffindor, while the Slytherins maintained a veneer of indifference, their lead still intact. Yet, swiftly following, Dumbledore delivered another blow. "Mr. Weasley has successfully unraveled Professor McGonagall's enchanted chess, symbolizing his bravery and dedication to his friends. For this, I award Gryffindor another 50 points." Suddenly, the applause around grew even more fervent, with the Weasley twins, known for their mischievous antics towards their brother, playfully ruffling Ron's hair. Nevertheless, Ron was in a state of sheer delight. Following this, Dumbledore spoke again. "Miss Granger has successfully unraveled the intricate challenge and concocted a successful potion. For this, I shall award Gryffindor an additional 50 points." Instantly, the applause for Gryffindor reached a crescendo. Hermione, clapping enthusiastically, turned to Claire and exclaimed, "Our score is now equal to Slytherin's." At that moment, the Slytherins cast malevolent glares towards Gryffindor, fully aware that their scores had leveled. They silently prayed that Dumbledore would refrain from awarding further points, but alas, their hopes were dashed as Dumbledore announced. Mr. Longbottom bravely intervened to halt his companions. "Therefore, I shall award him an additional 10 points." As soon as he finished speaking, Gryffindor erupted into a thunderous cheer, as if to lift the very roof of the hall. They had secured 1st place. Gryffindor was the victor of this year's House Cup. Neville, bewildered, stared at Dumbledore in disbelief, unable to grasp that he had also garnered 10 points. Instinctively, he turned to his dear friend Claire. Noticing his gaze, Claire turned to him with a gentle smile and said, "Congratulations." Amidst the throng, their eyes met. Her smile celebrating his triumph made him feel remarkably courageous. However, at that moment, the atmosphere among the Slytherins was exceptionally tense. They had not anticipated that the House Cup, which they believed was securely theirs, would so effortlessly slip into Gryffindor's grasp. Rudius cast a somber look at Gryffindor. The House Cup held little significance for him, considering Claire's affiliation with Gryffindor. Attaining the cup would undoubtedly bring her joy. Rudius watched as Dumbledore waved, transforming the Slytherin banner into the Gryffindor emblem, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Why did it feel as though these points served as a mere consolation? Claire shared this sentiment. After all, the challenges Harry would face in the future would be fraught with peril rather than safety. Gryffindor's ascension to the top merely represented a consolation prize, instilling in Harry a sense of collective pride, while also encouraging greater contributions to the house. Thus, in light of Harry's future sacrifices, such points seemed trivial, even if Slytherin was decidedly displeased. But since she was not a Slytherin, Claire felt no remorse. Her own satisfaction was all that mattered. As the announcement of the House Cup concluded, students began to prepare for their return home. The holiday assignments from Hogwarts were minimal, promising a delightful 2-month respite. By the autumn of the following year, Claire would embark on her journey as a second-year witch, unveiling even more wondrous experiences. Chapter 40. Claire's Vacation. You returned to school thus. Claire returned home, radiant and rejuvenated after a semester's end, much to her parents' delight. The holiday assignments from Hogwarts were manageable, especially compared to the 18 sets of exercises she had tackled during her previous life. Those assignments were effortlessly completed with the aid of her intellect and a touch of magic. Once summer vacation commenced, her parents became increasingly busy, recognizing the opportunities that arose during this time. No longer did children labor under the weight of relentless demands. Instead, it was the parents who seized the moment. Rudius frequently visited Claire's home, often opting to stay in the small room beside her rather than returning home. With Claire's parents preoccupied, Rudius's presence provided them with peace of mind, as they held unwavering trust in their daughter's friend-esque character. Not to mention the fact that he was to be her future fiancé, though ultimately, her desires would determine the outcome. Rudius completed his assignments swiftly, finishing the week before summer break ended, after which he delved into the knowledge about family businesses that his parents had imparted. After all, Rudius would eventually need to secure a career and take over the family enterprise. Claire, too, was not idle, despite her health challenges. She was their sole child, and would undoubtedly inherit the family business upon graduation if her condition permitted. Claire could not bear the thought of her parents' hard-earned money falling into the hands of others. Should that happen, she would be immensely displeased. Even if she could not remain there after fulfilling her duties, Claire would ensure that any funds did not end up with those with ill intentions. She would either donate them to charitable organizations or keep them securely in her possession. The notions of immortality or eternal youth were of little interest to her. Such aspirations suited Tom, not Claire, who had more humble desires. Contemplating this, Claire shivered at the thought of what Tom would do if he learned of her intentions. The very thing she had pursued so diligently could be achieved with a single wish. However, the path toward realizing such wishes was not without its challenges. Though it paled in comparison to Tom's perilous pursuits, Rudius possessed a keen business acumen. He could effortlessly identify flaws and modifications in various matters, prompting Claire to seek his counsel whenever she encountered obstacles. After all, while the light offered the convenience of spells, it had yet to nurture her commercial instincts. Throughout the summer, Claire remained close to home, as her health, though appearing improved, still felt fragile internally. Most days, she found solace in the swing in her beautifully arranged garden, basking in the warm summer sun while gazing contemplatively at the objects in her hands. What others deemed an unbearably hot summer was, for Claire, perfectly pleasant. Draco, of course, frequently visited Claire, his visits becoming increasingly regular, each filled with lively chatter. Claire relished listening to Draco. After all, his burdens were relatively light at present, allowing him ample time to share intriguing tales. Strangely, the usually aloof and reticent Draco seemed to have endless stories to share in Claire's presence. However, Rudius felt a twinge of discontent whenever he saw Draco lingering near his fiancée. One day, under uncertain weather, a well-meaning individual inexplicably provided Lucius with some suggestions. Consequently, Lucius, frustrated with his son's perceived lack of diligence, summoned Draco from Claire's garden and inundated him with an increased workload. As a result, Draco's visits to Claire dwindled, as his responsibilities became increasingly demanding. Thus, whenever Draco managed to steal a moment to see Claire, he would lament about the source of his father's newfound expectations. Meanwhile, Rudius, seated nearby with a book, could only smile softly, concealing his own satisfaction. The holiday has reached its midpoint, yet Claire's life appears to remain unchanged. Her parents frequently venture far from home, while Rudiger has settled into the adjacent room, diligently attending to Claire's needs. Of course, Blaise and Theodore often visit, albeit not as frequently as Draco, and they possess a discernible awareness of the circumstances. Rudiger has already deemed Blaise a potential threat, and thus he is preoccupied with strategizing alongside Mrs. Zabini, leaving Blaise rather overwhelmed and unable to visit frequently. Theodore, as always, manages to find time to see Claire occasionally. But without the fear of Rudiger's interference, his father has also assigned him numerous obligations. On this particular day, Claire sat in the garden as usual, perusing a report on the clothing industry, a mere fragment of her family's vast wealth that extends far beyond a single enterprise. The Padmore family, like an intricate web, binds together every sector of the wizarding world, and nearly every industry you observe is intertwined with the couple's influence, even in the minutiae of candy supply. After all, one must ponder how the moniker of the wizarding world's cash cow came to be. Lounging languidly in Rudiger's embrace, Claire felt his left arm encircle her while he jotted notes on the report resting on his lap with his right hand. Over the years, she had grown intimately familiar with Rudiger, who no longer seemed merely her fiancé, but rather akin to an elder brother. Rudiger took it upon himself to resolve all that Claire could not, and with merely a glance, she found that he could effortlessly fulfill her requests. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached from behind. Recognizing Draco's distinctive tread, Claire slowly sat up from Rudiger's embrace and turned to look. Rudiger, sensing the absence of the girl in his arms, frowned in displeasure, and adjusted his position to appear closer to Claire, although his previously gentle gaze had shifted slightly. Indeed, it was Draco, who, having rushed over, appeared breathless. However, as he neared Claire, he gradually slowed his pace and wiped the sweat from his brow. Before attending school, Draco often visited Claire's home, yet at that time, he had been less informed about her health. Thus, when he emerged from the fireplace, accompanied by the chilling wind, Rudiger had playfully dragged him aside for a brief reprimand before allowing him to sit on the sofa. Now, understanding that Claire could not be exposed to drafts, Draco made it a point to reduce his pace whenever he visited her. Draco approached Claire, plopping down beside her, but as he turned his head, he caught Rudiger's scrutinizing gaze. At that moment, Rudiger's expression was not particularly welcoming, and since Claire was oblivious, he felt free to express his displeasure. Draco involuntarily shivered, leaving Claire bewildered. "Is it summer and you're feeling cold?" she inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Just as Draco was about to respond, he noticed that Rudiger's previously unkind gaze had softened as he focused on the reports on his lap. Draco shook his head, dismissing the thought that he had imagined it. As he settled in, he began to lament to Claire about his recent misadventures, detailing how he had failed to complete his tasks, the series of unfortunate events he had encountered, and how it took an eternity for Dobby to respond to his calls. Dobby," Claire exclaimed, abruptly sitting upright, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Good gracious, I knew I had forgotten something important," she thought to herself, feeling a pang of regret for her lapse in memory. "I must get him back. Without Dobby, my second-year experience will be severely lacking. After all, my family isn't short on funds. Acquiring him shouldn't be too difficult." With that, Claire lowered her gaze, swiftly altering her expression, and casually remarked, "Draco, may I visit your home?" Draco looked at her, puzzled by her sudden desire to go to his residence. Claire added, "I've grown fond of the name Dobby and would like to see him if possible." "Host," a voice commented, "you're being rather obvious." "Silence. I won't play those political games," Claire retorted. Despite feeling a twinge of sadness at Claire's eagerness to meet the house elf, Draco was nonetheless pleased that she wished to visit his home. He readily agreed, "Of course. We have many house elves. You can meet whichever you like. Better yet, gift him to me," Claire quipped. Rudiger, overhearing this, felt a flicker of confusion about Claire's insistence on visiting the Malfoy estate to see Dobby. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, Claire's decisions were invariably correct, and he supported her unconditionally. With a sigh, Claire contemplated the ease of visiting Draco to see Dobby, but pondered how to approach the subject of bringing him home. After all, her own house elves were plentiful, and flimsy excuses would not suffice. Surely she couldn't claim that the name was auspicious. That reasoning wouldn't resonate with the British either. Claire felt a headache brewing. Yet, what was her guiding principle? To act decisively or perish in indecision. One step at a time, she thought, solutions would manifest as challenges arose. If she could acquire Dobby tomorrow, she would, but if not, she would resort to persuasion, coercion, or intimidation. Every method would be at her disposal. If all else failed, she could simply bring Harry back to her estate, for he certainly did not thrive at his aunt's home, and he could at least enjoy the beautiful blooms in her garden. With these thoughts, Claire cast aside the impending headache of the morrow, reminding herself that tomorrow's troubles would be dealt with when the time came. After all, today's plans could very well transform by dawn. The optimal strategy, she mused, is to have no strategy at all. Rest assured, this is not a lazy excuse. It is a display of grand strategy. Fine, the voice conceded. Thus, with the matter settled, Claire resolved to address it all the next day. Chapter 41, Surrendered to Freedom. The following morning, Claire rose early, preparing for her visit to Draco's home. She donned a light blue dress, appropriate for a casual visit. No need for formal attire. Yet she still wished to present herself nicely. Just as she finished dressing and freshening up, a knock echoed at her bedroom door, signaling Rudiger's arrival. During the holiday, he had taken residence at Claire's home, assisting her with her hair each morning whenever she sought to forego styling it herself. Once again, Claire, after gently opening the door, swayed her way to the vanity chair, yawning as she contemplated the jewelry she would adorn herself with today. Ruddy, with an air of familiarity, approached Claire from behind, deftly taking up a comb to arrange her hair. His skilled hands swiftly fashioned a lovely braid, embellishing it with delicate gardenia ornaments interspersed throughout. Claire, having chosen a pair of silver serpent earrings, prepared to embark on her outing. While she possessed a plethora of exquisite items, Claire generally preferred not to wear an excess of adornment. She felt akin to a crow, fond of collecting beautiful things yet reluctant to showcase them. Due to an improvement in her health, Claire opted not to take a carriage this time. Instead, she grasped Ruddy's hand, and together they traversed through her home's fireplace to Draco's residence. This was Claire's inaugural experience using the fireplace, as since her last carriage ride to Malfoy Manor, she had not ventured anywhere beyond school due to her illness. Thus, this marked her first attempt at this mode of travel since her arrival. She had always admired the elegance of others emerging from the flames. And now it was her turn. However, only one individual could pass through at a time, so Claire had to ensure she held the flue powder tightly. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the hearth, turning as she recited the name, Malfoy Manor. In an instant, green flames ignited, and Claire vanished from her family's hearth, only to find herself in another manor shortly thereafter. Upon arriving at Malfoy Manor, she immediately spotted Draco, who stood before her in attire that was somewhat formal. Draco had anticipated Claire's visit, his second to his estate, and felt it necessary to don something appropriate. Thus, when he beheld Claire emerging from the fireplace in a blue gown, his heart raced unexpectedly. Yet, as Claire stepped out, Ruddy followed closely behind her, causing Draco's smile to falter, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Why had Ruddy accompanied her? Ruddy emerged from the hearth, glancing at Draco with a grin, and stated, "Since Claire is not well, I must accompany her. After all, you know our connection." Draco retorted, "No, I do not wish to know." He cast a disdainful look at Ruddy before gently guiding Claire to the sofa, deliberately ignoring Ruddy's piercing gaze. Draco felt a surge of confidence, believing that if he could manage this day successfully, he would be capable of achieving anything. The table was adorned with desserts and an assortment of teas suitable for Claire, who refrained from immediately inquiring about the house elf. Aware of the necessity for decorum, Claire recognized that even though her relationship with Draco was amicable, she must still adhere to the expected etiquette. Draco eagerly poured a cup of tea and announced, "Today, my father happens to be away, leaving just the two of us at home." Ruddy raised an eyebrow in disbelief. He then addressed Claire with a topic that piqued her interest. "Aren't you eager to see the house elf? I can summon him right now." With a snap of his fingers, a shabby, timid house elf appeared before Claire. This, she realized, must be Dobby. Upon his arrival, Dobby immediately bowed to the trio, uttering, "It is a pleasure to meet Master Draco, Miss Pansy, and Master Ruddy. How may I serve you today?" Claire's eyes gleamed with interest as she regarded Dobby. Was this the house elf who had pursued freedom throughout his life, ultimately achieving his long-cherished dream? Had she not been aware of the narrative, she would have never guessed that this timid creature could act so boldly. Even her own house elf, Ozza, exhibited a far more composed demeanor than Dobby. Draco discreetly observed Claire's fascinated expression towards Dobby and, in a feigned formal tone, cleared his throat before generously declaring, "If you like this house elf, I'll give him to you. We have no shortage of them." What? Claire felt a surge of exhilaration upon hearing Draco's words. The answer she had pondered over the previous day had been effortlessly resolved in that moment. With excitement, she clasped Draco's hand and exclaimed, "Really? You must keep your word." Draco, taken aback as Claire grasped his hand, felt his face flush, yet he stammered, "Of course, Malfoy Manor is not lacking in house elves." Ruddy, standing nearby, gently withdrew Claire's hand, chuckling, "Indeed, it's merely a house elf. It's not of great significance." Claire insisted, "No, it is very important, immensely so." Draco shot a discontented glance at Ruddy, but Ruddy, seemingly oblivious to Draco's expression, turned to Claire and suggested, "Then let Ozza take Dobby back for now." Claire nodded, summoning Ozza with a snap of her fingers and instructing, "Please take Dobby back to our estate. I will assign his duties upon our return." Ozza bowed respectfully, casting a disdainful glance at the quivering Dobby, thinking, "Humph, in the eyes of my young mistress, I am the most significant house elf." Once Ozza departed with Dobby, Claire sighed with relief, feeling more at ease in her conversation with Draco. As noon approached, Claire prepared to return home. Despite Draco's desire for her to stay for lunch, she felt compelled to engage Dobby's assistance. Thus, she declined his invitation, lifting her gown as she approached the fireplace, smiling at Draco as she said, "Until we meet again, little dragon." With that, she transformed into green flames, vanishing from the hearth and leaving Draco standing in stunned silence. Did she just call me little dragon? For the remainder of the afternoon, Draco found himself in a state of daze, occasionally chuckling to himself, much to Narcissa's concern, as she worried that her son might be unwell. Meanwhile, upon returning to her estate, Claire had no time to drink a glass of water. She sat on the sofa, instructing Ozza to bring Dobby forth. As Dobby appeared, he was about to launch into a lengthy explanation, but Claire interrupted him directly, asking, "Have you intercepted Harry's letters?" Upon hearing this question, Dobby was taken aback. He yearned to respond in the negative, yet he could not defy his mistress's will. Thus, he could only lamentably bang his head against the table while replying. Dobby is a mischievous elf, yet his intentions are solely to protect Harry from harm. It was only after Claire's stern admonition that Dobby ceased his self-destructive behavior. Remaining rooted in place, trembling uncontrollably, Claire sighed, pondering how Malfoy's house elf had come to such a state, unable to comprehend even the simplest of words. Therefore, she opted for a straightforward approach, eschewing any convoluted tactics. If you prevent Harry Potter from attending school, he will perish prematurely due to the chaotic surge of magic within him, and the headmaster will intervene. Your solitary efforts will yield no results, and may even complicate matters further. However, if you cease this behavior, I shall grant you your freedom, allowing you to pursue whatever you desire. Such plain and unambiguous words left Claire wondering how Dobby could possibly misunderstand. After all, he was the first house elf to yearn for freedom, undoubtedly possessing intelligence. Upon hearing Claire's declaration, he stood frozen, deep in contemplation. The allure of freedom was overwhelming. He had longed for it countless times, yet he was deeply concerned for Harry Potter. Claire had asserted that Harry would face greater trials ahead. Claire remained silent, patiently awaiting Dobby's decision. True to his nature as a house elf yearning for liberation, Dobby pondered for a considerable time before resolutely raising his gaze to Claire. Dobby understands the young mistress's words. Dobby will no longer impede Harry Potter. A sigh of relief escaped Claire. She felt inclined to applaud herself, discreetly wiping away non-existent sweat from her brow before smiling at Dobby. That is indeed the right choice, and I shall also facilitate your friendship with Harry Potter. Dobby's eyes widened in joyous disbelief upon hearing this. Really? Miss Claire is willing to let Dobby be friends with Harry. Claire nodded and added, however, you must first return all those letters to Harry and personally apologize to him to earn his friendship. Upon hearing this, Dobby's ears drooped once more. Harry Potter will never forgive Dobby. Dobby is a bad elf. He began to contemplate self-harm again. Claire, feeling exasperated, intervened. No, Harry Potter will forgive you. You will be of great assistance to him in the future. Dobby paused, considering Claire's words. Since Claire was a good friend of Harry Potter, he chose to trust her. Claire nodded approvingly, and then removed the purple ribbon binding her braided hair, offering it to Dobby. I bestow upon you your freedom and these letters. Go forth and pursue your aspirations. Chapter 42. A Kiss, Unnoticed. Dobby gazed at the purple ribbon before him, his pupils quivering with emotion. This was the freedom he had yearned for so long, now effortlessly bestowed upon him by the girl before him. He had dreamed of attaining freedom countless times, yet had failed repeatedly. Yet here was this girl, presenting him with a ribbon so directly. By accepting this ribbon, he would be free. No longer would he be the subservient house elf bound by others' whims. He could traverse wherever he wished, at any time. He had imagined many scenarios for his liberation, perhaps Malfoy tossing him a sock in disdain or stumbling upon some trinket by chance. Yet he had never envisioned such a scene, grand yet so easily achieved. The freedom I so ardently desire has been effortlessly granted by another in this moment. A realization I cannot convey to others. Dobby trembled as he extended his hand, grateful that Azza had brought him back to cleanse himself of the burdens he carried. He gently accepted the ribbon, imbued with the scent of gardenias. In that instant, he felt a chain within him quietly shatter, the weight he had borne dissipating like smoke. He was free. Clutching the ribbon tightly, tears glistened in his large eyes as he bowed deeply to Claire. Thank you, Miss Claire, for granting Dobby his freedom. Dobby is now a free elf. Claire smiled down at the bowing Dobby. Indeed, you are free. Now you can return the letters to Harry Potter and seek his forgiveness. Upon hearing Claire's words, Dobby, filled with excitement, bowed once more and declared, Dobby will go find Harry Potter now. Dobby will ask for Harry's forgiveness. With that, he vanished from sight. Claire sighed as she watched Dobby disappear. Finally, the matter was resolved. Without Dobby, Ron's wand would no longer malfunction, and they could arrive at school on time, avoiding complications in Quidditch. Resolving this house elf issue was akin to overcoming 40 out of the second-year hurdles, leaving only 60 more to tackle, primarily concerning that notebook. Thank goodness she was aware of the plot. Rudyard, observing Claire reclined on the sofa after Dobby's departure, chuckled. How did Claire know Dobby would intercept Harry's letters? Claire languidly rested her head against Rudyard's chest and replied, I guessed. After all, I have sent letters to Harry, and he hasn't responded to a single one. Rudyard gently massaged Claire's temples and inquired, how did Claire deduce it was Dobby who intercepted them? Oh right. Claire realized she had inadvertently let Rudyard in on her thoughts, making it difficult to explain, especially since he was rather astute. Curse it, their familiarity was akin to family. Claire decided to embrace the situation, saying it was a guess. It mattered little. Hysteria was merely a form of collapse, and collapse was merely delicious. Regardless, Claire couldn't mimic the grandiloquent phrases of some protagonists in literature. After all, in her previous life, her physical prowess had reached its zenith, yet her intelligence was somewhat questionable. In truth, any encouragement to excel academically was merely the teacher's rhetoric to retain Claire, as she could only realistically aim for a second-tier university. Regardless, Rudyard would believe whatever Claire said, She had little faith that her fiancé would ever betray her trust. As it turned out, she was correct when Rudyard heard her words. He did not cease his gentle ministrations, continuing to relax Claire's head while tenderly affirming, "Indeed, Claire is truly intelligent." Upon hearing Rudyard's affirmation, Claire exhaled in relief. She was acutely aware that he harbored doubts about her, but what of it? After all, she was not a character within this narrative, nor was he. If his suspicions grew too acute, she could always choose to ignore him. Yet, Claire felt that Rudyard had grown rather reliant on her. Claire suddenly recognized a hint of narcissism within herself. But what of it? If there were indeed a strategy to winning hearts, her fiancé's affection was surely not lacking. As Claire pondered these thoughts, she cast aside all her worries and nestled comfortably in the embrace of her fiancé, Rudyard. The soothing sensation that enveloped her mind was a welcome reprieve. Especially after maintaining an air of decorum at Draco's residence for such an extended period, and then hastily addressing the matter concerning Dobby, it had proven quite exhausting. Thus, under the gentle ministrations of Rudyard's hands, Claire succumbed to a deep and restful slumber. Upon realizing that Claire had drifted off to sleep, a flicker of light ignited in Rudyard's eyes, only to swiftly vanish. He ceased his motions, holding his position for a considerable time until Claire sank into a more profound state of sleep, at which point he gradually resumed his movements. With tender care, he rose and cradled Claire in his arms, making his way toward her bedroom on the upper floor. During the ascent, Claire instinctively clung to Rudyard. And despite the distance from the living room to the second floor not being particularly far, Rudyard exhibited no signs of difficulty in carrying her. After all, Claire was exceedingly light. This was his first experience of fully holding her in his arms. Previously, when she had slept, it was always while reclining on a swing, where he had merely allowed her to lean against him. Rudyard gazed down at the girl in his arms, her silvery hair cascading loosely over her shoulders after the release of her hair tie. Her eyelids fluttered intermittently, perhaps stirred by dreams, while her delicate face radiated tranquility. She felt so light that Rudyard imagined he was cradling nothing more substantial than a feather, fearing that she might float away at any moment. In her waking hours, Claire's bright visage transformed into an embodiment of pure serenity in her slumber. Gently, Rudyard pushed open the door to Claire's bedroom and delicately laid her upon the bed, watching over her as she slept. Though Claire had often dozed off in his presence before, Rudyard found that he could never tire of the sight. He had previously observed her slumbering figure, noting how she would furrow her brow in discomfort during her midday naps, a sight that would wrench at his heartstrings, leaving him yearning to smooth away the lines of pain etched upon her brow. Yet, in those moments, he felt helpless to alleviate her suffering, so he could only offer quiet comfort, remaining by her side day after day. Seated on a nearby chair, Rudyard watched Claire's peaceful countenance, relieved to see her health improving, no longer troubled by pain that disrupted her rest. His gaze was imbued with an unprecedented softness and affection as he beheld the girl before him. In just a few months, he would be entering his third year, and he had come to understand certain truths sooner than many of his peers. Everyone at Hogwarts recognized Miss Claire from Gryffindor as a spirited girl, adept at wielding words as weapons. Rudyard had known this long ago and was aware of the advantages she had provided to her fellow Gryffindors, uttering insights that seemed to belong to a seer. His instincts were not mistaken. Claire was indeed a remarkable presence. From the very first glance, she had captured his attention and, through their interactions, ensnared his heart. Though he understood that Claire harbored many secrets, he respected the hidden facets of her being. Thus, when she openly acknowledged him today, sharing her prophecies, Rudyard felt a surge of joy. This signified that Claire regarded him as family, no longer excluding him from significant matters. His happiness was profound. Having known Claire for several years longer than others, he was among the fortunate few who had entered her life before anyone else. He held a clear identity, her fiancé, destined to be her lawful husband in due time, and the most steadfast supporter of Miss Padnick. This was what he deserved, what he yearned for. Yet, he was acutely aware that, for Claire, articulating such feelings came far too late. He observed, with mounting irritation, the men who surrounded her. Nevertheless, he recognized that Claire had the freedom to choose her friends and pursue her desires without his interference. His role was solely to stand by her side, to charge forth in her defense during moments of peril. He embraced this role willingly, for he had been her childhood companion, her betrothed from an early age. Growing up, he witnessed the love shared by his parents, despite occasional disagreements that always ended in reconciliation. In contrast, he and Claire had never quarreled. To him, everything she did was inherently right. His sole task was to follow her lead and execute her wishes. Thus, should they unite, they would surpass even his parents in their affection for one another. In his heart, he had already come to regard Claire as his most cherished person. Even if he was unsure whether his feelings for her were rooted in love or possessiveness, he found it impossible to let go. Even if, in the end, Claire did not choose him, he knew that he had once been the most significant person in her life. Perhaps those from Slytherin were all somewhat greedy, yearning to possess anything they deemed precious. He was no exception. Initially, his interest in Claire was merely a result of their betrothal. Yet he had forgotten that it was merely a verbal agreement. Over time, he had grown accustomed to this arrangement, even feeling fortunate to have such a union, as it placed him in a more advantageous position compared to others. He had known Claire before anyone else. Rooted tenderly brushed his fingers through Claire's hair, from her crown to her forehead, then to her nose, finally resting on her lips. Perhaps due to her recent speech or a slight improvement in her health, Claire's lips now held a natural rosy hue. Rooted lingered his hand upon her lips, reluctant to part, until he eventually rose from the chair, kneeling gently beside Claire's bed. In a manner reminiscent of a night from the stories Claire once read, he inched closer, breath trembling with anticipation. With his eyes closed, he placed a soft kiss upon his fiancée's forehead, a kiss imbued with a quivering fervor and an outpouring of love. The familiar scent of gardenias enveloped him, intensifying as he completed the kiss, and he slowly opened his eyes to gaze upon Claire. In that moment, the distance between them dwindled to mere centimeters, their breaths entwining in a delicate dance. Rooted inclined his head slightly, allowing himself to brush his lips against Claire's. Indeed, he did so, a fleeting kiss, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, landed softly upon Claire's lips. Quickly, he withdrew, kneeling in a daze at Claire's bedside, his fingers tracing the spot where he had just kissed her. So, this was the sensation, one that eclipsed even the most splendid experiences in the world. Rooted's affection level 2, current affection level 98. Chapter 43, Approaching Beginnings. Upon awakening, Claire experienced no peculiar sensations. She merely observed Rudide, seated beside her, engrossed in a book. Although a strange feeling lingered within her, as though something unbeknownst had transpired, her inquiries into the matter yielded no revelations, allowing her to dismiss her inner doubts. After all, she had complete faith that Rudide would never harm her. Following the resolution of Dobby's situation, Claire received a letter of gratitude from Harry, indicating that Dobby had forged a strong friendship with him. Subsequently, Claire penned a letter to Dumbledore, acknowledging that her actions during her first year had indeed been of assistance to him. Thus, Dobby, now a free elf, secured a position akin to that of any Muggle worker, finding employment in the Hogwarts kitchens, where he earned a modest wage each month. Yet, despite merely changing workplaces, a radiant smile adorned Dobby's face, for he was now liberated. Claire mused, if only I possessed even half of Dobby's resolve, my own work would be far less burdensome. At this moment, with all matters settled, the holiday had already passed the halfway mark, and the return to school loomed near. While strolling in the garden under the pleasant weather, Claire suddenly recalled the dwindling days of her vacation, leading her to feel a wave of melancholy. How anxious I am, hoping to awaken and find it is the first day of the holiday once more. Rudide, who was supporting Claire, chuckled upon hearing her lament and remarked, indeed, the start of the school year is imminent, bringing with it new tasks. Upon hearing Rudide's words, Claire couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Honestly, who accelerated my holiday? Someone. Please stop it. Squinting at the sun above, she lowered her gaze only to notice a vacant patch of land. Is there no flower planted here? Following Claire's line of sight, Rudide observed the empty grassy area, equally perplexed by its presence. After all, the pedantic couple had filled every corner of their estate with flowers and trees, ensuring their daughter could play to her heart's content. Such an expanse of bare land was incongruous. This garden had been meticulously crafted by Claire's parents long before her birth, their hopes for their unborn child manifesting in this vibrant space, where they envisioned her frolicking freely. Although Claire's physical condition had prevented her from enjoying the garden in the manner they had intended, they had nonetheless employed a house elf to tend to it lovingly. With a wave of her hand, Claire summoned the house elf named Leah, who, upon seeing the vacant area, let out a small gasp before bowing to Claire and Rudide. Leah is delighted to see Miss Claire and Mr. Rudide. How may Leah assist you? Claire pointed to the empty patch and inquired, what happened here, Leah? Leah shivered slightly at the sight of the vacant land and replied, yes, the morning glory here has withered, so Leah intended to plant something else, but has yet to do so. Please forgive me, Miss Claire. She bowed deeper, her demeanor apologetic. Claire nodded in understanding and said, no need to plant anything else. I'll take care of this patch. You may leave for now. Leah, relieved by Claire's words, bowed once more before swiftly disappearing. As Claire expressed her intent to plant, Rudide had already retrieved a spade and inquired, what flowers do you wish to plant, Claire? Allow me to assist you. Claire waved her hand dismissively and produced a packet of blue flower seeds from her bag. She had come across these seeds in the system's marketplace, purchasing them for merely 2 points. They were blue gardenias, pre-colored rather than altered, and Claire deemed this patch an ideal spot for their planting. Taking the spade from Rude-Eyed, Claire crouched down slowly. The soil in the vacant area had already been freshly turned, making it easy to dig. With seeds and a spade in hand, the task was simple. She merely needed to turn the soil and place the seeds within. However, after completing this seemingly effortless act, Claire stood up, clutching Rude-Eyed's arm tightly. As her vision darkened from having crouched for too long, Rude-Eyed supported her firmly to prevent any accidental falls, and after ensuring her stability, he lifted her into his arms and carried her toward the swing, to which Claire instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Having been cradled by Rude-Eyed before, she felt at ease, especially as her vision remained obscured. In such moments, it would be foolish to show off one's strength. There was no need for unnecessary bravado. Once Rude-Eyed settled Claire onto the swing, she took her time to relax and regain her composure. Rude-Eyed then sat beside her and asked, "What flower did you just plant?" Claire lazily replied, "Gardenias, though they are blue gardenias." Rude-Eyed raised an eyebrow at her choice, as gardenias were not typically known for their diverse colors, most requiring cultivation to achieve variety. Claire gazed at the spot where she had planted the gardenias, murmuring to the light, "If all goes well, by the time my task concludes, the blue gardenias will flourish abundantly. Even if I encounter unforeseen circumstances along the way, the gardenias will still thrive. I simply won't be there to witness them." The light, in a flurry, urged, "You will undoubtedly succeed, host." Claire's gaze remained fixed ahead as she slowly replied, "Let us hope so." Hearing Claire's murmurs, Rude-Eyed turned to her and asked, "What do you hope for, Claire? What do you desire?" Claire shook her head, saying, "Nothing much. I merely wish for my gardenias to bloom successfully." Though her tone was entirely ordinary, Rude-Eyed inexplicably sensed a flicker of alarm within her words. Suppressing his unease, he smiled at Claire, assuring her, "They will surely thrive. After all, they are flowers planted by you, Claire, and Leah possesses a natural talent for nurturing plants." Claire nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and gradually leaned against Rude-Eyed's shoulder. This time, Rude-Eyed held her even tighter, as if fearing that should he loosen his grip for even a moment, Claire would vanish like a fleeting breeze. At this moment, Claire, having sown her flowers, felt as though her heart had descended into an unparalleled tranquility. Free from the burdens of daily life, apart from the physical pain she endured, everything seemed to radiate happiness. Humanity is a curious enigma. Once one attains what was once fervently desired, it often appears trivial, leading to a longing for what remains unattainable. Presently, despite possessing wealth and love, Claire sensed that true happiness still eluded her grasp. What could be the reason for this? If only happiness were as simple as shedding tears. The fleeting moments spent idly swinging on a swing set represented the most relaxing times for Claire, during which everything seemed inconsequential. As days passed, she soon received her school notification and a lengthy list of books to purchase. Upon encountering the extensive list for the defense against the dark arts, her vision momentarily darkened. Blast it, she had forgotten to remind Dumbledore not to employ that incompetent Lockhart. The sheer number of books for this subject surpassed the total for all her other classes combined. Truly, books outweigh individuals in significance. Yet, Claire found herself puzzled over what manner of individual Lockhart must be to captivate someone as bright as Hermione. Films are not a reliable reference. They often depict failures. After all, for a clever girl like Hermione, looks must surely fall behind intellect on her list of priorities. One could only imagine how disheartening it would be for Hermione to discover that her idol was but a decorative pillow. Nevertheless, Claire intended to inform Hermione at an appropriate time. After all, there was still a chance to unfollow and reconsider her admiration. In her previous life, Claire had witnessed the fervor of devoted fans. Goodness, the frenzy surrounding album releases and first reviews was akin to an octogenarian discovering free eggs at a market. Especially following a scandal, each fan's inability to accept the truth resulted in heart-wrenching displays of grief. Claire's former deskmate, for instance, had been utterly consumed for an entire month after her idol was imprisoned, struggling to recover. Claire empathized for investing such energy and affection into someone, only to uncover the rot beneath their glamorous facade, must be profoundly disappointing. Thus, it was clear that she could not bluntly inform Hermione of the truth. Your idol is worthless. Not particularly skilled in the art of subtlety, Claire felt an overwhelming headache as she faced Hermione. However, this was not the time for contemplation. The semester was long, and a student who revealed their shortcomings on the very first day would not endure. With a sigh, Claire stuffed the daunting book list into her drawer, resigning herself to the situation. Very well, it is settled. I shall procure the books first. The thought of carrying such a hefty load to class darkened her vision, and she clenched her fists. Just you wait. I shall ensure your disgrace when we meet at school. Chapter 44. An Encounter in Diagon Alley. As the start of the school year approached, Claire prepared to visit Diagon Alley to acquire the books required for her second year. Although the defense against the dark arts texts were of questionable value, they still needed to be purchased. Rising early, Claire began her preparations for the trip, this time accompanied by her parents, as the Palavdis were preoccupied. They traveled via Flue Powder, emerging in the pub, and thanks to her prior experience, Claire felt quite adept this time. Upon entering the pub, as before, the barman, Fenwick, tapped his wand against the wall by the trash bins, and the entrance to Diagon Alley swung open. This being her second visit, Claire remained calm. She did not need to repurchase money, a wand, or clothing. On her last visit, her mother had already ordered school uniforms in all sizes from 1st to 7th year. Although Claire likely would not wear these uniforms by 4th or 5th year. After all, the rules would not be strictly enforced then. She had ample time today to explore. Apart from buying books and some potion-making supplies, she had little else on her agenda. Thus, Claire could peruse the bookstore at her leisure while anticipating the unfolding drama, for she was certain to witness an enthralling altercation between Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley. One could not pass up the opportunity to observe a physical confrontation in the magical world. Claire did have a more pressing matter at hand. She intended to employ some sleight of hand to retrieve a certain black notebook from a young girl's metal bucket. This object was akin to a death note. Whoever possessed it would meet their doom. Yet Claire was unafraid. The bright sparks in her mind were not merely for comedic purposes. They would also shield her soul from any secondary harm while she wielded the notebook with abandon. With this assurance, she looked forward to her interaction with the little notebook. Rooted led Claire to the bookstore and guided her to the second floor, which was less crowded, as a book signing event was taking place downstairs. Rooted suspected the event featured their third-year defense against the dark arts professor, yet he felt an unsettling premonition, sensing that the man was somewhat superficial. "You are not mistaken, dear brother," Claire remarked. The second floor was sparsely populated, mostly by mature wizards, and no one raised their voice in the presence of a frail girl. From her vantage point, Claire could observe the entire scene below. After settling Claire, Rooted descended to select books. Tasked with sifting through the throngs of fervent female fans to find the necessary texts for their classes, a considerable undertaking, Claire languidly watched the enthusiasts below, animatedly discussing Lockhart's books. She held no disdain for their enthusiasm, as everyone has their passions. What truly irked Claire was that the object of their admiration had let them down, an insipid thief, robbing others of their memories with his forgettable charm. She could not fathom how the Sorting Hat had placed such a character in Ravenclaw. Perhaps it was due to a talent for deception. Then, Claire spotted the Weasley family entering through the door, though Harry was conspicuously absent. From Harry's letter, she had learned that, despite his attempts to intercept communications, he had still found himself in trouble and confined to his room by his uncle. As per the original plot, the Weasley twins, accompanied by Ron, would soon rescue Harry from his confinement. It seemed the boy had ventured off to Knockturn Alley once again. In the next moment, Claire beheld a grimy little boy being escorted by Hagrid. Given the throng of people present, the Weasley family failed to notice them. However, Gilderoy Lockhart, seated at the table, spotted Harry as soon as he entered, immediately donning a perfect smile and approaching him. He wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulders, exclaiming, "Look, the illustrious Harry Potter is a fan of my books." Consequently, he declared his intention to present Harry with a complete signed collection of his works. One could not deny the fervor of the fans. Their keen eyes were certainly astute. Upon Lockhart posing for a photograph with the bewildered, grimy Harry, he spun back to the table to continue his book signing, nearly brushing Harry's face with his cloak in the process. Claire thought to herself, what on earth? She had spotted Lockhart the moment he emerged and felt a wave of relief wash over her. For the person before her was not the character she had seen in the films. He appeared younger and more handsome than his cinematic counterpart, his smile undoubtedly capable of enchanting numerous young girls. Had Claire not been aware of the storyline, she might have found herself intrigued by this individual, for his youthful visage was indeed striking. Nevertheless, upon witnessing that perfect smile revealing 8 gleaming teeth, Claire felt a sense of distaste. The influence of the original plot had rendered her perception of that face rather unappealing. Claire mused that the most fitting cosmetic procedure for Lockhart would be a beheading. Then, she noticed Draco approaching with a provocative demeanor, yet she refrained from intervening, sensing that the time was not ripe for her involvement. Her gaze shifted to the entrance, and shortly thereafter, she observed Lucius Malfoy limping in, supported by a cane. He soon encountered Arthur Weasley, who wore a sardonic expression, for the rivalry between their respective departments had not been a recent development. Lucius first mocked the Weasley family for their apparent poverty. Then Claire's sharp eyes caught sight of him retrieving Ginny's book from a barrel, pressing a black notebook beneath it. Arthur, unwilling to back down, retorted, insinuating that Lucius was concerned about his household's recent acquisition of dark artifacts. The air between them was thick with tension, as if the slightest additional word would incite a brawl. Claire contemplated that if a confrontation were to ensue, her concealed abilities would be diminished. Thus, it would be prudent to lower their guards now. Just as it seemed they were on the verge of conflict, Claire rose and gracefully descended the stairs. Calling out to Lucius, "Uncle Lucius, are you here to buy books for Draco as well?" Claire's inquiry was akin to someone asking, "Master, what is your profession?" Upon hearing Claire's words, Lucius stifled his rising fury, understanding that engaging in a quarrel in her presence would be quite undignified, especially with the knowledge that her parents were likely nearby. He thus followed this rather trivial topic with a smile, responding, "Indeed, Claire, how has your holiday been?" As Claire reached the bottom of the stairs and stood beside Ginny, she smiled at Lucius, replying, "Of course, I have thoroughly enjoyed this holiday." The moment Draco caught sight of Claire, he dashed to her side, eager to converse, brimming with words he yearned to share. However, Lucius, having completed his task, had no desire to linger and shot a cold glance at Arthur before turning to leave. After observing his father's departure, Draco cast a glance at Claire before reluctantly following. At that moment, the Weasley twins approached Claire, their faces alight with excitement, having not seen her for an entire summer. Meanwhile, Ginny was fixated on Claire, her eyes wide and unblinking. When Ginny noticed Claire gracefully descending the stairs, she felt as if an angel had descended from the heavens. The silvery hair shimmered with luminous grace, and the violet eyes sparkled with a gentle radiance. Since Claire's arrival, Ginny had entirely shifted her focus away from Harry. Staring intently at Claire, too, sensed the gaze upon her and turned to regard the petite girl standing a head shorter than herself. Truly, the sole treasure of the Weasley family, with her fiery red hair and cherubic face, was irresistibly adorable, her eyes wide and unblinking as she looked at Claire. Claire felt a sudden chill at the intensity of that gaze. When Ron noticed Claire observing his little sister, he hurried to Ginny's side, addressing Claire, "Claire, this is my little sister, Ginny Weasley. Ginny, this is Claire Padmore, a fellow Gryffindor in my year." Suppressing the peculiar feeling rising within her, Claire smiled warmly at the young girl and extended her hand, saying, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. You can call me Claire." Ginny, filled with enthusiasm, eagerly grasped Claire's hand and replied, "Hello, Claire. Just call me Ginny." Claire beamed at the young girl, and simultaneously, using a flicker of light as a cover, she successfully swapped the black diary within Ginny's barrel for an ordinary notebook. The black diary silently found its way into Claire's pocket. When the light signaled the completion of the exchange, Claire's smile grew even brighter. Yet, inexplicably, a strange sensation crept over her. Though she felt joy, a sense of foreboding lingered in the air. Claire smiled faintly, suppressing this odd feeling within her. What did it matter? Little diary. Let me see what tricks you have in store this time. Having met Ginny for only a short while, Claire soon heard Rudius calling for her from behind. Rudius, having finished his purchases and intending to ascend to the second floor in search of his sister, hurried over upon discovering her near the Weasley family. "Why are you down from the second floor? It's too noisy down here. It isn't suitable for your health." Claire smiled gently at Rudius, saying, "I just saw Uncle Lucius, so I came down to say hello." Rudius nodded at her words, then turned to Arthur with polite courtesy, stating, "Uncle Arthur, I'll be taking Claire home now. You know her health isn't the best." Rudius was acquainted with Arthur, as his mother also worked at the Ministry of Magic. After hearing Rudius's words, Arthur nodded and replied with a cheerful demeanor, "Go on, take care of yourself, Claire." Claire obediently nodded and waved to Harry and the others, saying, "See you at school." Harry and the others nodded in return, watching as Claire departed. In the second grade, a brand new experience will unfold.